What's up guys, this is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Join my Discord if you want to chat and share your thoughts, the link is in the description. 4RP Chapter 120. Ace goes out to sea, steals Garp's home. Buggy guessed right, but I didn't guess it completely right. Indeed, since Ace went to sea, although he has always regarded himself as a pirate, he has never confirmed his pirate flag, nor has he publicized to the outside world what kind of pirate group he is. Black gun pirates? Free pirates? None at all. Most reports still refer to them as Ace and his gang. Most of the time, the name of the Black Emperor alone is enough to shock the sea. In Ace's opinion, he really has no interest in forming a pirates group. He is not looking for One Piece, and he has no dream that needs to be fulfilled by forming a group. Even accepting Mihawk and Crocodile was just out of interest and to enjoy life better. King of Pirates? At that time, Ace might choose to join one of the 12 contenders just for interest. However, the person who supports it is most likely not King Luffy. At that time, he also wanted to try to see if the protagonists in the movie were really invincible. Like a big boss behind the scenes, Ace already has a malicious plan. See Circle Calendar 1501, the Sabody Archipelago meeting ended, but there was no major change in Ace's life. After experiencing the events of Ohara, Dormouse, Alabasta, and the world, so many months have passed, and after wandering around for so long, Ace has finally reached adulthood. It can be considered a good reward for myself. Sumptuous feast? Extravagant and lustful? These words may be restrained for Ace. With money that he could never spend and the power to control the world, Ace enjoyed all the good things he could think of. This addiction lasted for a long time. The land of gentleness is truly a hero's tomb. Wrapped in a bathrobe, Ace stood on the top floor of the hotel, looking down at the entire Sabody archipelago indifferently. He now felt a sense of emptiness in his heart. Seeing and hearing the color sweep advertisement. The excitement of the nightlife has faded, and many dignitaries and pirates are walking out of the red light district, casinos, auction houses, etc. With Ace's protection, many businesses in the underground world have been getting better in recent days. After all, no one dares to cause trouble and the business environment has improved a lot. In the open space in front of the hotel, Xiaoying had already started his daily sword practice. There was a maid beside him holding a towel and water. He seemed to be used to it. Xiaosha and Sammy were sorting out and summarizing the amount of tribute that each underworld boss should pay. Both of them are good at think tanks and manage everything in an orderly manner. Especially Xiaosha, he has both strength and brains, and when Ace doesn't care, he can almost make decisions on the affairs of the underground world on his behalf. Everything was developing in an orderly manner. Ace felt that he could no longer indulge in beauty and pleasure. It's time to go out to sea again. Because Ace knew that no matter how amazing a monster was, once it became addicted and lost its fighting spirit, it would become useless. The most typical one is Moria. Ace looked at his own gentle and luxurious private room reluctantly, but still resolutely teleported downstairs. You finally decided to come out from among the women. Noticing the sudden appearance of the figure, Sammy and Crocodile did not react much. Sammy, holding a cigar in his mouth, even glanced at Ace with disdain and made a mockery. Sammy was much more docile, just showing an intelligent smile and holding his cheek with one hand. It seems that Lord Ace is quite satisfied with the service. That's great. Ace scratched his head. He had indeed planned to find pure gold, but one reason was that he didn't need it urgently, and the other was that he had been a little depressed recently, so he delayed it. Why, are we going out to sea again? Looking at Ace's expression, Xiaosha understood that this guy had no intention of playing anymore, so he simply threw the information in his hand onto the table. Yes, it's time to do something serious. There is a treasure in the sea that I am very interested in. Let's go and take it back. Ace produced a glass of iced orange juice and said as he tasted it. Baby? Sammy and the other person looked at each other. They were very curious. What was it that could make Ace, who had seen the great secret treasure, call it a treasure? Will there be enemies? Xiaosha cares more about this issue. After all, her current bounty is much lower than Ace and Mihawk, and she wants to make a name for herself. Who knows? It may or may not be true. If Ace were only as strong as he was when he was 14 or 15 years old, any powerful force that knew about this would want to take a bite. Advertisement. But now, there are forces that are qualified to compete with Ace for things, but they are not many. You'll know when the time comes. After we get the treasure back, you'll all have a share. Ace was not stingy. After all, he went there for wholesale. With so much pure gold, each person only needed a mung bean-sized amount. No matter how many there are, it is of no use to Ace himself. After we get our stuff back, we'll travel around the world. The protagonists have been born one after another, and the sea is slowly becoming lively. Ace loves to join in the fun. That's all. After a brief reorganization, Ace set out again from Sabody Archipelago with Kitty Hawk and Xiaosha, as well as a large number of Baileys and supplies. With the guidance of the lifeguard, Ace was able to confirm the direction directly this time. The Oro Jackson slowly disappeared at the port of Sabody Archipelago like a ghost, flew high into the sky, and headed towards the New World waters. Of course, the news of Ace's departure to the sea could not be concealed from the people on the sea. Although they could not track its whereabouts, the news of the disappearance of the huge red ship in the port still reached the ears of all parties. Marine was also aware of the news, but they just listened to it. After all, they couldn't possibly cause any trouble. After briefly mentioning this at the meeting, all the Marines felt that this person going out to sea would definitely cause them a headache, but they did not pay too much attention to it. Only an uncle wearing a dog head hat suddenly burst his snoring snot bubbles and opened his eyes after hearing the news. Even Os didn't expect that he had just arrived a new world when a call came from Sabody Archipelago. Is it Sammy? Is there anyone who dares to attack his hometown as soon as he leaves? Os frowned as he answered the Den Den Mushi call, but he didn't expect that what Sammy wanted to talk to him about had nothing to do with what he thought, but rather. So, what does Madame Rouge mean? She said she would do whatever you said. I see. Soon, the situation on the other side of the Den Den Mushi became chaotic, because there were many people talking, and the Den Den Mushi even changed its expression faster than turning the pages of a book. To sum it up, it's one thing. Hey, I'll take Ace away from the kid on Roger's boat. This is also what Roger originally meant. On the Den Den Mushi, a rough-faced man wearing a dog head hat and picking his nose said indifferently. Chapter 121 The Immortal Girl, Seizing the Pure Gold. Os, who had just left his hometown in Sabody Archipelago less than half a day ago, now had several black question marks appearing in his head. No, why did old guy Garp go to Sammy? Rayleigh doesn't care. Really just eating, drinking and fishing. Perhaps seeing the astonishment on Os's face, a blonde and bearded face appeared on Den Den Mushi with a helpless expression on his face. I cancelled the bounty because of Roger, but I can't cause any more trouble because of that. Besides, Garp didn't do anything this time. After all, he is both Roger's friend and enemy. Without the other party taking action, Rayleigh cannot take the initiative to destroy the tacit understanding that has been hard-won between Roger pirates and Marine. Os had a headache. Why did he have to be this B******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** now? Garp. This was Roger's last wish. He gave Ace to me because he wanted him to become an excellent Marine like me. The child who inherited Roger's talent will definitely become a Marine Admiral together with my grandson, and then send you, the evil kid, O's, to impel down, just like when I fought rocks with Roger. As he was talking, Garp suddenly seemed to realize that something was wrong. I think I let it slip. Seeing the people around him stunned, and Os who was a little stunned on the other side of Mushi, Garp picked his nose. Oh, nothing. I didn't say anything just now, withdraw. Seeing the indifferent look on the old D's face, O's couldn't help but twitch his lips. Captain Roger did say that, but he later entrusted it to me. What does it matter? Anyway, I can give as much as you can give. Really? Can you just give them hundreds of billions of Baileys as pocket money? Os sneered, instantly making Garp fall silent. He wanted to refute, but when he thought about how half of his salary had been deducted a while ago, he was speechless. Os turned to talk to Rouge. So, what is your wish, ma'am? As for me, as long as Ace can grow up healthily, I'll be satisfied, but if he stays in the red light district often, I'm a little worried about his growth. In conclusion, Rouge was willing to listen to Os's arrangements. After all, it was he who helped her and her son get through the most difficult times. Advertisement: if Os insisted that they stay, Rouge would still be willing to listen. But in the Sabody archipelago, Ace being treated like a young master is not what Captain Roger wants to see. Roger once hoped that at the right time, his son would definitely find the great treasure. But Rayleigh grew up in the red light district and was raised by the big guys in the dark world, and she is not good at taking care of children. If Ace is raised to be a villain boss, or even taught to be a playboy, hanging out in red light districts and casinos since childhood, then to be honest, Oscar would be quite sorry to Captain Roger. Although Garp is not very good, the original novel has already shown that Ace has grown up well under this guy, and with his mother by his side. Oz finally gave in. After all, he didn't know how to take care of children, and the environment under his control was not suitable for the upbringing of children. The Windmill Village, which is isolated, friendly and undisturbed by pirates, may be a good place to stay. Hahahaha, I didn't expect you to be so easy to talk to. Finally, after Os arranged a bodyguard who could secretly use the two-color haki, he let the mother and son go with Garp. At least in East Blue, the safety of the two can be guaranteed. Os promised Roger that he would let the mother and son take care of their safety until Ace reached adulthood and went out to sea. At least those low-level pirates and bandits can never threaten their lives. After hanging up the phone, Os pressed his forehead. Finally, the three brothers gathered together. Next time when I pass by Windmill Village, I'll go and see those three little guys. Let's just stick to the original story. At least Rouge was saved. With this in mind, Os didn't want to worry about this matter anymore. The voyage continues. There has been no big news on the sea recently. Os followed the guidance of the lifeguard and came to an unknown sea area in the New World. Let's just hide here. The range of the observation haki is enough to reach hundreds of thousands of meters deep into the seabed, but the lanternfish does not dive very deep, so an island-like existence like it is too easy to find. Oh, I found a little lowly. Os leaned on the edge of the boat with both hands, watching with interest. On the sea, besides the endless waves, there is also a running lizard? Teleportation slaughterhouse? Os stretched out his index finger and gently hooked it upwards, and a lizard and a little girl instantly appeared on the deck. Nice to meet you, Uroga. Advertisement, who are you? The evil-looking little girl. Uroga looked at the three strangers on the boat and immediately took out the dagger from her body. Her eyes moved rapidly, analyzing the situation. A swordsman with a long sword on his back and a frightening look in his eyes, a gangster, with a hook in his hand and a very gloomy aura, and a long-haired young man with a gentle face. So good. She instantly leapt upon Os and pressed the dagger against his neck. Os was still very excited at this time. The lanternfish was completely within the range of his observation haki. Eternal life was right in front of him. So he didn't care about the offense of the blonde girl in front of him. Instead, he ignored her and the dagger in her hand and looked at the lanternfish on the seabed. Is this pure gold? Ace touched his chin and scanned the lanternfish with his observation haki. Hey, what are you doing? I'm holding you hostage now. How about it, can you teleport here? Xiaoxia ignored the aggressive Iroga and took a puff of his cigar and asked. A-hole. Don't ignore me, or maybe you can pull it to the surface of the sea and chop it in two, and the pure gold in your mouth will fall out. Xiaoying is just itching to split the island, hateful. Ace was annoyed by the noise and teleported the Iroga hanging around his neck to his hand, holding it in one hand. Don't make a noise. I won't take the one from you, just relax. With just one sentence, the furious Orogia calmed down, and his expression became terrifying. How could this guy know? Hey, lanternfish, do you want to escape? Perhaps it was the instinct of the creature. When Ace spied on it, the lanternfish instinctively wanted to escape and leave the sea area. That won't do. Click, click, a scarlet light flashed in Ace's eyes, and Conqueror's haki instantly caused a tsunami in dark clouds, with such a powerful momentum that it almost cracked the sky. Oro looked pale as he watched the terrifying, oversized island version of the Sea King's lanternfish rush out of the water with bloodshot eyes, looking both scared and angry. A black and red thunderstorm broke through the sea surface and rushed straight towards the lanternfish's head. Don't move. Chapter 122. Pure gold conquerors cannot be said to be useless for giant sea kings such as lanternfish, but it is certainly not as simple as scaring the king of the sea. The lanternfish carries several islands in its body. Although not as exaggerated as the Lord, it has the ability to be immune to certain conquerors' deterrents. At this moment, it felt more fear and anger, this body type. A few drops of cold sweat appeared on Xiaoxia's face. If it weren't for Osa's ability to stabilize the Oro Jackson, the water pressure generated by opening his mouth alone would be enough to roll the entire ship in. Ace controlled the ship to fly into the sky, his eyes emitting scarlet light, staring at the supergiant sea kings below. He has no interest in shopping in the other person's mouth. Ace's immense observation haki swept across the huge golden lantern on the lanternfish's head and was very disappointed. So huge, but it is not pure gold, come to think of it. It would be strange if pure gold, a magical substance that can only be created by chance, existed in such a large amount as an island. That Benboli-sama, can he actually have such an expression? The little blonde girl lay on the side of the boat, looking at the huge lanternfish swimming underwater with her mouth wide open. Haven't you found it yet? Mihawk drew the black knife from his back, and looked down at the sky with his sharp eagle eyes, just like the expression of a sky overlord staring at his prey. There's no other way. The space inside this guy's body is too big. It's still very troublesome to find it. Oz frowned. At this moment, the 3 islands, internal organs, and blood vessels of the lanternfish were all exposed to his observation haki. In this case, trying to find pure gold is like looking for a needle in a haystack. Please buy some time. I see. Kitty glanced at Oz, then jumped up, stood on the bow of the Oro Jackson, and stared down. You. Could it be that? Oro didn't know what these guys were doing, but she knew their purpose was to get pure gold. She wanted to go forward. But suddenly, a golden hook pierced through the collar on the back. The whole person was hanging in the air, and he tried to struggle with his hands and feet, but to no avail. Hey, be quiet, kid, or I'll throw you down. Advertisement. Looking at Oz, who was frowning, and Mihawk, who was coming with a knife, Crocodile took the cigar from his mouth with his other hand and stopped Iroga from making trouble. Xiaoying ignored the cold wind in the sky, with an open white shirt and short black hair fluttering in the air. Slowly raising the night, a huge emerald green slash carrying black and red lightning flew out, as if it could cut the world apart. As the sound of breaking through the air was heard, the lanternfish, due to its huge body, could not escape even if it sensed danger. Jung, puff. An exaggerated cut appeared on the lantern on the head of the lanternfish, and a large amount of golden color poured out like a waterfall. Lanternfish is angry. It was angry for a while. He opened his mouth wide, swallowed as much gold as possible from the crack above his head, and spun around in place. It also buys time to prevent it from escaping to the bottom of the abyss. Gastric juice, bones, animals. God knows how many years this guy has lived and how many islands he has eaten. Oz scanned the area again and again, and found an unusual figure among the group of dinosaurs. It was a scientist disguised as a dinosaur. Seeing this figure, Oz didn't react much. If he were an ordinary ambitious person, he might have captured this guy to make a steady supply of pure gold. But Oz only felt that it was troublesome. The other party's greatest value was nothing more than the ability to make pure gold. But Oz did not need to make the whole world immortal, just enough was enough. If the world government finds out about this guy, they will cause trouble for us. Even, faced with the ultimate temptation in life, immortality, Oz is not immune to a chance. It was not until he scanned the land with his observation haki that he discovered an unusual relic. Finally found it. Ignoring the numerous traps, he used his observation haki to take in the entire scene. At the very back of the mechanism, there was an object emitting golden light. Found it, super teleportation baton. Soon, a fist-sized object of golden light appeared in Osa's hand. As he got the thing in his hand, a strange feeling instantly swept over Osa's body. Advertisement this. The subtle level of observation haki swept across his body, and he had a strange feeling, as if his body's metabolism had suddenly stopped. Although it can digest and provide energy, there is always a feeling of being frozen and unchanging. This is pure gold. As the pure gold was obtained, it was not only Os who reacted strongly. Oro with glasses stared at it with wide eyes. It's pure gold. Hanging it in the house can be used as an endless energy light bulb. After achieving his goal, Os didn't want to stay here any longer. He sent Oroga to reunite with her father disguised as a dinosaur. He also teleported the heads of all the creatures on the island. Reuniting them and providing them with a safe living environment is also a way of thanking each other for creating pure gold. This is pure gold. Os gave each of them a small piece. Mihawk and Crocodile looked at the sesame-sized gold beans in their hands and looked at Os speechlessly. What kind of look is that? Just a little bit is enough. According to their wishes, Os melted the small golden bean into the ornaments he carried with him. Mihawk chose the knife hanging around his neck, and Crocodile chose the ring. I'm warning you, don't wear it for the time being. This thing will cause your body to stagnate and change. In other words, you can either be immortal or stop developing and growing, as the 200-year-old girl mentioned above as an example. What? When the two heard it, they put it away immediately. Especially Mihawk, he hasn't reached the peak of his swordsmanship yet, how can he not make progress in his whole life? The group quickly returned to Sabody Archipelago. Os distributed some of the treasure to his trusted friends, including Xiao Ming. It is said that when Doflamingo received the gift, he chattered in his room for a long time, and then ordered the expansion of the Devil Fruit acquisition plan. The news inevitably reached the world government, but that was all. After all, there were only a few people in this world who were qualified to receive intelligence. As for pure gold, Yim doesn't need it, 5 elders don't need it, only some celestial dragons may need it. This is also why, in the original book, there was only one CP0 and a few marine warships in the search for pure gold, instead of admirals and the knights of God. The few people who truly hold power are already immortal, so it is useless no matter how much fun the people below make. Chapter 123 Pure Gold Transaction, Os's Conditions. It seems that your operation was quite successful this time, Lord Oz. Sammy happily hung the necklace with pure gold scraps around her neck, and couldn't help but smile. She is already quite old, so there is no need to worry about affecting her physical development and strength like Oz and others. Now she just wants to preserve her youth and delay aging. You have worked diligently under me, and you are qualified to share this wealth with me. Os smiled and put the bracelet inlaid with pure gold into the little maid's hand. Anyway, there is too much to use up. A fist-sized amount of pure gold, if used sparingly, is enough to give hundreds or thousands of people eternal life. Of course, Oz is the person closest to him and the most loyal to him. Of course there is also the old mayor. Os crossed his legs, wondering if he had missed anything, when his observation suddenly caught sight of a few people in strange clothes walking into the hotel. He was wearing a white robe and a strange mask on his face. Interesting. My nose is better than a dog's. With a flick of his finger, several figures appeared in front of Os. Several people were also startled, and then when they saw Os in front of them, they instantly realized what was going on. Who asked you to come? Sitting on the sofa with his legs crossed, Os had 2 little maids hanging on him, a glass of freshly squeezed juice in his hand, and his eyes were full of interest. It's like looking at a dog. Mr. Oz, we are here to trade with you at the request of St. Roland. Etc. Hearing this unfamiliar name, Os interrupted, and the mouths of several CP0s were instantly sealed by an unknown force, and they could no longer make any sound. Roland Saint? I remember there was no one with this name among the 5 elders? Only after Os finished speaking could the others finally open their mouths. Yes, before he could say a few words, his mouth was sealed again. So, from that Knights of God, Roland Saint is not. Really? It's just a normal celestial dragon then? After hearing this, Oz finally lost interest and drank the juice in his hand. Clatter, with a snap of his fingers, the figure in white slowly turned into debris and floated out of the window. People from the world government, Sammy said softly, perhaps a little worried. They have a good relationship with the world government now, and a lot of their income has increased because of them. If this is the case, conflicts will arise. They are nothing but dogs that obey the orders of those pigs. Advertisement. Os didn't know where the celestial dragons, whom he had never met before, got the courage to send CP0 to ask for things. It would be better if 5 elders or Garen came. The idea just fell. Beru Bella, click. Oz. A few guys who call themselves CP0 just came to my house and wanted to discuss business with me. Is that what you meant? Hearing this, the powers that be, several 5 elders looked at each other. Obviously, they also thought that the other old guys had secretly planned to give the pure gold to their younger generations. But when they looked at each other and saw their expressions, it seemed that none of them did. But soon, the faces of several people turned ugly, and they sent their dogs to talk to Os. This behavior, it was like Os called, and when he answered, he heard a few people from the red light district on the other end, who wanted to talk to 5 elders. Not to mention looking down on people, it is indeed an insult. It was probably done by some smart aleck celestial dragons in the Holy Land. Relying on the fact that you are not such a loser and have some power to mobilize CP, you use it like this? Idiot. The 5 elders cursed in their hearts, but still had to appease Oz for the sake of appearance. It was done by our men, they were just a few dogs. Oz, that's not what we meant, those people are at your disposal. Os looked at the empty space in front of him that had turned to ashes and curled his lips. So, You called me, is there something going on? After this little episode, 5 elders felt passive. Ever since learning that Oz was looking for pure gold, the world government's spies in Umid have been keeping an eye on this news. As expected, a sudden huge reward in Oz's disappearance for a few days made them realize that Oz may have gone looking for pure gold and actually found it. The 5 elders, who got the news, came up with an idea. Even though they don't need it, pure gold is still a rare treasure. Even if it is given to their most loyal masters, it will enhance the foundation of the world government. So they were prepared for heavy bleeding, but unexpectedly, the offense from a few of their dogs put them in a passive position in the transaction. Speak frankly, Oz. Advertisement, the pure gold that is said to bring immortality, created by scientists 200 years ago, is now in your hands. Oz did not deny this. After all, he did not intend to hide it like a treasure, he just wanted to use it for himself and his subordinates. You are really well informed, guys. Let me make it short, Oz, we want to trade pure gold from you. Do you who are immortal still need this thing? The 5 elders were shocked when they heard this. How much more did Oz know? We have our own use for this, so put forward the conditions. Humph. But I'm not short of money. Even so, it doesn't mean that Oz is not interested in other things. Everything in the world has a price. It's just a matter of whether it's enough or not. As it happens, the 5 elders know one of the things that Oz is interested in. If you want, we can exchange it with devil fruit. So generous? Oz raised his eyebrows. The world government was indeed a wealthy and powerful company. What followed was a tug of war. After a series of bargaining, both sides finally decided to take a step back. 1 Logia or mythical beast can be exchanged for 1 gram of pure gold. After all, it is pure gold that is said to be able to buy the world, but due to its scarcity, it is destined to never fall into the hands of ordinary people. So even though the description is exaggerated, it's not that exaggerated. If you insist on putting a price on it, there is one. The world government's inventory was obviously not as much as expected, so they took out 100 or 80 Logia and mythical beasts at once. In the end, Oz only got 3 Logia and 2 mythical beasts. Logia Earth Fruit, Logia Air Fruit, Logia Cloudy Fruit. Zone Mythical Beast Swift Bird Form, Zone Mythical Beast Giant Stone Mammoth Form. It's average, barely worth collecting. Just before the call ended, Oz brought up the incident of CP0 coming to his house again. This gave the 5 elders a headache, so they could only agree to an additional condition from Oz that was not too excessive. Next year will be the world government's Allied Nations Conference. First we'll designate marine escort personnel for the escort ship of the Kingdom of Dermos. Besides, New World is so dangerous, it wouldn't be excessive to have a few more of them. Who is it? Marine Vice Admiral Kuzan, Sakazuki, Borsellino. Chapter 124 Xiao Ming joins the gang, the Black Emperor's liquidation. This, in the Room of Power, the 5 most powerful people in the world looked at each other in bewilderment. They thought the government would ask for more devil fruit or famous swords. But the result is this. Should we say that he is worthy of being the one who does everything according to his own preferences? They had certainly heard about the feud between Oz and the 3 new generation marine monsters. What a nasty guy. But this is a painless request that won't cost the world government anything, so of course they're eager to agree to it. Yes, if there is no urgent need at that time, they can accompany the royal family of the Kingdom of Deramos. As for the personal emotions of Kuzan and others, this was not within the scope of the 5 elders' consideration. In their view, it was just a short period of peace with their former rivals. Just like between Garp and Roger, there must be a mutual respect between strong people. They are all mature Marines, it is impossible for them to be so petty and ignore the overall situation. What did you bring me again, little brat? Opposite the Den Mushi, an old man wearing glasses was looking curiously at a letter and a gold bean in front of him. One of them is a letter for attending the World Government Member States Conference next year, and the other one is pure gold. Pure gold? I'm not short of money right now, and you'll definitely need it on the sea. Oz had no choice but to explain to him the meaning of pure gold. Oh, ha 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 ha. Oz scratched his ears and looked at the old man opposite him, who was laughing happily with his back straightened. He also smiled. I said I would take you away, so I will take you away. In the long life ahead, find some fun for yourself. Ha 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 ha. You little b asterisk 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 d. After a brief chat, Oz put the Den Mushi on. Yes, a long life, if it is not fun, becomes a torture. Oz slumped on the sofa, tilted his head back, and looked at the ceiling. Advertisement, then. Continue traveling around the world. Lord Oz, are you going to set off again? Feeling a little bored, Oz told Sammy the news that he was leaving, and the other party looked like it was a coincidence. That's right, there are some things here that may require your presence. At this time, the Sabody Archipelago is a no-man's land. Compared with the previous chaos, the business here has gradually been on the right track. All the black and profiteering industries are based here, pushing the GDP of Sabody Archipelago to a height that does not belong to it. In principle, these industries are owned by many underground forces, and the share structure is very complicated. They are not the private property of a certain person. But Oz, that's exactly the principle. Interesting. After all, he runs a casino, and with his naturally slick back hair, Xiaoxia seems to have taken gambling as a hobby. In front of the gambling table, she crossed her legs, holding the world's most expensive cigar in her mouth, lying comfortably on the chair, and threw all the chips in her hand. Ignoring the group of gamblers who were watching the fun and were already addicted even though it was not their bet, she slowly took out the cigar from her mouth and casually threw it away. He then took out a new cigarette, lit it, and slowly exhaled a puff of smoke. Anyway, it's not her money, so she doesn't feel bad about it. No matter how much is output or wasted, can it be more than the hundreds of billions she is carrying? Oz has plenty of money, so, even though she had just lost several billion Baileys, she didn't care and asked the waiter to bring tens of billions of Baileys in chips. Hey, Doflamingo, why are you here? Seeing that the person in front of him had changed, Xiaoxia slowly raised his gloomy eyes and asked expressionlessly. The wealthy businessman who was playing chess with her stood up strangely on the chair opposite her table, and with a look of horror on his face, he gave his seat to a blonde young man in a cloak. She wore gold earrings and instead of the suit she wore before, she wore a cardigan, tights and loafers. Foo. I just came to thank Lord Oz in person. After all, it is such a great gift. Really? You are really a good dog of Oz. I don't know why, but when Xiaoxia saw Doflamingo like this, he felt angry. He felt like they were at odds with each other in every way and he always wanted to bite him. Facing Xiaoxia's cold face and bad words, Doflamingo was not angry. He just moved his finger slightly, and the dealer next to him began to deal cards uncontrollably. Advertisement at the same time, he was not merciful with his words, and said with a wicked smile. After all, it's a being that can easily kill me, so it's not unacceptable to bow down. If it were you, how many moves could you have taken from the Black Emperor, crocodile? Whispering sound, Xiaoxia curled her lips. These words reminded her of the scene when AOC took her down without any injury. She still remembered it vividly. But she thought that she was relatively strong-willed compared to sea scoundrels like Doflamingo. If Oz hadn't sincerely recruited her, she would probably not give in even if she was beaten to death. Just this point, she can feel that she is superior to Doflamingo in terms of momentum. Then the two started gambling. A person who has a financial backer behind him and spends money without feeling bad, his wealth is about the same as that of Oz. A business is booming, and he even owns part of the casino. None of them were short of money, so they carried on the gambling game against their mortal enemies without any regret. Doflamingo used a thin line, Crocodile used dust, and the two of them used their own skills, and the fight was quite even. While playing chess, Doflamingo also revealed the real purpose of his visit to Sabody Archipelago. I heard that some underground forces are doing tricks to secretly pay less money. So Mrs. Sammy contacted me. After all, as the biggest intermediary, every move has to go through me. Yes, I heard that. When Xiaoxia heard this, his face turned dark. Even though we've repeatedly stressed that anyone who dares to provoke us will die, there are still people who dare to do something petty. Do they love money so much? During the time that Oz stayed in Sabody Archipelago, Sammy and Xiaoxia handled a lot of things. Although she didn't know the Grandmaster's account, she also heard some information from Sammy. She originally thought that Oz would take action directly. Unexpectedly, I attracted this energetic young man in front of me first. Hey. After all, this is for the benefit. What if I risk the guillotine? Doflamingo crossed his legs, opened his hands and smiled, then leaned forward, his glasses reflecting a red glow. We may be on the same ship for a while. Have fun together, alligator. Chapter 125, Stubborn Judge, North Blue, I'm the biggest. You can create losses yourself and then make false reports to pay less money. Do you think Oz doesn't like to be in charge, so you want to take a risk and take advantage of the loophole? Hey. After all, he is the richest man in the world. Maybe they think that this little thing won't be noticed? This situation is not even an isolated case, many places are doing this. For example, you can direct and act yourself, send a group of robbers to rob the goods and financial reports, and then the profit for the whole year will decrease, and the amount of money paid can also be reduced. I have to say, if it is really Oz, the lazy guy in charge, or if his subordinates are not serious about it, they may not investigate it in detail after the big payouts have been paid. But unfortunately, in this game between profits and brains, these guys still lost the latter. Whether it was Doflamingo, who controlled the movement of resources and acted as an intermediary, or the newspaper delivery Seagull, which had spies all over the world, they eventually discovered this trick of deceiving the public. North Blue, on the back of a giant snail, countless identical soldiers were standing guard solemnly at the castle in the center. In the room on the top floor, a tall man wearing a helmet and with loose golden hair was sitting on the throne with a serious expression, looking at the Den Mushi in front of him. You left no one alive. He frowned tightly, as if he was worried about something, and stared at the face on the other side of the Den Mushi. In fact, he already regretted that he had secretly sent troops to cooperate with those underground businessmen to rob merchant ships just for a sum of money. Although plundering is the way of survival for Germa 66, and the famous man on the sea roams the Grand Line all year round, it is almost impossible for him to notice the damage here. But when he thought about it later, he felt that it was still a little unsafe. Don't worry, His Majesty the Judge of Germa, except for his trusted subordinates, all the relevant personnel have been dealt with. No one will know about it, so you can take the money without any worries. Hearing this, Judge nodded and then hung up the phone. Germa is short of funds due to the huge need for scientific research and war, so this extra income is quite a lot. Besides, he stood up and slowly walked to the windowsill, looking at the neatly formed, fearless artificial soldiers, the technology that Germa was so proud of, and the monster children who had just been born and already had bodies of steel. Even a figure like the Emperor of the Sea, with weapons and lives piled up, will eventually kill the enemy and exhaust their strength. The young judge had never seen such a big scene before and thought so. Advertisement, of course. There are those who are brave, and there are also those who sit on the fence. Beru beru beru. Seeing the den den mushi on the table in front of him ringing again, Judge picked it up. Click. Seeing the other person's appearance, he frowned slightly. The man in front of him was a businessman he had known for a long time, so he was an old acquaintance. He helped Germa sell arms to various countries and provoke wars. He is a typical bad businessman in the dark world. What's the matter, Nicholas? Judge, I have a bad feeling. Nicholas frowned. He had participated in the Underground World Summit and knew the value of the 3 words, Black Emperor. So he was blinded by the interests for a while, and he thought about this matter every day after that. If I were discovered, such a scary person would definitely kill me. That's not like you, you always think before you act. Since you have chosen to do it, then try to handle everything as well as possible. What's the point of regretting it now? Besides, this is North Blue, Germa is the strongest force here. The judge was quite courageous and was obviously ready for a fight. The power of technology is not necessarily weaker than what the New World strongmen call Haki. If you have never been to a meeting, you can't imagine how terrifying the king of the underworld is. Thinking back to the bodyguard with a bounty of 500 million, he couldn't even stand up to the other party, and he felt weak in his heart. Let's just forget about it this time. I'll pay the money I need to pay out of my own pocket and wait and see. If Oz ignores these little tricks, he will follow suit. Now let others take the lead. After all, as long as you are alive, you can spend money. He has been wandering on the battlefield for many years, and the only way he can live a stable life is by just trying to survive. You're making more money, but you're getting less courageous, Nicholas. Just pirates. The judge looked down upon this kind of behavior, thinking that the other party did not have the same ambition and courage as him, and that interests were fought for. Hey, 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 hey. What a bold statement, King Judge. Advertisement with a strange laugh and teasing, Judge's face suddenly changed. In an instant, he waved his hand and an electric spear flew from his side. His eyes were fixed on the window. A very familiar figure. Short blonde hair, pink cloak, and a cynical and evil smile. It is North Blue's recently famous pirates, Heavenly Yaksha Doflamingo. Hey, pirates. He didn't understand how the other party broke through the heavy guards and came directly to the top of the palace. Who is it? Judge. Nicholas was now a little frightened, and immediately asked with a horrified look on his face. It seems like you came at the right time. Isn't this Mr. Nicholas who was attacked not long ago? Doflamingo smiled evilly. Of course, he knew this man's facial features in the territory of North Blue. Don't be nervous. I'm just here to lead the charge. Lord Oz will be here soon. Doflamingo squatted by the window, hooking the thin wire with his fingers, controlling the guards at the door who heard the noise and wanted to break in. Nani. When it heard the name it least wanted to hear, Den Den Mushi's eyeballs almost fell out of their sockets. Snot and tears rolled down its nose instantly, and the light in its eyes lost its luster. It's over. It's all over. How dare you, mere pirates, enter the territory of the Germa kingdom. Judge's eyes were blazing with fire, and there was a burst of popping sounds under his feet. The spear in his hand instantly burst out with a strong electric current. Using the huge impact force, he rushed towards Doflamingo in front of him. Are you still planning to use force? Doflamingo laughed even harder, dodged the fierce attack with a casual jump, stepped on the thin line tied by the clouds, and stood above the sky. I admire your courage, King Judge. If you can survive this time, just based on your courage and bravery, I will definitely cooperate with you more in the future. Of course. That is if you survive. Chapter 126 Young Sanji, the conditions for letting Germa go. The judge's face was gloomy. What did the other party think of Germa? A small force that could be easily crushed. He has countless armies under his command, coupled with technological weapons like war fortresses and sea snail fleets. No matter how arrogant a guy is, he will be drowned in the black tide of the Germa army. Foo 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 foo. Doflamingo did not refute anything, but just licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, and moved his fingers randomly, as if he was controlling an invisible puppet. You won't be the first, nor the last, Judge. Oh, and you, Mr. Nicholas. We have cooperated with each other a lot in the past. Dover. Nicholas looked at the Den Den Mushi in front of him, the iconic evil red sunglasses in the curved corners of his mouth, and of course he knew who it was. We are all in the same area of North Blue and are old acquaintances of each other. To be honest, Doflamingo was tempted to save a lot of money as long as he put some thought into it, but in the end, reason prevailed over impulse. The shadow left by Oz on him was quite deep, but after he was given pure gold, this little thought disappeared without a trace. One shot smashed the scheming soul. Your Majesty, I am the Emperor's subject. So arrogant. Judge was about to use his combat suit to fly again, but he didn't expect that several android soldiers suddenly attacked him. Stop it. Bite. There was a loud clanging sound. Even though the robot soldier's face turned red, the weapon in his hand still collided with the judge's spear. It was not until the judge ordered them to bite their tongues to commit suicide that they slowly lost their strength and fell to the ground, lifeless. Although he could control his body but could not perfectly control every muscle, the loyal soldier chose to commit suicide without hesitation. What a terrifying obedience. No wonder Germa 66 was able to conquer North Blue without any setbacks. The name of the country of war is well deserved. Doflamingo crossed his legs and sat on the sofa in the luxurious room while Judge was entangled. He held the Den Den Mushi in his hand and smiled evilly. Friendly reminder, If you pay the money before Lord O's comes knocking on your door, you might be able to survive. Really? Den Mushi showed a very surprised expression and didn't even have time to wipe away tears and snot. Advertisement. If that's the case, there's still hope. Please tell Lord Os for me that I was blinded by greed and will definitely pay double next time. Foo. I'll try my best. In the rest of North Blue. The killing has begun. Please spare us, we know we were wrong and are willing to pay for the remaining Baileys. I don't want to die, assholes. You guys killed me, who told you to pay less money secretly, After hearing the news, many people immediately called Sabody Archipelago to say that they had missed the payment and were willing to make up for it. Anyone who handed it in before Os came to them was spared. But there are also some that we didn't make it in time. The quick hand gets the reward, the slow hand gets the reward. Life is like discounted eggs in the supermarket in the early morning. Crocodile looked at the guy who still wanted to resist, just sneered twice, raised his hand and launched a super large sandstorm. For the first time, the country bumpkins from North Blue witnessed what a dimensionality reduction attack meant. When have they ever seen a sword cut an entire mountain in half with one blow? Watching from afar, the marine warship that heard the news stopped outside the island, and the officers on board watched with binoculars. The soldier next to him came forward, saluted and said, "Sir, shall we land and intervene?" Hearing this, the officer in the marine cloak looked at the marine in the marine vest with disbelief. "Okay, I'll send you. Go ahead and capture the two fighting parties inside." As Flamingo and the Germa Kingdom army confronted each other, Sandy and Eagle were heading to the target location to impose sanctions on North Blue. Oz followed a little blonde kid quietly to a place that looked like a ward. He came to see some famous scenes that were in his memory. Advertisement, please bring out the lunchboxes that Sanji made. The blonde woman looked at the beautiful bento in front of her and Sanji's wounded hands, and said directly. The maid had no choice but to bring a black lunchbox to the bedside. The little boy's face was not very happy, he obviously knew that the meal he cooked would not taste good. But the pale-faced blonde young woman smiled gently, then took a bite. "It's delicious." The blonde young woman gently touched her face, then hugged the very happy little Sanji, and looked behind the maid and the little bean. "So, who are you? What a gentle tone you have, Mrs. Sora, even for a stranger who suddenly barged in." A man wearing a dark red suit and a black windbreaker was sitting on a chair in the room, pointing a camera at the mother and son. When did they break in? Guards. When she turned around and suddenly saw the strange man, the maid immediately shouted for help outside the door and window. "Stop shouting. The soldiers on this sea snail have already fallen asleep." "Am I that scary?" Oz put away the Den Mushi camera, smiled helplessly, and with just a look, the strange-looking maid fell asleep. "Hey, don't come near Mom." Sanji was the first to rush forward to protect his mother. "Please don't hurt Sanji." The first words they spoke were spoken for each other, which made Oz smile knowingly. He directly grabbed the little chef by the collar and held him in his hand. "Don't worry, I'm here to cause trouble, but I have no ill intentions towards you." After putting Sanji back into Sora's arms, Oz stood by the window, looking at the snail's flagship in the distance. "My name is Dr. Oz. Judge stole some money from me, so I'm here to collect the debt." Sora felt very insecure and hugged Sanji tightly in his arms, looking at the tall Oz in front of him with gentle eyes. "Excuse me, how much is it? Please forgive me." No, it's not about the money, it's about attitude." Oz turned around and looked directly at the weak and beautiful lady Sora in front of him. "In theory, anyone who dares to steal my money will be wiped off the map, but the right to interpret the theory is mine after all. So, I just came up with a good idea to save Germa, Mrs. Sora. Let's make a deal, if you want. How about handing Sanji over to me and I'll let Germa go?" Chapter 127 Sanji, you don't even want to call me godfather. Oz's tone was very calm. After all, he was facing a great and gentle mother. Although the judge offended him, Oz was still willing to give Sora some patience. For many characters, Oz actually brought in the feelings he had when he read the original novels in his previous life. After his rebirth, he was born with a certain degree of favorability. Even Sanji is included. After all, he was my favorite character in my previous life. So Oz didn't kill them all. After all, a Germa was nothing to him. If Sanji hadn't been born here, he would have had some memories and feelings for them. Oz didn't even bother to come in person. Well, think about it. Oz's question was very tricky. If the judge was there, he would have been taught a lesson and would have chosen to throw Sanji out without hesitation, so that Germa could survive this crisis. But Sora is different. No matter which child it was, she couldn't bear to see anything happen to them. Facing the tall man in front of her, Sora touched Sanji's head in her arms, and the other party also looked at her with his mouth open. Mother, the corners of her mouth slightly raised, and then she looked fearlessly into Oz's superior eyes and smiled gently. "If you need someone from the Germa family to vent your anger, then please take my life. Please. Don't hurt Sanji." Mother, little Sanji was crying with tears streaming down his face, his pupils trembling constantly, and he opened his mouth wide and started shouting. "Someone please save us, father, soldier, ah." This scene made Oz, who wanted to say something, twitch his lips. Especially Sanji, who kept howling, "Be quiet." As soon as he finished speaking, Sanji's mouth immediately closed tightly. He could not make any sound and could only cry silently, using his body to shield his weak mother. "If I wanted to kill someone, I wouldn't have wasted so much time talking to you." Oz shook his head and took out a yellowed old paper from his pocket. Next, I have something to say to Sanji alone, is that okay, Lady Sora? Sora was a little worried, but Sanji stood in front of her mother bravely. Although she couldn't speak, her eyes were very firm. Protecting mothers is much more important than protecting ladies. Advertisement, don't worry, it will only take a few minutes. Oz walked in front, followed closely by Sanji, who sent a reassuring thought to his mother. As Oz walked forward, Sanji behind him had a sneak attack. He wanted to attack from behind, but Oz suddenly turned around and stumbled. Let's go. I'll show you what Germa looks like today. Lifting Sanji's collar, Oz and the other man disappeared instantly and appeared again in the sky. Why? The sudden rapid zooming of the view caused little Sanji to flutter nervously. Oz sensed his struggle and simply let go of his hand. Under Sanji's horrified gaze, he not only did not fall, but it seemed as if he was stepping on something without any sense of weightlessness. Then, he quickly noticed the scene under his feet. It was a battle between Doflamingo and Germa. The soldiers were divided into two groups, fighting each other with weapons, while the judge was fighting against a pink figure. There was another identical pink figure squatting on the windowsill. Watching everything with an evil smile, it's Germa. Those colorful little ghosts lying on the ground next to you should be your brothers. The red, blue and green little devil was lying on the ground at this time, although he was born with a body of steel and a monster-like bloodline. But facing a good player like Doflamingo, they were still defeated in one move. Perhaps to ordinary people, they are monsters, but in front of real monsters, steel is nothing more than something that can be torn apart at will. For Sanji, the scene before him was truly a refreshing experience. That extremely majestic father, and his brothers who had made him unable to fight back, were now in such a state of disgrace. Now the lives of everyone in Germa are in my hands, including your mother. How about saving them? Hearing this, little Sanji no longer cared about his fear of heights, and clenched his fists and looked at Oz. Your condition is me, no problem, as long as you let them go. Oz's mouth corners slightly raised, then, sign it. Oz handed over the yellowed paper and a pen. Little Sanji took the paper and saw the indentures on it. Next to the signature, there was a name he had never seen before. Advertisement Nico Robin. Despite his doubts, Sanji was forced to sign. This is not forced. Germa has done something wrong himself, and you are the one who has to pay for it. Very good, one more thing. Oz put the note away with satisfaction, then snapped his fingers and typed it out. The next second, Sanji and Oz appeared in Sora's ward. Sora was startled and hugged Sanji. Sanji, what happened? But in response to Sora's question, little Sanji just looked away and refused to speak. He sold himself. Oz just smiled and shrugged at Sora's worried expression. Then he changed the subject and looked at her carefully. By the way, Madam Sora, I'm afraid your body won't be able to hold up. Mr. Oz. Before Oz could finish, Sora suddenly interrupted him loudly, his eyes full of nervousness and even a little begging. It seemed that he didn't want Oz to say this in front of Sanji. Although Sanji was a child, he already understood a lot. When he heard what Oz said, he quickly understood. It reminds me of my mother who has been sick in bed. What's wrong, Mr. Oz? My mother's body. Perhaps it was because he had promised his life to Oz, or perhaps it was because the scene in the sky before had established an image of Oz in Sanji's mind. Sanji was no longer restrained at this time. He stood in front of Oz boldly and asked him. Sanji, yes, your mother is dying, but I have a way to cure her. Really? Mr. Oz, please, you must save mommy? Oz looked at the little guy lying beside his legs with tears and snot running down his face. He rubbed his yellow hair and smiled. This is a medicine that can prolong life. Just wear it on your body and it will extend your life. I can give your mother the right to use it for decades. I am very optimistic about you and am willing to treat you as my child, but Sanji. You don't even want to call me Godfather. Chapter 128 World Summit, Marine Meeting. Father, hey, good boy. Oz's collecting habit was satisfied, and a smile appeared on his face. The little kid in front of me was holding a small, gold necklace. In his hand, his eyes were sparkling, and he looked very happy. This item can make the person you want to keep stay by your side forever. Just consider it as a return gift for your greeting. At this moment, Oz's image became even more majestic in Sanji's eyes, just like an omnipotent god. After instructing the two not to tell anyone about the pure gold, Oz left with the indenture. From then on, he gained a little fan, and the World Economic News gained another loyal customer. It turns out that the water in the Four Seas is still too shallow, so shallow that Doflamingo, who has mastered emission, is enough to deal with the most powerful country in the entire North Blue, Germa 66. So when Oz appeared, Germa had no extra fighting power left, and even the judge knelt on one knee in embarrassment with blood spitting out of his mouth. His face was grim, and he raised his eyes with difficulty. Only then did he realize what a terrible guy he had provoked. The overlords of the New World are all such terrifying people. He coveted this power from the bottom of his heart. It was from this moment that Judge truly realized that personal power was the only iron rule in this ocean. He gave in. Oz didn't kill Germa, but he left a message. He sat on the throne of the Germa kingdom with his legs crossed, looking at the judge who was kneeling on the ground. Thank you for having a good son. He will definitely be successful in the future. For this reason, I will spare your life. But the price is not free. From now on, the Germa kingdom will have to pay the same as the giants of the underworld. Still the kind that you have to pay. Afterwards, the judge was still thinking about what Oz said. Good son. Will it be IG, Niji, or Yuji, or all of them? Advertisement in his opinion, perhaps it was the talents of his 3 monster sons that made Oz change his mind. As for Sanji, it was not within his consideration. Just like a trip, Oz and his companions traveled on the sea. In fact, after the initial purge, follow-up operations were much simpler. Because almost all the people who committed crimes, after learning that Oz had started to settle accounts, doubled or even tripled the difference. There are fewer and fewer forces to be eliminated. So much so that I completely lost my goal. Just like that, time passed slowly and it came to the year 1502 of Sea Circle calendar. Recently, a big news appeared in the newspaper. The Quadrennial World Government Member States Conference was officially held 1 month later. Marine has been busy lately. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. Countless warships have set sail since then, and many low-ranking officers have been sent to various parts of the world to serve as guards for the member states of the world government. It's just like the Deserter King in the original novel, escorting the Dressrosa royal family there. Today, the naval headquarters must come up with a charter to assign the next tasks. Many marine generals came to the conference room together, not only for the convening of the World Summit, but also to discuss and arrange many daily maritime events. Before the main figures arrived, many familiar generals had already started discussing. After all, there are only so many things going on at sea, and they could probably guess what the meeting was about. I'm going to be busy again, even though I just took a short vacation. There's nothing I can do. I hope I'll be assigned a kingdom that's close by. Those nobles look at me with their noses raised to the sky. It's really annoying. Stop talking, the officers are here. With the entrance of Sora, Sengoku, Crane, Garp, and Marine, the venue gradually became quiet. Everyone looked at Branu, who appeared right after them. Advertisement: the meeting begins. First of all, I want to talk about the Black Gun Gang that has been active around the world recently. All forces that did not hand over enough wealth were destroyed by them. Although the Marine will not take measures against their forces due to special reasons, we are still under great pressure to deal with the aftermath and maintain stability. Branu took out some of the bounty and posted one of the pictures on the wall. It showed a charming and arrogant blonde guy with his tongue sticking out. This is Don Quixote Doflamingo, the new member who recently joined the Black Gunship. Develop the excellent Paramecia string fruit ability, conquers Haki, and influence the underground world. Effective immediately, the bounty has been updated to 1.534 billion Baileys. Looking at the bounty notice, the blonde-spirited young man's unbridled smile. He, who was sitting in the front row of the generals, had a gloomy look in his eyes, then he closed his eyes and sighed softly and imperceptibly. Repeated arrests have failed, and until now no action has been taken, despite the influence of the world government and OS. But Doflamingo's activeness is still a stain on our marine resume. Moreover, now, the world government does not allow his arrest, which is really sad. Branny introduced several typical wars that had occurred recently on the sea. The names of Hawkeye and Crocodile also appeared on the blackboard. Speaking of this, we have to mention the most critical person. One of the overlords of the New World, the King of the Dark World, Black Gun, Oz. Possessing one of the strongest abilities of Paramecia that cannot be captured or defined, the teleportation power of the teleportation fruit, the world's top conquerors Haki, once severely injured 2 sea emperors alone. In addition, the underground world under his command has the power to overturn the entire ocean. Suspected to be the world's greatest swordsman, the world's best sniper, the world's richest man, the threat is enough to shake the world, and the bounty should have been far more than 5 billion, but due to special reasons, the bounty is still set at 4.049 billion belly. Although it is impossible to take action against it, Marine should still pay long-term attention to it in order to prevent excessive impact after its actions. Looking at the bounty order, the handsome young man with long hair and a thunderstorm wrapped around his body, almost all the Marines showed hostility. Among them, 2 people are the most. If they had not been provoked so many times and had already developed good self-control, the 2 might have directly responded to the bounty order in front of them with a great eruption or a violent pheasant mouth. The terrifying expressions of the 2 naturally caught Kong's attention. He sighed secretly. He also knew that these 2 talented students hated Os, but he had no choice. I hope that when I assign them tasks later, the 2 of them won't get too excited. Advertisement Chapter 129, the title of the world's greatest swordsman? I don't know why the Holy Land would issue such an order. The Marines, who were completely unaware that Os had become one with the 5 elders, still considered Os and his group their biggest imaginary enemy. The meeting discussed how Marine would deal with the threat to the ocean from Oz and others if the world government relaxed restrictions one day. But Kong knew a thing or two. After all, he was the one who immediately put down his burden and entered the Holy Land to take up his post. He was still clear about some of the trends. After all, he was the one who had the world government give him face time and time again. As the Marine who had direct conversations with the 5 elders, Kong had already smelled something different. So, he stopped Branny from analyzing the agenda of Os and others, and asked him to proceed to the next item. When Branu heard this, he didn't dare to refute. He just nodded and then talked about the next thing. As everyone knows, the world government's new World Member States Conference is coming up soon, and our Marines still have a heavy burden to protect them. Captain Umekawa Niku, in charge of North Blue. Commodore Hikawa Okazaka, in charge of South Blue. Next are Vice Admiral Sakazuki, Vice Admiral Kuzan, Vice Admiral Borsellino. When the last item was read, as soon as Branny started talking, the marine generals below started to get excited and couldn't help but talk about it. What? 3 admiral seeds guarding a country? Even the great country of Alabasta doesn't have this kind of treatment. Yeah, that's so abnormal. The 3 people involved sat there quietly, without much reaction. Borsalino was drinking tea with his mouth tilted up, Sakazuki was folding his hands, his face was blocked by his hat and his expression could not be seen, Kuzan was listless and expressionless. As for the matter of protection, it doesn't matter which country it is from. It was only when I heard the destination that my eyes widened instantly. The 3 of them are in charge of the Dodo royal family of the Kingdom of Dormoz. Boom. Looking at the large conference table that was instantly destroyed by the elements. Marshal, this arrangement is too ridiculous, and I'm worried. Sengoku covered his forehead with a headache, looking at Borsalino who was stunned and Kuzan and Sakazuki who couldn't control their emotions. Advertisement. Those who are well informed know that although the nominal king of the Kingdom of Dormoz is old K******, the real master and heir to the throne is still Oz. Knowing that they were mortal enemies, they still arranged for several people to go to the allied countries led by the Oz guards. Isn't this forcing them to make mistakes? Of course he understood that this was definitely not what Marshal Kong meant. 100%, it still comes from the direct orders of the world government. Only they have the right to manipulate this list and arrangement. Looking at Sengoku who looked worried, Marshal Kong just shook his head. There's nothing we can do about it, but with the world government's guarantee, Oz won't mess around at this world summit. Now we have to make sure that Kuzan and Sakazuki remain sane. I am not too worried about Borsalino. That being said, but whether it can be done is still an unknown. After all, they have been grudges for a long time, especially Kuzan, who seems to have had a grudge with Oz, who was still a trainee, since he just joined the Marine. It seems unrealistic that one sentence can resolve the grudge. There's nothing I can do. As their superior, I can only give them death orders. Sengoku was somewhat helpless and rubbed his brows. Seeing this, Sora next to him couldn't help but smile. Yeah, Marine's little thing is still a headache, otherwise I wouldn't have so many gray hairs. Fortunately, I'm going to retire soon, then I'll leave Marine to you, Sengoku. Sengoku didn't look happy when he heard this. You retreated easily, but the sea in the future will not be calm. Perhaps thinking of the coming of the Great Pirates era, or some strange operations of the world government, Sengoku did not have the joy of being promoted to power, but only pressure in his eyes. There is also Oz. Although he did not stir up chaos in the sea, he is also a troublesome guy. Sora also agreed with this point. He's obviously a guy like rocks, but he doesn't have much ambition. This is the best news among the bad news. Sengoku looked at Garp, who was sleeping with Snob Bubbles, the calm Crane, the frustrated Zephyr, and the 3 future admirals with different expressions. He was briefly confused. What will the future of Marine be like? Advertisement 10 days later, as one of the member states in the New World, the Kingdom of Dormoz is not big, but it is very prosperous because of Oz. There's still some time until the World Summit. Want to spar with me, kitty? Certainly. Wearing a gorgeous gown with gold edges, the proud Mihawk is never afraid of challenges, or maybe it's been a long time since he fought with Oz, and he also wanted to test his own strength. What a terrifying great swordsman. His presence alone can make me feel bone-chillingly cold. Sitting cross-legged on the edge of the boat, Doflamingo, who had been on the boat for a few months, gradually became familiar with everyone's temperament. But he still likes to play with crocodiles the most, probably because they're born with the same temperament. Hey, don't confuse me with you. B********************* D, I'll kill you. Xiaosha obviously didn't have a good face for Doflamingo's big talk. He just glanced at him sideways, with a cold light reflected on the golden hook. What a bad temper. We're the only 2 people on the ship with similar bounties. Shut up. On the deserted island in the sea around Dormoz, 2 fierce battles broke out. The black and green sword energy collided with each other. This was the result of Oz and Mihawk restraining their strength. Otherwise, it would not be difficult to change the terrain of the entire island after a battle. Such an exaggerated conquerors. Mihawk, who originally thought that he would be able to fight Oz on equal terms after mastering Conqueror's entanglement, now had a serious expression. He quickly kicked the ground with his feet, and the figure holding the knight quickly approached Oz. At the same time, a pair of cold eyes with solemnity appeared on the blade of the knight. Yi actively guided Conqueror's attachment, with strands of black and red lightning wrapped around it, making his originally fierce figure even more haughty. But compared to the figure opposite him, this is much inferior. If Mihawk's Conqueror's entanglement is lightning, then Oz's is a thunderstorm. Oz. Everyone says that you are the world's greatest swordsman. Let me test your swordsmanship again. The next second, the Conqueror's knight and Ace were entangled, and the 2 black swords slashed at each other, but they couldn't touch each other's blades at all. The scene is the same as before, the collision between Roger and Whitebeard. Chapter 130. The reactions of the 3 monsters on board the warship. The seas surrounding the Kingdom of Dormoz, after repeated persuasion from Sora, Sengoku and others, Kuzan and others finally agreed with a feeling of frustration. It is a soldier's duty to obey orders. After sailing for several days and nights, a warship successfully arrived at the Kingdom of Dormoz. On the deck, 3 vice-admirals wearing marine cloaks and with different expressions were standing there. Borsalino didn't care. After all, the only grudge between him and Oz was a fight. He is still thinking that with Kuzan and Sakazuki in charge, he should be able to take some time off. Sakazuki's face was cold. He disliked O's simply because he was a pirate and had repeatedly provoked the Marines and disrupted the order of the sea. Under the suppression of military orders, he was still able to do it with difficulty, turning a blind eye to O's just as he would to Shichibukai in the future. As for Kuzan, it was pure hatred, mixed with a stubbornness that refused to admit defeat, which made him feel nothing but hostility towards Os. Reporting to the three commanders, the kingdom of Duramos will arrive soon. Just when the black spot on the coastline was visible, the messenger with a gun on his back was nervously pushed over to report. Faced with the cold and frosty commander, the soldiers were also trembling with fear. Okay. We got it. Kuzan and Sakazuki didn't say anything, but Borsalino answered with a pouty mouth, letting the soldier go, and he headed to the right side of the warship. From a distance, with his hands covering his brows, he looked into the distance. In that direction, it seems that some scary guys are fighting. Obviously, with the sword energy that was exaggerated to the level of 1,000 meters and the sandstorm all over the sky, even a fool could recognize who it was. Open black lens bracket black gun close black lens bracket Doder Os. Ka. A trace of frost appeared on Kuzan's body, spreading and freezing towards the deck. In the fluttering frost, there was an even colder look in his eyes. If there was no military order, he would have used a larger range of tricks. No matter whether he can take down Os or not, at least he wants to make his attitude clear. Whoosh! Before he could make any move, he saw a black and red sword energy suddenly fly towards the warship from above the island full of special effects. There were many sword energies flying towards the sea from the island, and some were heading in other directions. This one happened to be aimed at the warship. This blow split the sea in two, and it took a long time to heal. Advertisement. Countless Marines noticed the huge sword energy in the distance that seemed to be reaching into the sky, wrapped in black and red lightning, and moving forward. Hey, what is that? What, does this kind of slash really exist in the world? Am I dreaming? Flying here from dozens of kilometers away? 1,000-meter level, it may not seem like a big deal, but if I describe it in person, it's probably. It was so huge that it almost reached the sky. The sword energy was 300 stories high and could withstand the weight of 20 Ultramen. In the face of this level, even giants are no different from ants. The Marines at the bottom were panicking, some even dropped their weapons, but they didn't notice anything. I'm going to die. Beat the pheasant, great eruption. Two tall figures stepped forward, and the hot lava fist and the freezing cold iceberg blasted forward. They stalemated with the huge black and red sword energy for a moment, and then disappeared into thin air. Sakazuki and Kuzan looked grim as they stared at the deserted island in the distance. That black and red slash was definitely not wrong. Behind the two of them, footsteps were heard at this moment, and the Marines on the ship suddenly exclaimed and retreated in a hurry. It was a long-haired man, holding a black knife in his hand, which he slowly sheathed. The tall, well-proportioned but not slender figure stretched out his hand and slowly placed it on the shoulder of Borsalino next to him. Sassy ignores Dana, Marines. Oh, you actually boarded the ship like this, what a great deal, Dotal O's. Borsalino looked at Os, who was half a head taller than him, and put his hand on his shoulder. He didn't react much, but beads of sweat flowed down his face. It was such a terrifying speed that I had no time to react. Many Marines surrounded Oz and Borsalino in a circle, their legs shaking as they raised their weapons. I'm not mentally prepared yet, how come we have to face each other so soon? Don't give me the chance, or I'll kill you anyway. Although Sakazuki was angry, he still had some rationality. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but speak. This should finally vent my anger. I didn't come here to fight. This is also why Os doesn't want to play with Sakazuki, because the other party is really angry with you. Turning back, Kuzan was almost completely covered in frost, and even his expression could not be seen. He clenched his fists and tried hard not to blow on Os's face. Sakazuki was even more straightforward. He didn't even bother to pay attention to Os and went straight to the ship's cockpit. Advertisement. But yes, they're here to escort each other. When was the bullet unloaded? The legendary pirates. The moment the fingers snapped, bullets appeared under the feet of all the Marines, rolling on the ground with a clanging sound. Whispering sound, not taking action is already the limit. Click, click, click. Nini Os seemed not to notice, but walked forward, ignoring the severe cold, and put his arm around Kuzan's shoulders in a familiar manner. Okay, huh? What do you mean? Just coming over to say hello, are you going to start a war? In other words, there is no need to fight against such monsters, so what are they afraid of? Aren't you here to pick up the Dothor royal family to attend the World Summit? Kuzan didn't say anything. He knew that a man like him couldn't be frozen by a single blow. He just walked silently to another part of the deck. Doder Os. This guy had better not provoke him. This reaction made Kuzan snort in annoyance. He was afraid that he would not be able to resist Os's provocation and would take the initiative to launch a dark hound. The kind who hates pirates to the core and doesn't even bother to talk to them. At some point, Os's figure disappeared from the ice sculpture and came to the other side of Kuzan, with his hands in his pockets and a smile on his face. Kuzan kept his head down and remained silent. The coldness on his body spread rapidly along with Os's hand around his shoulders, and quickly spread to his body. You don't think that this will eliminate my hatred for you, Os? Os smiled Kaido. In just a few seconds, Os turned into a handsome ice sculpture. It's so boring to play. What? Os snapped his fingers, with a gentle smile on his face, as if it wasn't him who was being pointed at by the gun. Out of sight, out of mind. Hey, isn't this Kuzan? We know each other. Hey, Kuzan. Chapter 131. Great ambition, Borsellino sees through everything. Why do you look so grim, kitty? Before the winner is decided, you disappear. Mihawk's face darkened as he looked at Os, who was on vacation on the marine warship in front of him. He was holding a glass of orange juice, crossing his legs and reading a newspaper. I couldn't help but feel angry. The contest had not yet been decided, and the fight was at its most intense when Os swung his sword into the distance and then disappeared inexplicably. It made him feel like he was forced to stop just when he was getting excited. You should have sensed it by now. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am inferior to you. But the difference in Conqueror's entanglement attainments can completely make up for this, and even exceed it. I have to say, the existence of Bakken is indeed the son of the version in the pirate's world. He forced Oz to beat Mihawk into a disadvantage and defended his throne as the world's greatest swordsman. Although this was not Oz's original intention, he originally wanted to specialize in shooting, but he had some talent in other areas, so he knew a little bit of everything. By the way, his gun had been sent to him by Vegapunk. Its accuracy and recoil were ridiculous. In contrast, its power was also exaggerated. As long as you can control the gun, and use the special bullets given by Vegapunk, it is not a problem to blow up a hill with one shot. This magical weapon immediately made Oz more powerful. Looking at Oz, who was enjoying life in front of him, Mihawk had no choice but to. He had to admit that there was still a big gap between him and Oz in terms of strength. This guy's progress is as fast as a pervert, making it impossible to catch up. Oz's attitude of being on vacation naturally attracted many Marines' attention. In the past few days, they have gradually gotten used to this scene, but there are always stubborn Marines who dare to face the majesty of the Black Emperor. Oz was reading the newspaper and was about to take another sip of orange juice when he suddenly discovered that the orange juice in the glass had slowly frozen into ice cubes that were tightly attached to the glass. Is it childish? Kuzan advertisement, there was no other way, so Oz just shook it casually, and the ice in the glass seemed to break from the inside, slowly turning into a soft and dense smoothie. Then Oz poured it into his mouth, and it tasted quite different. Whispering sound, someone who was secretly doing something tricky curled his lips at this moment. The kingdom of Durmose also sent a large ship. Generally, unless necessary, everyone, including Old Kick, Mihawk, Crocodile, etc., would rest on that ship. After all, Old Zeke was a rocks pirate before, so he naturally doesn't like Marines. Little Eagle is a marine hunter, and Little Sand has a bad temper. Only the Little Flamingo would happily hang out with Oz, and like to stay on the marine warship. Maybe he felt that since he was often chased and caught in the past, it felt good to show up in front of them as a revenge. Marine, could you please get me a glass of orange juice? Oz rested his head on one hand and looked at the guard on duty on the deck. This request obviously made the other party very embarrassed. He looked at Vice Admiral Borsellino, who was also enjoying himself not far away, as if asking for help. Go ahead, I just want to drink. Borsellino didn't want to cause any more trouble, he just wanted this mission to go smoothly without any trouble. If we fight with Oz, Mihawk and others, let alone whether we can win, even if we work ourselves to death and still not lose, we will still be scolded when we return to naval headquarters. As an experienced worker, he knows everything, yes. After receiving the order, the soldier standing guard on the deck ran towards the kitchen logistics with a sense of relief. Borsellino, from the first moment I saw you, I was sure that we were of the same kind. Oh, I'm not a pirate, it's not about that, it's about something else. At this time, on the deck of the warship, like Oz, Borsellino also found a chair, crossed his legs and enjoyed the sea breeze. Oz took the large glass of orange juice from the marine and took a sip. The slightly sweet taste was just right. The corners of his mouth curled up. Hey, Borsellino, what's the point of taking a marine's salary? Come to me, you can get any massage in the world, and you don't have to pay for shopping, you can get whatever you want. In a bewitching tone, Oz said to Borsellino, advertisement. At this moment, he was actually trying to poach someone who was about to become the strongest fighter of the world government, and the conditions he offered were very tempting. Nearly endless wealth, the confidence to walk freely on the sea with Oz as the background, unparalleled fame. It can be said that whatever the marine or the world government can give, Oz can also give, and can even give double. Borsellino had to admit that it was indeed very tempting, but he finally shook his head with a helpless smile on his face. It's an offer that I can't refuse, but I've gotten used to my current life. Really? That's a shame, but you can think about it carefully. Oz's mind moved, and Borsellino was stunned for a moment, feeling that there was something extra in his arms. He rummaged around and took out a card from his shirt pocket. All casinos in Sabody Archipelago have VIP cards. If you are interested, you can go there occasionally to try your luck. As for his fellow slacker, Oz doesn't dislike Borsellino. They can still get a massage and soak their feet together occasionally. Oh, what a great gift. Everyone thinks that Oz is a great pirate who stirs up trouble on the sea and is notorious throughout the world. But after a few days of getting along, Borsellino found that Oz was still very easygoing, or rather, a guy who did things as he pleased, just for fun. He occasionally teased Kuzan and asked him to freeze ice cubes for him to drink cold drinks. He would also, accidentally, wander into the area where Sakazuki was. If Sakazuki didn't want to meet him, he would hide away, just like playing hide and seek. He would make things difficult for the soldiers on the boat from time to time and watch them helplessly with a smile. If this guy went to the World Summit for no conspiracy, then he guessed that it was most likely. It's also for fun, just to let these three monsters escort. It can be said that the dumplings were made just for the vinegar. It's really terrible, Dr. Oz, what you have achieved so far, the military force you possess, the layout of the sea. Just for playing with the whole world? Marshal Kuokong and Admiral Sengoku thought that it was a good thing that Oz had no ambition. But in fact, this is the biggest ambition. Chapter 132, Secret Meeting Between Flowers, Absorbing Oz? Holy Land, Mariajoy. Located on the Red Line, it is said to be the place where gods live. In fact, it is the hometown of celestial dragons. The Red Line, which is isolated from the sea, has an advantage in altitude. Just standing here and looking down at the sea, you will feel like you are the king of the world. The celestial dragons certainly thought so too. Ever since the 20 kings established the world government, the royal families who called themselves celestial dragons gradually began to become arrogant. They are the descendants of God, and all others are untouchables. They hold many violent institutions and have unique control over the world. Above the 5 elders, there is another being of a higher status. He was one of the 20 kings, but he took the liberty of sitting on a throne that should not be occupied. I am Saint. He is eternal, he is mysterious, he controls everything. Even if the sea began to rage, it would not cause him much psychological fluctuation. It was as if he was just watching a group of insects playing. Between the flowers, a mysterious tall and thin figure with a crown on his head and an unclear face stood here. He watched with indifference as the 5 highest powers in the world slowly knelt down, but there was no surprise in his eyes. The striking red ring-shaped eyes are as intimidating as Mihawk, or even more so. Madam Emu. Kneeling respectfully on the ground and bowing to the person in front of them, the usually high-handed 5 elders now crawled like dogs. Oz folded his arms and appeared here without knowing when. He listened quietly behind a pillar in the dark. With scarlet light flashing in his eyes, he tried to look into the future in case anything unexpected happened. But no, Yim didn't react. He just sat quietly on the throne, listening to the 5 elders' regular reports. It was unknown whether he was too lazy to pay attention or he didn't notice Oz. But it should be the latter. After all, in the original work, whether or not Im was careless and did not use his observation haki, the 5 elders expressed their respect and dared not use his observation haki, and they indeed did not even discover Sabo's hiding. Im's strength should not be displayed in absolute force. Or, Im may be very strong, but he will never be able to crush the strong men on the sea without any suspense. Advertisement otherwise, how could Sabo, who hasn't even mastered the Ha-chan and Fruit Awakening, escape the joint hunt of the 5 elders Gaim? Facing the 5 elders' report, Yim didn't seem very interested. At least Oz didn't hear him say a word. He just sat on the throne, quietly as if in deep thought. Managing the world is the job of the 5 elders, not him as the king of this world. He generally doesn't care until major mistakes occur. Even if the 5 elders occasionally come to meet, they are only there to confirm some information and ask about things they are concerned about. Hasn't that fruit been found yet? Hearing this, the 5 elders kneeling below all broke out in sweat and lowered their heads. Lord Yim, we have dispatched a large number of CP agencies to search the world, and we have also sent various intelligence and spies, but there is still no news so far. Well, as expected, there was nothing to be disappointed about. I am also understood that the Nika fruit was hiding from them and was being guided by some mysterious will. But please rest assured, we are contacting the devil fruit merchants around the world, as well as the businessmen in the underground world, and strive to find the whereabouts of the fruit as soon as possible. Now that we have a close relationship with the biggest leader among them, Dr. Oz, we will definitely be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. Satan Saint was making a report and even revealed Oz's name. He gave a well-reasoned explanation of the situation, just like a worker trying to satisfy his boss. Hearing this, Oz curled his lips. He collected devil fruits purely as a hobby, and the Nika fruits might be hiding from him. He likes to watch fun, but he doesn't like to be the fun itself, laughing and joking all day long. I want him to work for free, but he could try it when the time comes. Oz really wanted to see whether Nika's destiny was more powerful or his own fist. Could it really grow legs and run? Dr. Oz? When Yim heard this name, perhaps because he had lived alone for too long, he heard the 5 elders muttering a new name for the first time in a long time. You know, not everyone is worthy of being mentioned by the 5 elders in front of Yim. The previous words, I think it's called something like rocks. It caused a lot of damage and killed many celestial dragons. Advertisement, but before they could discuss for long, 2 footsteps suddenly sounded from the door. Oz saw this scene in advance and disappeared in a flash. It was not until 2 figures walked to the front of the stage and knelt down that Oz finally appeared there again. As this? Stinky, Shamrock? Suddenly, Oz almost thought Shanks would come to the Holy Land to recognize his relatives, but it only took a moment for him to realize that something was wrong. Not the same person, but they do look almost identical. In terms of momentum alone, the young Shamrock should not be much worse than Shanks, even though he has not seen Shanks for 4 years. The other person has a moon-shaped head and looks a bit like the Shanks brothers, especially the red hair. He should be the most powerful swordsman of the older generation after Rayleigh and others retired and Golden Lion was scrapped. Fegaland Galen is holy. Perhaps it was an agreement made long ago. Neither the 5 elders nor Yim had much reaction to the arrival of the father and son. At this time, Shamrock was extremely proud, but perhaps he had already accepted his father's admonitions, or he already knew the existence of his ancestors. He still slowly knelt down to show his submission. Garland, this child is the one you chose, the future successor of the Knights of God? Nesujiro, holding the demon sword, looked at Shamrock, who had come a long way into sword art at such a young age, and took the initiative to speak. Ah, Shamrock, he has something to report to Lord Yim. Obviously, the five elders already knew the purpose of the two men's visit, and they also understood that Garen was paving the way for Shamrock to take over the position of leader of the Knights of God in the future. Go ahead. Yim was not very interested in this, but after all, it was the wish of the Knights of God, the leader of his bodyguard team, so he still listened patiently. I would like to apply to give some of the monster geniuses on the sea an opportunity to join the Knights of God as an exception. Shamrock was a young man who dared to think and speak, and his well-reasoned arguments convinced many of the bigwigs present. In exchange for a powerful fighting force on the sea, the price to pay is. It was just a spot as a celestial dragons, with no right of inheritance, but they were not so petty as to be reluctant to give it up. It seems like you have been planning this for a long time? Saint vocally asked in a deep voice. Yes, Shamrock's face, which was exactly the same as Shanks, was full of confidence, and even had a hint of a kingly aura. In fact, I have a target candidate for recruitment right now, and that is the monster among the monsters in the sea today. Who is it? Doder Os. Chapter 133 Shamrocks will to fight, Os appears. When they heard this name, the five elders were all stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. But Shamrock still smiled confidently, and his indifference was exactly the same as Shanks's. I admit that at the same age, that guy is qualified to fight me. Perhaps only if I personally take action can I successfully recruit him. With the same talent as Shanks, Shamrock is extremely talented. He even said that only he could defeat Os, but in the eyes of the five elders. They looked at each other quietly, and they both understood each other's intentions. And surprisingly consistent, that's almost impossible. They admitted that as the son of the Feigeland family, like Galen Saint, Shamrock had one of the strongest talents they had ever seen. When he reaches his peak, it is not impossible for him to catch up with the former Celestial Dragon's king, Galen Saint. But to convince Oz, it's difficult. In terms of talent alone, Oz's courage and ability are almost no less than Shamrock's. However, the 19-year-old Oz, Conquerors, was only a little behind and was already catching up with the former Masters of the Sea. Especially during the War of Nations, the battle scenes sent back by the world government spies at the scene made them speechless. Even with the direct combat method that he was not good at, he was still able to severely injure two Sea Emperor-level monsters. At such a young age, Conqueror's Haki was already able to shake the earth. When they saw this scene, they even secretly thought that if they fought alone. Can they take Os? 1 might flip over, 2 are safer, and 5 are unlikely to catch. But what about beating Shamrock? Nasujiro looked at his own demon sword, thinking that perhaps he alone had a good chance of winning. When Oz heard this in the dark, he raised one eyebrow. Kind of interesting. As celestial dragons? Advertisement? He really hadn't thought about this, but it seemed very interesting. World noble celestial dragons Osint. When he thought of this, the corners of Os's mouth couldn't help but slightly rise. It wasn't because he coveted the privileges of celestial dragons. What about mobilizing admirals, endless money, CP bodyguards, etc.? Oz, who controls the underground world, can do this with his own energy, and even make it 100 times more luxurious than celestial dragons. But mainly because of the name, Oz feels it is novel and interesting. Not only is he related to many Ds, he is also celestial dragons, he is also the financial sponsor of the Revolutionary Army, and he is also a working pirates. Oz admitted that this was very exciting for him. How about showing up? Oz observed the scene and saw Saint Moshe, one of the 5 elders, reminding him calmly. Oz is not an easy person to deal with. The Feigeland family, even we, have had to be cautious about many things. In other words, he was trying to save the 5 elders' face. They have made the 5 most powerful people in the world helpless and overwhelmed, and you, a little kid, say that you can make them your henchmen just by taking action? Then you might as well take in these 5 old guys as well. He doesn't know how high the sky is or how deep the earth is. But Shamrock doesn't think so. As the future of the Feigerande family, he has become accustomed to being undefeated and is even on the road to becoming an emperor. He has never met an opponent among his peers. Although he had heard of many of Osa's deeds, in his opinion, they were all just relying on the power of the fruit. He does not deny that the ability of the fruit is also part of his personal strength, but he is confident that he will not lose in a real head-on confrontation of Haki swordsmanship. It is said that he has also come to the Holy Land. I will go find him later and prove it to you. On the throne, Yim watched the farce of several people without any obvious emotional fluctuations. In other words, apart from what happened 800 years ago in Joy Boy, he, who just sits back and watches the events unfold, rarely cares about the mortal world. You can arrange these matters on your own. Yim obviously doesn't care about this kind of thing, and since the ancestors don't care, Shamrock certainly isn't afraid of the 5 elders. I will challenge him, if he accepts. Sure. A voice suddenly interrupted Shamrock's words at this moment. Everyone was startled and looked towards the source of the sound. The one who reacted the fastest was a mysterious arrow that shot straight towards Oz. Advertisement. It was just a casual blow from the king of the world. With scarlet light blazing out of his eyes, Oz, wearing a black cloak and dark red noble dress, slowly disappeared from the spot. Faster than an arrow, the power that transcends space cannot be harmed by any attack, no matter how fierce, even if it is an attack from the king of the world. The leisurely figure appeared behind the 5 elders and the Feigeland father and son. Nani? Oz. The 5 elders knew him well, and Garen and Shamrock had seen him on wanted posters more than once, so they were no strangers to him. Only Im had a cold light in his eyes, staring at Osa's figure. You must die here if you try to find out about Lord Yimu's existence without permission. Jielin drew out the long sword in his hand, with murderous intent in his eyes, and did not care about the previous recruitment plan. Because Oz rashly learned of Lord Im's existence, this top-secret matter is itself a capital crime. Wait a minute, Garen, Osborne already knew about Lord Yim's existence. The 5 elders saw it clearly. When they saw that Lord Yim was still unable to do anything about Oz's strange ability, they immediately felt depressed. If you can't take it, don't start a war, especially in the most secret place in the Holy Land. What? Jielin was also stunned when he heard this, but after seeing that Yim did not make any more moves, he slowly sheathed the knife. Shamrock wanted to draw his sword, but Garen blocked it with his hand. He shook his head at him. Because at this time, Im and Os were already looking at each other. An interesting ability. You knew about my existence before? Was it through the historical text or the final island? Yim looked at Oz calmly, as if he was in deep thought, or as if he was examining him. Well, maybe it's the Observation Haki that allows you to predict the future. When in doubt, Os has gotten used to using his Observation Haki. After all, there are so many types, who can guarantee that there is no such Observation Haki? It's just seeing the distant future. Is that so? In terms of Observation Haki, you are the person who can see the farthest I have ever seen. No wonder they always mention your name in front of me. Perhaps he felt that he was not sure of defeating Oz right away, or perhaps Shamrock's previous words made him less hostile to Oz. So, are you willing? Become a celestial dragon and join the Knights of God. Chapter 134. Im's Evaluation, Os vs Shamrock, Celestial Dragons. Oz narrowed his eyes, then pinched his chin with one hand. Can I just be listed in name only? After all, I'm used to freedom. Seeing Shamrock's unfriendly look, Os spread his hands, looking helpless. After all, I don't like to be ordered around by someone weaker than me. Hearing this, the eyes of the 5 elders and the Fergaland father and son widened instantly, staring at Os closely. How dare you? You actually negotiated in front of Master Yim. Yim on the throne narrowed his eyes slightly, but Os still looked straight into his eyes. Being an Oz saint was a whim, but working for others was another matter. Oz didn't have much psychological burden and was very bold. Is it because of their strong individual strength? Or is it because of the teleportation fruit? If I have to say, in fact, it is advanced on demand. Whenever he cannot see the future, or if there are unfavorable situations in the future, Oz will instantly teleport hundreds of thousands of meters away. The main point is to cherish life. Who knows how many hundreds of years this old B*********** D has lived, whether he has any collection of yin-yang fruit abilities, or some strange treasures? But it's okay. Im didn't have much hostility, after all, Oz's last name was not D. Seeing that Lord Yim didn't seem to have any big reaction, the people below also had different reactions. The 5 elders felt that it was expected. Shamrock frowned and gripped the knife handle with more force. What does it mean to follow the orders of someone weaker than you? When Oz said this, he was not looking at the current leader of the Knights of God, Galen Saint. It was Shamrock. After all, the leader of the new era is Shamrock, and it was he who threatened to conquer Oz. Of course, Im noticed this. He also wanted to see how capable this brat in front of him was, who was boasting about wanting to take over the status of a non-staff celestial dragon. Can he become one of the forces that defeat D? Can. Advertisement. It was hard to tell whether Yimu was male or female, but his voice had a condescending tone. If you can defeat the strongest of the young celestial dragons can accept a genius like you. After all, the strong should have privileges. Both Yim and Os understood what the other party wanted and how much they could afford. Oz wanted to play around with the identity of celestial dragons, but he didn't really want to join the group of world nobles. Therefore, no one asks for anything big, and they only decide whether to help the knights based on their mood. And Im could see it. He just felt that Oz's talent and ability were indeed eye-catching, and he wanted to get more power in the future war. But I don't pin my hopes on this, so I'm only willing to give it an insignificant identity, and it's impossible to give it a position as a group leader or something like that. At last, Oz, Shamrock, and Garen Saint left and headed for the battle practice place reserved for the Knights of God. The 5 elders had complicated expressions on their faces. They couldn't help but look at Lord Yim, who was sitting on the throne in deep thought, but they didn't dare to disturb him. In fact, in their opinion, it is beneficial for Oz to join the Knights of God. Even though the other party could not be restrained, at least their relationship had improved and they were nominally in the same group. It would be more convenient for them to handle matters at sea in the future. Anyway, the Holy Land has already kept so many useless people for nothing, so it doesn't matter if they pay a little more. Bring his information here so I can take a look. As the 5 elders exchanged glances, Yim spoke. When they looked up, they saw Yimu looking at them with his eyes, and they immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Yes, Lord Yim. They did not dare to delay and immediately sent someone to fetch Os's detailed information, and then presented it to him respectfully. Im's orders were absolute, and they dared not be disloyal. Yim flipped through the pages calmly. To be honest, these deeds were very impressive. They belonged to a small group of top people in the ocean. If he had to say, at this age and with this talent, he had only seen one person who could definitely win against Os. He was a man who once challenged 20 countries alone and made Im tremble with fear. Joyboy, Sun God. The rest, even the former 5 elders, Garen Saint, the geniuses among the celestial dragons that once caught his attention, may not be able to compare with him at the same age. The king of the next generation? Perhaps, but I am has seen too many eras. Advertisement, strong observation Haki, great strength, bad character. He reminds me of a former companion, they're very similar. I am murmured, but when these words came out, the eyes of the 5 most powerful people in the world widened, and bloodshot eyes instantly filled their sockets. They could not think of anyone other than the dozen kings who had been there as companions to I am. They remembered that Os seemed to have no father or mother and was adopted by the pirates. It's a pity that I'm not of his bloodline. There is no shortage of geniuses in this sea. After saying that, Yim put down the information in his hand and slowly stood up. He walked through the 19 swords of kings and walked towards the throne. The 5 elders made way and followed respectfully behind. The place where the Knights of God fought was on the Red Line, a sparsely populated area far from the Holy Land. Garen brought the 2 of them here and immediately attracted the attention of many members of the Knights of God. That's Lord Garen and Shamrock. Who's behind them? Is there such a person among the celestial dragons? I have heard that Shamrock has a brother who is living outside. That's impossible. His hair isn't even red. GL and Sheng ignored them and led the 2 to the largest open space. Oz looked around. Not many people. There are both male and female celestial dragons. The strong ones usually don't look too weird, at least not weirdly ugly. At least the celestial dragons girls that Oz saw, except for a few, were pretty good looking. It's just that he has a bad personality. Garen would not take action, he was just following Im's orders. If he really had to face this knight commander who could compete with Roger Whitebeard and others, Os would not be sure. This is absolutely the peak version of Shanks. The ridiculously strong conquerors in swordplay, a true hexagonal warrior, is on the same level as disease-free Roger and peak Whitebeard. As a rival to Shanks and Garen, Shamrock is naturally not that weak. Doder Oz, come on, if you lose, join the knights and become my right-hand man. Chapter 135 This is the pinnacle of conquerors, I refuse. In front of the many members of the Knights of God who were watching, Os just smiled faintly and spoke slowly. Because. I will never lose. Arrogant brat. Garen sat on a chair and looked at Os's attitude and couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This kid really has the capital to be arrogant. I heard that he has a very good relationship with his lost child. Following Garen's order, the ultimate battle that symbolized the status of the 2 began. If Oz loses, he can still join the Knights of God, but he will have to follow Shamrock as his leader and become his right-hand man like everyone else. If Shamrock loses, then Os will deserve the status of non-staff celestial dragons, which is also what I am secretly promised. Both of them have the spirit of a king, which is also an old routine. Let's have a collision. Buzz. With a fierce look in his eyes, Shamrock, known as Little Red Hair, had a good talent in conquerors. In just a moment, the red field spread out with himself as the center. Black and red lightning crackled, and the knights' uniforms moved without wind, rushing towards Oz with great momentum. Countless members of the Knights Order looked at him sideways. He was indeed the future of the Fagerande family. Such a terrifying aura. Some of the new knights who had just joined the order even felt a little uncomfortable. Many celestial dragons girls couldn't help but look at the man with long red hair, with an inexplicable glow in their eyes. Celestial dragons generally do not intermarry with outsiders. Only when both parents are celestial dragons will the child be recognized as a legitimate world noble. There are so many useless people among celestial dragons, and there are only a few who are both handsome and strong. Shamrock is an exception. Many people also looked at Os. They were trained as celestial dragons elites since childhood and had little contact with the outside world. They were curious about how this stranger could actually fight against the monster Shamrock. Who is this person? Are you very strong? I practiced hard in frontal combat, so that conquerors wouldn't lose to you red-haired monsters. Amid Conqueror's attack, Os's face remained calm, his cloak fluttering slowly. His face was calm, and his eyes were gleaming with scarlet light. However, after feeling Conqueror's impact, a cold light flashed in one of his eyes. Advertisement. Buzz. The black area, like an abyss or a prison, with a terrifying black and red thunderstorm, surged out from the space where Oz was. As if it wanted to dominate the whole world, the rampant thunderstorm overwhelmed the black and red lightning just now, and even went outside the competition field. The red line danced wildly and ferociously, the surface of the red line cracked, and countless newcomers in the Knights Templar had their eyes rolled back and fell to the ground unconscious. Caw 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 caw. Thump, thump, what a joke. What aura, he looks like he's not much older than us. I thought that among the young people, Shamrock's conqueror's spirit was already top-notch, but I didn't expect there would be such a person. How vast is the ocean? What? Feeling that the conquerors who had been expanding wantonly were being slowly suppressed by this abyss-like momentum, Shamrock's eyes were filled with astonishment. He couldn't believe it and showed the same expression as Shang once had. That was the unbelievable feeling when I realized that I was a genius and had no rivals since I was a child, but suddenly I encountered suppression. There are many monsters and geniuses in the sea, monsters who are born to be strong. But monsters are just the threshold to seeing some real monsters. On a chair far away, GL and Sheng, who was sitting with his legs crossed, frowned subconsciously after sensing Conqueror's exaggeration. Then he looked at Shamrock, whose expression looked a little strange, with a meaningful look in his eyes. Whether it becomes your inner demon or your temper depends on one thought. Conquerors is all about willpower. Once you have the intention of retreating and defeat in your heart, you will never become a top strong man in the future. No one can help Shamrock with this. What an exaggerated conquerors. At some point, the 5 elders had appeared here, standing next to Garen, watching the battle. It seems like a huge difference. After all, young people are impatient. But you know, Os is also on the list. Nasu Sholing holds the demon sword, and the swordsman's eyes are always sharp. Advertisement. The man who can beat Charlotte Linlin and Kaido. Charlotte Linlin's strength lies in her physique and fruitability, and she was restrained by Os. Kaido had not yet reached his peak, and Os's final head on confrontation was actually a move away from a fight. After all, they are young people, and Haki and others have not really reached the level of Roger. If Shamrock can keep a calm mind, it may not be impossible for him to catch up in the future. Nasujiro's words showed his optimism for Shamrock, and he analyzed Osa's record in strength realistically, but Garen just shook his head. He did not say anything biased because Shamrock was his son. The current Shamrock is indeed not as good as Os. I can see it from the encounter just now. I just hope that after experiencing such a devastating setback, he can still have the heart of a strong man. It is the future of Fightland after all. Not only the leaders of the Celestial Dragons, but also many members of the Knights noticed the difference. Is it really okay for Shamrock to fight a monster like this? This kind of Haki, just the thought of facing this kind of monster makes me despair. Of course, Shamrock also took in the reactions of his father and the Celestial Dragons around him. There was a tenacity in his eyes. He drew out the long knife in his hand and pointed it at Os, with black and red lightning wrapped around it, without any retreat. Yes, only a guy like you is worthy of joining the Knights. Come on, Dotal Os, as you wish. Os took a step forward, his black cloak dancing with the thunderstorm, and slowly placed his hand on the hilt of Ace's sword. As the black knife was slowly pulled out, Conqueror's Haki, which condensed into a light source, wrapped around the blade, making a sharp sound that made the air explode. Refer to Rayleigh's clip of Blackbeard. Countless thunderstorms exploded, and as the blade was completely unsheathed, Shamrock's pressure increased dramatically. Young celestial dragons, this ocean is much more vast than you think. In the crowd, a tall and thin girl wearing a military cap and wide sleeves did not faint. She looked at the tall figure on the field who almost overwhelmed the world, her eyes full of shock. She had only heard of Shamrock's courage before, but today. This is the young generation, Conqueror's Apex? Chapter 136, Suppressing Shamrock, a Competition of Weapons. Shanks' brother, it may be rude to say this, but when it comes to Haki, you're not as sharp as he is. Although I haven't seen Shanks for many years, he is the pinnacle of conquerors in the original book. Honestly, Shamrock's conquerors was pretty good, but it didn't make him amazing. When Shamrock heard this, he did not refute anything, but tightened his grip on the knife, with a fierce fighting spirit in his eyes. Are you kidding me? The young man in front of me is fine, but what about that brother I have never met before? Both of them are masters of Haki and swordsmanship. Needless to say, they just go up and chop. Os still has some martial ethics and wants to use hard power to convince Shamrock, just like he did with Shanks. The Shamrock knife was wrapped in black and red lightning, which was extremely domineering and sharp. After all, he is a child of a big family, grew up in the Knights of God, and has been trained by top masters like Garen since childhood. Compared with those who have to explore their own paths on the sea, it is definitely different. There is no need to go through life and death several times and push oneself to the limit in desperate situations. From the awakening of Armament color to Conqueror's entanglement, there are the accumulated experience and summary of several generations of people in the Holy Land. Nice swordsmanship. Os used his backhand to steadily block Shamrock's attack. The two weapons did not actually touch each other, but the huge power spread out from the center of the collision. Look, all the knights looked up at the same time, their pupils trembling and their mouths slightly open. The sky cracked. Are they really young people of the same generation as us? Os blocked Shamrock's sharp attack steadily, and then a scarlet light flashed in his eyes, which startled Shamrock's eyes, and he began to attack actively. Your future, there is no chance of winning. When fighting with other top masters, Os may have to think twice. Conqueror's strength is to an extreme, and he may master the power of seeing and hearing and killing. But Shamrock is clearly not among them. Holding the knife in one hand, Os stared with scarlet eyes, observing all of Shamrock's movements like a god. Although he looked unhurried, Os's movements were not slow at all. Bite, bite advertisement. The swift wind-like slashes came from all directions, heading towards Shamrock, and the black blade light surged like a tide. Teleportation thousand swords slash. Os suppressed the urge to shout, but his hands kept speeding up, the knife light was almost impenetrable. This speed. Shamrock was horrified and his movements became faster. The red knife light danced in his hand, blocking all the blades in the Observation Haki. But, how can the speed of muscles compare to teleportation? Even if he swung the sword with all his strength, he still made mistakes. Os made a feint and the blade that was originally slashing from the left suddenly turned around and appeared on the right. The knife was unexpected, and even though Shamrock turned his body instinctively, blood splattered inevitably. Like a beast trapped in a cage, the black knife wrapped in thunderstorms always appears at a tricky angle. The onlookers could also clearly see that Shamrock was at a disadvantage. Just from his expression, it was clear. Os's face was calm, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. Shamrock, on the other hand, was very serious, with a look of extreme solemnity. Because when people are really under pressure, they won't be able to laugh. Hateful, Shamrock gritted his teeth and swung his sword with all his strength, sweeping forward in a wide range. Oz blocked it with his backhand, but his body also moved back several meters. What's wrong? Are you going to go all out? Oz suddenly exerted force with his feet, and under the reaction of the powerful force, the ground instantly sank into a small crater. Holding a long sword, like an ancient god in the wilderness, his whole body was locked with Shamrock's aura. He wanted to use this move to set the tone for the battle. A red light flashed in Oz's eyes, and then he frowned as if he saw something surprising. Even if this blow didn't make Shamrock lose his fighting ability, he would definitely be seriously injured. This is not the power of Shamrock itself, but the ability of the awakened mythical beast. This is... Oz looked serious. Doder Oz, this is the true power of the devil fruit. Advertisement facing this powerful blow, Shamrock slowly raised the long sword in his hand, and a powerful energy gathered instantly. Mythical beast. I still couldn't help but say the name of the move, it was too painful to hold back. Is this the power of the version answer? 3 hellhounds strangled the giant Prince Loki to the point of death. With a smile on his face, Oz slowly inserted the ace into the scabbard, and under Shamrock's puzzled eyes, he slowly put on a pair of black gloves. The surface of the red line seemed to begin to tremble faintly, the ground began to crack, and the world seemed to fall into a black abyss. And now it's even more powerful, and with the Armament Haki and Conquerors entangled, it's an attack that Shamrock has put all his strength into. The blade began to change. Sharp blades spit out of their mouths, carrying a hellish breath, and 3 terrifying heads were aimed at Oz, with Conquerors entangled in them, showing a bit more power. His eyes met with Shamrock's. The opponent's fighting spirit remained unabated, and a ferocious head vaguely appeared on the blade. After defeating 2 hellhounds with his sword energy and Conqueror's sword, he was finally exhausted on the third one. The 3 beast heads spat out long swords wrapped with Conqueror's swords, and spun towards Oz's tiny figure. Especially the lingering smoke. This was the first time he had seen this kind of smoke from the awakening of the fruit. I can't hold back any longer. Well, let's try my full strength. The remaining power tore the 3-headed dog of hell apart. Oz's figure emerged from the sword light and explosion and landed steadily on the ground. God avoid. One knife changes the color of the world. There is no reason why Oz can use the power of the fruit, but he can't, even if he didn't eat it himself. The blade expanded rapidly, and then, as if breaking free from its restraints, 3 giant beast heads with spiked collars and ferocious faces appeared, with sharp fangs exposed. Just by seeing it, everyone had a thought in their mind. If they dared to take it, they would die. In the scarlet thunderstorm, 2 red lights locked onto Shamrock's figure like a demon, faintly cutting cracks in the air, and Oz rushed forward. As the person facing the knife directly, Shamrock must have felt the greatest pressure. He broke out in a cold sweat, and his eyes were still fixed on his long knife. If Oz wants to stop it, then of course he can stop it. Shamrock's face was solemn, and his almost full-strength attack was no less powerful. In that case, I'll use some tricks to take advantage of the weapons. Hell 3-headed dog. Click, click, click. Number 137 mythical beast weapons are indeed very powerful, but I use Seastone weapons. This is, hearing Oz's words, Shamrock was also stunned. Could it be that he also, but it shouldn't be. Let the weapon eat devil fruit. Even the Holy Land has only recently acquired this technology, and the powerful fruit is still very rare. How could Oz have such a weapon? Oz slowly put on gloves, and then reached out from the air with one hand. There appeared a pitch-black weapon in his hand. The shape is like a gun, but it is a bit strange because it is too slender. If you have to say it, it can actually be called a stick or a club. This was what Oz had specifically told him. A good sniper must also be a good baseball player. That gun should not have eaten devil fruit. After careful observation, Shamrock came to his own conclusion. He could tell it was a gun, and combined with Oz's official title, Black Gun, it was easy to confirm, but he didn't understand the other party's intention. Want to use ranged combat to avoid the sharp edge of the awakened hellhound? It is indeed a very safe way to fight. To be honest, this is my first time using this gun in actual combat. I hope I won't be disappointed. As Oz thought about it, customized bullets were automatically loaded. Then he slowly raised it to eye level and aimed at Shamrock, with the crosshairs first aimed directly at his left shoulder. Then slowly pulled the trigger. Bang! The terrifying recoil instantly spread to Oz's hands, and then acted on his body until it reached the ground. If Oz hadn't teleported his body to keep his balance, his feet could at least have plowed 1 meter of ground backwards. And this is just the kinetic power of the gun itself. So fast, the bullet reached Shamrock almost instantly. But such a weapon alone is not enough to shake me. A cloud of black smoke rose from the long sword, and a ferocious dog head emerged from it, rushing forward fiercely. A bullet was crushed by the blade and then entered the stomach. Click, click. Even though the specially made bullets are much stronger than steel, they are still fragile and vulnerable in the mouth of an awakened mythical beast. I didn't plan to fly a kite, you wouldn't be convinced if I did. Although the awakened mythical beast weapon was very dark, and the blessing for the battle could be said to be very huge, but Oz did not intend to use the darker fruit ability to fight back. Advertisement: when has he ever been unlucky? Always been upright and strong. Seeing the battle getting fierce, the 5 elders and Garen who were watching the game were also watching intently. They were shocked by the young man's progress. Although I was optimistic about Shamrock, the moment I saw Oz draw his gun. It's hanging. Oz started using guns. Saint Vokuli narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Oz who was aiming his gun. His eyes condensed Conquerors and emission, as well as the power to predict the future. His brows knitted tightly together, and drops of cold sweat flowed down his face. The same was true for the other 5 elders. This move once easily injured the Marine's Reserve Admiral Seed, Sakazuki. We have also analyzed it, but we still haven't found a way to crack it. This is the key to Osa's threat. As long as this trick cannot be cracked, the world government will not have the capital to overturn the table. If Oz is willing, this battle has already been decided. Even if Shamrock is armed with a powerful weapon, it will be useless. That's why we felt there wasn't much suspense at the beginning. Jielen didn't say anything, but his eyes were fixed on her, his brows furrowed as if he was thinking about something. Can Jianwen break this move? What if the other party, after noticing the abnormality of the Observation Haki, randomly teleports away indiscriminately? No way, because not being able to see or hear anything is itself a kind of seeing or hearing. Against seeing and hearing killing? Seeing Shamrock's confident look, Garen sighed helplessly. If he could still fight by awakening the mythical beast species, now there is definitely no hope. How can we fight against someone who is invincible? But Os really didn't intend to do this. After all, he is Shanks' twin brother, and the family must be united. I said I would crush him head on and never kill him secretly. The two-color Haki wrapped around the bullets, and Oz fired a few more shots at Shamrock. With Conqueror's and Armament Haki's external interference, there was no way to get close to the knife and teleport directly to Shamrock's body. But it also greatly delayed his attention. Because of the bullet's power, even he had to be careful. Otherwise, if he got shot, there would definitely be a big hole on his body. Such an attack cannot defeat me. Shamrock's eyes were sharp, with the sense of strength that was unique to the Figaran clan. He swung his sword a few times and blocked all the Haki bullets that were like flash bombs. Want a head-on confrontation? As a bystander, Garen's experienced combat awareness and vision clearly saw that Osa's figure was getting closer and closer. Advertisement: while the fire cover leaves Shamrock no time to take care of other things, he wants to engage in close combat again? But if he cannot break through the lock range of the Cerberus, even if Os has greater Haki and strength, he may not be able to defeat Shamrock. What do you want? Os was neither hurried nor slow, his ghostly figure hiding among several black and red bullets. Shamrock, you rely too much on the power of the fruit. As soon as these words came out, 5 elders. Jielen. The knights. You old fool, although Shamrock did use external forces. But how can you, with your invincible and yin-enhancing fruit abilities, be qualified to say such things? Holding the black gun, Os did not use the extremely familiar sniper gesture, but instead seemed to use it as a stick. That's right. That's how you hold a club, with the barrel in your hand and the butt outward. Your sword has eaten the mythical beast devil fruit, so it is certainly very powerful. But my gun is made of Seastone, so what do? Answer me. Shamrock. As he approached, thunderstorms surged all over Os' body again, and the terrifying Conquerors was wrapped around the black buttstock. Shamrock. Os. Noticing Os's approaching figure, Shamrock waved his long red hair, also declaring Conqueror's power. But Oscar didn't indulge him. King Thunder ate trigrams. Os held the sword with both hands, and smashed Shamrock's long sword with terrifying force, facing the ferocious three-headed dog of hell. Just in the moment of contact, Shamrock's pupils widened instantly. He suddenly realized something. The three-headed dog of hell actually withered instantly? Seastone? Chapter 138, 20 Kings, Os's influence? It's like a mouse meeting a cat. The originally ferocious, vicious, and terrifying three-headed hellhound, the awakened mythical beast species entangled in smoke and clouds, the version answer. But at this moment, I encountered the version rules. How is this possible? Shamrock's originally confident and serious face froze instantly at this moment. Because they have the same face, Os has actually seen this expression before. On Shanks' face. The two weapons wrapped around Conquerors collided in midair, and the thunderstorm wrapped around Os was obviously superior. Breaking through the boundaries, he went straight towards Shamrock's saber. Bite. At the moment of contact, accompanied by the sound of metal clashing, the originally ferocious three-headed hellhound, like a mouse meeting a cat, wailed instantly, and then withered. This knife has lost all its strength and power. No matter how powerful the mythical beasts are, can they be stronger than my high-purity Seastone? That means Shamrock didn't eat the devil fruit, otherwise, with such a high purity of Seastone black gun, he would have been lying on the ground for half a day without being able to move. On the other hand, Shamrock's knife, under the suppression of the high-purity Seastone, began to slowly return to its original appearance. Os. You. Taking the opportunity to take the initiative, Osko would not give him a chance. With his strange strength, Black Gun suppressed the dog knife and then stabbed upward. Starting from 0 frame, there is no way to defend. Relying on the high-strength quality of the gun itself, plus the internal destruction of emission, Os is unstoppable and hits the opponent in the stomach. Still want to say something harsh? Talk to my Black Gun? Shamrock swallowed his original words and vomited gastric juice and bile. This blow almost made him lose consciousness. You. Shamrock picked up the knife beside him, and in a hurry, he just had time to wrap it with Armament Haki, and swung it forward. Whoosh! Oz dodged sideways and kicked Shamrock to the ground again. A hole! Bang! The terrifying kinetic energy was transmitted from his feet, and Shamrock's sword swings became weaker and weaker. It was obvious that the previous battle had overloaded him. Advertisement Os was merely wrapped in Emission's Armament Haki, and relied on his extraordinary strength to beat him back step by step. Relying on his height advantage and the long legs wrapped around Emission, Os kicked him one after another, just like an adult beating a child. Shamrock vomited 3 liters of blood. Okay, O's, let's end this battle here. Several pillars of the Holy Land slowly walk towards the flowers. In the beautiful fairyland, a tall and thin man is strolling here. The butterfly slowly landed in his hand, and the figure was in deep thought, and it took a long time before he turned his head. Lord Yim, this battle is over. Os has won. And during the battle wisdom and strength displayed by Os, to be honest, also made us feel shocked. Among all the geniuses the world government has seen in 800 years, there is no one more amazing. The 5 elders reported, with a hint of solemnity and fear on their faces. If Garen hadn't intervened, they doubted that Os would have kicked Shamrock to death. According to intelligence reports, it's okay to have a monstrous physique, but his terrifying ability to improve and learn based on his observation haki makes Os almost invincible among people of the same age. This sometimes makes them doubt that maybe one day, Lord Yim will not be able to do anything to Os, but they can't and dare not say this. The bad news. Os's uniqueness seems to be impossible to control. Good news. They are now a team, doubtful, after all, it can be considered that a threat that was even greater than Roger and Rox was eliminated invisibly. When Yim heard these words, his eyes narrowed slightly. He saw everything in the battle through his observation. Every era has its own, strongest monster. Was not that shocked. After all, there were 20 eras in which geniuses like him rose to prominence. In other words, if Os had been born 800 years ago, he would have been fully qualified to lead a country at his prime age, and together with the gods, he would have created another lineage among the celestial dragons. Give him the identity of celestial dragons, it can be considered as a favor. There was no need for Yim to hesitate and he made the decision right away. When the 5 elders heard this, they all bowed their heads and said yes. They were not opposed to the recommendation of Shichibukai candidates or the business cooperation and profit sharing in the underworld. Overall, Os is very respectful and the relationship between the two sides is very good. Advertisement, whether it is using O's as a medium to deal with various forces on the sea, establishing Shichibukai to stabilize the situation, or with the help of underground business, they have more initiative in grabbing the huge profit pie. Ozdu is a target that must be won over. Wait until you leave the flowers. Peter said something at this time. If we reveal to the sea that Oz is actually a celestial dragon, it will surely calm down this rampaging era. When the other 4 heard this, they all looked at him with an inexplicable look in their eyes. Are you a genius? We still need to inform Os about this, otherwise it will be suspected that we are secretly taking advantage of the situation. Sarton thought about it and suggested, in fact, it is just to gain fame. As a member of the crew of the King of O's pirates, the Emperor of the Underground World, actually, the financier of the Revolutionary Army, and the existence of the Birdman Morgos, his every move will influence the public opinion of the times. If it could be announced, the shock it brought to the sea was even more exciting than the establishment of the Shichibukai system and the killing of the pirates King Roger. They thought, well, several people went to the training ground where Os and others were originally. But when they arrived at the place, they were dumbfounded. What is going on? In front of him, the originally broken site was now riddled with holes. The flat land on the red line was cut down dozens of meters and turned into a huge pit. In the central area where the altitude had been forcibly lowered, 2 figures slowly emerged. What's going on? We just left, is it possible? The knights who were originally watching the battle had already retreated thousands of meters away. Only when things calmed down did they dare to approach again. The 2 men who walked out and slowly sheathed their swords. It was Oz and St. Galen. Oz, Garen? Are you guys sparring? They were somewhat incredulous, especially when they saw Garen's torn clothes and Os, who was intact, with a calm face and no breath. Chapter 139. A Flamingo with a Broken Heart. Whether it was the 5 elders or the members of the Knights of God who finally dared to approach. When they saw the appearance of the 2 men, they all gasped and stared at the intact Oz in disbelief. The legendary Saint Garen still had some torn clothes, but Os looked like nothing had happened. His clothes were neat and tidy, he was in good condition, and there was no visible wound on his body. What are you looking at? Oz twisted his neck, feeling that his body already needed to replenish energy. It turned out to be a bit stressful to deal with a master of the same level as Captain Roger. After all, the age gap is there. Even if you can defeat your peers, you still lack the foundation when facing such a monster. Just using surgery, micro-teleportation, to recover his injuries and clothes consumed a lot of his energy, especially that. Os still feels sick, killed by sight and hearing. Since he had opened his observation haki since he was a child, Os had already adapted to seeing everything in this world clearly. Suddenly being blindfolded gave me a sense of unreality. I just had a sparring match with Garen Saint. He is indeed the most dazzling celestial dragon's king in the Battle of God Valley. His swordsmanship and conqueror's skills are very strong. Os reached out, took the cloak from a female celestial dragon, and put it back on his shoulders. Looking at the dazed 5 elders and the other knights, they were also stunned for a moment. Then I reacted. That's right. Garen's status at his peak today is similar to that of 4 emperors Shanks at his peak, and he is one of the top players in the ocean. The impact of the scene before my eyes, it is no less than telling the people on the sea in the original book that a 19-year-old supernova pirate suppressed 4 emperors Shanks without any injury. That was the scene in Kid's dream. Don't look at me like that. Actually, it was Garen Sensei who had the upper hand just now. I looked fine only because of the power of the fruit. There is nothing that Os cannot admit. After all, he cannot compete with others in terms of hard power. It is okay for subordinates to brag about themselves sometimes. In front of a real master, pretending to be cool is disrespectful. I just barely managed to hold on. After hearing this, the members of the Knights of God who were watching all showed expressions of understanding. This is what a human being looks like, otherwise it would be too gloomy. Just after the 5 elders left, Garen expressed his desire to fight with Os to see his true strength. Advertisement and Os has no problem with it. He casually threw the cloak he had taken off to a ruddy-faced female celestial dragons, a member of the Knights. Afterwards, he put away the black gun, a powerful weapon that was only used as the finale. In good times, God avoids you. Use fistbones in adversity. In desperation, he took out the big black sniper. Fighting against Garen, the true, world's greatest swordsman, who is currently active in the world, Os will of course take the opportunity to hone his swordsmanship. Then, the sky was originally cracked, broken. Os's conquerors was rarely suppressed. The value of this battle was no less than that of a young Os facing the peak Shanks. It is probably impossible for an ordinary vice admiral to maintain his combat effectiveness in a full-strength conqueror's clash. This is the real peak showdown. Ordinary members of the Knights of God were not even qualified to watch the battle. If the force had not been restrained, the flying sword energy would probably have flown directly to Mariajoy and cut the Holy Land into several pieces. After hearing Os's explanation, they remembered that, according to the intelligence, Os does seem to have such an ability. As long as his physical strength is not exhausted, he can teleport his body structure back to its original state after the battle. But just fighting with Garen for such a long time is also a symbol of strength. By the way, Os, Saint Satan glanced at the ruined battlefield and didn't bother to ask more questions. He reached out and took out a tiny chip. Lord Yim has agreed that you can act alone as a special member of the Knights of God in the future, and you don't have to obey orders. This is just a polite way of saying it. In fact, it is just a reputation. For the Holy Land, it is just like raising an extra celestial dragon that does not work. They don't expect ours to really work for them. After realizing what was going on, the female celestial dragons who had watched the 2 battles, the Knights discussed among themselves. Hey, did Saint Os just join the Knights? Come to think of it, I have heard that they are going to accept new people as exceptions recently. This question is, the King of Cultivation, Doder Zeke. Just now? I had a fight with the Knights of God. Advertisement. The kings who spoke well of Old Kick actually all depended on Os for their livelihood. Some of the pillar industries of some of these countries were even supported by the underground businesses of Os. I didn't see my former compatriots. It would be best if they were dead. Theoretically, as a non-official celestial dragon, Os does not have the right to have offspring. However, if they are combined with female celestial dragons, then the child does meet the requirements in name only. Both parents must be celestial dragons. Now that he has joined Os's army, he will sooner or later accumulate enough strength to take revenge on those bastards in the Holy Land. Holy Land Mariajoy. Foo. It's been a long time since I came back. In an open space not far away, eagle, fish and bird were gathered here. No one approached the aloof Mihawk and crocodile. This thought filled my mind for a long time until Oz returned. Little did they know, he really became a joker. By the way, if you have a child with a celestial dragon like Oz, will the child still be a celestial dragon after it is born? Moreover, the mother is from the celestial dragons, so who dares to say that the child does not have the blood of God? The old man stood with his hands behind his back, and when he heard the flattering voices around him, he couldn't help but smile smugly. If he can't restore his celestial dragon's identity, he will pull the celestial dragons off the altar. A flamingo. This question really stumped Garen and the 5 elders, who were in charge. Otherwise, do you think they are willing to flatter the old man? You really have a good education, you have such an outstanding grandson. King Zeke, nice to meet you. Ahahahaha. After thinking for a long time, they finally gave an answer. Doflamingo crossed his legs, pulling the soldiers in thick armor with silk threads, with a vengeful smile on his face. Seeing the other party smiling and showing them his trophy, the celestial dragon's identity chip, Doflamingo felt like the sky was falling. A tiger's grandson has no dog's father. I think Mr. Osa's success is inseparable from the excellence of King Zeke. On the contrary, it was Doflamingo who was wandering around very arrogantly. Got a celestial dragon's identity. Many princes and nobles gathered here to attend the World Government Member States Conference held every 4 years. The MVP among them was undoubtedly a rare new face. That should be it. This is the charm of personality. Chapter 140. I have bloodline, I just need a name. Grand Line, an unknown island. In the luxurious entertainment club, the frenetic music was beating, countless beauties were dancing on the dance floor, and many pirates, businessmen, and gangsters who came here for the fun joined in wholeheartedly. Above the dance floor, a young man with a green slicked back hair and wearing a golden suit was holding a goblet and gently shaking the precious red wine in it. It was a very luxurious outfit, because if you looked closely, the gold embellishments on the clothes were actually made of gold. A confident and flamboyant smile emanated from the young man's face. The strong man and the red-haired beauty who followed him were very respectful guards. He did not join in the carnival on the stage, but just fumbled with the gold ring on his hand, with a look of reminiscence in his eyes, as if no rouge or powder could appeal to him. Lifting the goblet, he drank the precious red wine. A big-headed doll-like figure suddenly emerged from the ground in front of him. Master Tesoro, it seems that you are indeed the natural owner of the gold fruit. Mr. Tanaka, who possesses the ability to travel through inorganic matter and is the one who brought the gold fruit to Tesoro, now stands with his hands behind his back and bows his head very respectfully. He was very happy. Tezulo was indeed a man worth following. In a short period of time, the ability of the gold fruit was brought into play, not to mention the potential for interpersonal relationships. Tezulo raised the corners of his mouth. He has now tasted the happiness of being rich, especially with the ability of the gold fruit. He can easily control the industrial chains on many islands. Even though he encountered some unexpected things, he overcame them one by one. Money can make the devil work. The fact that he can now quickly accumulate original capital is closely related to the power of the gold fruit. You have made an invaluable contribution, Mr. Tanaka. The gold fruit has played a decisive role in the development and expansion of the business. No, Lord Tezulo, this is not entirely my credit. Mr. Tanaka's face was solemn, and he recalled the scene at that time. He was able to escape successfully because someone let him go. After all, the Sabody Archipelago has already become the base camp of the underground world. There are inevitably some hockey masters who are stationed in some important places, such as auction houses, etc. After Mr. Tanaka succeeded, he did not attract many two-color hockey masters to chase him, which is intriguing. It was as if someone had let me get it on purpose, and I didn't encounter any obstruction during the process. Really? Tezulo stretched out his right hand, and the golden ring slowly flowed and swam in his palm, and then slowly transformed into the appearance of an exquisite long-haired young man. In fact, I understood this matter soon after. That big shot just wanted me to help him make money. Advertisement, but it doesn't matter. As long as Stella can come back to me, even if she becomes his dog, it's fine. Mr. Tanaka frowned. Sir Tezulo, is he the man you were talking about, the biggest middleman in the underworld, Don Quixote Doflamingo? With all due respect, at your rate of growth, you will soon be able to be fearless. After all, it was Doflamingo who robbed the gold fruit, so Mr. Tanaka subconsciously thought of him. Although he admitted that Doflamingo, as a newly emerged character on the sea, was quite powerful and influential, it was not unstoppable. He was unwilling to bow his head and submit like this. No. It's a being more powerful than him. Tezulo smiled bitterly, slowly raised his arm, and displayed the miniature golden figurine in his hand. When they saw his appearance, Mr. Tanaka, Bakara and others all changed their originally calm expressions. With an expression of disbelief and horror on his face. How is it possible? Rumor has it that this person generally doesn't care about the affairs of the underworld. If it was the Black Emperor, when a dog, it doesn't seem like there's anything wrong with it. They looked at Tesoro with eyes that seemed to say, what are you doing in Versailles? How many people want to be Lord Osa's dog, but they are not qualified enough? Anyway, let's collect enough money this morning. Although it's not a small amount, it shouldn't be difficult to complete. If that doesn't work, let me lead the team to search for gold mines. With the power of the gold fruit, making money is no longer a difficult task. On the other side, damn 5 elders. Well, that's the theory. Oz pinched his chin and thought about it. This was what some celestial dragons girls had just told him. It's all in the wine. Xiao Ming murmured, his face expressionless. He wanted to laugh, but he couldn't. So, advertisement perhaps because he could see that this guy's heart had collapsed, Oz handed him a bottle of red wine. After hanging up the phone, Flamingo remained in dejected silence, seeming out of place with the bustle of the surrounding princes and nobles. Oz patted his shoulder and had no choice but to comfort him. Click. Lord Oz, as long as it is your child and has the blood of celestial dragons, that's enough, right? Oz. Saint. It's better not to mention saint, it sounds weird. Hey, bloodline is something like this. Such differential treatment made Xiao Ming doubt his life again. This is what happened, Master Doflamingo. The gold fruit has been taken away by Tesoro and his gang. Manishi, Doflamingo adult, Holy Land, Mariajoy. If the 5 elders had made it clear earlier, wouldn't he have just tried every possible way to become stronger? Why would he kill his father? Although Doflamingo was on the phone, his mind was not on it. At the beginning, he risked his father's life and went to the Holy Land with his head on his shoulders, but he was driven back to North Blue in disgrace. Dad died in vain. I see. Don't lose heart, Dover, there will be another chance in the future. I happen to have it. Os was an outsider who didn't even have the slightest celestial dragon bloodline. He had just arrived in the Holy Land for 2 days, but they were already rushing to attribute the celestial dragon identity to him. The Don Quixote family's subordinates on the other side of Den Mushi were respectfully reporting that they had successfully completed the task assigned by the other party. Turning his head to look at Oz, his mind quickly worked and he came up with an idea. Actually, this identity is nothing special to me. There is no way to pass it on to the next generation anyway. After all, there is no real celestial dragon bloodline. What a joke. Gudong. Are you afraid that I won't become one of your own? He drank like crazy, not caring at all that the red liquid from the corners of his mouth soaked his clothes. It was obvious that he was really sad. Doflamingo paused as he heard this, as if he was stunned. The reason for not being accepted is just because you are not strong enough? Chapter 141 A Big Pie for Xiao Ming, Hancock's Nightmare. After receiving the call from Oz, the 5 elders also had a headache. If I remember correctly, Doflamingo is older than you, Oz. What does it matter? He's just my foster father anyway. Just now, when the five elders finally returned to power and were about to handle government affairs, the Den Den Mushi suddenly rang. It was Oz who called, and he immediately put forward a hypothesis. If he adopted Doflamingo as his adopted son, then with his pure celestial dragon bloodline, could he be admitted into the Celestial Dragons organization as an exception? But the key point is that the identity of Doflamingo was the result of a unanimous discussion between the five elders and the Knights of God. The purpose is to warn these captive celestial dragons who have nothing to do all day not to cause trouble. The Holy Land is not a place where you can come and go as you please. Now accepting Doflamingo into the Holy Land is a kind of changing one's mind every day, which is a slap in one's own face. They sighed. If you insist. No, I'm not that persistent. Since you can let it go, it doesn't seem to be a big deal. But unexpectedly, Oz changed his behavior and did not force the world government to give him face. I'm just asking. Dover's current reputation is not worth me doing so much for him. I'll just leave him a big cake for now. Pure gold was given. Oz had already rewarded Doflamingo for his loyalty. As a confidant, Oz thought that he had given Doflamingo much more than he had shown. Don't feed your wolves too much, otherwise you will really become a dog. After a few polite words, Oz hung up the Den Den Mushi. Not long after, Xiao Ming walked over with a nervous look on his face. Lord Oz. I asked about your situation, and the five elders said it was very difficult to handle. Oz shrugged with regret on his face. It must be said that Doflamingo was really disappointed by this scene. He originally thought that with Oz's presence, it should be a sure win. But, in a sudden turn, Oz drank a sip of orange juice, swallowed it slowly, and under Doflamingo's anxious gaze, he slowly said. Five elders didn't say anything final. Try your best, Dover. The more important you are on the world stage in the future, the more celestial dragons will regret not accepting you. There will be opportunities. Advertisement, I understand, Lord Oz. Obviously, the identity of celestial dragons has become Doflamingo's inner demon. Isn't it just involution? As long as he gets the ultimate, he doesn't believe that Lord Oz and the five elders won't let him go. If Oz could see the loyalty value, he would definitely be able to see that the number above Xiao Ming's head was rising rapidly at this moment. The World Government Conference is quite boring, to be honest. Although you are all called to a meeting in name, the world government has its own masters after all. It is impossible to let a few kings decide the historical direction of this ocean. So while old K*** was sitting at the conference table with great enthusiasm, experiencing the feeling of being a big shot, Oz was strolling around Pangu City. Next to him, there was a strange man wearing a black suit and a mask. It was the CP member assigned to him by the five elders. Ordinary celestial dragons usually have CP 1 to 8 followers. The truly elite CP 9 or even CP 0 are usually found around individual celestial dragons. Although the latter also obey the orders of ordinary celestial dragons, they are generally sent by the world government to perform missions on the sea instead of standing by these pigs. Now, Lip, what's interesting about Mariajoy? This. CP 0 named Lip also thought for a few seconds after hearing Asen's question. Replying to Master Asen, if it is a place that other celestial dragons often go to, it is the slave detention center in the Colosseum. It's really boring. This kind of place is nothing more than picking slaves and watching them fight to the death. In Osa's opinion, it is not interesting at all. I don't know you. Sha Lulia, this is also a celestial dragon. I can't be your slave. So even if the request was so outrageous and tricky, he believed that his subordinates would be able to find it for him. And it was this small instruction, sisters? They have to be 3 sisters. Os didn't have the ability to read people's minds, so he naturally didn't know that CP0 in front of him had already regarded him as a special fan. The 3 words, O Saint, became the nightmare of the 3 Hancock sisters in the future, possessing an absolute power of terror. Now Lip understood. If anyone dares to put pressure on you, go to the 5 elders and tell them it was my idea. Advertisement. Little did he know that Os was just speaking casually. After all, he just mentioned it when he remembered it, and it was impossible for him to stay in the Holy Land until next year. But after this explanation, it is obvious that he has his own special hobbies. For example, today, Oz wants to find a bearded loli with thin arms, long thick legs and a horse face. That kind of psychological shadow where you dare not disobey what the other person says. Lip thought secretly, if it really doesn't exist, then it has to be created. So handsome. Roseward shook his head. Lip thought about it in his mind, but showed no sign of it on the surface. After all, he had seen some very debauched celestial dragons before. It was this handsome smile that made the young Sha Lulia put her hands on her face and her eyes full of love. She would never forget it for the next 20 years. Suddenly, an innocent voice interrupted Osa's thoughts. He turned his head and saw that it was a little girl. P.S. The humble author is begging online. After all, there are so many strange creatures on the sea, maybe one of them is the one Os described. But we have to admit that Os is the most handsome among celestial dragons. After all, the average male is a pig. If he really wanted to find slaves, Os could even mobilize the underground power of the entire ocean to find the people he wanted. Don't worry about anything else. Just keep it as it is. Just don't let other celestial dragons take it. At that time, I will instruct the slave supervisors to transform the 3 sisters into the shape of Lord O's Saint. Lord O's Saint should be satisfied. It can even be accurate to the specific appearance. Such is the power of the underworld. Os had no intention of wasting energy on these ordinary celestial dragons, even if they had appeared in the original book. Wow, that guy is so handsome. Daddy, I want that guy to be my slave. By the way, please pay attention next year. If any of the three sister slaves are captured and brought into the Holy Land, please keep an eye out for me. He thought that a friend or acquaintance of Lord O's saint was arrested by mistake. A fat celestial dragon came over with his daughter, a bunch of guards and CPs, but he obviously recognized Osa's celestial dragon identity through the CP next to him. He just smiled at Sha Lulia, turned around and left. Excuse me, but you want to? Lip asked respectfully, bowing his head. Chapter 142. Back to Sky Island, the rebellious boy's transformation. World Summit is over. At the port, old K*** reluctantly said goodbye to the king and his good brothers whom he had just met. It's not for anything else, I just like the way they speak. Old man, let the marine take you back from now on. I have other things to do. Go ahead, brat. I know I can't keep you here. At the same time, Doflamingo also said goodbye. After a period of operation on the same ship, he will start to move into New World in order to get the big pie drawn by Os earlier. Hey. Well, let's say goodbye here, Lord O's. I will be waiting for you at Dressrosa. Os patted his shoulder and said with great satisfaction that he had the intention and would definitely go there in the future. If you encounter an unstoppable opponent in the New World, such as a certain duo, you can call him a phone bug. What are you going to do next, Osen? As he was steering the Oro Jackson slowly away from Mariajoy, he suddenly heard Crocodile's words. The corner of Oz' mouth twitched, but he continued her words. You should call me Lord Osen, Shaosha, whispering sound. Next, let's go to the sky and see the legendary Sky Island. Nani? ×2. There's nothing here except birds and clouds. Does Sky Island really exist? 10,000 meters above the sky, a huge, gorgeous red ship was flying, shuttling through the sea of clouds. In the blink of an eye, it flew 10,000 meters away. But after flying for a whole day, we didn't find anything, but we did receive quite a few salutes. But Oz knew that it must exist, either in the sky above some mushroom town or something. Mihawk did find the corresponding pointer, but he was not sure, because maybe Sky Island would move? With the mentality of playing both shots, the red gorgeous giant ship flew towards the front half of the Grand Line. After driving for about an hour, Os actually discovered something different in his super wide range of observation. Got it. It was a giant cloud with a density close to that of the Earth, floating slowly in the sky like the lid of Newton's coffin was opened. The legend is actually true. Advertisement, a fantastic scene. The Oro Jackson slowly landed and then stopped steadily in the sea of clouds. According to Osa's Observation Haki, many people with wings lived here. I haven't been here for a long time. The last time I came here was by boat. During the last world tour, Os had followed Roger to Sky Island and seen the golden city of Shandora and the Golden Bell. In other words, Os has too much money to spend, and this thing is also a souvenir, otherwise Os would have Buggy first and move the Golden Bell away. It's amazing that they won't fall. Crocodile stepped on the clouds, stomping with some surprise. Mihawk was more direct, using Night to cut a few gashes on the ground and using slashing blows to test the quality of Sky Island. Besides playing, there's one more thing we need to do here, you guys. What's up? Looking for someone. Os's Observation Haki expanded greatly, trying to find something. And the goal is of course obvious. After all, he is the guy who possesses the strongest Logia. Although he is only 17 years old, he should have eaten the fruit for some time. But before I had time to stop eating beef, I met Os. Deep in the forest, under an apple tree, a young man with long ears and a cold and arrogant expression was eating an apple. Almost at the same time that Os discovered him, he also discovered this uninvited guest on Sky Island. Where did these bugs come from again? It doesn't matter. God has grown up and is not afraid of any challenge. Enel's expression did not change significantly. After all, he was now fully familiar with his abilities, and he thought he was strong enough to easily destroy Burka. With godlike power, no one can survive. This is the power of thunder and lightning. A hand grasped it. Lightning burst out all over his body, and he walked towards Os, who was putting his hands in his pockets and looking calm, looking ferocious and terrifying. From the previous liquidation of the underground world, it can be seen that he is indeed lacking a thug with strong mobility. Sizzle, sizzle. Enel's face was grim. He subconsciously turned into an arc and moved away in the range of the heart network. How rude of you to run around like that. I'm not a bad person. Advertisement moreover, it can also be used as a generator when nothing happens. Just observe first. This was the first time he saw someone with the same tactics as she. Although Enel was not completely heartbroken, he was still very cautious. What a gloomy look. Hearing from Oda that Enel is at least a quasi-admiral on the sea, he wondered if he could meet him. The man in front of him was always one step ahead of him, reaching the position he wanted to move to a moment in advance. It is also his arrogance as a god, when 30 million volt thunder beast. The next moment, in Enel's mind net, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, and the teasing voice startled him. Oh my god, this is so scary, even God can't do it so quickly and without leaving any trace. Enel's eyes widened, his face full of disbelief. You have to go there in person for everything. Those who are capable don't have the speed, and the average combat effectiveness of the thugs scattered around the world is low. Oz put his hands in his pockets, looked at the young man Enel in front of him who was extremely cautious because he didn't react, and waved to say hello. The person in front of him was much taller than him. For some reason, he always gave him a faint sense of threat, especially the speed at which he appeared like a ghost. Oh, it feels so tingling. You have the potential to be a masseur, Enel. If it doesn't work, I'd be your subordinate. How is it possible? But when he was really hit, Oz just touched his chin, and then a completely red and warm look. But no matter where he turned into lightning and ran to, he found out in despair that. But he didn't expect that when he recovered from his elemental form and ran to another part of the edge of Sky Island, just when he breathed a sigh of relief, Oz appeared in front of him again. Enel, who had psychological problems since childhood and was a rebellious teenager with an antisocial personality, finally couldn't stand it anymore and exploded. Facing Oz, Enel was covered in blue lightning and stretched out his hand towards him. You asked for this. He looked forward and saw that it was one of the people from Shanghai who had landed on Sky Island that he had just sensed. Chapter 143. Separation for the Dream, 3D2Y, click. Seeing Oz catch lightning with his bare hands seemed to have greatly impacted Enel's worldview. With a big mouth, bulging eyes, and a running nose. Looks like a loser. Forget it, there's no fun in talking to a greenhorn like you. Oz showed no mercy, and clenched his right hand. Bursts of black and red lightning exploded from it. Who doesn't know how to play thunder and lightning? Enel, who was already doubting his life at this moment, did not react at all. Oz's attack. Under Conqueror's intimidation, Enel couldn't move at all and could only watch the hand slowly approaching. I saw a finger on that slender hand slightly bent. Bang, simple and neat, the crispy Enel, under the dominant brain collapse attack. His eyes turned white and he fell down with his head tilted back. A thought came to my mind. Oz and the fainted young man Enel appeared on the Oro Jackson. At this time, Xiaoxia was reading the newspaper and Mihawk was cooking. Hearing the noise, Crocodile's eyes moved and noticed the long ears next to Ozen. Who is this guy? Asa always does things that she can't understand from time to time, and she has gotten used to it. But this time it's different. I made a special trip just for one person. I remember the last time I had this honor. She did it herself. We captured a strong man and brought him back to reinforce the ship. After hearing Asa's admission, Crocodile finally looked at him seriously. Even Mihawk came over with a kitchen knife in his hand. Why? Because this guy has long ears. This guy ate one of the strongest in Logia, the thunder fruit. Oh. Unlike what I expected, the two's reactions were very calm, as if they had no idea what powerful fruit it was. So what? So, it's convenient to run errands. The three of them tacitly agreed not to talk about the powerful side. It's not that we deny that thunder fruit is very strong, but there is no shortage of combat power like Enel on the current Oz ship. In other words, in terms of frontal combat, Oz alone is enough to replace all the strategic positions that Enel should have originally possessed. Whether it is large-scale strike capability, air combat, or speed. The only role of Enel joining Oz may be to help run errands. Advertisement, Thunder Dragon, I've told you so many times, you can't run away. On Sky Island, Oz put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked out of the thunderstorm that was like a waterfall. Even his hair was not messed up. This is the application of the armament color external armor. If you don't reach the level of One Piece Kakuzu, you can't mess it up. The lightning that seemed to illuminate the world slowly ran out of power and gradually disappeared into the sky and earth. A young man, panting and with a bit of fear in his eyes, was looking at Oz who was unharmed with his mouth slightly open. He is really going to collapse. These days, he was like a hawk being trained. He couldn't run away, and he couldn't fight back. Even if he used his strongest force, it only made the opponent shiver. It was like a cold wind blowing. On the one hand, it was because he was too young and was still too immature to develop devil fruit. On the other hand, he encountered a big boss when he went out. They are not on the same level at all. This is not a gap that can be smoothed out by fruit. How's it going? Have you behaved yourself, Enel, already honest? I understand. I won't run away again. Although Enel is now dark and rebellious due to his childhood experiences. But just like curing Xiao Ming, what Oz is best at is reforming these rebellious children, winning them over with virtue and making them willing to be docile. And if I really want to say it, in fact, it is hard to say who will become stronger under Osa's training, Enel or Doflamingo. But it shouldn't be difficult to reach the threshold of Admiral. Don't take it personally, you'll find out later that I'm pretty easy to get along with. Enel didn't say anything, but kept recalling Osa's evil smile in his mind. I could have caught him in one go and killed him quickly, but every time I followed him like a shadow and moved with his elemental form. Now it has become a psychological shadow, so far. The third member arrived on board the Oz ship, Xiao Ai, Enel. Is this Qinghai? It's so spectacular. Biting an apple, Enel no longer regarded himself as a god, at least in front of Oz. The group stayed at Sky Island for about half a month. After all, traveling is about getting to know the local customs and people. Oz had a lot of fun and took away a lot of local specialties, such as shock shells, when he left. But on the other side of the boat, Mihawk was folding his arms across his chest, looking calmly at the sky and the sea in the distance. Advertisement, hey, Oz, what are you going to do next? Is there any use for me? Oz was still fiddling with those gadgets. When he heard Xiaoying suddenly ask this, he was also stunned. Why are you asking this suddenly? I was planning to go to New World. Your dream has actually been fulfilled, Oz. Mihawk was inspired, turned around, and suddenly looked at Oz. But, traveling with you is an interesting experience, I admit, but my swordsmanship has not improved for a long time. Hearing this, whether it was Oz, Xiaoxia or the newly joined Xiaoyi, they all looked at him in shock. Oz. Confused, Xiaoxia, Silence. Enel, confused, *row. What's going on? Are we going to disband just after joining? So can he slip away? You mean? Os raised his eyebrows. What I mean is, I want to go out on my own, fight with swordsmen from all over the world, and then create the world's best swordsmanship. Mihawk's eyes were full of seriousness, and he only had the pursuit of kendo in his eyes. When I achieve my goal, I will come back to challenge you, Os. Os understood. Following him around all day, I won easily without feeling any pressure, and I couldn't improve my swordsmanship. Are you thinking about 3D2Y? Os curled his lips. To be honest, he still felt a little uncomfortable. After all, they had been together for so many years. But Os did not form the pirates after all. Mihawk wanted to pursue his dream. What reason did he have to stop him? Isn't it cool to pursue your dreams? How could Xiaoying, who is not the world's greatest swordsman, be his deputy? Crocodile smiled when he heard this and took a cigar off his lips. I've been wanting to say this for a long time. Your name is the only one that is well known in the sea. Lousy has been unhappy for a long time. Since Mihawk wants to go and try his luck, I should do the same and improve my own strength at the same time. She has now gradually understood the importance of strength, which is why her bounty has always been lower than that of these two. I understand. It is indeed a bit willful to let you run around with me every day. It's not like we won't meet again, so, go out to the sea and bear the name of Dotalos. Oh, by the way, Enel, if you have nowhere to go run errands for Sammy. I'll make you a lifeguard so you don't run away. Chapter 144 Wano-kuni, the decisive battle begins? Xiaoying and Xiaoxia found a nearby island and temporarily disembarked. I always drag them along to travel the world and have fun with me. My courage has grown a lot. Conquerors is now a level above my peers. But there was no qualitative improvement in the strength of the two. At most, a little eagle accidentally opened Conquerors. Crocodile is even standing still. Haki can be said to be incapable, but she is also pitifully weak. Oz taught her the emission technique, and the rest she can only rely on herself. As for you, Oz looked at the confused Xiao and rubbed his chin a few times. Using Vegapunk's special life card to set a location for him, Oz left him to Sammy's care and gave him the Armament Haki training skills. Work hard, and I'll find you another sister-in-law next time we meet. Oh, he saw that the special card would always point in his direction. It seemed that he could not escape. Then take this opportunity to take a look at this vast Qinghai lake and see if there are many monsters like Oz in the sea. If there are more, then he will continue to live. If it's not much, then this god will be furious, ha. As for the Armament Haki given to me by Boss Oz, I heard from him that it is used to catch lightning entities, so I will just practice it reluctantly. When Sammy took over this rebellious boy, he was also stunned for a moment, then his face lit up and he arranged a bunch of things. Enel was completely unaware at this moment. Next, he, the god, will see an existence that is even more evil than God. Capitalist. In the following days, Oz no longer traveled on the Oro Jackson in a high-profile manner. Instead, he gave it to Rayleigh for safekeeping and went out to play. In the following months, Oscar rarely gave up the hot search and observed the local customs and people in a low-key manner. Either use Bailey or your fists to hitch a ride on the boat, or just teleport across the sea. As I said, Oz has face wherever he goes, New World Sea. On the boundless sea, a pirate ship was sailing slowly. It looked like they were having a banquet, and it was quite lively. Only the lookout above did not join in, but was alert to the situation on the sea. What is that? Advertisement, human? You must be kidding. At this moment, the lookout holding the telescope seemed to have discovered something incredible, and hurriedly shouted to the people on the deck who were busy. Captain, someone is coming from the sea. What the hell are you talking about? A man with two braided beards walked to the side of the boat with a strange look on his face. He took a closer look and saw. Even though he was used to big storms, the man was still startled and opened his mouth wide. How is it possible? Above the sea, a tall figure wearing a dark red suit and a black windbreaker was walking. Step by step, you walk on the sea as if you were walking on flat ground. The other party obviously noticed them. Finally we found a ship. The scene flashed, and the tall figure appeared on the deck. The sudden appearance of the tall figure frightened Jefu so much that he subconsciously raised his foot to fight back. Redfoot Jefu, if I didn't know you, your leg would be broken now. Oz didn't move, just looked at the leg hanging in the air, unable to move at all, walked around it, sat on the ground and started eating. Are you here to cause trouble? Hey, are you kidding? Wait a minute. The hot-tempered guy was about to pick up a knife and do it, but was immediately stopped by his companion. Haven't you recognized this man yet? This is the one. Black Emperor. Why, Oz had never expected that after wandering on the sea for so long, he would accidentally run into a group of pirates, and he actually knew them. His adopted son's future adoptive father, red-legged Tetsuo. You can say he is stupid, but you can never say he is weak. Jin, Quinn, you guys should arrange the siege, but that was Kozuki Oden after all, a man who had traveled with Roger Whitebeard. Even if they knew in advance, they still had to prepare in advance. The situation is very good, they can't afford to be overturned at this time. Advertisement I simply gave up on maintaining hostility. Yes. This fool, His Highness, has been dancing for 5 years. Oz has grown from a little kid to a sea overlord, but this guy is still dancing. See Circle Calendar 1503. Jefu also knew that the full-strength kick just now could not even touch the corner of the man's clothes. the gap was already obvious. Os tasted the meal made by Jefu and then let them go. It was originally a peaceful day with a nice breeze, but a big shot came on board, the famous Black Emperor Dothor Os, and I was so ignorant that I attacked him. Hahahaha, I almost died. The spy has sent a message that Kozuki Oden is planning a surprise attack. Oden will definitely lose, after all, he is a man capable of competing with Kaido. Why? It's hard to survive in the new world, isn't it? This incident was recorded by Jefu in his sailing diary. Lousy now just wants to have a good fight with Kozuki Oden. Don't worry, our military strength far exceeds that of the enemy, not to mention that we have Kaido as our boss. The snake said that he had the advantage, after all, he couldn't lose no matter how he looked at it, and he even prepared a sinister trick, just in case. It's a pity that this idiot couldn't escape Kaido's plan from beginning to end. Just wave goodbye. As for the future Flying Six, they have either not joined yet or are still just children. Now he finally realizes something is wrong and wants to lead his men in a surprise attack to kill Kaido. After all, they also have their own missions, and the place he is going next is the opposite of the other party's goal. A huge strong man sat in the first seat and was drinking from a wine gourd. Now it seems that the other party must have suffered a setback in New World and is planning to return to the first half of the Grand Line. Os was going to Wano, but they were going back to Paradise. Beside him, Jin, Quinn and other cadres and subordinates also gathered here. Jin took the information, walked to the front of the stage, and reported to Kaido in front of him. And so, the other party went to Wano. It was a peaceful encounter, but I was also wondering how the other party knew me and left a message, take good care of Sanji. It is estimated that after returning, he accidentally met Sanji's ship and adopted him. Ghost Island. Who is Sanji? Why do you ask me for help? Without answering, the legendary man left. Chapter 145. Black Gun hit the Milk Dragon, after all, I had to bear everything. Kozuki Oden is an opponent recognized by Lousy, just let me take his head off. Gudong, Gudong. Kaido took the wine gourd and poured it into his mouth wildly, his face was crazy and he was obviously drunk, and then he threw the gourd to the ground. It shattered in an instant, really, looking forward to it. The demonic aura surged out, Conqueror's lightning surged wildly, Kaido was shaking with excitement. How long has it been? Fight him to the death, there are not many people who can do this in this ocean. One after another, powerful figures appeared in my mind. Without exception, they were all people who were capable of competing for the top individual combat power on the sea. Rox D. Zebek, Gol D. Roger, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. Doder Os, if I have to add one more, it would be the man I'm about to fight. Kozuki Oden. When Jin and Quinn heard this, they didn't raise any opinions. Because they also know that, except Kaido, no one can match Kozuki Oden. What they had to deal with were the other party's 11 retainers. The opponent will definitely lose. Wano will definitely be in our hands. Led by Kaido, 2 big bosses raided the battlefield, and tens of thousands of beasts pirates were in the army. Just Kozuki Oden and a few of his men, a turtle in a jar. Wano in an empty mountain area. Step, step, step. The dark clouds foreshadowed something ominous. Kozuki Oden led his retainers to launch a surprise attack to kill Kaido. But halfway through, I felt something was wrong. In the mountains before them, countless scarlet cruel eyes appeared. In the thick dark clouds, a pair of huge pupils stared at everyone. Several people were stunned for a moment, that was. A huge body is wrapped around the mountains, with a huge and majestic green dragon entrenched there, and below him are his claws all over the mountains. Advertisement, at least this battle was not bad. 10,000 meters away, on a factory rooftop shrouded in dark clouds, a tall figure was sitting there with his legs crossed, watching a magnificent battle in the distance. He had no intention of helping, whether it was helping Kaido kill Oden or helping Oden kill Kaido. The friendship they had built while traveling on the same ship had already been shown back then. Oden was different from Roger, and the other party did not have any special meaning to him. Crack. Just consider it as a commemoration. Holding the photo with a perfect angle in his hand, Os folded his arms and watched the battle. However, it's not impossible to do some small actions. Hey, Kaido, was the promise we made 5 years ago all a lie? At this point, Oden couldn't help but understand that Kaido had been playing tricks on him. He couldn't help but think of the scene that happened that year. It was a scene of a long-haired young man getting off the boat. Hey, Oden, force is always the only way to solve problems. The pirates are more cunning than you can imagine. Did it come true at this time? What an exaggerated observation Haki, O's. Oden was silent for a moment. There was no regret in his eyes anymore. Only determination and killing intent remained. Regret is useless now. The only thing we can control now is the future. Oden led the charge, with the terrifying Haki wrapped around his blade, and a red aura rising from his body, as he charged towards the pirates. Everyone follow Master Oden. The melee began. Os looked at Oden who was charging forward desperately, and it was hard to tell whether he was happy or sad on his face. He didn't hate Oden, but he certainly didn't like him either. He was mainly annoyed by Momonosuke. He is not too obsessed with whether Oden lives or dies. So, while I'm having fun, I'll help you out. Sooner or later I'll have to deal with this milk dragon anyway. Os made a move and a pitch black spear appeared in his hand, aiming it towards the battlefield. The target could not be Kaido, but, ha 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 ha. Accompanied by a devilish smile, A chubby fat man wearing sunglasses stood on the battlefield with a smile on his face. In his previous life, Oz was fed up with this dragon. Don't you have invincibility and escape from combat? Come on. The countless red temperatures in the game turned into cause and effect at this moment and returned to Quinn. He was standing in front of Kinnaman and the others, drawing his sword confidently. Your opponent is. Oh, advertisement, what kind of dance should we perform at this time? In the end, they even gave up on defense, but before he had time to check the situation, Kinnaman and others had already drawn their swords and rushed forward, heading towards Quinn's fat body. Who could it be? Quinn broke out in a few drops of cold sweat, thinking seriously, and then looked at the figure of Boss Kaido. Jin noticed something was wrong. He looked at Quinn jumping around on the battlefield and being chased and hacked by Oden's retainers. Bloodshot appeared in his eyes. In fact, when he realized that neither the armament color nor the weapon could resist the strange bullets, he already had some guesses in his mind. All this is for Beast's pirates. If he howled now, then Os would definitely come forward. One after another, even though he was staring at the severe pain in his buttocks, he was still able to barely cope with the siege of several retainers. Quinn. What are you doing? Quinn, anyway, it has been hit, and it can't be blocked by either armament color or weapons. Quinn's face was filled with anger, and there was a hint of fear in his anger. His body was shaking again and again. Damn it, boss, even one of them is enough. It would be fine if she danced that kind of devilish and eye-catching dance at other times. A tingling sensation suddenly came from his buttocks, and he howled in pain. Uncle Quinn is so handsome. No matter where Quinn ran to, there were always bullets that looked like they had eyes, and the pursuers were shooting at his butt, even if he was spinning in circles to defend himself. Puff! Kozuki Oden flashed by with a knife in both hands. A cross-shaped wound on Kaido's body instantly spurted blood. The whole dragon rolled its eyes and opened its mouth wide. So next, can Boss Kaido beat the Black Emperor and Kozuki Oden alone? How can it be so simple? I'm not using Seastone bullets. A plump body, very flexible. There was no other way. Quinn chose to bear the pain alone. Quinn was terrified. Tears streaming down my face. P.S. Begging for everything online, but he didn't dare say it. After all, this was a critical moment. The key point is that the bullet hole is neat and stuck in the fat, so it is just painful but not fatal. After all, his methods are so strange and unsolvable. He also knows how to use a spear, and he dares to come to such a big scene. If his guess was correct, then the person in the dark did not want to make a move, or did not want to make a move directly. Shut up, abusive pervert, you don't understand anything. Chapter 146. Yellow-haired Os, kidnapping his daughter online. Kaido. Oden's two swords style, Peach Blossom 10 Fists. The two swords formed a cross shape, and a terrifying red aura gathered together, accompanied by a rapid flash of movement. Puff, an extremely large wound appeared, and the huge dragon's body even stiffened because of this heavy blow, with a large amount of blood gushing out of the dragon's mouth. Rolling its eyes, the dragon collapsed to the ground after a horrific blow. Kaidwo was officially beaten into dragon form. It's been a while since we last met. You've made progress, Kaido. Os held a sniper rifle and observed this evenly matched epic battle from a distance. Just looking at his body shape, Kaido has already shown signs of transforming into a devilish muscular man and is no longer that tall and thin guy. If we only look at the battle power comparison between the two, it is hard to say who will die in the end. Garner, Oden. Os had vented his anger enough, and of course he understood the direction of events that would follow. The death of Oden, the stupid hero, was inevitable. Os left, waving his sleeves, leaving only a few bullets stuck in Quinn's buttocks. What else? Stay and fight Kaido and his minions. After all, he had been on a ship before, and Os didn't want to be embarrassed. Should he save him or not? Just as the plot should develop, it was just a small trick that made the simple-minded Oden fall into many loopholes. Kaido successfully got the kill. As for Kozuki Oden's retainers, there were only a few cats and kittens left, and they were easily captured by Jin. Beast's pirates win. Kaido was seriously injured. Even with his strong physique and the effect of the mythical beast species, it would be difficult for him to recover in a short time. There was blood on his face. He did not feel much joy, but just watched silently as Oden, who was seriously injured by his blow, fell to the ground. This is an unfair victory. Chuckling, even though he won, Kaido still squeezed the mace in his hand until it creaked. Hahahaha, I really got fooled by this idiot, your highness. Bang, Kurozumi, who had the ability to transform, laughed triumphantly, not noticing Kaido's silent expression, and swung a stick at her head. A headless body fell to the ground. Advertisement. With flames burning behind him, the tall Jin walked over and stepped over the corpse on the ground, his expression unchanged. He just looked at Quinn coldly. This guy was still operating the mechanical prosthesis, operating it carefully on his butt. Hey, Quinn. What the hell were you doing just now? The long sword in Jin's hand was burning with flames. He was wrapped in airtight black leather armor and his eyes were cold. Kaido was in a bad mood, and when he heard this, he also looked over at this moment. Facing the cold and hostile gazes of the two, Quinn, who endured the severe pain in his hip and felt that he had bled and sacrificed for the beast's pirates, could no longer hold back. He feels wronged, so he told everything, even showing his clothes which were riddled with holes. When Jin and Kaido heard this, they no longer cared whether Quinn's butt was exposed or not. Their heads are buzzing now. It's a lie, right? That Oz actually came to Wano Kuni. Especially Kaido, who was already seriously injured, his pupils were full of horror and he was trembling slightly. He knew very well that Oz and Kozuki Oden were once companions on Roger's ship. If he dragged this injured body into a life-and-death battle with Oz in his prime, he would have absolutely no chance of winning, even though he believed that his strength had improved greatly over the years. But on this sea, no one has dared to say that they can match Dodor Oz in terms of talent. Even if we add 2 or 3 of the beast's pirates, it's probably not enough to hit them with one slap. Damn it. Why at this time? Kaido's eyes were bloodshot. Brother Kaido, the situation shouldn't be this bad. Jin's eyes were filled with horror, but he was the reliable deputy and chief steward of the beast's pirates after all. After a moment's shock, he realized something was wrong. Let's not talk about whether it is Oz or not. If Oz really stood in Kozuki Oden's shoes, he could have joined forces with Oden to defeat the beast's pirates here. But the other party didn't do that, and just gave Quinn a blow on his butt. That is to say, the other party did not come to help Oden. Considering the intelligence that the Black Emperor Dottor Ozno was free to travel around the world. Brother Kaido, Oz probably didn't come here for Oden, otherwise it would have been a good opportunity to take action just now. Then he expressed his conjecture. Advertisement, and this is indeed understandable, after all, this is Oz's character. Get ready, a powerful guy is coming. Kaido looked at Kozuki Oden lying on the ground, seriously injured, and finally he could only let go. We walked all the way to Wano, and it was obvious that the scenery here should have been very good. But due to industrial pollution, only a few areas are still relatively normal. This should be Kaido's lair. It was Oz's first time in Wano, and he said he was unfamiliar with the place. This was the only place where living people gathered within dozens of kilometers around the battlefield. One of the little guys was the first to attract Osa's attention. See what I found? A wild little loli with strange hair. As the young master of the beast's pirates, Yumato was quite normal, at least before he worshipped Oden. It's probably similar to the female version of King Luffy. She's a pretty cute little girl. Hey, who are you? Holding a small round-headed mace, Yumato saw a strange face for the first time and stared at Oz with great vigilance. Me? I'm Kaido's friend. Oz squatted down and looked at this cute little girl. She was wearing a small kimono and a short ponytail. Her hair color was beautifully gradient, and her little red horns looked like decorations. To be honest, although the grown-up Yumato is good-looking, it is not actually in the best aesthetic point of Oscar, at least compared to Nami Robin Hancock and the like, it is still a little bit worse. But Yumato was cuter than them when he was a child. Who researched this little gadget? Kaido, that rough and strong guy. Why? The naive Yumato had no doubts. After all, he was the one who could appear in the heart of the beast's pirates. Are you a friend of my father's? Osa's mouth curled up. He just thought of a good idea. He showed a gentle smile and stretched out a hand to Yumato. Want to play with me? But my father won't let me leave here, saying that there are warriors watching outside. It's okay. There won't be any problem in a while. Oz smiled sincerely, bewitching young Yumato with his words. He looks just like a weird uncle who kidnaps children. Chapter 147. Young Yumato was led astray by Oz. But there are a lot of people out there watching over me. Yumato looked hesitant, but her expectant eyes revealed that she really wanted to run out and play freely. After all, they're just children, no problem, I have my own way. Way. Thump, thump, buzz. A powerful force swept over, and without the main force of the beast's pirates, Oz saw them as nothing more than weeds on the roadside. You can just run over it easily. Hey, soldier. A little girl sat on Osa's shoulder. He left a little soldier awake. She stepped on his Viking-like helmet and said in a contemptuous tone. When Kaido comes back, tell me that I, Oz, have taken his daughter away and will return her to him after a while. Let's go play, let's go play. Yumato was once again convinced of Osa's identity. After all, it was reasonable for such a powerful being to be his father's friend. It has to be said that a person who is committed to becoming a fool should be a fool himself. She was kidnapped so easily. When Kaido brought Oden and the others back to the base and saw the beast's pirates members falling one after another, his head suddenly started buzzing. What is going on? Kaido, furious, saw the only sober soldier present, grabbed his collar and stared at him with murderous eyes. The soldier was so scared that he almost peed himself, with tears streaming down his face. Boss Kaido, it's the Black Emperor Dottor Oz. Master Yumato was also kidnapped by that guy. What? Oz. Outside Wano, with a young Yumato sitting on his shoulders, Oz's figure was hundreds of kilometers away in a blink of an eye. He didn't know where this place was, but it should be outside Kaido's base. Advertisement, at least it's very prosperous, and the streets are quite lively. Hey, Uncle Oz, what's the sea like outside? Young Yumato has already shown a yearning for the outside world. Perhaps this is his nature. You're so strong, you must have been to many places, right? Yumato had stars in his eyes. He was held in Osa's arms. He grabbed his collar and blinked his eyes. His smile was very innocent. Seeing this, Oz couldn't bear to refuse, so he just pinched her cheek and touched her head. Although I have seen Yumato shouting all day long, I am Kozuki Oden, which looks a bit unpleasant. But that hasn't happened yet. After all, it's just a blank slate that hasn't been painted by the world. It just happened to meet Kozuki Oden, a great fool. Then he successfully led the idiot Yumato astray. Kaido is a rough man who only knows how to fight violence with violence. He tries to use cruel methods to make Yumato realize her proper position and understanding of the world. But unfortunately it had the opposite effect. It's like Garp punched Luffy, but Luffy still insisted on becoming the king of pirates. This kind of guy should either be educated during his blank slate period, or his faith should be broken by cruel facts. Beating alone is useless, idealists are the most stubborn. Next, this is the moment when the master of worldview transformation, Lord Oz, picks up his pen to paint. There are many interesting things on the sea. Oz casually threw out a few gold coins, bought a few strings of candied haws and snacks, let Yumato sit on his arms, and told stories while shopping. As for what the story is, of course, it is the legendary life of Lord Oz. Kozuki Oden encountered everything he encountered when he went to sea. Kozuki Oden has seen everything he hasn't seen. Even the guy's sailing diary, Yumato can read with gusto, which is enough to show how poor her spiritual world is. It was as if the mentally ill girl had met a real person from society, and the emptiness in her heart was being filled up bit by bit. Oz tells his autobiography, this world has 4 vast seas and a legendary sailing zone, the Grand Line. I've been to many interesting islands, moving castles, rubber-like trampoline forests, glaciers that can freeze people into ice in an instant, and ground that starts burning as soon as you step on it. Also, there are islands and houses made entirely of chocolate, biscuits, and desserts, even the rivers are made of juice, and the trees and flowers can speak. Giant people taller than 10-story buildings, the Tontata tribe with small hands, the long hand tribe with 3-section arms, the 3-eyed tribe with 3 eyes, the fishman tribe that can live and breathe underwater. Advertisement, you can also live in the clouds in the sky, it's called Sky Island. The gods there are my little brothers. Looking back at Osa's life, it can be described as a wonderful novel. The little guy Yumato was shocked. Slowly, the little guy also understood the meaning of names like Kaido and Oz in the world, and was even more impressed by Osa's haki. So cool, alone, fighting for the captain against the naval headquarters. No matter who you meet, you must give face. He also defeated his father and his companions. Yumato had never heard of so many stories. Compared with Oden's so-called journey, Osa's story was undoubtedly more entertaining and impactful. With his mouth wide open, Yumato listened to Osa's stories and travels, with a glitter in his eyes, and kept pestering Oz to let him continue. But it is impossible to describe the journey of more than 10 years in just a few words. Even though Oz was patient and talked while tasting the food, Yumato still fell asleep unconsciously after persisting for a few hours. In her hand, she was holding the candied haws that Oz bought for her. Oz held her in his arms and saw clearly that even when she fell asleep, she was still mumbling. Marine, you are qualified to be my Lord Yumato's opponent. Kaido, you two come together. The little girl's snot bubbles expanded and contracted as she mumbled in her sleep. Okay, the effect is remarkable. If she is inexperienced, then take her to see the world. Although the wording is not quite accurate, and Oz did not take Yumato out to sea, the principle is the same. If Yumato is prevented from watching Oden's execution, her life will be greatly changed. At least there will be one less female man who says she is Oden every day. It is quite annoying to watch. So what will be the extra one? Oz, I am Yumato, also known as the Black Emperor Oz. Please take care of me. Just thinking about this made Oz want to laugh, especially because he was curious about Kaido's expression. It's really interesting. Chapter 148. Father Oz, here I come. Now, Lord Oz, what story are you going to tell today? Hanging on Oz's neck, Yumato's face was full of excitement and anticipation, and even the way he addressed him had unconsciously changed to Sir Oz. I've been drained by you, Yumato. These days, Oz has spent almost all his energy talking about everything, even some places he has not been to, and has helped enrich Yumato's worldview based on his memories of the plot. But this girl seemed never satisfied and kept pestering Oz to tell her stories every day. One day, you will have your own journey, Yumato. Oz patted her little head and said, you can go and see it with your own eyes when the time comes. It will be much more interesting than my dry explanation. But, Yumato pursed his lips when he heard this, and his eyes were a little gloomy. My father wouldn't allow it, and the adults in the pirates group wouldn't allow it. Kaido never allowed Yumato to leave Beast's pirates since she was a child, which made her very distressed. This point will surely become even more serious after Yumato announced to Kaido that he will become Oz in the future. That's because you're still young, Yumato. Oz saw that the little girl was very sad, touched her little head and horns, and showed a confident and gentle smile on his face. When you grow up and want to go out to see the world, if Kaido still stops you, then call me. I believe he will give me this face. Ah, feeling Oz's warm hand and his confident words, Yumato's eyes sparkled. Is this the king's face? So cool, she was so happy. Not only did she meet such a good friend like Oz, but he was also willing to go against his father for her. She was so moved that tears welled up in her eyes. She even had an idea, if only Oz were his father. Lord Oz, thank you so much for doing this for me. Yumato grew up in a den of bad guys, and finally felt the true love, and was immediately moved. She threw herself into Oz's arms and cried until his clothes were wet. It's okay, Yumato. After all, I really treat you as my daughter. Oz patted the little girl on the back, his eyes narrowed slightly, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Isn't it normal for a father to love his children? Advertisement obviously, compared to Kaido, who only knows how to educate with sticks, Oz is more like a good father who is willing to communicate with Yumato and encourage her. In just a few weeks, Oz succeeded in getting Yumato to recognize him. Even a few days ago, the little girl shyly called Oz, father. Oz almost laughed himself into death, so he treated the little guy to a good meal in the Flower City. The talents of the Ghost Tribe made the restaurant owners earn a lot of money. The two of them had a very happy meal, and Yumato felt what fatherly love was for the first time. For the next period of time, Oz traveled around Wano and took Yumato with him to have some fun and sightseeing. Oz tried on a kimono and tried out the new skin, Wano Oz. But it was too ugly, so I replaced it right away. Oh, the meatballs look so delicious. The little girl rode on Osa's neck, and the two of them looked like real father and daughter. Yumato looked at the meatballs on the side of the road and couldn't help swallowing his saliva. Oz casually took out a handful of gold coins and bought all the stalls. I had a great meal with Yumato, but at such a warm moment, some inappropriate guys appeared. Hey, foreigner over there, you sneaked into Wano, right? Several warriors, who looked like minions, had evil smiles on their faces. Looking at the figure of Oz in front of him, although he was tall, he was carrying a child, so it was obvious that he could not be a strong man. They had heard that this guy spent money lavishly in the Flower City, as if he had endless money to spend. As Lord Orochi's subordinates, it's normal for them to help the Kurozumi family maintain law and order, right? In the other direction of Wano, Kurozumi, who was concentrating on watching Oden being put into the pot, sneezed. What is that? It must be Kozuki Oden who was cursing me in his mind. Final, just a dying man. That's enough time for that guy to go to paradise. Although Yumato didn't win easily, he still had a smile on his face. He turned around and looked at Oz, who was looking at him with his arms folded, and shouted proudly. Yumato. He was alone, drinking from his wine gourd. All the minions were so frightened that they dared not make a sound, for fear of attracting the attention of the furious Kaido. Advertisement Kaido roared and slammed the gourd in his hand to the ground, splashing water. Hey, samurai, what do you want to do to my father? She did it, defeated her opponent. Oz didn't rush to attack, but instead watched Yumato protect him. What on earth did that be ********************** DOs do to Yumato? I will work harder to catch up with you. Oz also cooperated and gave praise, which made Yumato smile even brighter. He jumped into Oz's arms, grabbed his clothes tightly and laughed. In the original novel, young Yumato was able to kill a group of beasts pirates by himself, and he could also fend off some rogue samurai. At this time, a beasts pirates henchman rushed in, shouting as he ran. Yumato, in a somewhat embarrassed manner, finally knocked all the warriors to the ground. Boss Kaido, there are traces. Yumato was kidnapped. He must be scared now, and wants his father's protection. Kozuki Oden has been eliminated, but Kaido still looks unhappy. Just like how Oz can always defeat enemies with large numbers. Master Yumato and the Black Emperor have appeared in the Flower City. Father. The little Yumato was quite courageous. He held his round-headed mace and stood bravely in front of Oz. On the one hand, it was an unfair victory, and on the other hand, it was because of the disappearance of Yumato. Only when he is about to be attacked will he instantly move the blade to another angle and attack secretly. I feel even more depressed. There's news from the big snake. Next to him, the burly Kaido was sitting there in silence, drinking from a wine gourd in his hand, watching Oden holding up the wooden board and lifting up the retainers. Father. Father, I did it. A hole. This made him feel relieved. His love for his daughter was not in vain. That's amazing, Yumato. This bunch of rubbish, haven't they found any trace of Oz yet? Chapter 149 You don't understand him. Flower City. Has that B*************************** DOs not left Wano yet? Yes. Yes. The soldier answered tremblingly. He originally thought that Oz, who had kidnapped Yumato, might have already run to the first half of the Grand Line. I'm planning on finding his trace someday and flying over to fight him. Then you told him, Oz didn't run away at all, and he was walking around the flower capital with his Kaido's daughter? This is too much. Kaido felt that this was even more infuriating than Oz disappearing directly. This was because he didn't take him seriously at all. His expression instantly became ferocious. Doder Oz. He could even imagine the scene of Yumato being held hostage by this guy, with tears in her eyes. I originally thought that this guy should be a hero like Roger and the others, but I didn't expect that he was a guy who would do anything to achieve his goals just like me. Wait for me, silly daughter. Lousy will kill Oz right now and get you back. Roar. As its body rapidly expanded, a majestic green dragon emerged from the cave and in the eyes of the soldiers. Breaking through the stone roof, it flew into the sky. In contrast to the tense atmosphere of Wano, a tall figure walked through the place, as if watching a play. It seemed as if this drama of usurping the country had nothing to do with him. Father, what are they doing? Why are they chasing these people? Yumato, with a band-aid on his head, sat on Osa's shoulder and watched the chase in the jungle curiously. Among them, you can also see two people who look like a cat and a dog. These are probably the fur tribe that my father mentioned. As for why we can see it from the sky, after all, that is the almighty Lord Oz. There's nothing strange about being able to fly, right? Yumato thought so. Well, Kaido wants to destroy them and take Wano into his own hands. Oz walked in the sky as if it had nothing to do with him. Kaido was furious, as he couldn't find Oden's specific whereabouts, so he had no choice but to deal with Oden's remnants first. Before he arrived, above the burning attic, the fire was burning fiercely, and only a small number of samurai who remained here were still guarding the last position of the Kozuki clan. Advertisement. The Wano clan was once so prosperous, but now there are only 2 or 3 big cats and small cats left. The crisp footsteps stepped on the pavilion. The flames could not get close to him. The blade just broke when it saw him. A tall figure appeared here. Hearing the footsteps and the sound of the samurai disappearing, Kozuki stretched out her slender arms and surrounded her children. He looked nervously at the screen door of the room. Sassy ignores Dana, Madam Shi. At this critical moment, an unexpected voice sounded and the three of them looked towards the door. Ostalin. A surprised voice sounded. When Os heard the name Kozuki, his mouth twitched, and the originally confident and mysterious atmosphere was instantly swept away. What kind of a weird name is this? He wanted to complain about this since he was on the boat. Okasataro, Kojiru, and Buggy Saburo. The Wano-kuni title that Oden gave them made Oden unhappy for a long time. Why are you here? Mrs. Shi was obviously very happy to see Os here, but the two little guys who were still in grief were still unable to recover. Momonosuke and Hiyori hugged each other. Hiyori looked frightened and scared. When Momonosuke saw O's coming, he was happy for a moment and ran to O's. He didn't even have time to care who the little girl sitting on Osa's shoulder was. Osutaro. Where are the other companions? In his childhood memories, his father Oden had adventured with powerful crew members such as Roger, and he had also stayed on the Oral Jackson for some time. If I had the help of those powerful companions. No, I'm the only one here, Roger Pirates, it has been disbanded. Nah. Nani? When Momonosuke heard this, he sat down on the ground, and the hope that had just risen was instantly shattered. How could Ostero alone defeat such a powerful enemy? Due to the isolation of the country, their impression of Os still remains that of the young intern under the protection of the Roger Pirates. They are obviously partners, why don't they come to save my father, these guys? It's really nature. This person grew up in a greenhouse, relying on others for everything, but never thinking about working hard. What a mean face. What kind of attitude is that? This is Lord Os. Advertisement Yumato was unhappy with Momonosuke's look and scolded him. Peach. When Kozuki heard this, he also shouted Momonosuke's name sternly. It's okay, Madam Shi. Os didn't show any strangeness on his face. Momonosuke couldn't escape tonight anyway, so there was no need for him to get angry. If I remember correctly, the real owner is about to show up. A huge blue dragon emerged from the thick dark clouds. Under the respectful gazes of Jin and the other besiegers, he slowly transformed into a human form and walked towards the attic. Bang, with a violent blow to the door, a tall figure walked in. When Kozuki saw this figure, he was shocked and drew out his long sword in a hurry. The person who came was Kaido, who wanted to root out the problem completely. Oh, isn't this so cute? Os turned around slowly and smiled. Kaido actually didn't expect that after searching so many places and failing to find him, this guy O's would actually appear here. And the Yumato on his shoulder. Os. You be asterisk 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 D, let Yumato go. The remnants of Kozuki's family can be killed at any time, but Kaido can't wait for Os. Lifting the mace, the terrifying power is accumulated in it. Ah. O's didn't react yet. Behind him, Momonosuke, who had just looked indignant, immediately hid behind his mother. Whispering sound, Kozuki protected her two children and looked at O's and Kaido nervously. If there is anyone who can save them, it is only Resident Kaido. Unexpectedly, a cry suddenly sounded in the burning room, and Kaido's mace wrapped with haki stopped just before it was about to hit. His eyes were horrified. The scene suddenly froze. What are you doing? Yumato, come back to me, this guy O's is not a good guy. Don't want. The little girl held the mace and looked at Kaido seriously. You say that because you don't know him, you don't understand him. Chapter 150. First appearance of teleport kick. Even when facing an opponent too powerful to be matched, he still refused to back down. Yamato acted like a tough guy should, even though the person in front of her is her real father, one of the sea emperors who reigns over the new world and the strongest creature Kaido. He is not a bad guy. Lord Black Emperor is the big man I want to be in the future, and he is also my father. Yamato held the small mace, his cute face full of seriousness. Kaido's face was ugly, veins popped out from his forehead, his teeth were about to break, but he still managed to smile. Oh la 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 la. Yumato, you are confused, Lousy is your father. That's true, but Lord Os is also, shut up. Kaido shouted, as if he couldn't accept this fact, and reached out his big hand to grab Yumato's figure. Just in the next moment, with a slight hook of his finger, Yumato appeared in Osa's arms, and he touched the little loli's head. Being so harsh is not the right way to treat your daughter, Kaido. Os has a gentle face. People who have never fought with him might think that he is a gentle and gentlemanly guy. Handsome looks can be deceptive. The mother and her two children were watching the scene and its unfolding in bewilderment. Sitting on Osa's shoulders is Kaido's daughter. What the hell is going on here? Lousy is educating his children, and he doesn't need you to interrupt, Os. Hearing Osh's tea-flavored words, and Yumato seemed to be captured, happily accepting the pat on the head, Kaido's mace in his hand creaked. He looked at the yellow-haired man in front of him with murderous intent on his face, his body constantly showing the characteristics of a dragon man, and his violent momentum continued to rise. You be asterisk 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 D. Kaido attacked angrily, condensing a stick of rich haki and swinging it towards Os fiercely, accompanied by a terrifying sound of breaking through the air. Bang, with a backhanded strike, just as Shanks calmly protected Dao's deserter king, Kaido's powerful and thunderous 8 trigrams was firmly blocked. But even so, the extremely powerful residual force still spread out in an instant. With just one blow from the two of them, the entire attic collapsed quickly as if it had been hit by a shock wave. Broken wooden boards flew everywhere. Kozuki, who was protecting two children, was still knocked away in a mess under the protection of the outer samurai. Kaido-sensei. Looking at the sudden change, Jin stood on the ground, looking at the broken attic and the two figures colliding with each other. Under the black mask, his pupils immediately contracted and his expression was horrified. Advertisement, how could that be? How come this guy is here? All out alert. His pupils were bloodshot and he shouted at his men. Here comes a very important person. Kaido did not hold back, especially when he was in a rage. Ace held Yumato in one hand and Ace in the other. Relying on his terrifying strength, he blocked Kaido's attack with one hand. Click, 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 the haki of the two men rubbed against each other. Ordinary soldiers couldn't even get close to the center, but Yumato, the kid. Perhaps it was the first time they faced conquerors head-on, or perhaps they were infected by the spirit of the two men. A faint conquerors joined in as a third party at this moment. Although it is very faint, it is still there, but this kind of battle is still too much for Yumato. Meetings are always short-lived. Forgive me, Yumato, let's go play together again later. Ace withstood Kaido's attack, turned back to Yumato, and gave a seemingly helpless smile. I don't know why. Seeing this smile, the little girl felt a little flustered. She grabbed Ace's clothes. Hey. Why? Father, what are you doing? But Ace didn't answer her. He just thought about it, and Yumato appeared in Jin's arms. Master Yumato. Jin was also stunned. He was just about to go over to help, but the sudden appearance of the little guy in his arms made him stop in his tracks. Father, don't. Yumato struggled desperately, tears falling from her eyes like a broken dam. Her cute smile made people feel soft-hearted. So Ace chose not to watch it. After making sure that Jin was holding Yumato in his arms and stopping her from running around, Ace was finally able to let go. Kaido was the same. After all, he was also afraid that a full-strength tyrant would shock his good son to death on the spot. Oh, lol. Oz, are you ready to be killed by Lousy? Ace's full momentum, the conquerors that shocked the world, condensed on the blade, with a smile on his face. Don't die so easily, Kaido, it would be meaningless. Then, two figures, one big and one small, the tall and muscular Dragon Man and the slender Haki Man stood opposite each other. Thunderous 8 trigrams, advertisement, God avoid. Black and red lightning were flying everywhere, and no one could get close to the battlefield. Kaido could already tell something was wrong with just a collision. Over the past 2 years, Ace, that be *********D. Conquerors has actually been strengthened again, and the improvement is not small. This put a lot of pressure on him, even more stressful than the life and death battle with Kozuki Oden. Of course. As Kaido is a tough guy who has withstood the battles of King Luffy and others, it is impossible for him to fall to the ground with just a few hits. At least on the surface, the battle scene was a mess, but Kaido didn't show any obvious signs of being killed. Except it's always moving backwards, instant movement. Oz dodged Kaido's attack with a knife, then disappeared at a very fast speed, and suddenly appeared in front of Kaido while the other party was swaying back to stabilize his body. This is just a tentative development of the awakening of fruit abilities. With his hands in his pockets and his feet wrapped in red flames and lightning, he instantly collided with Kaido's muscular body. Just contacted, bang, Kaido was caught off guard and was sent flying by the powerful kick. The huge figure fell into the forest and could only smash the ground with the mace in an effort to slow down its kinetic energy. What a difficult ability. Kaido wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked still alive and well. It was obvious that this attack could not cause serious damage to him. A few years ago, he could fight with Oz for a long time, and he can still do it now. There is a gap between the two, but there is no constant gap or crushing. In the past, he was able to force Oz to retreat with Big Mom, but now he is alone, and even if he is not his opponent, he cannot be defeated easily. Fight for at least a few days and nights. He violently smashed the tree that was blocking his way into pieces. The few wounds on Kaido's body were healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Ace saw this scene and was not surprised. His attention was now focused on another place, which was a group of warriors and a mother and her 2 children who were surrounded by a group of soldiers. I don't have time to argue with you, Kaido, keep fighting. Momonosuke is about to run away. Chapter 151. Kozuki's family is extinct. Wano Kuni abandoned by Oz. When the two bosses are fighting, the Beast's pirates naturally couldn't just sit there and watch the fight. Soon, Jin organized his men to surround the mother and her 2 children. Yamato, on the other hand, kept struggling to get out of his restraints and go find Oz. Quinn's figure also appeared here. He bit his cigar and looked at Ace, who was happily fighting with Kaido. His fat face was full of resentment. The B*********** D Black Emperor actually beat Lord Quinn's butt so hard that it made it leak. But then again, if he were asked to go and fight with Ozgon with a knife in hand, he would definitely not dare to do so. So the only option is, hey, you remnants of the Kozuki family, you don't think you can escape with the Black Emperor's support, do you? Ha. Master Quinn won't agree. Jin held Yumato in one hand and a flaming sword in the other, and approached the few people left in Kozuki's family. The 2 big bosses surrounded him at the same time, and Kozuki fell into despair. In that case, I can only send you to the future. Kozuki looked miserable. A mysterious power appeared in his hand. This conceptual power gave Ace a vague illusion. If you enter it without resistance, perhaps you can really be bathed in the power of traveling through time. Countless bows and arrows were aimed at the few people, and the flaming arrows burned the air. For ordinary people, it was really powerful. Ready to fire, but should miss before time teleports. After all, this move is pretty fast. Oz slashed across the ground with his sword, a huge slash splitting the earth and heading towards Quinn and Jin. The range is large, but the power is not that great. After all, Yumato is still in Jin's arms, and Oz doesn't want to cut him into 6 pieces with one sword. Jin's face was solemn, and he used all his strength to block the huge blow with his sword. Quinn turned pale with fear, his cigar dropped to the ground, and his fat body trembled again and again. It was not until he saw Jin block the attack that he breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his face. When Kozuki saw this, his hands moved a little slower. But it was this sudden blow that forced everyone back, and the Beast's Pirate's minions also panicked for a moment. Yi Pian Lang Ji Ji Zhang, a Beast's Pirate's minion, whose bowstring was fully drawn, suddenly, inadvertently, shook in shock, and the arrow flew into the sky. Because of Kozuki's momentary delay, Momonosuke, who didn't have time to completely pass through, suddenly felt a strange feeling in his lower body. A warm feeling came over me, followed by severe pain. But no one could hear it anymore, because Momonosuke had already run away. Advertisement ran to the extremely evil era 20 years later. Phew. Nothing serious, Oz sighed, but no one knew what he was sighing about. But when Kozuki, who stayed where he was, heard this, he thought that Oz was just expressing his feelings, and stopped the Beast's Pirate's villain in time. He had no idea that he already had 2 daughters. Thank you so much, Oz-kun. When changing from Taro to a respectful title, Kozuki held Hiyori in his arms and bowed to Oz. It's just a piece of cake. Oz smiled. Seeing Hiyori looking at him with those sparkling eyes, Oz did not feel too much emotional. Although Kozuki Hiyori is very cute, he is not liked by Oz. Essentially, he is a reckless and willful guy. He secretly escaped from the hand of Kawamatsu, who was protecting him, causing him to almost commit suicide by harakiri. He spent more than 10 years in prison, stinking fish and sewage every day. Under the pretext of fearing that the other party would starve to death. Rather than eating less or trying hard to find food. Without knowing the existence of Kiyoshiro, she went to a brothel alone and worked as a street youth. Even though she had a comfortable living condition, she still loved to use her beauty to cheat lustful men of their wealth. After lurking beside Orochi for 20 years, she didn't make any difference. Her contribution was not as great as Robin's one day of lurking, and she put herself into the identity of a geisha very well. I met Zoro once, and then I slept with him. All in all, she is a woman who likes to be the only reason. Of course, there is nothing wrong with this, but Oz does not dare to agree with it when he is burdened with deep hatred for his country. The following plot is very cliché. Some of the warriors who were not teleported away escorted the mother and daughter away. Oz did not stop them, but just watched with his arms folded. The Beast's Pirates looked at the proud and motionless figure with fear. The huge mark of the slash was still there on the ground, but no one dared to take the initiative. Even Jin held Yumato tighter in his arms, fearing that he would make a rash move. After watching the other party leave, he ignored Kaido, who wanted to come up and continue fighting. Oz had no reason to stay here any longer, so he moved away. Bang, at the moment before Kaido hit me with his stick. His figure disappeared. A fire and smoke, advertisement. Only Kaido and the Beast's Pirates were left, quiet scene. Kaido with an angry face, everyone was silent, and Yumato was shouting for Oz. Thank you again, Oz-kun. A temporary base, a dilapidated wooden house. 2 blue-haired women, one big and one small, wearing patched kimonos, looked at Oz, who was sitting opposite them drinking tea, and bowed again. Including Denjiro and Kawamatsu, who stayed behind, they also knelt down to the ground facing Oz, who was drinking tea calmly in front of them. Although the person in front of them is not their lord, his life-saving grace is as heavy as heaven. Phew, Oz drank a sip of hot tea and looked at the people who all bowed their heads and knelt to express their gratitude. His face showed no expression. After all, he does whatever he wants. Different from the kind of casualness that he disliked, which was to ignore the people he should care about. Oz's freedom comes only from having a clear conscience. There's no need for that, everyone. After all, Kaido and I have had our share of grievances overseas. Although Oz said this, he did not move at all and calmly accepted their kneeling thanks. After all, it was a life-saving grace. Although they lost a young master. To be honest, Oz originally had an idea for Wano. After all, it is rich in Seastone and is a fairly large country. It's also good to include the underground world, but when he actually came here, he found that deep down he still didn't like this country very much. Taking everything from Kozuki's house, to be honest, is no different from Kaido. It's just that his fist is bigger than Kaido's, and there will be a lot of trouble in the future. Perhaps it was Osa's strength that gave these desperate warriors hope. Someone tried to speak. Lord Oz, please lend a helping hand, please shut up. Before Oz could speak, Kozuki spoke instead, interrupting the samurai. Because she could see that Oz had no intention of taking the lead. After all, since the time on Roger's ship, Oz had a very ordinary relationship with Kozuki's family, and then he did not fight Kaido to death, and had a good relationship with Kaido's daughter, etc. Both show Oz's position. Oz, not Wano-kuna's savior. Chapter 152. If you don't pay, it won't count as Piao? Mrs. Toki is one of the few normal people in the Kozuki family. At least that's what Oz thought. Her gentle appearance, coupled with an intellectual and considerate smile, and her sky-blue hair tied up high, gave her a gentle but not docile temperament. A standard wife. Oda really treats Oden as his own son and forcibly gives him such a virtuous wife. As for what Madame Shi did, Os didn't have this idea. After all, she had seen all kinds of women. A mere wife, to put it bluntly, as long as he raised his arm on the sea. Countless women can abandon their husbands and children to pursue wealth and glory in the Sabody archipelago. He just felt that it was not easy for Kozuki to have such a normal person in his family. At least she don't dream the unattainable. I am grateful that you saved my life in the critical moment. I dare not ask for more. Mrs. Shi had a smile on her face. Her graceful and decent appearance showed a bit of the demeanor of a hostess of a wealthy family. Then, she waved her hand, signaling the surrounding warriors to retreat. When Denjiro and others saw this scene, they were a little hesitant, but under Kozuki's firm gaze, they lowered their heads and retreated. Os saw this scene and raised his eyebrows. It shouldn't be what he guessed, right? Subconsciously, he remembered some inexplicable plots, but on second thought, the other party was not a real ordinary person. Mrs. Shi, what are you doing? Os saw Kozuki Hiyori looking at him with a sparkling look of admiration and dependence, and he smiled back. Unexpectedly, Kozuki Hiyori, who was so young, blushed shyly. Kozuki didn't notice this, but looked at Os very seriously, with a hint of sadness in his eyes. Os-kun, you have been to the final island with Oden, so you should know. 20 years from now, a true savior will come and liberate Wano-kuni. Mrs. Shi calmly recounted the secret that Oden had once told her. The other party also allowed her to travel directly to 20 years later and reach the era she wanted to reach. But because of family and love, Kozuki finally stopped his time travel and chose to commit suicide. That's true. That's the new era that Captain Roger is waiting for. Os's mouth curled up. Advertisement, but it has little to do with him. After all, he is not a man of the new era, nor does he have any responsibility to promote history. Most of them are watching or manipulating from a god's perspective. After all, with the addition of new age monsters, this sea will surely become very lively. Os loves to join in the fun. Well, I have an unwelcome request, and I hope you will agree to it. The Kozuki family will definitely be grateful for your kindness in the future. Sudden, Madame Shi got up from her seat, which made Os stunned. Then her figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared aside. This great gift has too much consequences, he doesn't like it. Please try to take care of my son in the future if you have the energy to do so. I will be very grateful. Mrs. Toki's eyes were filled with tears. She had already decided to die. Hiyori was taken care of by the local warriors. The only thing she was worried about was her son who would arrive 20 years later. After all, that was an unknown era. As a mother, she can only try her best to do everything she can. A mother's plea is something that no one can refuse. I understand. If I have the chance, I will take care of her a little. Os didn't say enough. At most, in the future Punk Hazard and Dressrosa copies, Os would tell Dover not to make things too difficult for the little girl. After all, he is a useless kid. If you take a waste seriously, won't you be dragged into the same level as the waste? Os was unmoved, but still gave the mother a final, well-intentioned promise. But such an ambiguity, or even a blank check, is a great comfort to a person who is about to die. Kozuki died. Leave a message that foreshadows the future. Nothing has changed in Os. Or rather, he didn't want to change anything. After all, I already knew the plot, and nothing that happened could affect Os's mood. As he played the pipa, a Tokyo-style music came in. Os enjoyed the massage but didn't ask for too much. Os doesn't like this country, but he likes traveling and enjoying himself, especially a country with such a strong slave mentality. After all, it's a closed-off place, and they can't handle too many complicated requests. Os smiled and asked nonchalantly, "Advertisement, dear guest, come and play." In this world, the strong laugh and the weak cry. 10,000 platinum? It's enough to buy several houses in the center of the Flower City. So expensive? 10 of you, press it together? They seduce you with beauty and then kick you out after draining your money. If you don't pay, then it doesn't count as prostitution, right? What an idiot young master, I'll have to squeeze some money out of him later. In the brothels everywhere, women in kimonos are dressed up gorgeously. When they see such a generous young man, they all rush forward to approach him. There's nothing obscene about it, it's mainly listening to music and getting a massage. When Os heard this, he slowly opened his eyes and looked at the treacherous-looking madam. But I don't have that much money, what should I do? Hearing this, Austin laughed. On the rooftop, the madam and her companions looked at Os with an expression that said he was a fool with a lot of money and came quickly, and smiled secretly. People like Kozuki Hiyori who tried to squeeze money out of customers have existed for a long time. Anyway, as long as you have money, you can do whatever you want. There was a sound of a door being pushed open and the madam walked in. Taking all the expenses into account, it's probably 10,000 platinum. An hour or so later, Os lay peacefully on the bed with his hands resting on his head and his eyes closed. The geishas around him had finished their service and left. Os embraced a group of geishas and walked into the box. When the madam heard this, she expressed her disbelief, and her eyes were somewhat gloomy. After all, judging from Os's temperament and clothes, as well as his slightly 10-year-old tone, he didn't look like a poor man at all. Almost, it's time to pay the bill. Sir, please think carefully. We are a place that sells art but not bodies. If you are caught by the general's close retainers and samurai, they can say that you forced the geisha to sell her body, which is considered prostitution. But I just don't want to give it. As far as he knew, platinum was already considered a very expensive currency in Wano. Really? How much? Yeah, I haven't seen such a rich fool in a long time. Os is already a frequent visitor to places like this, and he is more familiar with them than home. Os got to taste the exotic flavor, and his lavish way of spending money attracted the attention of all the geishas in the restaurant. Excuse me, sir, chapter 153 Kaido's giving up, the desperate Orochi. Hiao's has been in the world for many years. Apart from your own place, where else can you go to have fun without paying? Except for the black shop. In fact, as soon as he heard what the person upstairs said, Oz had lost his intention to pay. From what you said, it seems that you were planning to do a massage, humph. The madam may have planned this in advance, knowing that Os would not pay obediently. What she didn't know was that the dozens of warriors outside the door had already stripped naked, completely exposed in Os's eyes. Come on, at the command, countless warriors with long swords and braids rushed in ferociously. But after entering the house, everyone seemed to be frozen, unable to move at all. Even the feet that were still taking steps in midair were suspended in the air. It's boring. I want to play for a while longer. Oz stood up and snapped his fingers, and his clothes suddenly changed, returning to his usual outfit. In the still space and time, a tall figure walked slowly with his hands in his pockets, neither hurried nor slow. With every footstep, a moon-shaped hair slowly fell. When Os walked out of the room and looked back, the room was already covered in blood. A terrified old procuress lay on the ground, covered in blood. Oz just smiled faintly. Go, contact the warriors and generals you mentioned. I'll wait for him here. I'm dying, dying, dying. In the huge attic, an ugly man with purple hair held his head and looked around crying, as if his parents had died. He did not have the demeanor of General Wano, the leader of a country at all. The villain stole the throne. That's all. Below him, a slanted-eyed strong man was kneeling on the ground, his face covered in shadow. Even though his actions were respectful, if you looked closely you could see that his face was filled with ferocious hatred and anger. It was Denjiro who infiltrated Orochi's side in the guise of Kiyoshiro. At this moment, he was filled with anger when he saw this guy without bearing and power sitting on the honorable seat that should have belonged to Lord Oden, and with the hatred for the annihilation of Kozuki's family. But Orochi didn't have time to pay attention to his subordinate's expressions because that monster is coming. Although Orochi didn't know Osa's name due to the isolation of the country, he knew from the information that he was a monster that could rival Kaido and even defeat him. He wasn't belittling himself, but how could he possibly stop them with those useless warriors under his command? Advertisement, hurry up, call Kaido. His men quickly brought Kaido's Den Mushi. After killing Kozuki Oden, Kaido lost interest in staying in Wano for a long time and led some people back to Onigashima. Only a small number of people were left to take charge of many matters of Beast's pirates in Wano. Compared to Wano, who has already been acquired, Kaido now pays more attention to the development of Beast's pirates itself. After all, apart from Jin and Quinn, Beast's pirates has no other cadres that can be shown off, and the shortcomings are too big. And the Zone Demon fruit power is too little, but Kaido is determined to form 100 Beasts army. Ghost Island, today, Kaido rarely drank too much, but looked at the little thing in front of him with a grim expression. His son, daughter, Yumato. You should call me father, right? Yumato, not Oz. No, Lord Oz is the most handsome and powerful father in the world. Bang! A big bump appeared on Yumato's head. Kaido was so cruel that she cried in pain. But the little girl was still stubborn and refused to back down even so. With this kind of strength, you are barely qualified to be my opponent, Os. The bump on his head was red, but even with tears in his eyes, Yumato was still pretending to be cool. Kaido was going to explode. Only after beating the brat unconscious did the old father finally put down the stick and sat back in his seat with gritted teeth. Go find me a pair of explosive handcuffs and lock her up on Ghost Island. This B************ D keeps yelling about going out to sea to learn from King Oden. Kaido-sensei's face was furious. What kind of king does she want to be? Beru beru beru. A burst of urgent Den Mushi sounded at this time. If it was something insignificant and Kaido was in a bad mood, he would smash the Den Mushi into a snail cake right now. But from Wano, click. What's wrong, big snake? Kaido. Oh no, that Dodor Oz is going to cause trouble for me. Filled down pointing triangle dish hash. It's Oz again. Facing the anxious and cowardly snake, Kaido took 2 gulps of wine and stared at the snake opposite through the Den Mushi with a terrifying look. Advertisement. Although it was extremely unpleasant, Kaido had to admit. Don't worry, Orochi. Hearing this, the frightened snake's expression relaxed, and a sense of peace and calmness came back from Kaido's words. The snake smiled. Is that possible? You can kill Oz like you did Kozuki Oden, right? That's great? No. Gulp 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 gulp. Kaido's face was calm, and he took a sip of wine. I mean, there's no need to worry. If Oz wanted to kill you, you would have been killed long ago, even if I was by your side. Who do you think that guy is? He's a monster that even Lousy may not be able to defeat. Undefeated in single combat on the sea, one person is enough to intimidate the world government. One man swept away all the forces on the sea, the master of the underworld. If it's that guy, maybe he can really become the king of the era. Kaido, who specializes in helping young people quit their addiction to PN, admitted for the first time that maybe some people are born to be kings. Among Kaido's memories of the top players in the world, O's Haki's profile is prominently listed. A name, it is enough to shock an era. This next generation between the old era and the evil era is this guy's personal show. Listening to Kaido's words, which were the recognition from a truly strong person, Orochi gradually understood the meaning of the name O's. At the same time, he became more and more desperate, with panic all over his ugly and wretched face. If possible, he really wanted to go back a few hours and order his men to execute the brothel owner who was seeking death. Click. Seeing the ugly face on the other side of Den Mushi, Kaido no longer had the intention to continue the conversation. If the snake dies, then a new general will take over. There is no need to rush over now. After all, Wano-kuni was there and he had no way to deal with Oz. But Kaido wasn't too worried. Based on his understanding of Oz, it is very likely that Orochi committed suicide by himself. After all, if the other party really wanted to compete for the ownership of Wano-kuni, it would not be so sneaky. A person like him, no need. Chapter 154 Wano-kuni Double Agent, codename Octobrazina. Please, Lord Oz, I will do anything if you just spare my life, ah. In the general's palace, the Wano-kuni general, the snake, who used to sit in the main seat and indulge in sensual pleasures, was now crying bitterly on his ugly face, as humble as a dog that had lost its home. It hurts, it hurts, it hurts, please give me a chance. Oz yawned. Sitting lazily in the seat of General Wano-kuni, he crossed his legs, and next to him was the most beautiful geisha in the city, holding a drink tremblingly. The corners of his mouth slightly raised. Why are your hands shaking so badly? Am I scary? How could that be? Obviously, Oz thought that he was easy to talk to. He is a gentle person. Taking the cup, he reached out and grasped the geisha's cheeks, looking at her slightly pouting Sakura peach lips and sparkling eyes, with a gentle smile on her face. I have to take revenge. The geisha was in a trance for a moment, as if she was really facing a tall, gentle and handsome young man. But when he caught a glimpse of the miserable General Wano-kuni snake on the ground, he immediately came to his senses. Yes, the person in front of me is not a young man who can be easily fooled. It was a monster that was powerful enough to kill the entire shogunate without any effort. Countless warriors knelt on the ground in front of the general's throne. At the center, right under Oz's feet, at this moment, there was a strange-looking beast crawling here, in a miserable state. It seems to be the mythical beast of Shaori, Yumato no Orochi. It has 8 heads and is said to have 8 lives and can die 8 times. The fighting ability it showed was not very good, but it looked quite intimidating. After all, it was a mythical beast and looked a bit more ferocious than the average zone. But in front of Oz, it is just a worm with a few heads. At this time, 8 long swords were erected at the same time, piercing through the jaws of the 8 heads of the big snake and nailing them firmly to the ground. The ground was covered with blood. It was very tragic. If it weren't for the mythical beast's strong recovery ability, it would have bled to death long ago. Kurozumi Orochi, I have no intention of interfering in the feud between you and the Kozuki family. Even though I used to know Kozuki Oden, the civil strife in Wano-kuni has nothing to do with me. But such disregard, do you think you can provoke me at will by relying on Kaido's momentum? Who gave you the courage? Oz's eyes were cold, and the slightest hint of conquerors that was inadvertently revealed still made everyone present feel as if they were falling into an ice cave, with their hands and feet cold. Advertisement. It seems that what he is facing is not a monster youth, but God. The cold voice fell. The long knives inserted into the 8 jaws of the big snake, driven by an invisible force, all went deeper into the ground an inch, and the big snake screamed in pain. The figure struggling on the ground looked like a clown. That was not my intention. It was the idiots under my command who acted on their own initiative. Please, let me go. I am Wano-kuna's general. I will definitely be useful to you. I can make up for my mistakes. The snake begged. As expected of a villain, he understands the thoughts of the great men the best. Similarly, in order to survive and maintain his wealth and glory, he can do anything. The main thing is to hit a bad one with pus. When he realized that Oz didn't kill him right away, hope actually rose in his heart. I must still be useful, right? Just like Kaido didn't kill him. In fact, Oz was too lazy to kill him. After all, he was just a political puppet, oppressing the Wano-kuni people and providing blood transfusions to foreign forces. How to say it, being alive is more useful than being dead. What would you do to stay alive? Oz's eyes were calm, but there was a hint of ill intention in the depths of his eyes. It seemed as if he was really moved by the big snake's words and showed signs of loosening up. When Kurozumi Orochi saw this scene, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. What is that? As expected, I, General Dashi, will not die today. Thinking of this, he laughed with snot and tears running down his face. The scene was extremely disgusting. Hahahaha, I can give you anything you want as compensation, Lord Oz. Orochi was extremely flattering, which made the samurai and geishas frowning beside him. It was a pity that Wano-kuni had such a general. So you choose to die right now? It's no use coming here. The Seastone mines belong to Kaido, the beast's pirates. Cold sweat broke out from his head. Advertisement. If you don't agree, you will die now, as long as I want? It was as if a bucket of cold water was poured over his head, and he was suddenly speechless. What's wrong, Snake? Didn't you say that you can give me anything I want? Officially launch. Kurozumi Orochi is smarter than anyone else. Oz narrowed his eyes and looked down at him. Well, Seastone's mines are managed by Kaido's men. I'm afraid I can't make the decision on this. The snake was a smart man. After a brief hesitation, he made the most correct choice. That is when it starts. If the other party asks for an exorbitant price, the people of Wano-kuni will have to suffer. No no no. Kaido will definitely kill me like this. Looking up, the smile was very gentle, but in the eyes of the big snake, it looked a bit cold. After opening his mouth for a long time, he said angrily. On the other hand, after hearing this, the snake's pupils suddenly shrank, almost to the size of a pinhole. Despite his humble efforts to survive, Oz still refused to let him go, and even proposed a few resources in Wano-kuni that he could not control. Yes, you can. It's death anyway. If I hide it from Kaido, maybe I can live a little longer. But if I don't agree, I will die immediately. Then, please hand over a portion of the Seastone you mined at Wano-kuni. Wano-kuni double agent, codenamed Kurozumi Orochi. Big Snake. After all, it's not the snake himself who has to pay the price. What does that expression mean? If there is anything in this country that could attract Oz's attention, it is probably the huge reserves of Seastone. You should understand that your backer Kaido of the Beasts has not arrived yet, and I'm afraid he has already prepared to give up on you. Oz disappeared in a flash, and instantly appeared in front of the snake. A pair of leather shoes appeared in front of his stone vision. Yes, Oz finally had a smile on his face. The snake was silent. Wano-kuni is your territory. As long as you want, you can always find a way. I understand. I will do as you say. Chapter 155 Pluton Rayleigh, I want you to help me practice. Oz wandered around the new world. While traveling, I also saw some famous scenes. The main thing was that I was able to resolve my mental problems and deal with the two roles that annoyed me the most. Milk Dragon and Peach. Even though it wasn't finished, it's more fun to play slowly, isn't it? While Oz was traveling in New World, the rest of his group was also on their journey. Sabody Archipelago. In the bustling red light district, there are always new pirates coming here. Some are very honest, while others are ignorant and want to make a name for themselves with their fists. But without exception, they all saw how vast the ocean is. The powerful stability maintenance capability of this area is inseparable from the legendary figure, a middle-aged blonde man sitting at the bar and drinking rum. A well-informed seafarer might recognize it. It is precisely those who have retired for many years and no longer travel the sea. The Pirates King's vice captain, the man known as Pluton, the ancient weapon. Shilbaz Rayleigh. Since Roger disbanded the pirates, Oz, Shanks and others have begun to emerge in the sea. Unlike the rest of the crew who completely retired and disappeared, Rayleigh still has some fame within a certain range. After all, he has to help Oz look after the place. The remuneration received was nothing more than some of Bailey and Sabody's entire industry for free. But for an old man like him, it was quite enough. After all, Rayleigh hardly has to spend any money on food, accommodation or shopping in the Sabody archipelago. The work is simple. We just need to help eliminate those supernovas who don't know the name of the Black Emperor, or who know it but want to replace Oz in a fit of rage. This style of work would undoubtedly seem a bit high profile, which is not in line with Roger's original condition of not causing trouble. The world government has also paid attention to it. But if you look closely, oh, I'm just hanging around in Oz's territory. That's okay. Although his actions and reputation were somewhat beyond the limit, the world government turned a blind eye to it because of Oz's face. After all, it helped them and eliminated a lot of unstable factors on the sea. This also led to many people who had heard of the reputation of the pirates' vice captain, Rayleigh, coming here to see the legendary big man. That blonde hair must be the legendary Pirates King's deputy, Pluton Rayleigh. Advertisement, it should be correct. He looks like a coded, ordinary uncle. Don't be fooled by appearances. It is said that the number of troublemakers who died at his hands is at least 800, if not 1,000. After all, he is the vice captain of the Black Emperor. No matter how scary he is, it is not an exaggeration. Inside the tavern, many people who recognized Rayleigh looked at the legendary pirates in awe. Normally, big pirates like these are all well-known figures who have traveled all over the world. It was impossible for me to be drinking casually with them in an ordinary pub like I am now. Shaki smoked a cigarette, leaning on the counter board, looking at the pirates who came here for his fame, with a slight smile on his face. I didn't realize you had such a role. The store has seen a lot more customers. Rayleigh was also somewhat helpless about this, shrug and smile. I hope these rookies won't start crying because they can't pay for the drinks. But even with its reputation, there are still many young people on the sea who are ignorant and reckless. Even as strong as the four emperors are, there are always challengers, and there are always supernovas who feel good about themselves. Hey, Pluton Rayleigh, use your head as a sacrifice for our pirates to march into the new world. Under the shocked gazes of many pirates, a group of not-so-smart pirates came up with knives and guns and were ready to attack. But Rayleigh was still just sitting at the bar, drinking with his hands on his shoulders like an ordinary uncle. We'll take your head. Snap, black and red electric arcs exploded. Boom, bang, 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 a black shadow flashed, and Rayleigh seemed to have done nothing. Those daring guys flew out and fell to the ground without making any sound. Soon someone came to drag them away, even if I die. If you are not dead, then be prepared to be a real beast of burden. As expected of Pluton Rayleigh, I didn't see the attack clearly just now. In the quiet tavern, there was only the sound of Rayleigh drinking. All the pirates were afraid to breathe and looked at him with horrified eyes. He had long been accustomed to this kind of life. Have a drink, massage, and go shopping in the Sabody Archipelago street market. When people reach middle age, they start to retire early. Advertisement gulp gulp, he raised his head and finished the wine in his hand. Old rules. Shaki put the bottle away and ticked something in his notebook. It's still on Brother Oss's head, right? Of course, I don't have the money to pay you for such expensive wine, Shaki. Rayleigh said with a smile. Just as Rayleigh was about to have another bottle to enjoy today, a figure walked straight in from the door. Not only that, he walked straight towards Rayleigh's back. Look, here comes another ignorant fellow. You look very young. You must have just been out to sea not long ago, huh? But there were also some who were knowledgeable. When they saw this figure, their eyes widened instantly and their mouths opened until they were speechless. The young man walked straight to Rayleigh and then sat down slowly. A glass of red wine, thank you. A slightly magnetic and elegant voice sounded, making people subconsciously think that this was a nobleman. Rayleigh looked to the side, but didn't look surprised. He just smiled, picked up the bottle and gestured to the other party. Why, didn't Oz come back with you? He was a young man with short black hair wearing a white shirt, carrying a cross-shaped long sword on his back, and exuding a cold and arrogant temperament. A pair of eagle eyes turned around, the sharp feeling seems to penetrate people's hearts. No. We have been apart for a while. I have been traveling and challenging swordsmen from all over the sea. I have already figured out the world's strongest swordsmanship. Really, Rayleigh glanced at the young man next to him. To be honest, the other party was the most talented person in swordsmanship he had ever seen. In this regard, even Oz and Shanks may be inferior to them. So, Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk, what can I do for you, an idle person? Hearing this, Mihawk drank the red wine and looked directly at Rayleigh, as if with unparalleled determination. You are one of the best swordsmen I have ever found, Pluton Rayleigh. Let's have a formal swordsmanship contest. Even if I die, I will never regret it. Chapter 156. I've always been serious, eagle-eyed kid. What a troublesome newcomer. Rayleigh drank quietly, and he never expected that there would be such a thing. But as a swordsman and a senior, how could I allow myself to refuse a declaration of war? Rayleigh put down the bottle and looked at the pair of sharp eagle eyes with the vicissitudes of life. Buzz, crack, crack, crack. His eyes instantly became sharp, and clusters of black and red like thunderstorms danced wildly, with the sloppy blonde uncle as the center, exploding wildly in the surroundings. This momentum was so strong that Mihawk's pupils shrank slightly, and his face instantly became solemn. The domineering will that is no weaker than Oz's, and even slightly better, is venting everywhere. Except for Shaki, everyone within 100 meters had their eyes rolled back, their mouths opened wide, and they fell to the ground unconscious. Conquerors at the peak of Pluton Rayleigh's career. It is truly one of the best in the world, and the strength belongs to the veteran artists. Mihawk certainly couldn't be so shocked by conquerors that he couldn't move. After all, he also had this thing. How could the world's greatest swordsman put away his sword just because of someone else's momentum? Click, 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 black and red lightning continued to explode. The old and new generations, they were Roger and Oz's vice-captains respectively, and the battle between the two was fierce. The collision of conquerors even tore the ground apart, which could be seen by people thousands of meters away. That is, the guards of the Sabody Archipelago stared at the strange scene in the sky with their mouths wide open. Thunderbolts pointed straight to the sky. The sky was overcast, as if it was the end of the world. This level of momentum collision, what a joke, this is the Black Emperor's territory. How dare someone? What is this? Is the world going to end? In the streets and alleys, countless people put down what they were doing and looked up at the sky with their mouths wide open. As the chief butler, Sammy was of course the first to know the inside information. So much so that she is having a headache now. Mr. Rayleigh and Mr. Mihawk want to duel. There's really nothing we can do about them. At least don't mess around in the Sabody Archipelago. She is not the only one who has this idea. Advertisement. Shaki's rip-off bar. Looking at the two people in front of him with such imposing manner, Shaki's face also became solemn and ugly. Unable to bear it any longer, he slammed his fist on the table. Hey, you two, if you want to fight, don't do it on this island. Rayleigh. Mihawk. After Shaki's interruption, both of them were stunned, and their originally terrifying momentum gradually calmed down. The black and red thunderstorm dancing wildly in the air slowly came to a halt at this moment. You two, look at what you have done to my tavern? Facing Shaki's sharp questioning, Rayleigh smiled bitterly with cold sweat, and then looked at Mihawk. Xiaoying was speechless and could only use his usual skills. Go find Oz, he will compensate you double. Mihawk is 24 years old, a proper young man, but his strength has already reached the level of admiral, relying on his powerful swordsmanship and haki. But Pluton Rayleigh had long been a master of the emperor level, and had a wealth of combat experience. The battle between the two does not necessarily have to end in a certain time. Whoosh! A huge emerald green sword energy burst out, easily cutting the earth in half. It can split mountains and shatter rocks. Even tall peaks can be split in two smoothly like tofu in front of it, it is so sharp. But in the dust where the mountains were split and the terrain was changed, a strong figure in a white cloak seemed to be unaffected and walked out swayingly. The steps of the strong men on the sea are always slow and steady. Holding the hilt of the knife, Rayleigh approached Mihawk step by step. His steps were crisp and powerful. He looked ahead with a serious look in his eyes, and in an instant, a black and red arc exploded. I did think that a swordsman like you would challenge me sooner or later, but I didn't expect that day to come so soon. Mihawk narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at the legendary swordsman in front of him, his hands trembling slightly with excitement. This is not fear, it was the excitement of fighting against a powerful swordsman. Pluton really, Yi slowly opened his eyes, full of fighting spirit, and he must have had the same idea. Since you are ready, come on. Advertisement really coldly met Mihawk's sharp eyes, and slowly drew out his long knife, which was wrapped with the extremely rich Conqueror's blade light. Pointing to the sky, suddenly, the terrifying thunderstorm appeared again, which reminded Mihawk of the scene when he fought with Oz. The scene before us is even worse. Hey, Hawkeye kid beside Oz, although I am a bit overstepping my authority, I have also given Oz some advice on his training and strengthening. There is nothing wrong with me teaching you swordsmanship today. Facing such an opponent, just like Oz before, Mihawk also showed a strong fighting spirit. Slowly tightening his grip on the black knife, Mihawk held it horizontally in front of him, his whole body bursting out with his own Conqueror's Haki. His temperament was not inferior at all. Are you kidding? He is just the deputy of the Pirates King, but what he wants to become is the world's greatest swordsman. The future strongest man in the world, the deputy of the king of the world. The black knife was wrapped around Conqueror's Haki at night, and he slowly raised it to the top of his head. The elegant figure like an aristocrat sank slightly. A trace of chi stared at Rayleigh like the world's top predator. A fierce downward strike. Buzz. Click. The blade, which was wrapped in black and red lightning and was even sharper than before, went straight towards Rayleigh's figure. Rayleigh also drew his sword boldly. The two swords were too sharp and the sword skills were too domineering. After a brief collision between Conqueror's swords, they directly touched each other. The sound of metal clashing rang out in the center of the battlefield between the two. This attack was actually evenly matched. In the sky, the King Seagull, which was bred by Morgans and has Conqueror's immunity, is holding a camera and continuously pressing the shutter. Good things should be kept in the family, so such big news should of course be reported by the News King. Although he is inferior to Conqueror's Haki and even suppressed, Hawkeye is Hawkeye after all, and his spirit and swordsmanship will never lose. Under strong pressure, he even constantly breaks through his own limits. Rayleigh was entangled in the sword light of the top Haki, but he was still unable to truly repel Mihawk, and the two of them continued to fight with long swords in hand. Of course, Mihawk was covered in wounds during this process, but the swordsman's pride did not allow him to retreat or escape. He wanted this kind of pressure. Pluton Rayleigh, come with the determination to kill me. Rayleigh responded with a more aggressive strike. I always mean it, boy. Chapter 157. Could it be that I am not as good as 1/3 of Oz? As the deputy of two legendary pirates, the two have similarities and differences in their personalities. The difference is that Mihawk is much more aloof than Rayleigh, who is approachable and easygoing. But both of them are the kind of reliable and powerful second in command, and their swordsmanship Haki is very strong. And then they are all pure swordsmen and they don't come up with a bunch of messy and fancy names. This also led to the fact that when the two of them were fighting with swords, they basically didn't call out the names of the moves. The words are in the knife. Chop. It has to be said that Rayleigh has been on the sea for decades and has witnessed the existence of strong people from all over the world. Even Mihawk has to admit that his swordsmanship is superb. When Rayleigh and Mihawk were fighting with swords, there were shadows of many people on the sword. Roger, Golden Lion Shiki, Ao-Si. This also led to Mihawk's swordsmanship rapidly absorbing nutrients and improving, combining the strengths of hundreds of schools to create the world's strongest swordsmanship. The huge full-strength slash that others had to work hard to make was just a casual attack in the hands of Hawkeye Mihawk. Hundreds of swords were swung out in an instant. Use the toughness of the blade and exert clever force to neutralize the attack. His swordsmanship and combat awareness were improving rapidly. This speed of improvement made Rayleigh feel like he was seeing an old friend. He had a gratified smile on his face as a good teacher, and the reflection of his glasses showed the heroic figure of the young Hawkeye Mihawk. A monster's companion is indeed a monster too. This guy is really high profile, fighting with the vice captain of the Pirates King. The first half of the Grand Line, Paradise. A figure was holding a newspaper and reading it with a smile. Call. With a slow exhalation, a puff of smoke floated in the wind, and she held the cigar in her hand. In just a blink of an eye, the newspaper was weathered and corroded and turned into flying dust. Then Lousy will take down a marine monster, Vice Admiral, and barely hone his strength. A marine warship was sailing on a distant coastline. Crocodile got the information from somewhere that the marine Vice Admiral Sakazuki was leading the marine and was about to pass by. She came here just to block people. I've heard that Oz fought 3 monsters, Vice Admiral, alone, so it makes sense that she, Crocodile, fought 1. Just a marine. Advertisement, hey, you guys, head towards the marine warship on the opposite side. This is the pirate ship she captured at random. Most of them are small characters. She taught them a lesson and then used them to sail for her. But the pirates were afraid when they heard Crocodile's words, but they were still a little hesitant to let them have a fight with the marine. Especially the lookout. He saw clearly the cold-faced man standing with his arms folded on the bow of the warship in front of him, and immediately said in horror. That's the marine Vice Admiral. I know him, the monster Vice Admiral Sakazuki of the naval headquarters, the man who once fought against the Black Emperor. Hearing this, the people on the boat became even more panicked. If you meet such a ruthless person, you will definitely be beaten to death. Crocodile looked down upon the pirates, holding a cigar in his mouth with a terrifying expression. The Pirates of Paradise have a narrow vision. He was just a defeated opponent of that guy Oz. Having never seen the battle between O's and the three generals, but only hearing about it, Crocodile naturally thought that he could at least defeat 1/3 of O's. Thinking of this, she faced the bunch of rubbish and shouted with a cold expression. "Who do you think Lousy is? Pull the boat over to me." Wearing a black coat, he exudes a boss-like temperament, but lacks Conqueror's haki as a foil. The woman's hair was combed back, with a scar running through her cold face. Her eyes were as vicious and cruel as a gangster godfather, and the cold light was reflected on the golden hook. She is striving to be the most powerful woman in the world, the boss's woman. Crocodile. Yes. Clear. The pirates dared not disobey, and could only drive the pirate ship towards the warship with the hope of not dying. There is no way, the situation is stronger than people. I was thinking that I had met a lone woman on the sea, when I was laughing evilly. A sudden sandstorm calmed them down. The sword strikes and gunshots were all useless. Instead, the opponent just waved his hand and sucked the soldiers into mummies. Later, someone recognized him and tremblingly took out a wanted poster. The captain almost peed himself when he saw the series of rewards up to 10 figures. What else can I do? Do it. Only a strong man like this is qualified to let Lousy take action. Crocodile stood at the bow, and Haki looked at the warship in the distance with awe. It was obvious that the other party had also spotted her immediately. A marine recognized Crocodile and his expression changed drastically. Then he hurried to report to Vice Admiral Sakazuki. What did you say? Advertisement. Sakazuki was looking at the wanted poster, and when he heard his men rushing over to report, he frowned. After hearing who the person was, his face darkened. The wanted poster in his hand was crumpled into a ball, and sparks kept coming out of his body. He didn't care why Crocodile was here, nor did he ask about the strength of the troops he brought. Instead, he seriously asked a strange question. Is Dodal Os on board? The lookout briefly recalled that he did not seem to have found any trace of the black gun. He was about to reply, but I saw Sakazuki had already waved his hand. His eyes were tightly closed on his stern face. Forget it. It doesn't matter whether he's here or not, just pretend you didn't see it. Hearing this, the messenger was also stunned. When did Sakazuki, Vice Admiral, who never let any pirates go and advocated absolute justice, and was like an iron-blooded soldier, ever have such an attitude? But a soldier's duty is to obey orders, and this applies to both the messenger and Sakazuki. The soldier saluted and was about to return to the deck to give orders when he heard a whistling sound of wind and sand. Sandstorm. Sakazuki. Messenger. Ordinary soldier. Enemy attack. In the huge, swirling sandstorm, the warship was constantly being hit and swayed. Some soldiers operated the artillery and fired towards the enemy, but the shells were strangled in the wind and disappeared invisibly. You're getting more aggressive, Sand Crocodile. Canine Tooth Red Lotus. A roar came from the warship, followed by a giant lava dog with a bloody mouth and dripping hot magma. Sakazuki, Vice Admiral. Great, it's Sakazuki, Vice Admiral, we are saved. Marine cheered, but the next second after he cheered, a bunch of sand blades appeared on the warship. Shining. From the waist up, Sakazuki, broken in two. Chapter 158. Shaosha is defeated and impelled down, the two sides come into contact. It's really difficult. A sudden attack from a sand blade. Oz had seen this move before. But he managed to get through it with his hard power. Sakazuki's upper and lower body parts slowly separated, and he looked down. The clump of sand slowly transformed into a human shape. It's Crocodile. Sakazuki, use your head as a foil for me to build my reputation. So arrogant. Sakazuki's face darkened. His body, which had been split into two, now slowly emitted boiling magma from the connection, and then slowly merged together. Crocodile is not the only one who has this ability. Sakazuki is also the user of the Logia fruit. This is more interesting. After all, he is a man who can fight with Os. How could he be killed so easily? Sakazuki gritted his teeth, and when he heard the name mentioned by the other party, he thought of the military order. Although he was angry, he still spoke. If you leave now, I can pretend I didn't see you. A mere crocodile is nothing. But the other party is one of Os's few companions. If he is killed, it will inevitably challenge the relationship between Os and the Marine, or the relationship between Os and the world government. The Marshal gave the order that no action should be taken unless necessary. Leave now. Crocodile heard this as if he had heard some kind of joke. Lousy is here to kill you. The palm slowly turned into quicksand, mixed with some armament haki, and the black quicksand turned into a long sword, slashing towards Sakazuki. Desert sword. The streamlined sand blade kept extending and slashing across, seemingly unwilling to give any face. Seeing this scene, Sakazuki was also very annoyed and felt that Crocodile was looking for death. Then there was no need for him to hold back any longer. He clenched his fist tightly, and the boiling magma suddenly expanded rapidly, carrying the jet force of a volcanic eruption, and punched towards the black desert sword violently. Great eruption. Boom! The huge magma fist and the desert sword collided with each other. The high temperature and destructive force made a big hole on the deck of the warship, and many Marines jumped into the sea to avoid it. On the battlefield, Crocodile, who was hit head-on by the great eruption, took several steps back in confusion, and even used a roll to stop his backward momentum. Sakazuki just stood there, staring at her with anger on his face. She couldn't believe it. How is that possible? After all, he was just the Vice Admiral who had besieged Os and was almost captured. How could she not be able to defeat him? What a joke. Advertisement, super large sandstorm. Crocodile didn't believe it, and even bit off the cigar in his mouth and spit it out somewhere. he raised his hand and launched a natural disaster like sandstorm. In fact, Oz had already commented on Crocodile's strength, but this guy was not there at the time. Probably stronger than the regular Vice Admiral, but only to a limited extent. However, due to the elemental nature of the Logia fruit ability and the difficulty of the sand fruit, you can touch anyone. The attacks of both of them were natural disaster attacks with large range and great power. So after a few rounds of fighting, the warship used as the battlefield was declared scrapped and sank into the sea. Both of them cannot touch water, especially Crocodile. Sakazuki can at least cool the magma into volcanic rocks and stay on the water surface for a short time. Crocodile's fruit ability is sand, which will lose control when it touches water. So, transforming into a sandstorm, Crocodile flew towards a deserted island in the distance. And what about Sakazuki? The warship was destroyed and the men were hit several times. We definitely couldn't just run away in disgrace. What's more, since we have already made the move, a few more hits won't make a difference. Boom, his whole body turned into a flame bomb, and with the impact of the volcanic eruption, Sakazuki also flew in the direction of Crocodile. Even if he doesn't kill Crocodile, he will definitely vent his anger. It was this battle, let Crocodile know a chemical knowledge. What is sand crystallization? What, that Crocodile guy was caught by the Marine. Upon hearing this information, Sammy was also shocked. Her first thought was, is Marine crazy? They actually openly arrested Osa's companions. Is this the Marine? No, the world government wants to go to war with the underground world. It's so sudden, but after listening to it, she finally understood the cause and effect of the incident. In short, Crocodile went up to cause trouble, and then was captured by Sakazuki before he could win. I don't know if this guy really can't run away, or if he is just too stubborn to even think about running away. They were all escorted back to the naval headquarters Marineford. It was said that the warship was destroyed and was driven back on the pirate's ship. This guy is really messing around. Rubbing his head helplessly, he decided to contact Marine and give it a try. Use Osa's face to get Crocodile out, it should be fine, right? Advertisement if that doesn't work, then Crocodile might have to go to impel down LV6. The army's morale is unstable. Well, now that they've been caught, we can't just leave them at Marineford forever. Let's think of a way to deal with them. A cold face appeared on Den Den Mushi, speaking in a condescending tone. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but they saluted and left. What a dilemma. Naval headquarters is also having a headache at this time. Beru. Such a hot potato. The key is that if the grassroots Marine officers and soldiers knew that the Marine was attacked by pirates, and they released the pirates in a nice way, wouldn't that provoke a mutiny? All the senior officers of Marine were stunned. A burst of urgent Den Den Mushi sounded at this moment. About Sir Crocodile. In the marshal's office, the other party also had a serious look on his face. Seeing the look in Kong's eyes, he thought to himself that it was not good. Sengoku, tell me your opinion. He looked at Sengoku, the future successor to his current position, wearing sunglasses. Beru. If you don't let go, this. Except for Sengoku, everyone else please leave for now. This is, seeing that they were silent, he finally took the initiative to speak and broke the silence. Considering Osa's ability and his little-known identity. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. It is difficult to catch him, but letting him go will bring shame to Marine. Marshal Kong placed his hands on the table, frowning, and glanced at Sakazuki, who looked serious, and Sengoku, Suru, and others who were sitting on the sofa next to him. Kong, we need to inform you that Oz has begun to inquire about. Sengoku Admiral, who was known as the resourceful general, secretly groaned inwardly when he heard this. In fact, it's not just Sammy, while everyone was discussing the next steps. Could it be that only Sengoku, who was being trained as a marshal and was about to take over, was allowed to stay as an exception? Sora gave Sengoku a look, signaling him to be quiet, and then picked up the Den Den Mushi and answered the call. Chapter 159 Shichibukai Selection, 5 Elders' Expectations. No. A more accurate name would be. As the question came out, the old man on the other side of the Den Den Mushi seemed to have thought of something and slowly changed his words. Oh Saint. What? Hearing this name, even Sengoku, who had experienced many years of sea life, couldn't help but wonder. What does it mean? This title? Who's next to you? Sora. Hearing this exclamation, Saint Satan, one of the 5 elders who had originally given the order calmly, looked at Kong with a cold look in his eyes. Sora lowered his head and reported respectfully. Reporting to Saint Satan, it is the Admiral of Headquarters, Sengoku. Sengoku. When Satan heard this name, his expression eased a little. After all, it was they who personally decided on the future Marine Marshal who would succeed Marshal Kong, so it wouldn't be a big deal to know some information in advance. I simply stopped caring about it, but this news was a huge shock to Sengoku. The celestial dragons are the masters of the sea. Then what does it mean that Marine has been targeting Oz in the past, has made many preparations, and held so many meetings? But it was obvious that the other 2 people on the call didn't care about Sengoku's feelings at all. You should be well aware of Sir Crocodile's identity, Sora. The god of science defense, Satan, held the Den Den Mushi in his hand, his eyes narrowed slightly, with a gleam of light in them. Sora looked into those eyes, as if he had guessed something. It was as if all his strength had been drained out of him, and his eyes were filled with embarrassment. Reluctantly answering, yes, Sir Crocodile, for the companions of Oz, Saint. But he did not stop there. Instead, he thought of the countless Marines, his own identity, and the Marines on the sunken warship. A feeling called responsibility surged in his heart. He went on to add, similarly, she was also the pirate who sank the Marine warship and attacked the naval headquarters Vice Admiral and Alternate Admiral Sakazuki. As if they had not expected Sora's attitude, the people on the other side of the Den Mushi were all stunned. Then he frowned. Watch your attitude, Sora. Advertisement holding the first-generation Kitetsu in his arms, Nesujiro, wearing a white robe, had a cold light in his eyes and shouted coldly at the Den Mushi. Even if the Marines suffered losses, that's no reason for you, as a leader, to act on impulse. Sengoku, who was still black-haired and just entering middle age, had never seen such a scene before. He just opened his mouth and couldn't make a sound. Marshal Kong, he actually has the highest power in the world. Are you quarreling? This is just for a crocodile? He really couldn't imagine, if it was Oz, for example, if there was another invasion of Marineford, would it be even more exaggerated than the scene in front of him? Are they going to stand there and let Oz hit them? And Marine is going to cheer for them? This world. It seemed that he had become so crazy that he was somewhat unrecognizable. But in fact, Sora had no intention of quarreling. Just a scolding from the five elders made him remain silent. Perhaps it was because he saw that Sora didn't dare to say anything back, or perhaps it was because of the original plan. After the scolding, the five elders' expressions softened. Okay, stop being so childish, Sora, Satan Saint continued, holding his stick. We are not calling you to release Crocodile unconditionally. What? When Sora and Sengoku heard this, they were also stunned for a moment. They looked at each other in confusion. Did the sun rise from the west? Marine and Oz had a conflict, and the five elders were no longer on Oz's side? It wasn't like this before. In the past, whenever a Marine had a conflict with Oz, the five elders would always reprimand their Marine first. Always say, what is the value of your Marine's face? It's just a dog raised by the world government. When facing Oz, he advised him to calm down. How come today? I didn't expect the two of them to have so much imagination. The five elders talked to themselves. Saint Vokuli said slowly, 7 warlords of the sea, plan? Open black lens bracket Heavenly Yaksha close black lens bracket Don Quixote Doflamingo, the great pirates, one of the many giants in the underworld, and Osa's subordinate. Of course, there is one last position, which they did not mention. Advertisement then, by using the identities of the two, it can be regarded as borrowing the power of Oz to suppress this raging sea. Perhaps it was considered that this plan would only be officially implemented towards the sea during Sengoku's term as marshal. When this plan was just beginning to take shape, we even invited Oz, who had just left the Roger Pirates, to join us, but unfortunately he was not interested. Because it once belonged to that man. Open black lens bracket Hawkeye close black lens bracket Dracula Mihawk, had a battle with Pluton Rayleigh some time ago, Oz's de facto deputy, the world's greatest swordsman, questionable. Enough to become one of the members who suppress one of the poles of the ocean. If the other party still disagrees until the plan is officially implemented, 5 elders will look for another candidate. Kong suddenly remembered something that the 5 elders had talked to him about. Saint Mozzie stood upright and added, this has always been a source of regret for the 5 elders. So, with the permission of the 5 elders, Sora explained to Sengoku what the 7 warlords of the sea plan was. You should still remember the thing we mentioned to you, Sora. So the 5 elders have nothing to hide. This regret will be solved by the heirs. As companions of Oz, if Crocodile or even Dracula Mihawk can join. Could it be that in the face of this rampant era, that plan also needs to be carried out in advance? Sengoku asked more out of curiosity. After all, this was probably the problem he would have to deal with after taking over as the marshal. This is only tentative, and we haven't contacted everyone one by one yet. Sir Crocodile's strength, reputation, and the power behind him all meet the standards we have discussed. The plan to use pirates to control pirates. It is indeed as Kong said. This is a means to maintain stability on the sea and bring the situation into balance. That's right. Saint Vokuli added, Hanafuda, great pirates, one of the sea emperors, an ally of Kaido the Beast. Hearing this, my 5 elders, are you referring to? Then the other candidates for this plan, except for Sir Crocodile, the other candidates are tentatively. This was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, it had been planned for many years. Open black lens bracket Tyrant close black lens bracket Bear, the king of the Sobel Kingdom, is extremely powerful and has defeated countless great pirates. Open black lens bracket Gecko Moria close black lens bracket great pirates, fought against one of the sea emperors, Kaido, and managed to survive. But now, as the overlord of one side and the uncrowned king of the sea, he was not successfully recruited when he was young. Chapter 160 Situation Report, Oz is about to return to paradise. The 5 elders and the marine gave these instructions. Convince Crocodile to join the 7 warlords of the sea. As for Sammy, the world government responded in the same way. I'm sorry, Ms. Sammy, but Crocodile cannot be released now unless he agrees to join the 7 warlords of the sea program. The world government cannot allow anyone to trample on their dignity at will, unless the other party is one of its own. When Sammy heard CP0's answer, he was stunned for a moment. Then the other party explained to him the contents of the 7 warlords of the sea plan. But even after listening to it, Sammy was still a little confused. When did the world government become so tough? In the past, when Lord Oz made a move, the world government would give in if they could, and if they couldn't, they would think of ways to give in again. This time, why do you care about dignity? It is indeed abnormal. I wonder if you have ever thought about what the consequences would be if Lord Oz knew that you had detained his companions. There was no other way. Sammy could only bring up Oz, trying to put some pressure on the Black Emperor of world government. This method has definitely been useful in the past, but it's different this time. CP0, who was talking to Sammy on the other side, seemed to have received the signal long ago and responded calmly. Of course, the 5 elders have considered Lord Os Saint's attitude. But we believe that Lord Osen will give the world government a face in this matter. Sammy was speechless. After all, her confidence in being able to communicate directly with the world government comes from her identity. As Os travels around the world, he has no time to worry about power and business. Since they all said so, she could only pass on the message. It's been a turbulent time. Next to her, Irie, who was her confidant and had followed Os from the beginning, was processing the report. She couldn't help but complain. Really, relying on its friendly relationship with Lord Oz, the world government has become more and more bold recently. Some time ago, they even openly sent a slave ship into our sphere of influence, and only captured 3 sisters. This is probably another one of those celestial dragon's evil tricks. What a pervert. Sammy rubbed her brows. When she heard Irie say this, her beautiful and intelligent eyes narrowed slightly, and she looked at her with a dangerous look. This was agreed with me. Advertisement. Irie's eyes widened in disbelief. How could you agree to such a request? With our size, we don't need them to pay us. They're just some perverted celestial dragons anyway. This is the order that Lord Os, as celestial dragons, issued to CP0. As soon as these words came out, Irie, who was originally filled with indignation, was silent for a moment. Then again, Lord Oz must have his reasons for doing this. No wonder Lord Oz dotes on the 2 sisters, Little 6 and Little 7, so much. He is in such a good mood. Looking at the face-changing king's men in front of him, Sammy shook his head helplessly. Don't think about it carefully. If it weren't for Lord Oz's approval, how would those human traffickers dare to do that? Irie angrily justified her original offending words, and seeing that Sammy didn't seem to care. Then he came over flatteringly and brought a cup of coffee. Then, should we contact Lord Oz? In the past, in order not to disturb Lord Oz's interest in traveling, we never called unless necessary. Sammy took the coffee, blew it slowly, and glanced at her assistant with her beautiful eyes. Of course, this is a serious matter and I dare not make a decision on my own. Since the world government is so confident, what else can we say? Regarding Crocodile, just follow Lord Os's advice. Irie nodded. One more thing, where did Enel go? I think I haven't seen him for a long time. Just as she was about to pick up the Den Mushi to contact Osama, Sammy suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked Irie. The other party nodded his chin and thought for a moment. That guy. Seems like he was cheated out of all his living expenses by the sisters in the red light district. Now after get off work every day, he goes to catch pirates to collect the bounty. It's speechless to say. This ignorant guy, when he went to claim the bounty, he was almost tricked into joining the Marine. While Enel was helping Sammy with his work, he also had to take time to follow Os's instructions and practice hockey. His life was quite busy. I finally had some time to enjoy myself. In the private room, I felt like a god, being worshipped and flattered. Money kept flowing out. Sammy's living expenses are not small, but they can't stand such abuse. This poor child was fooled around by Sammy and didn't know a thing. Through the huge French window, a leisurely figure in a bathrobe and slippers was sitting on the sofa, looking at the cloudy sky outside. I'm so sorry to disturb your mood because of something. Lord Os. New World, advertisement. His thoughts drifted away. He recalled the timeline, but a sudden busy tone on the telephone interrupted his thoughts. King Luffy and Uda seemed to be refreshed around this time. Except that I couldn't feel the fun at the beginning, but then I became more and more addicted. He can disperse the dark clouds, but why? Reward. After seeing so much sunny weather, rainy days also have their own unique flavor. After hearing that Enel was going to earn extra money, Sammy stopped caring about him. I heard that Shanks is now on the rise. Of course, there's another reason. In fact, as a younger brother of Oz, you don't have to pay to go anywhere. Is this thing so good to smoke? Reward. 1.936 billion Baileys. Click. There was a thunderstorm, strong winds and heavy rain, and a luxury cruise ship was passing by. Go surfing. After failing to join Marine and being confirmed as a companion of the Black Emperor, Marine immediately changed his attitude. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket Enel. Bad weather is very common in New World. There have even been cases of fireballs falling from the sky. Therefore, the people on the cruise ship did not panic too much. They just looked at the dark cloud quietly. Black Gun. A companion of Dr. Os, a user of Logia, Thunder Fruit, a huge threat. No wonder Crocodile and the others hold it in their mouths every day. It is indeed quite interesting. As the Den Mushi was connected, a small face with red lips and seductive eyes appeared, and the other party spoke respectfully. That is the most luxurious private room in the cabin, and the distinguished guest likes quietness. Close to the starting point of the red line. We've almost finished touring the New World, let's go back to paradise through the Holy Land. Regardless of life or death, the crime is extremely heinous. Call, wanting to meet up with old friends, he took a puff of cigarette with a smile on his face, then slowly exhaled. The person refused to join in the morning and the wanted poster was printed in the afternoon. That's right, when he was already in his 20s, he had the idea of trying cigars for the first time. Bulu Brew Brew. 5 RP Chapter 161 7 Warlords of the Sea? King of Shichibukai? On a reclining chair, Os, who was enjoying his life with a cigar in his mouth and sunglasses on, heard this and his pupils moved slightly downward. Oh, isn't this Sammy? What's the matter, Lord Os? On the other side of the Den Mushi, Sammy greeted him respectfully and gently, as if she was afraid of disturbing Os's interest, and her pretty face was a little tense. Os didn't care much and chuckled. Don't be so reserved, Sammy. I know your character. You won't bother me unless it's something important. So, be at ease. Inside the high-rise office of Sabody Archipelago. When Sammy heard this, she breathed a sigh of relief, and a charming smile appeared on her delicate face. No, your trip and interest are what we need to consider most. Sammy was grateful for Os's protection and gifts from the bottom of his heart, so he always tried his best. My sisters and I in the Red Light District will always be grateful for your kindness. This sounds comforting. At least after hearing this, Os smiled a little more. It is always a pleasure to be missed by a beautiful woman. Okay, I understand all this, let's get down to business. I know you won't make this call easily unless you encounter something serious that you can't handle. Sammy then spoke and told Os everything. It's like this. A few days ago, Crocodile. So, I can only report this to you. The attitude of the world government this time is obviously different from the past. Sammy felt unfair. The world government, a mere government, was so disrespectful to Lord Os. I haven't read the newspaper for just a few days. How could Xiao be so good at making trouble? Os looked at him strangely. He didn't expect this guy to be so stubborn. He admitted that when Crocodile was with Os, his strength was definitely much stronger than that of the original novel at the same time. After all, Os had given her a lot of advice and ideas on both Haki's progress and fruit development, but... Do you dare to bump into Red Dog? Sakazuki has already reached the level of an admiral, and he is probably one of the strongest among them. Crocodile's ability does not have an advantage in the mutual restraint between elements. Are you really not afraid of being turned into a user of the glass fruit ability? The condition for letting her go is that she joins the 7 warlords of the sea? That's right. Advertisement Os pinched his chin, but he didn't feel offended. Because of this kind of excuse, I can talk to Sammy, since she can't make the decision yet, and I can also pretend to be tough. If Os had asked personally, it would not be CP0 who answered the phone, but the 5 elders who had an urgent discussion with him. If he was being tough and didn't want Crocodile to be Shichibukai and even demanded that he be released. There is a high probability that it will be released. It will just make both parties unhappy, and they will probably not give each other face in the future. There's no need for that. Sure. Os's voice came slowly from the other end of the Den Mushi. Sammy was also stunned when she heard this. She suspected that she had heard it wrongly. But what Os did say is, I support letting Crocodile join 7 warlords of the sea. If they invite Mihawk, you can tell them that I have the same attitude. After all, face is something that only lasts long if it is given to each other. To be honest, at first, Os didn't have much idea about the 7 warlords of the sea. It was just a move made when he was trying to win over and subdue the little flamingo. But seeing that the world government is going to follow the original plan and let Crocodile, Mihawk and others join in, that would be interesting. Mihawk, Crocodile, Doflamingo, plus the Empress, Boa Hancock, which has not yet been shipped to my home, so I have collected 4 of the 7, which is more than half. Anyone with life experience knows that when you buy instant noodles and collect a card, you usually don't want to collect all of them. But if you have collected more than half of them, then you will naturally want to collect all of them. Or you can say, obsessive-compulsive disorder. Besides, this is also a symbol of status. In name, it is comparable to the Emperor of the Sea. I see. Although Sammy didn't quite understand the essential role of such an identity, her main focus was on being obedient. As long as it is Lord Os's decision, Sammy will carry it out without reservation. Sammy then called Mihawk's number and it was connected quickly. At this time, he was drinking with Rayleigh, the kind that blames Os. What's the matter? This is also what Lord Os meant. New World, Dressrosa, in a magnificent room, advertisement. He smiled evilly. Although they were both Os's men, their relationship was not very friendly. After all, they were both companions and competitors. Apart from business, they seldom interacted with each other. If it was him in the original novel, he might have agreed just to avoid trouble. It is in accordance with the instructions of Lord Os. Why didn't you say so earlier? Doflamingo, who had just come here to prepare for the gradual usurpation of Dressrosa, did not expect to receive a call from Sammy. Hearing Rayleigh's words, Mihawk thought to himself. But Sammy's next words made him put away his rebellious smile, and then he honestly put down his crossed legs. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk heart. Hia. This is really rare, Madam Sammy. I didn't expect you would come to me for something. As for Doflamingo, it's easy to say. Mr. Mihawk, please agree to the world government's nomination of 7 warlords of the sea. Sammy seemed to have expected this, and added. Sammy explained briefly. Mihawk. Appear in any place legally and legitimately to challenge swordsmen from all walks of life. After hanging up the phone, Sammy dialed another signal and called Doflamingo, who was far away in New World. A pair of iconic sharp eagle eyes appeared on Den Mushi and asked Sammy. The Den Mushi was quickly connected. But now, even without the help of world government, he can come and go anywhere in the world without any trouble. Finally, he nodded, tacitly agreeing to this matter. Rayleigh, who was standing next to him, was holding a glass of wine and was also listening to the 8 trigrams, which were unknown to the world. When he heard Shichibukai's conditions, his glasses were shining. But it was obvious that Xiaoying didn't seem to be interested and just drank the red wine in silence. Just rely on Osa's name and face. Why not? Since your dream is to become the world's greatest swordsman, this identity will be much more convenient, right? A figure with evil red eyes and a savage smile appeared, with a pink feather cloak draped over its back. I'm not calling to chat with you, Doflamingo. Hearing this, Xiaoying opened his mouth slightly, but after a while he still said nothing, but his expression was somewhat helpless. It seems to be expressing, so Mihawk showed resistance. Chapter 162. Returning Os, a sudden surprise. The original rebellious attitude disappeared in an instant. If it was just a conversation with Sammy, Doflamingo could still make some jokes. After all, the two were both in the same camp and competitors in the underground business. But if the other party is carrying Oz instructions, then if Doflamingo is crazy again, it will be a bit lovesick. Why? Lord Oz, do you have any instructions? Doflamingo's expression was calm, his eyes hidden by red sunglasses staring at Den Mushi seriously. Sammy didn't intend to take advantage of the power of others and said directly. It's the 7 Warlords of the Sea plan. Your name, Doflamingo, is also included in it this time. Sammy was about to explain the meaning of 7 Warlords of the Sea, but was interrupted by Doflamingo. At the other end of the Den Mushi, a Den Mushi wearing a pink cloak and red sunglasses started laughing wildly. I know about this, Sammy. This position was reserved for me by Lord Oz a long time ago. 7 Warlords of the Sea, but there is a carrot post of his uncle Doflamingo. Sammy was speechless for a moment. She didn't know there was such a thing. In that case, your attitude is already very clear, so I have nothing else to say. Congratulations indeed. Doflamingo was ecstatic. With this skin, he could finally start his plan to usurp the country. However, he still maintained the most basic restraint on the surface. Foo. It's not worth mentioning. No matter how gorgeous the title is, it can't compare to yours. The value of Lord Osa's spokesperson. Despite his joy, Doflamingo has not yet become insane. He knew very well who he ultimately relied on to get this position. And needless to say, the so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea, except for a few people, most of them are like him, the silver medalists on the sea. The official said that you are on par with Marine and Sea Emperor. You don't really believe it, do you? I still know how much I weigh. Doflamingo thought that he had no chance of defeating a monster that could compete with Oz. Not everyone is as stubborn and inaccurate as Crocodile. He, Doflamingo, needs to be patient and grow, and then he will have the last laugh. On the other side, as Oz was about to return to the first half of the Grand Line from the New World and had already reached the bottom of the Red Line, he did not take the so-called 7 Warlords of the Sea to heart. Advertisement after all, it's just a casual act and doesn't play any essential role. Sort of. Because it's fun and casual. Hey Emperor, this is the orange juice you ordered. Standing at the bow, Oz stood there in a leisurely manner, blowing the sea breeze, smoking a cigar in the wind. The chef of the passenger ship nearby shakily brought over a glass of orange juice and served it with both hands. You don't have to be so polite. By the way, you can go to Sabody Archipelago to collect my shipping fee. Oz took the orange juice with a fairly gentle attitude. After all, there was no pleasure for Oz in making things difficult for a group of ordinary weaklings. Not to mention that the other party had a very good service attitude throughout and did not show any dissatisfaction because he boarded the ship first and bought the ticket later. Who would have thought that when the chef heard this, he waved his hands in fear? No. It is an honor for all of us to have you on board. Not to mention, we are a passenger ship under the command of the shipping king, Lord Umit. Is that so? Oz raised his eyebrows. In this world, there is no place to spend money even if you want to, and any boat you take turns to be your own property. That was the end of his words. He was no longer obsessed with the question of whether to pay or not. Turning to face forward, the red line is already in sight. Adjust the course and return to the front half of the Grand Line by passing over the red line. Oz ordered. Why? The order was conveyed to the captain and sailors, and everyone was stunned. They were a little hesitant. I've never been above the red line. According to legend, it must be the holy land of Mariajoy. Yeah. And how can we get there? Even the elevator only allows people to pass through, not boats. Could we use a boat to ram it? Several people hesitated. In the end, the captain listened silently, took a puff of cigarette and made a decision. Go. Since it's Lord Osa's order, just drive the ship over. You know, the last guy who was under Umit's command and died because of Osa's order, now his family has received a huge amount of compensation. No more worries for the rest of your life. Advertisement. A gentleman will die for his friend. Now, under Osa's command, there's not much else, but a lot of money, a lot of assassins. Holy Land, Lower Mariajoy. A passenger ship was sailing straight ahead. Os looked up at the towering continent. Finally I'm back. With everyone on the ship screaming, Os raised his finger slightly, and the entire passenger ship slowly rose up. This scared the people sitting in the elevator next to them. Turning around, I saw a boat floating up and flying above the red line. But there were also world government personnel among them, and those with good eyesight immediately saw the tall figure at the bow. Combined with this rare ability, Osa's identity was immediately confirmed. When Os controlled the ship and slowly arrived at the holy land of Mariajoy above the red line. Even a group of CP members have been urgently assembled. The leader was none other than the masked lip, Osa's exclusive CP0. Welcome Saint Oz to return to the holy land. Kneel down on one knee. Under Lip's leadership, Mariajoy expressed welcome to Osa's arrival, which made him feel awkward not to show up, as he had originally planned to just pass by. The passenger ship slowly descended and landed in front of Lip and others. Oz took a step forward and appeared in front of the opponent. Lip, you don't have to be so polite. I'm not going back to the Holy Land to play this time. Oz put his hands in his pockets, looked at the CPs kneeling on the ground in front of him, and shrugged. But then, Lip brought him an unexpected surprise. Pengu City, Celestial Dragon's residence. Under Lip's guidance, Oz followed him towards his house. It was a villa that was allocated by the Holy Land to those who obtained the status of Celestial Dragons. As they walked, Lip introduced respectfully, "That's right, Lord Osint, according to your instructions, we have brought back many girls from all over the sea. All of them are 3 sisters, and only a small number of them are triplets. Please don't mind." While speaking, Lip was still a little worried that Oz would be dissatisfied. But Oz was confused at this time. "Mind? What do you mind?" Chapter 163 Hancock, successfully subdued at this time, Oz himself didn't know. What does Lip mean? Why should I mind? And the luxuriously decorated, vast villa is decorated in a creamy white style. Led by Lip, Oz and the others slowly walked into the villa, only to see that it was full of little girl. Or rather, a little slave girl. Although the villa was very spacious, it was still visible that the 3 little guys in the group were chained, sitting on the ground shivering, looking at the people who came in with trembling pupils. They come from all over the sea, the 4 seas, paradise, New World. Even some from the Calm Belt. But without exception, everyone looked at Oz and the others, huddled in fear. Oz was also stunned, looking at the at least 300 little girls, more than 103 sisters, and looking at Lip next to him. Lip just bowed slightly. Even though he was wearing a mask, he looked very proud. Perfectly following your preference, all we caught were 3 sisters. Especially these triplets with very delicate looks. Judging from my experience in the Holy Land over the years, their looks will definitely be no less beautiful than those top beauties on the sea when they grow up. However, Oz didn't look excited at all, he just covered his head. He understood. It seems that I had asked Lip to pay attention to the 3 slave sisters sent to the Holy Land. This guy misunderstood me and thought that Oz had this kind of fetish and only liked 3 sisters, especially the little ones. Do you have any questions, Lord Osint? Oz wanted to say something, but he walked towards the group of little girls first, glancing at them as he walked. The CPs followed respectfully. All the girls that Oz glanced at lowered their heads in fear. There is only one exception. Lip. What's wrong, Lord Osint? Oz pointed at the girl who dared to raise her head. Except for the 3 sisters, let the others go, and return them wherever they were caught. This sudden order, not only the CPs behind Lip, but even he himself was stunned for a moment before he reacted and lowered his head to answer. Although they didn't know why, they still had to obey Oz's orders. Just so many kids. Advertisement they have something busy to do next. Oz ignored them and the other little girls, and walked straight to the 3 little girls who looked familiar. A very pretty little girl with black hair, and 2 more, a girl with green hair and a big head, and a girl with orange hair. "Hey, kid, your name is?" Oz looked down from above, with a sense of intimidation, looking at the 2 timid little girls, who were protected by the black-haired little girl behind them. "What is it?" The black-haired girl may have just been arrested and has not seen the dark side of the world yet. She clenched her fists stubbornly. She seemed brave, but her trembling legs gave away her true colors. "My name is Boa Hancock. You man, please let us go." Hearing this familiar name, Oz smiled. "That's right. Then, you'll be mine from now on, little Hancock." Oz looked at the stubborn little girl and ignored her anger. He just turned back to look at Lip. "You don't need to catch slaves for me anymore. Just keep an eye on these 3 little ones and make them behave themselves." Clear. Oz had no idea about the little guy, although he doubted that there might be such a pervert in the Holy Land. But today Hancock is just a little kid. Oz had no intention of being a good person. Even if she had never existed, she would have been captured by other celestial dragons. Their fate was much worse than in Oz. At least Oz ordered that they don't need to be marked with the Sky Dragon's hoof. As for the rest, don't think too much about it, just be his slave. This will also be true even if the other party is no longer in the Holy Land in the future. Again, if you follow him, you will follow him for life. Lip, who was hiding in the shadows, bowed slightly and turned his head slowly towards the 3 sisters. After capturing and releasing so many slaves, he knew that he had misjudged Lord Osint's thoughts, so next, he will do his best to help Lord Osint to manage qualified slaves. And the name of Os also started from this moment. It has completely become Hancock's psychological shadow. Well, no need to send me off anymore, just go back here, Lip. Standing at the port of Sabody Archipelago, Os looked at his rather loyal CP0 subordinate and said with a smile. "By the way, please tell the 5 elders that I support the 7 warlords of the sea plan. Tell them not to worry about my opinion." Oz smiled. Advertisement sassy ignored Dana. If they don't, then Oz will naturally take action. He was a very cold-blooded man, standing in the shadow of the street, with only a pair of sharp eyes clearly visible. Mihawk didn't react much when he heard this, he just walked towards the center of the island. This is the face of Osin. 3. Sure enough, the first thing I did when I reunited with Mihawk was nothing else. With a great sword on his back and his arms folded, he looked at Oz coldly. "So, let's compete again next time. After all, the title of the world's greatest swordsman is still in doubt between you and me." Hey, Xiaoying, it's been more than half a year since we last parted and you said you were going to pursue Kendo, really? Listening to Mihawk's story of what he had seen and heard during these days, Os walked beside him with his hands in his pockets. Indeed, I just wanted to remind you, 1. Even celestial dragons can't go too far here. You're back. In the past 6 months, I have challenged many famous swordsmen. Many of them are just famous in name only, and there are also many swordsmen I recognize. Okay, I'll definitely pass on your message, 2. Os sighed slightly. Sabody Archipelago is still as prosperous as ever, even better than when he left. There are busy streets and even some modern buildings. There are many patrols coming and going to maintain law and order. Now, I have been able to touch that threshold, the threshold of the world's strongest swordsmanship. Before that, is there one more thing? Not long after he walked around, a figure appeared in his sight. If ordinary celestial dragons dare to cause trouble, they will be tortured by the Knights of God when they return. You definitely forgot just now, it must be a swordsmanship contest. Oz walked forward and walked side by side with the other party. What? Xiaoying didn't understand what he meant, he just wanted to fight with Os. It seems that Xiaoxia hasn't been released yet. As for whether the divine group will take action, has she been waiting for him here for a long time? Oz nodded, and then his figure slowly disappeared from the spot. Counting silently in my heart. Chapter 164 Shanks and Buggy, who have not been seen for a long time. Crocodile will not be in danger for the time being, maybe it likes the environment of Impel Down? Os doesn't know, but he knew that, for his sake, as long as Xiaoxia agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea, her life would never be in danger at the hands of Marine. Maybe I'm too stubborn, I'll figure it out over time. Then, he accepted Mihawk's invitation to a sword fight. As expected, in a pure sword fight, Os was no match for Mihawk. So after a few symbolic blows, Os refused to take it anymore. He did not use Conqueror's Coil. After all, the person to be determined was the world's greatest swordsman, not the world's strongest man. Otherwise, given the strength of Mihawk's Conqueror's Haki, he might face another setback. Alright, you're the world's greatest swordsman, alright, let's end this sword fight here. Os put Ace back into the sheath, indicating that he would not fight anymore and go home to eat. This made Mihawk very upset, his face looked so gloomy that it seemed like water could drip out of it. Hey, Os UB ************ D. He was very dissatisfied. In fact, he didn't mean to hold back on Os. After all, Haki is also part of a person's strength. But Os simply found it troublesome. The world's greatest swordsman, he had never had such ambitions and dreams since the moment he got the sword. Whether he was learning swordsmanship or divine avoidance, he was aiming for the convenience of killing people and being handsome. He is a gunman after all, and once he becomes the legend, swordsmen from all over the world will flock to him like a swarm of fish, wanting to defeat him and become the next legend. Let Mihawk take this honor. After all, there are too many swordsmen, so it is more cost-effective to be the world's #1 sniper. But seeing Mihawk's unconvinced look and eagerness to try, Os finally sighed. How about this, I'll find you a new opponent, you go and fight him, his sword skills are the same as mine. In terms of swordsmanship alone, I am not much better than him, if you defeat him, you will have defeated me. Hearing this, Xiaoying looked at Os with some suspicion, but when he saw that he looked serious and didn't seem to be kidding, he let go and asked. The person you were talking about has the same origin as your swordsmanship, this person is. He was my former companion in the Roger Pirates group. Advertisement. Open black lens bracket red hair close black lens bracket Shanks. By the way, he should be well known on the sea recently, after all, he has been flying solo for so many years. Mihawk pinched his chin, frowned and recalled carefully the newcomers who emerged in the sea in recent years. Red hair. Red hair. I don't pay much attention to newcomers in the ocean. It seems that there is a supernova named Red Hair. Since setting sail, Shanks has spent most of his time wandering around the world, looking for his own crew members. There were times when he emerged from the sea, but the hot searches were always controlled and occupied by Os and others, so that he had a reputation, but it was not that great. Zai Yuan Zhu Zhang. It was not until recent years that the other crew members gathered and fully grew up, and gradually became known as the Red Hair Pirates. Especially after experiencing the broken arm incident in Windmill Village, he entered New World and overcame all obstacles along the way, and finally won the position of the Emperor of the Sea. And it gradually grew larger, and later became the size of several ships. So that new guy still has such strength. I can actually get your approval. Red-haired Shanks, interesting. From this moment on, Mihawk kept Shanks' name in mind, especially after getting the double authority certification from Rayleigh. Shanks? It's been a while since I last saw him. Yes, Shanks's talent in swordsmanship is very high. In the past, Os was able to suppress his opponent because of his haki and physique. But if we compare it to other monsters in the sea, few can match Shanks's talent. Recalling the shadows of those little guys back then, Rayleigh's eyes were full of memories. And Buggy, I wonder how he's doing. I seem to have seen their names on the most recent wanted poster. Os and Mihawk gathered in Shaki's bar, which had already been booked out at Sammy's order. Shaki was also happy about this. After all, the money the other party offered was super generous. She took out a few wanted posters from under the bar. Finally, I found 2 of them. Rayleigh took the wanted warrant, while Os and Mihawk watched from the side. Open black lens bracket red hair close black lens bracket Shanks. Reward. 339 million Bailey's advertisement. Buggy, reward. 9 million Baileys. This bounty doesn't match their abilities. Shanks should be a candidate for Admiral now, but he is still wandering around. No wonder his bounty is not that high. But it is understandable. After all, the other party's highlight period should be coming soon. He has been keeping a low profile for so long. A few years later, the other party attacked the world government to steal the Nika fruit, and brought Uda with him to kill the initial form of the Song Demon King, alone. I'm afraid that its strength is about to enter a period of rapid growth. It is estimated that within 5 or 6 years, he will be able to firmly enter the realm of General Emperor. Oss doesn't have much pressure, but if he wants to suppress the opponent in terms of strength, he must take another step forward in the next few years. Not to mention Joey Boy, at least he has to reach the level of rocks to always have face. Not just Oss, Mihawk and Rayleigh were also looking at each other's wanted posters. Shanks's was understandable. Although it was somewhat low in strength, it should be temporary. Buggy. Osa's companion is really low-key. Mihawk picked up Buggy's wanted poster and looked at the clown with an arrogant smile. For some reason, he felt a little dislike for him. Buggy. Rayleigh felt a drop of sweat on his forehead, not knowing what to say, because from what he knew about Buggy. Maybe this reward was not wrong after all. You seem to be in pretty good spirits, Buggy. Oss didn't care so much. He put his arms around the two men's shoulders and was obviously very happy to see Buggy in the wanted poster laughing arrogantly, as if saying, "Worship me, Uncle Buggy. Then I'll go visit you later, speaking of which. I haven't seen you for 5 or 6 years." Osborne had originally planned to go see Shanks, see the red hair pirates he had initially assembled, and see little Uda. In that case, let's go find Buggy and play with him. After all, we are all good brothers, so how can we favor one over the other? Really, all the characters in the story have appeared one by one. He hugged Mihawk's neck, who looked confused, and couldn't help but smile. I'm really looking forward to Shanks and his group. New Age Guys. Chapter 165 Meeting of the Face-Saving Fruit User. Hey, Shanks. South Blue, in an unknown sea area. A red boat with a simple dragon head carved on it was sailing slowly here. At the bow, a young man wearing a straw hat was reading a newspaper. Hearing someone calling him, he suddenly raised his head. What's wrong, Beck? Nothing. A burly man with a slick back hair and a cigarette came over and took the newspaper from him. Is it the report about that Oss? Hey, why do you ask that? Beckman unfolded the newspaper, looked at Shanks's stunned expression, and said with a smile. That's because, of course, every time you read the newspaper carefully, you'll find that it's mostly about him. Shanks scratched his face, feeling a little guilty. Is the thought so obvious? Actually, it's not about the report on Oss. It's about someone's confrontation with Mr. Rayleigh. I haven't seen him in a while since I got off the ship. Really? Beckman looked at the details in the newspaper with suspicion and found that it was exactly the same as Shanks said, but... If I remember correctly, Hawkeye is the deputy on the Oss ship. Shanks, you... Ahahahaha. While the two were chatting, hey, Shanks, there seems to be a pirate's ship ahead. Through the telescope, Usopp spotted the pirate's ship in the distance and shouted to Shanks at the bow. Pirate's ship? That's really unfortunate. Get ready for battle. When Shanks heard the shouting, he immediately took over the conversation and changed the subject, leaving Beckman helpless. In the distance, a pirate ship was heading towards the red hair pirates. Looking closely, it was carrying a lot of treasures. It seemed like the other party had just finished looting and was on their way out. What a great harvest. So much treasure. The ship's Dr. Hongo held a long stick in his hand. After a quick identification, he took out a piece of information from his arms, which was the information about the ship opposite. Shanks took it with a smile. As expected of this hometown, you are still so reliable. Don't give me that. Slowly opening it, Shanks quickly lost interest. Advertisement, it seems that they are not big pirates. The other party probably didn't recognize the red hair pirates and thought they were some minor characters, so he just bumped into them. And the result is obvious. With almost no effort, the red hair pirates reaped a pile of loot. Treasure. Enough for many banquets. Everyone cheered, and Shanks was also delighted. He opened one of the treasure chests and looked inside. There was no treasure inside, but... A baby? Where did you get in from? Could it be that the pirates kidnapped them? Miraculously, after the treasure chest was opened, the baby stopped crying and started laughing. However, when he saw everyone with dazed faces, he started crying again. This made Shanks panic. Who of these grown men had ever taken care of a baby? Shanks had no choice but to sing a lullaby in a funny way. Sleep well, baby, be quiet. Perhaps because it felt funny, the baby started laughing happily. Seeing this scene, Shanks was stunned for a moment, as if he recalled some long-forgotten memory. It's a lot like when Captain Roger picked you up, Shanks. A sudden voice suddenly appeared beside Shanks. Everyone was shocked. Their instincts gained from years of fighting on the sea made them draw their weapons instantly and aim at the source of the sound. Even Shanks was shocked, with a look of horror and a few drops of cold sweat on his forehead. When? My observation Haki can't react at all. But after reacting, Shanks' face showed surprise and smile. He slowly turned his head and looked behind him. Under the sunlight, a tall young man was standing proudly behind him, his cape and long hair fluttering in the wind. There aren't many swordsmen, and it seems that only Shanks is worth a kill. Although they were unfamiliar with Oss, and their opponent's strength and reputation made them feel very oppressive, they still believed in Shanks' words. Someone is almost the same in this regard. What? On the contrary, Beckman's arrival made him more talkative. Advertisement. Even Beckman, who usually listened to Shanks' stories about himself and Oz the most, had a serious expression at this moment. Give me some more, just looking at Shanks calmly. P.S. Thank you Godfathers for feeding me, I just want to say. Oz and Shanks hadn't seen each other for a long time. When they just met and said hello, Mihawk, who followed Oz to Red Force, looked at the people of the Red Hair Pirates. Oh, it's Oz. Oz happily sat down at the table, bringing with him a lot of good wine, worth millions of Baileys. After all, he was only used to drinking this kind of wine, and other wines would make his throat sore. Unlike the solemnity and scrutiny of the people around him, Oz and Shanks, who haven't seen each other for many years, are really happy. Sashi ignores Dana. Shanks. Guys, let's have a party. Welcome Oz. The legendary pirate's daughter Oz, whose name alone could suppress an entire era, actually came aboard the ship of these young people. Beckman looked at Shanks, who was drunk and laughing while talking to Oz, and shook his head helplessly. Mihawk is well aware of this. Oz didn't think anything of it, but Mihawk was disgusted. In response to Shanks's conversation, he just sat there drinking alone in a cold manner. Shanks got drunk very quickly, especially when he met up with his old friend Oz. In the second half, he even put his arms around Oz and Mihawk's necks and started talking drunkenly. After spending some time together, Beckman, Lakilu and others found that the Black Emperor was easy to get along with. No, what? It's Shanks' friend, Oz. Having such an unreliable captain is really a headache sometimes. Due to Oz's great fame and numerous achievements, they subconsciously overlooked that he seemed to be the same age as Shanks. The welcoming banquet to Oz begins immediately. The nervous Red Hair Pirates members nearby heaved a sigh of relief when they saw that the guy who suddenly appeared seemed to be Shanks' friend. With a smile on his face, he seemed to ignore the Red Hair Pirates' vigilance and slowly walked forward amidst the swords and guns. The young Shanks' face was full of surprise, and his face still had the recklessness and instability of a young man. After a moment of silence, everyone suddenly reacted and looked at the tall figure in disbelief, stunned where they were. It's been so many years, Oz, Black Emperor Oz? Chapter 166 Uda's foster father. Wow, hey. The tense atmosphere spreads in Red Hair Pirates and Red Force. It's not because of anything else, just because of a little guy. Hey, come on, Shanks, if you don't know how to coax, then don't coax. Oz sat cross-legged beside him, watching Shanks making faces and plugging his nose to make little Uda laugh, and he also laughed at him mercilessly. Stop talking so much, Oz, you're not much better than me at this kind of thing, and you were secretly taking photos just now. I also have Observation Haki, delete it for me. Shanks clenched his fists and roared sharply, saying that if he could beat Oz, he would have snatched it away long ago. He even recorded an ugly photo of him making faces to tease the baby. Ahahahaha, you're really perceptive, Shanks. Oz laughed awkwardly twice, and then the camera phone bug in his hand disappeared silently. It was obvious that he had no intention of deleting it. What a joke. How could he bear to delete this photo of 4 Emperors Shanks when he was young, picking his nose and acting like a clown? I will show it to Buggy later. After Shanks has mastered his magic skills and has the strength of a man in his 30s or 40s, if you want to show off in front of him. Then Oz can also take out this photo. His aura and filter were instantly broken. Seeing Shanks's funny and anxious attempts to make people laugh, but to no avail, Oz simply pushed him away and did it himself. He picked up the baby with red and white hair and patted him gently. Maybe it was because Oz was handsome, or maybe this guy was really good at coaxing children. Little Uda slowly stopped crying. A pair of big eyes with tears in them stared straight at Oz's face, and then burst into laughter. Why? This move shocked Shanks, and he opened his mouth wide, looking doubtful about life. How could this happen? He is obviously his adopted child. Why does he seem to be closer to Oz? Everything else is fine, but is he going to lose to Oz even in terms of coaxing children? Shanks was petrified. What's that expression on your face? Advertisement, nothing. I just suddenly felt that you might be more suitable to be the father of the child than me. Shanks felt a little lost. He sat cross-legged and looked at Uda, who was laughing happily. There was a smile of an old father on his face. After all, whether it's strength, wealth, environment, or even child-rearing skills, you can give Uda more than I can. Pirates like us face danger and fighting every day, to be honest. Shanks' eyes sank slightly. I don't know if it's a good destination for Uda to follow us. But when Oz saw him like this, he just smiled calmly and raised a finger. Collapse, it hurts, sorry, I used too much strength. A small brain explosion, when Shanks was not on guard, directly caused a red mark on his forehead. But when I saw the smirk on Oz's lips, I knew he did it on purpose. Shanks, you are Uda's father, how can you say such irresponsible things? He looked at Uda in his arms, took out a rattle made of gold and tiger skin, and put it in the little guy's hand to play with. From the moment you decided to adopt her, she became your daughter. Covering the red mark on his forehead, Shanks watched Uda playing with the rattle, and was lost in thought for a moment. Yes, Uda, she is my daughter. At this moment, his eyes were full of love and responsibility. Of course, it's not impossible for me to be her godfather. The originally warm scene was suddenly interrupted by Oz's words. Shanks heard this inappropriate words, and his intention to entrust Uda to Oz disappeared instantly. Perhaps in front of him, Oz always seemed a little too much for a beating. No, Hongo, I'm not going to do anything stupid. The hand that had been tightly grasping Usopp slowly loosened. That's what it means to have something to defeat something else. But I saw Usopp wiping the sniper rifle in his hand, looking ahead seriously with a fighting spirit in his eyes. Advertisement after all, even Shanks said that he always lost badly to Os. I've never seen Shanks, who is always calm, get so angry. If you don't see it with your own eyes, you will probably die with regrets about the strength of the legendary world's best sniper. That's Shanks' good friend, the Black Emperor who rules the sea. What do you want to do, Usopp? Hongo took a sip of wine, watched with interest, and complained to Usopp next to him. That direction is. Hongo sat on a wooden barrel, looking at the two grown men taking care of children in the distance, and couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. He looked in the direction of his sight and saw Os teasing little Uda across from him. He was a little confused and turned his head to look. That terrifying personal strength and the power behind him that is enough to overturn the sea. Seeing Usopp's trembling pupils and serious expression, Hongo was also shocked. This state is just like when he is sniping with a gun in normal combat. Is there anything that can stop a man from pursuing his dreams? Ever since he was inspired by this man's spirit and followed him on board. Perhaps, a feeling of being a daughter slave instantly overwhelmed his heart. He snatched Uda from Os's arms with sharp teeth and sharp words. It's not that he was belittling himself. Even if he believed in his companions, he knew that they were far from being comparable to the current red hair pirates. Hey, Usopp, what do you want to do? Usopp was pulled by Hongo. After hearing what Hongo said, he slowly turned his head and looked into Hongo's eyes seriously. Uda has only one father, and that's me. Don't be so petty, Shanks. This friend of Shanks is also very interesting. I have only seen Shanks's calm, childish, and unreliable side, but I have never seen him yelling at others. He quickly pulled Usopp back, his eyes looking serious, because Usopp was in a very bad state. I just want to challenge him for my dream, as a sniper. As a good intelligence expert, apart from Shanks, Hongo is probably the only one among the red hair pirates who knows the horror of Os. This face was usually only seen by the crew members on the ship when Shanks behaved unreliably. Yes, but no one answered. Chapter 167. I am a remnant of the old era, and there is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Usopp's feelings are understandable. Just like when Zoro met Mihawk in the future, no matter how big the gap was, if he didn't even dare to swing his sword, he probably didn't deserve to step onto a higher stage. The world's best sniper. Even though Usopp guessed that he would most likely be no match for his opponent or even suffer a crushing defeat, he still dared to draw his gun and pull the trigger. I dare not even point my gun at you, a disgrace to the gunners. On the other side, Mihawk, who was enjoying the breeze at the beach with Beckman, also made up his mind at this moment. Mihawk wiped the black knife in his arms, his eyes were cold and sinister, like a peerless sword about to be unsheathed. Sensing this momentum, Beckman, who was originally looking at the sea and smoking, feeling the sea breeze, froze. Then he looked at Mihawk not far away with surprise in his eyes. What's going on? You are? Mihawk heard the voice, glanced at Beckman, and spoke with seriousness and determination. Nothing, I just heard that, red hair, Shanks is very good at swordsmanship. As a swordsman, I am determined to compete with all the powerful swordsmen. For many years, I have fought hard, rain or shine, just to fulfill my ambition. Possess the most powerful swordsmanship in the world, defeat all swordsmen, and become the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk does not hide his ambition, or rather, the swordsman's pride does not allow him to hide it. This is him, Hawkeye. When Beckman heard this, he realized that he was going to challenge Shanks. But, Beckman frowned in thought. Hawkeye, Dracula Mihawk is Os's deputy after all. If Os wants to fight Shanks, he has no objection, but as the opponent's deputy. He was somewhat reluctant to fight their boss right away. What? Is it because I, Shanks's deputy, am preventing Mihawk from having fun? It would be nice if Shanks won. If he loses, word will spread that Shanks can't even beat Os's deputy. Beckman knew that Shanks' current ambition was to catch up with Os. Mihawk may have seen his concerns, so he crossed his arms and showed a cool attitude. Don't get me wrong, I only want to spar with you about swordsmanship. Hockey and the like are not included. This is the concept proposed by Os. Advertisement. After all, the world's greatest swordsman is not the same as the world's strongest man. As long as there is no opponent in swordsmanship, even if hockey and physique are not as good as the opponent, he can still be called the world's best. Beckman heard this and loosened his grip on the gun handle. After a little thought, I feel that this explanation does not seem to be a big deal. This was not a battle between kings and generals, but simply, it's just an invitation between swordsmen. So Beckman didn't try to stop the other party and just watched Mihawk holding a big black knife and walking towards Shanks. But no one expected that two voices would sound at the same time. Accept my challenge, Black Emperor, red hair. Ah, times two. The two people who were playing with little Uda and bickering with each other were both stunned and turned their heads. One carried a gun, the other carried a knife. The two were also a little confused at this time and looked at each other. But none of this matters anymore. They all look at the person they want to challenge. Open black lens bracket, red hair, close black lens bracket. As a swordsman, please draw your sword and let me see your swordsmanship. Mihawk raised his black knife and launched a swordsmanship challenge towards Shanks, wanting to fight him off. After a brief moment of shock, Shanks calmly faced the enemy. After all, he was indeed a swordsman, and the griffin in his hand had killed many powerful enemies. Asta was not afraid, so how could he be afraid of Mihawk's challenge? Of course, I also want to see what kind of strength a swordsman who can fight Mr. Rayleigh has. On the other side, Usopp, holding his sniper rifle, looked at Os, who was stunned with his mouth slightly open, and said righteously, "Accept my challenge, Black Emperor. Let me see the quality of the world's strongest sniper." Usopp carried the gun and looked at Os seriously, with a manly look. If Shanks saw a swordsman challenge him to a fight and just agreed calmly. Then Osco was a surprise. Whitebeard became the strongest man in the world through many tough battles. To some extent, it can even be said that this title is a complete appendage of the title of one of the strongest in the world. Well, you are so strong that we won't fight with you. Just keep your position as the world's #1 sniper. Just be happy. Kaido's world's strongest creature is created by committing suicide over and over again. Os responded with a smile. It feels like the environment around me is changing every moment. Advertisement. Okay, I accept your challenge, Sniper Usopp. Everyone on the boat was in a commotion. Although he thought it was good that the track didn't roll up, it wouldn't be so bad that it would lie flat. This way of moving is so convenient. As a result, his title of the world's #1 sniper is almost meaningless, and there is not even a single eye-catching contrast. Since his debut, he seems to have hardly faced any decent snipers. But at the same time, his heart was pounding, and he looked at Oz nervously, waiting for the answer from his mouth. Because among those who are stronger than him, no one is a sniper by profession. If you want to read it, you can give me a small gift, big ones are fine, to show your appreciation. If the response is really enthusiastic, I can consider opening some chapters of the theater version separately. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship in the new era that can carry me. Among those who are weaker than him, even if some of them are very good at observation haki and spearmanship, they do not have the courage to challenge an existence as famous as Oz. All people are. That's perfect. I can duel with Usopp in gunmanship and enrich my resume. Pretty good. Shanks' eyes lit up as he watched Os, who was moving the ship at the speed of light. No, even faster than the speed of light, with a smile on his face. As expected, Os refused. Mihawk is the world's best swordsman, and he has been certified by many great swordsmen. He does whatever he wants. That won't do, Shanks. Only Os himself, the title of the world's #1 sniper, was given to him by his subordinates. Being challenged by other snipers for a fight has never happened in the past 800 years. Is this the ability of the Black Emperor's fruit? It's so magical? As a result, after Os debuted, he had no chance to compete with the powerful sniper. Hey, Oz, since you haven't formed your own pirates group yet, why don't you join us? As soon as they said it, under the control of Os's ability, Red Force instantly disappeared from the spot and teleported towards the nearest uninhabited island. The Red Hair Pirates members nearby were also shocked when they heard this, and were shocked that Shanks was so bold to say this. That would be a bit boring. Chapter 168, The Battle of Sniper Kings, The Shame of Gunners. What does it matter? I won't let you take me to Raftel. Shanks frowned, thinking that Os was worried that he would cheat, skip collecting the main historical text, and directly reach the final island through the efforts of Roger Pirates. Although he didn't know it, Os actually had Raftel's eternal pointer in his hand. Forget it, you should know my character, Shanks. Os put his hands in his pockets, turned around and smiled. Even if I help someone obtain the great treasure at the right time in the future, it definitely won't be you. If the two of us really join forces, then the new era that Captain Roger created with his life will really become a pile of shit, without any suspense at all, even more dull than a puddle of stagnant water. That's so boring. Whether it was Shanks or the future King Luffy, Os actually had no intention of uniting or joining. It's not that I hate it, it's just that I feel they already have the qualifications to become kings and companions with corresponding strength. It is better to provide timely help than to add icing on the cake. Well, what a pity. After hearing what Os said, Shanks seemed to remember something. This guy's personality has always been like this. Captain Roger had told him that with Os's character, he would definitely become a troublemaker at sea in the future. Speaking of which, Shanks, when are you planning on returning to the Holy Land? As if he suddenly remembered something, Os asked Shanks beside him. But this sudden question surprised Shanks. He opened his mouth slightly, looking at Os in shock, who looked calm. This? How do you know this? Oz. He didn't remember telling Os this secret. After all, he only heard the news from Captain Roger in private before they parted. Captain Roger once told him that Shanks was found in the treasure chest in the Valley of the Gods. Combining his hair color and appearance, he is very likely a celestial dragon, the bloodline of the Fightland clan. But Captain Roger said that only those who picked up Shanks knew about this matter, and they didn't tell anyone else. How did Oz know? Why, is this weird? You look like this. Os put his arm around his shoulders and patted him, as if he should know it for sure. Shanks was of course surprised. Captain Roger and I haven't told anyone about this, how do you know? If you ask why, because I am also a celestial dragon. Advertisement. Shanks was stunned for a moment, then took several steps back, his face full of disbelief. Why, you must be kidding. Shanks's expression was a little exaggerated. I saw you get on the ship from the New World Island with my own eyes. Could it be that the parents you never mentioned, Oz, are actually celestial dragons? Shanks felt that he had discovered some secret, and suddenly felt that he and Oz had many similarities. They were all abandoned by their celestial dragon parents, raised by Roger, and are all very talented. Everything is celestial dragons, what about parents or not? Os twitched his lips. Don't talk about those nonsense. I joined a while ago based on my own strength. I can be considered a non-staff member. It doesn't have those weird abilities of the Knights of God. Is it possible? Shanks is a bit behind the times, but he still answered Osa's question. I have no intention of going back yet. I'll wait for a while. After all, I don't have many ties or feelings with that place. Shanks leaned against the railing, and Os next to him slowly lit a cigarette. Call, then work hard, Shanks. Your twin brother is not weak, and your monster father. Landed on a deserted island, the first thing to take place was a sniper showdown. Os held down Mihawk, who wanted to be the first to go to the island for the competition, and teleported himself and Usopp up there. Since the result of a competition is already known, there is nothing to watch. If Mihawk and Shanks fought with all their might, it would be hard to say who would win given their current strength. But if it was just a competition of swordsmanship, Shanks would definitely not be able to beat Mihawk, who had full talents. After all, he had tried it himself. Whispering sound, Xiaoying looked unhappy and glared at Os, who was blocking him from the sword competition, while Shanks laughed beside him. Usopp, who was the first to land on the island with Oz, appeared in the center of the island with a surprised look on his face. This teleportation ability works on the human body, and it feels super amazing. Teleportation fruit. It's a devil fruit tailor made for snipers. Advertisement. Everyone watched as the two men, who were so different in size, stood back to back, although this seemed a bit silly to Os. After all, both of them know observation haki, and shooting after a certain number of steps is pure slack, but it is an old tradition among snipers after all. Os, the world's #1 sniper, who was new to the sniping world, also chose to respect this tradition. Oz snapped his fingers, and a pair of black leather gloves slowly appeared on his hands, holding a black spear. Everyone looked at the two nervously. With slow steps, Os was walking easily, while Usopp was serious and ready. 1, 2, 10. As Shanks shouted the 10th time, Usopp's face became solemn. He turned around almost instantly and subconsciously fired at the tall figure. Os seemed to be a little slow in reacting, and turned around just as the gun was fired. A wisp of smoke passed by. Everyone's observation haki was madly focused on Os. He just stretched out 2 fingers, and a bullet that was spinning and rushing towards him was pinched between his fingers. Without armament haki, it's just a pure projectile. Nani? Usopp's face was full of doubts about life. He was very proud of the speed and tricky angle of his shot. But now, click, Oz raised his spear and looked at Usopp calmly, with red light in his eyes. At least in sniping, you still have a lot of room for improvement. Picture of Os, black gun skin, defeating Usopp. Right shoulder. Bang, with the sound of a gunshot from the special sniper rifle, a streak of blood instantly appeared on Usopp's shoulder. Even if he tried to dodge, it was still useless. What? Such an exaggerated observation haki, is this the strength of the world's #1 sniper? Usopp touched the bloody hole on his shoulder and smiled with relief. Why don't you use the armament haki defense? I already told you the location in advance. Os asked calmly, and Usopp just gave a fearless smile. Being afraid of getting hurt during a gunfight is a shame for the gunner. Chapter 169, The Pirates' World's Top Conspiracy. After all, spearmanship is not like swordmanship, which can be played with so many tricks. All a sniper can do is find the angle, the opportunity, and then pull the trigger. Other than that, if you want to increase the power, you can only rely on haki, the ability of the fruit, the quality of the gun, etc. So without using the armament haki and conqueror's haki entanglement, and the additional fruit ability, simply shooting at each other is really a competition of observation haki. After all, sniping is all about hand speed and observation. The duel between the two was exciting, but also very quick. After all, snipers compete in speed. Facing Usopp's failed return, the crew members did not show any major reaction and just helped him bandage his wounds. Shanks hugged Usopp's shoulders, causing the latter to grimace in pain. Don't be discouraged, Usopp. There's nothing to be sad about losing to Oz. After all, this guy is a monster. That was such a cool sentence, the shame of the gunman and all that. The encouragement from his companions made Usopp feel a little embarrassed, especially when he repeated his own words, which really sounded a bit childish. Hey, stop talking. The people on the boat were very lively, but at this moment a cold and magnetic voice interrupted them. Accept my challenge, Shanks. A figure carrying a black knife came over, frowned at Shanks's giggling look, and Xiaoying pulled out the black knife on his back. I see. I'll go first then, everyone. Shanks held Griffin on his waist and looked seriously into Mihawk's eagle eyes. His eyes were full of fighting spirit and recognition of his opponent. The red hair pirates cheered and rooted for Shanks. Os instantly moved the two of them to the center of the island, and then raised his finger upwards. Red Force instantly appeared in an excellent viewing area, and could see most of the island's terrain from the shore. They all look very strong, such momentum. Shanks has met a tough opponent, don't lose. Don't worry, they won't stop fighting for a long time, this level of close combat. There is definitely a difference in swordsmanship between the two, but it is definitely not a world of difference. At best, Mihawk is better than Shanks just like he is better at swordsmanship than Bios, but he is not an absolutely strong person who can be defeated quickly. Now, Mr. Os, who do you think will win between the two? Perhaps it was because he was defeated by the opponent's observation haki that Usopp was convinced. Now he has a high opinion of Oz. Advertisement. Although he felt that Shanks would not lose, he still wanted to ask Os's opinion. Win or lose? Oz shook his glass, leaned against the railing and watched the two people who had just started fighting on the field, and whose strengths and weaknesses had not yet been fully revealed. He smiled. If it's a life and death fight, I think it's possible that either of them will win. After all, both of them have the potential to explode. But if we simply compare swordsmanship without considering Haki and other factors, I still think Mihawk will win. The red hair pirates who were watching the battle seemed a little unconvinced when they heard this. Although they acknowledged Osa's strength, their trust in their boss was no less than that of Osa's younger brothers. They subconsciously thought that it was because Mihawk was on Osa's side that the other party was biased in his words. Don't speak too soon, Osen. Lakilu held a large bone stick, put it to his mouth and chewed it while laughing. Shanks is a real man who won't be defeated easily. The other crew members also nodded in agreement, looking very confident. Os didn't take it seriously at first, but seeing their look, an idea slowly emerged in his mind. He smiled imperceptibly and said casually, "So, do you want to take a gamble?" Whoosh! The red sword energy and the emerald green slashing strikes intersected on the battlefield, and the terrain began to change instantly. The entire mountain was cut off, and a red slash streaked across the earth. Just as Oz was about to say something else, it rushed straight towards the red force. Everyone was shocked. The slashes from the two battlefields had such a wide range. Beckman picked up the gun in his hand with a serious look on his face. But Oz beckoned them to listen to him and be patient. Behind him, the exaggerated red slash was being acted upon by a mysterious force and slowly disappeared into the air. Seeing Oz displaying his extraordinary abilities, everyone broke out in a few cold sweats. After looking at each other for a few seconds, they slowly sat down. What bet? Beckman lit a cigarette and asked slowly. This is for the hot-blooded guys in the Pirates King world. Even if I sell it, there will be plenty of people willing to bid for it. I do too. What's wrong? Beckman, do you also think Shanks will lose? That won't do. The red hair pirates owe people a favor. We can't agree to something like this without Shanks' permission. Advertisement? Then why not use your name? Oz smiled and said tactfully. But the point is, this seems to make sense. If Mihawk loses, I will agree to one of the red hair pirates' requests, indefinitely. And me? Lakilu was the first to speak. He trusted Shanks very much. If Shanks loses, so will you. Besides, how clever. Oz didn't feel sorry when he saw Beckman stop talking. After all, it was just for fun. No, most of the red hair pirates thought Shanks might lose. But before he could say anything, Oz interrupted him. Top conspiracy. Shanks still has personal charm and leadership, just like Roger once had in the Roger Pirates group. Without the captain's approval, the crew cannot agree to such a big thing. Everyone looked at each other. Some of them seemed eager to try, but Beckman was the brains of the team after all. Hey, you guys, Beckman saw Oz's malicious smile and after thinking about it, he chose not to respond. After all, that was the intellectual ceiling of the pirates' world. I bet with you. Beckman was also surprised when he saw this scene. Beckman felt something was wrong, and even though he believed Shanks, he didn't want to fall for this obvious provocation. He frowned. If you agree, you will fall into Osa's provocation. Now it was Beckman's turn to be dumbfounded. If I win, I can get the promise from the Black Emperor. It's a huge profit. Well, I haven't thought about it yet, so let's put it this way. Most of the red hair pirates have agreed to this, so will Shanks and Beckman just sit back and do nothing? If you lose, you Beckman, Lakilu, Hongo. Promise me one thing and I'll owe you a favor. Chapter 170. Strange talk on the rules of the sea. Never bet with Oz. Whoosh. Two enormous slashes spanned the sky and earth, competing with each other. The sky and clouds were torn apart by this, but this was not caused by the strong collision of Conqueror's Haki, but a slashing confrontation that tore through everything. Some of the aftermath of the slashing even cut through the earth and flew straight into the sea on the shore. Several unlucky sea kings were split in half, and their bodies slowly floated to the surface. This horrifying scene shocked the crew members who were most familiar with Shanks, and they all looked towards the center of the island. They knew Shanks' terrifying strength, his superb swordsmanship and strength. Could that Hawkeye really compete with him? Red and emerald green filled the sky and earth, accompanied by the sharp sound of the air being cut. After a collision, a huge black knife stretched out from the smoke first, and a pair of sharp eyes appeared on the blade. With a gentle stroke, the wind created directly blew away the smoke. As the smoke dissipated, a lone figure slowly walked out of it. He had short black hair and a white shirt, and his eagle eyes were cold and calm. Mihawk, holding a black long sword, looked like a peerless swordsman. Opposite Mihawk, a rapier was shining with light, and a figure slowly walked out of it with a confident smile on his face. That's amazing swordsmanship, Mihawk. Shanks' eyes were full of seriousness. The griffin in his hand slowly gathered power and then with a swift slash, he used all his strength to slash out as fast as the sun. He really couldn't defeat the sword energy from a distance, so he could only compete in close combat with swordsmanship. You must be kidding. Shanks, he actually fell into a disadvantage in the slashing attack? Even without using Haki, it's still exaggerated. I've never seen a swordsman who can suppress Shanks like this. The red hair pirates watched nervously, sweating profusely. Only Oz was sitting leisurely on the locust pole beside the sail, holding a little kid in his arms, crossing his legs and watching indifferently. Mihawk's swordsmanship is not limited to flying slashes. Sure enough, just as Shanks was about to charge forward and engage in close combat with all his strength. Everyone in the Red Hair Pirates seemed to have seen some incredible scene. His eyes were filled with horror, with traces of bloodshot in the whites of his eyes. His mouth was wide open and his eyes were fixed on the scene. In the center of the field, Mihawk held a black knife in both hands, staring at Shanks, who was rushing up with the griffin in his eagle-like eyes. He squatted slightly, and tilted the blade back slightly. Good job, advertisement Jung. In just a moment, the two figures passed each other. After briefly maintaining the knife-drawing posture, Mihawk was the first to look down. I saw a trace of bloodline spreading under the left rib. It seemed that the wound was not small, and the bleeding had soaked the white shirt. Shanks on the other side did not feel any joy from killing Mihawk, but frowned even more. Just a moment later, puff, a wound several dozen centimeters long instantly appeared on Shanks' chest, and a large amount of blood spurted out, soaking his entire shirt. He looked at the wound on his chest in disbelief, and then turned to look at the man holding the black knife. After a brief shock, there was a smile. Is this the world's greatest swordsman? His swordsmanship is indeed very sharp. This sword fight, I lost. Ah, woo-woo-woo. On the deck, Shanks sat cross-legged, with several men beside him wrapping bandages around him, looking sad. This confused Shanks. Don't be so sad, I'm fine. Besides, my skills are just inferior to his. There's nothing to regret. After all, he is the world's #1 swordsman. Shanks smiled heartlessly, thinking that they felt sorry for him because he lost so badly. But Lakilu and the others were not complaining about this. They had just heard a lot about Osa's deeds from their hometown. Soon they realized that the favor they owed was probably not that simple. That's not what they're doing, Shanks. Beckman explained to Shanks slowly, holding a cigarette in his mouth. Unexpectedly, after Shanks heard the whole story, his reaction was even greater than that of Lakilu and others. Nani? Oh. It's broken. Judging from his reaction, this seemed even more unacceptable than losing the duel. Advertisement, how dare you bet with Os? Buggy and I suffered countless losses before we learned a lesson. That is, don't play any games, bets, or competitions with Os. That guy is a pervert. Buggy and I have never won. After hearing Shanks' words, everyone felt hopeless and hugged each other with heavy hearts. Only Beckman sat by the boat, smoking a cigarette silently and sighing secretly. I don't know when I can repay this request and this favor. On the other hand, Os, seeing the people's hopeless looks, just raised the corners of his mouth slightly, smiling with some ill intentions. With a snap of his fingers, circles of bandages wrapped around Xiaoying's upper body, making him look like a mummy. Hello. The arrogant little eagle was unhappy, with a hash sign appearing above his head, and he glared at Oz, the culprit. Let's have a party. Inheriting the tradition of Roger pirates, they would hold a party beforehand, and even after 2 consecutive defeats, the Red Hair Pirates' lively atmosphere remained unabated. Everyone was drinking happily. Mengshita looked at Mihawk curiously, as if there was something special about this guy, and watched him drink elegantly, and tried to imitate him. It wasn't because of anything else, just because he beat Shanks in swordsmanship, which made him feel recognized. Mihawk ignored it. He was used to monkeys, baboons and the like imitating him. Shanks was happily hugging Osa's shoulders at this time. Even though his wounds had not healed, it did not stop him from drinking. Hey, Oz, you're going to travel with us for a while. With you and Mihawk joining us, the trip will definitely be fun. Shanks smiled happily. Os was holding Uda in his arms, pinching her little face and teasing her. When he heard Shanks' words, he shook his head. We can't stay here long, Shanks. I have to go to the next place. Hey, where are you going? East Blue. Os lifted Uda up high, and then dropped her into Shanks' arms. Shanks stared at him blankly. I'm going to go see Buggy. Chapter 171 Buggy. Os will never lie to me. Buggy. Shanks was also startled when he heard what Oz said, and then he smiled with relief, and no longer had the intention to keep Oz. It's been a long time since we last met. I wonder if he still blames me. We haven't seen each other since we separated in Logue Town 6 years ago. Do you know where he is now, Os? Os nodded. Ah, my messenger seagulls can monitor almost the entire ocean, unless Buggy is hiding in some deep forest or on the bottom of the sea. Otherwise, how do you think I found you in the ocean? Really? Shanks seemed to realize this problem only at this moment. Oh yes. He had never thought about why Oz suddenly appeared on the ship. I see, doesn't that mean that from now on, no one on the sea can escape your sight? That's right. Oz smiled. Only in this way can I go to where there's a lot of fun on time. UB *************** D. Shanks felt inexplicably unhappy, gritting his teeth, that long-lost feeling welling up in his heart. When he was on Roger's ship, he felt as if Oz's shadow was surrounding him. Now that I finally went to sea, I had my own tour and pirates group, but I found out. Oz's gaze never disappeared, it's so frustrating. Oz is gone. Disappeared on Red Force with Mihawk. And the other side. Captain Buggy. We found a suspicious person on the coast. East Blue, an unknown town. Under the rule of the vicious Lord Buggy, who has a bounty of 9 million berries, all the townspeople live cautiously, fearing to offend him. The reason for all of this is simply because Buggy got a treasure map, which he didn't know whether it was real or not, but the map showed that it was in this town. Advertisement? What? Are they pirates? Their sense of smell is so sharp. Are they here with me to steal the treasure? Then let him see how powerful our Buggy pirates are. Oh, In the circus tent, Buggy, wearing a clown costume and an orange cape, is proudly declaring his sovereignty. The strange-looking boys next to them, dressed like circus staff, echoed them enthusiastically. This is Captain Buggy, a bounty of 9 million Baileys, a big pirates ranked among the best in East Blue. He quickly sent out the animal trainers Mochi and Leaky to eliminate the unknown pirates who came to disrupt the situation. After arranging the matter, Buggy looked to the other side. Hey, Kabaji, did you find the place in East Blue where oranges grow in abundance as I mentioned before? Next to Buggy, the chief of staff of the Buggy Pirates, Kabaji, who was riding a unicycle and wearing a scarf, took out some papers after hearing what Buggy said. Captain Buggy, these are some of the islands in East Blue where oranges grow better. Really? Let me see. Buggy smiled evilly, looking gloomily at several islands with detailed information. But as he watched, his gloomy face froze and he began to wail inwardly. What? Why are there marine branches on these islands? Can't these damn marines go somewhere else? How can Uncle Buggy occupy these islands like this? After looking around, Buggy suddenly saw something bright. This Kokoja village is a good place. There are very few marines stationed there, and it is quite far from the marine branch. Just when Uncle Buggy was secretly planning when to take over the Kokoja village, a sudden scream drew everyone's attention. Ah, in the distance on the road, I saw a white-haired man with a head full of bruises and a lion with a bruised face and nose running back in a very embarrassed manner. It was Mochi and Lion Leaky who were sent out earlier. Hey, what's going on? The wounds on your faces. Woo woo woo, what the hell? You be asterisk 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 D. Sorry, I've just been a bit busy these years. No matter how much we talk, Buggy is still very excited. As expected, Buggy let go of Oz instantly after hearing this, and took the treasure map from Oz with shining eyes. Advertisement because he knew that, unlike that B asterisk 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 D Shanks, the treasure map given by Oz must be real. Damn it. You dare to beat my Lord Buggy's men like this, I'm going to lose my temper. Really, don't be angry, Buggy, it's been a long time. A familiar voice sounded at this moment, but Buggy, who was in a rage, didn't hear it, he just exploded in anger. Sassy ignores Dana. Buggy, you have really become something now. I thought you had forgotten about me after becoming the king of the sea. After a long while, 2 words finally popped out. Hey, Captain Buggy, hey, you guys, your reaction is a bit too exaggerated. Oh, Oz would never lie to him. If Oz hadn't teleported it away, it might have stuck to his body. As an apology, these treasure maps are for you, Buggy. There was no other way, so Oz had to use his trump card. In response to Buggy's question, Mochi used his hands and feet as if he wanted to say something, but he was beaten so badly that he couldn't even speak clearly and could only stammer. Oz, you are my best friend, Buggy, how could I forget you? Kabaji, who was standing by, seemed to have seen something unbelievable. His body, which had been balancing on the unicycle, suddenly tilted and fell. The visitor was none other than Oz, who had teleported across half the sea to play with Buggy. Humble author. Please give me some food, it doesn't matter if you don't have any. He pointed tremblingly outside the tent and motioned Buggy to look. He smiled and waved. Buggy was talking halfway when his throat seemed to be grabbed. He froze in place and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Speaking of which, Oz had been busy traveling around in recent years and had not contacted Buggy on his own initiative. He felt a little embarrassed. Buggy couldn't hold it anymore. His body flew off his feet, tears and snot flowed all over his face, his torn body rushed over and hugged Oz. It can be seen that Buggy was really excited and happy, tears and snot kept flowing out, and he was very emotional. Who is it? Who is this B asterisk 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 D who dares to call me Captain Buggy instead of Captain Buggy? Advertisement Chapter 172. Oz and Buggy's reunion. Buggy danced with joy while holding several treasure maps, and couldn't wait to open them and look at the contents. After taking a closer look, his eyes lit up. Ooh, all these treasures are on East Blue Island, how convenient. Splitting out, his white-gloved hand moved across the treasure map, and Buggy recognized the shapes of many islands on the map. Some of them were even islands he had visited before. I can't believe that such an ordinary-looking island could actually contain treasures. Buggy studied it with shining eyes. Oz next to him straightened his collar with a smile on his face. Huh, really? That's really a coincidence, ha. For a moment, the host and the guests were all having fun. Buggy split up, with his upper body flying up and standing shoulder to shoulder with Oz, and the 2 good friends hugged each other's shoulders. Mihawk, standing by, crossed his arms and looked at the 2 of them with embarrassment, not knowing what to say. What treasure map? If you mean the stack of papers that Oz just gave Buggy, then Xiaoying can tell you clearly. Those so-called treasure maps were drawn by Oz on the way here with the paper and pen he found. In order to make it look old, I even rubbed it several times and stepped on it several times on the ground. Then he called Sammy. Hey, Sammy, I'll use Den Mushi to take some photos of treasure maps for you. Send people to bury some treasure there. Just bury a few 100 million in each place. Well, remember to send someone to keep an eye on it secretly so that it won't be poached in advance. Although he didn't know if it was an illusion, Mihawk always felt that Oz treated Buggy differently from Shanks, who was also Roger's companion on the ship. And, this clown-like guy seems so weak. In Mihawk's eyes, anyone who can get off the pirate's ship should be at least as good as Shanks, even if he can't be a pervert like Oz. At least he can recognize him. But this Buggy. Hey, Xiaoying, let me introduce you. This is my best friend Buggy. He is the nemesis of swordsmen. After hearing what Oz said, Mihawk's cold eyes slightly condensed, and he looked at the clown for the first time. The swordsman's nemesis? Oz patted Buggy on the shoulder and said confidently. That's right. Just from the perspective of swordsmanship, Buggy can remain unscathed even when facing your slashing blows. Advertisement. Yes, that's right. Hahahaha. Buggy also looks confident and arrogant on the surface, but his inner miniature is that his mouth is wide open and his eyes are about to pop out. If you can't dodge, you'll definitely be hacked to death. Having followed Oz's reports for so many years, how could he not know this man? The world's greatest swordsman, rumor has it that his swordsmanship has surpassed that of Oz. But since Ozdu had already praised him so much, how could Buggy let him down? He could only smile and pretend to be calm. Really? Hearing this, Mihawk narrowed his eyes and looked at Buggy in front of him, wondering if he had really made a mistake. He was a ruthless man who didn't talk much, so he simply raised his hand and reached behind him, slowly pulling the black knife out in front of him. Oz was laughing beside him, and in the instant when Buggy had no time to react, a black light flashed by. Whoosh! From the middle of his waist, Buggy's upper body rose out of thin air. The connection was black, but he didn't look like he was in any pain. Is this the strange ability just now? Xiaoying didn't expect that this was actually a passive function? It's useless, even if you add Haki. Oz brought Buggy's upper body back and pressed it onto his lower body to connect with him. Buggy's ability allows the slash to not hit anything, while Haki's ability against the fruit requires that it hit something. Just like Katakuri's Rice Cake transformation, even with armed color, it will only have a damaging effect if it hits a solid entity. Of course, this doesn't mean that Mihawk can't do anything to Buggy. With just a little bit of armament Haki on his fist, he could probably beat Buggy half to death. After hearing Osa's introduction, Xiaoying's mouth twitched. To be honest, this fruit is naturally designed to restrain swordsmen. If Buggy's physical skills and Haki were stronger, Mihawk might really find it difficult to deal with. Buggy. Mihawk remembered this name. Young ones, it's time to have a party. Oh. Oz was not arrogant at all, and sat cross-legged among the crowd, attracting the attention of the Buggy Pirates members. Is this true? Advertisement: the Black Emperor, Dotal Oz is actually Captain Buggy's good friend. Oh my god, they thought Captain Buggy was just bragging. In this East Blue where tens of millions of bounties are rare, a bounty of 449 million Baileys is like a dream figure to them. Even the concept has been lost. It's like an office worker who earns 3,000 yuan a month eating at the same table with a boss who earns hundreds of millions of yuan. Even reaching out to pick up something causes me to tremble. Mochi and Lion Leaky, who had just been glared away by Oz and rolled on the road with bruises on their faces, were in the most severe fear at this moment. They actually wanted to take action against such a being, they almost died. Seeing that Buggy's men were a little reserved, Oz didn't force them and clinked glasses with Buggy. Suddenly, Buggy seemed to remember something, his head popped up, and he gave orders to his brothers in the distance. Oh yeah, I almost forgot. Hey, Nani, Buggy was seen calling out to the crew members. Hey, guys, bring out my treasures that I seized a while ago. Yes. Captain Buggy. When the younger brothers heard this, they hurried to the back of the circus and soon came back with a cart full of things. Take a closer look. It's a bunch of oranges. The fruits are large and plump, and it looks like a good variety. I have been looking for these treasures for many years, Oz. These are the best oranges East Blue has on the market, but they haven't been squeezed into juice yet. I didn't expect you would still remember, Buggy. Oz was stunned, with a complicated look in his eyes. I didn't expect that Buggy would remember what I said back then for so long. What nonsense are you talking about, Oz? Since I promised you that I would treat you to the best orange juice in the world, I will definitely not break my promise. Although these may not be the best oranges in the world now, sooner or later. Buggy clenched his fists, split his hands and flew up into the sky. His face was serious, and he spoke with clenched teeth. Uncle Buggy, will definitely find it. Chapter 173. Buggy, do you want to be the pirate's king? I'll help you. Buggy you be asterisk 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 D. Oz admitted that he was indeed a little moved. Well, let's try East Blue's best orange juice. Oz slowly smiled, and with a flick of his finger, countless oranges instantly appeared in the air. Then he turned his eyes to the little eagle, and immediately made him a little confused. But soon after he realized it, Xiaoying's face suddenly became stiff, and even a little ugly. Why are you looking at me? Could it be that, hey, you can do this kind of thing too? Why do you have to ask me to do it? This way I feel involved. This is East Blue's best orange juice. Whispering sound, Mihawk closed his eyes, but he could feel that Oz was staring at him, or rather, everyone was staring at him. Finally, I couldn't hold it anymore. Sniff sniff. The black knife on his back was instantly unsheathed, and the extremely exquisite knife skills emerged. After a round of slashing, the orange suspended in the air had not only its skin but also its white filaments completely shaved off. The crystal clear orange flesh appears before your eyes like a work of art. Amazing. As expected of the world's greatest swordsman, such meticulous swordsmanship. There is really no impurities at all. Buggy's younger brothers, the Atmosphere Group, flattered him, but Mihawk obviously didn't like to hear it, and just put the black knife on his back in annoyance. Oz smiled, ignoring Xiaoying's temper, and just clenched his hands. The oranges seemed to be squeezed by an invisible external force, and were instantly squeezed into thin streams that flowed into the cups that had been prepared in advance. Okay. Cheers. Os held up his glass with a smile on his face. Buggy happily held up his glass with his split hands above his head, and the younger brothers enthusiastically. Even Mihawk picked up one of the cups, closed his eyes, and took a sip silently. Even Mihawk, who never drinks sweet drinks, has to admit that. The taste was unexpectedly good. Afterwards, the two of them toasted and began to reminisce about the past, as well as the stories they had experienced over the years. Buggy already knew most of Os's deeds through the newsbird. Even if he was blacklisted, he had plenty of ways to get newspapers. Advertisement. As for Buggy, Osor has never paid much attention to how he has been doing in East Blue over the years. All we know is that after forming the Buggy Pirates group, they started hanging around in East Blue. Captain Buggy now has his own subordinates. It's just a small fight. There's no way it can compare to you. As they chatted, Os mentioned his encounter with Shanks a while ago. As soon as the name was mentioned, Buggy's expression suddenly turned unhappy. If it wasn't for the fact that Os was mentioned, maybe Uncle Buggy would have turned hostile. Obviously, it's only been a few years since Shanks' betrayal, and Buggy still has a hard time getting over it. I heard that the coward Shanks has become somewhat famous on the Grand Line. But no matter what, it can't change the fact that he is a coward. Os took a sip of orange juice and looked at Buggy's indignant expression, with the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Actually, Buggy, it's not that Shanks doesn't want to get the One Piece, it's just that the timing is not right. He thought about it and decided to tell Buggy the whole story. After all, he was a future seed player. I didn't say it at the beginning because I didn't want to see Buggy God Tier join Shanks' camp and bury his fighting spirit. Now the time is ripe. Timing? Hey, Oz, what do you mean by that? Buggy looked at him in confusion. Os spoke slowly. I can't tell you what the One Piece is. I promised Captain Roger, but what I can say is that Captain Roger arrived at Raftel too early. It will probably take another 20 years before he can really obtain the great treasure. So, Shanks, it's useless to be anxious. The great secret treasure can't be taken casually. Hearing Os's story, Buggy lowered his head slightly, staring at the ground in front of him, looking like he was in deep thought. After a long while, he finally said, so, Shanks didn't disappoint Captain Roger, but has been working hard. Then he slowly put the cup down and looked at Buggy with a smile. Hearing Buggy's angry roar, the hand holding the orange juice paused. Is this something these people can listen to? Besides? The younger brothers beside him were also petrified on the spot, their mouths wide open, unable to close. How about it, are you interested in becoming the king of pirates? Advertisement, One Piece. For you who can easily take over half of the ocean, that kind of thing shouldn't be too difficult. It is a small glass bead with a small pointer hovering in the glass. Next to it is a wooden base with the words engraved on it. Oz shrugged indifferently and looked at Buggy. It's you, Buggy. You're the seed of the new era. But I promised Captain Roger that I would not do that. I can't understand it. Why didn't Captain Roger pass on his will to you? Let me help you. What pirate's king, what great treasure belongs to? What are you doing? Giving up the great secret treasure was actually my own choice. After all, my dream is not to become the king of pirates. Buggy's eyes almost popped out of his head when he saw the eternal hand and the words on it. Everyone, including Mihawk, looked horrified and stared at it. If I want, I can completely intercept everyone and get the great secret treasure first without any obstacles. Just based on what you said, I have no choice but to help you, Buggy. Hey, Os. You are obviously better than Shanks in terms of talent, leadership, individual strength, and even luck. Rather than saying it's unfair, I'd rather say that I'm willing to give it to someone else, so that Captain Roger's last wish will come true. P.S. There is a small animation of this book in Duyan Man animation. You can take a look if you are interested. I see, Raftel. Well, about the same, other dissatisfaction. After hearing Buggy's series of words, not only Mihawk was stunned. Even though Shanks is also his good friend, he still feels unfair for Os. After hearing this, Buggy was stunned for a moment, then clenched his fists slightly, and then stared at Os. Buggy clenched his fists tightly. After a brief pause, Os slowly reached into his arms and then stretched out a fist. Open your palms slightly. Os can give it up, but why doesn't Captain Roger give it to him? On the other hand, there is one thing that I still can't figure out. Chapter 174. Forgotten Shaosha, Impel Down version. Nana, Nani. Pirates King. Me. When Buggy heard what Os said, his first reaction was that he was joking. He opened his mouth and laughed funny. Hahahaha, stop joking, Os. But as Buggy smiled, his smile gradually stiffened and then disappeared. Because he noticed that Os was just looking at him quietly, his face was calm, and he looked inexplicably serious. I'm not kidding, Buggy. Os silently poured himself another glass and shook the fresh-looking orange juice in the glass. He watched the ripples on the orange juice in the glass. Anyone can be the pirate's king. Why can't it be you? Captain Roger never seemed to say that Shanks must be responsible for getting the great treasure. Hearing this and Os's serious expression, Mihawk beside him looked solemn, not knowing what he was thinking. On the contrary, Buggy's brothers were all staring at Oz and their captain with blood boiling. They looked very funny with their excitement but not daring to make a sound. If they were not afraid, they would have liked to ask for Captain Buggy's consent right now. Hello, hey, that's a great secret treasure. One Piece. It is called Roger's treasure, everything in the world is placed there. With such a good opportunity, and the support of Black Emperor, Oz, becoming the pirate's king is not so far away. But Buggy just stared at Oz blankly. To be honest, Buggy, who had already gotten used to being a little pirate, suddenly felt that what Oz said was a bit unrealistic. Does Buggy really have the qualifications? It's not that I don't believe in Oz. But Buggy has not yet experienced a series of major turning points in his life and is still mentally immature. In the original novel, Buggy, who shouted, "Can't your lives cry out?" had been displaced on the Grand Line, gained great fame and power, and was suddenly stimulated by Shanks. Only then did he finally make up his mind to no longer compromise with his weakness and inferiority, and to risk everything to compete for the great secret treasure. Buggy is now just 20 years old and has been living in East Blue for a long time. Suddenly Oz said, "Go and be the king of pirates." Buggy still has a sense of unworthiness in his heart. It would be fine if he could rely on other people's power, but it happened to be Oz, whom he always believed was the only one qualified to be the next pirate's king. He was in deep thought. Advertisement Oz, who was standing next to him, saw this and did not force him. "Don't jump to conclusions so quickly, Buggy." He patted Buggy's shoulder and gave him an encouraging smile. "There's still a lot of time left. If you ever change your mind, you can always come find me. There's no point in worrying now. Everyone is growing, even King Luffy is still a tiny kid. Anyway, one day, Buggy will figure it out." After staying for a few days, Oz finally said goodbye to Buggy, taking with him a small wooden bucket of orange juice. Buggy was also in tears when he heard that Oz was leaving. "We've only been here for a few days, and we're leaving now, Oz. Don't be sad, Buggy, you are always welcome to visit Sabody Archipelago. And the sea is so vast, we will meet again one day." With a wave of their hands, Oz and Mihawk disappeared on the shore. In the sky, watching the island turn into a smaller and smaller black dot, Mihawk turned back to look at Oz. "So, what are you going to do next? What are you doing?" Oz pinched his chin, as if he was still thinking about this question seriously. "Probably, let's solve the 7 warlords of the sea problem first. After all, I don't intend to give up halfway." 7 warlords of the sea. Mihawk frowned when he heard Oz mention this. But he still remembered that he joined this organization he had never heard of because of Oz. "With your power, you don't need this kind of thing to set off your power, right? Why bother with this? Although it is said in the sea that if you find the great secret treasure, you will have everything, Mihawk does not think so. He still felt that whoever got Oz would get everything. Whether it's wealth, power, fame. A human walking One Piece is right here, there is no need to set up these fancy organizations to make it more prominent. Only, who are you going to see, then? Because it's very interesting, and this reason is very reasonable. Advertisement. It seems to be the shadow fruit, which can absorb, control and plunder other people's shadows. After the battle with Kaido, he was devastated and is currently staying in the Thriller Bark Sea area. Mihawk recalled the information about this person. Crocodile was not dressed in the black and white striped prison uniform like the other prisoners, but still retained his last bit of dignity. With a burst of movement, the chain dragged on the ground swayed gently, making a sound of metal collision. Every identity is under Oz's control. Mihawk stopped talking. Bear, Moria, or Hanafuda, the undersea prison. Just don't think about anything better. As a member of the Revolutionary Army, one of the companies he owns, Shang is controlled by the world government, both now and in the future. The two were thinking about the 7 warlords of the sea, but they overlooked one important member. At this time, a very clear sound of footsteps came from outside the prison. Crocodile slowly raised his head and saw a figure wearing a marine cloak. "It's not that I have any purpose, I just think it's very interesting, and I also want to thank you for your cooperation, Xiaoying." Even though she was confused, she was impelled down and could not get in touch with Oz. She could only read the newspaper day after day. "Is Gecko Moria? Aren't those guys celestial dragons?" "Why?" Crocodile sat on his bed in the prison, reading the latest newspaper, wondering. "It's Moria, but Oz obviously has his own plans." Coincidentally, compared with the extravagance in the Sabody Archipelago, the conditions are indeed harsh. The cage restricts personal freedom, the chains are on, and there are no cigars to smoke. Click, click, click. As for Hanafuda, a younger brother of Kaido, Oz was asked to kill or subdue him personally, but Oz was too lazy to do it, so he might as well kick him out from the list of reserved Shichibukai. This guy seems to be a stubborn guy. It is really a problem how to train him when the time comes. Level 6 Eternal Hell. The only one worth playing is Moria, who once watched the execution of Captain Roger with Oz. Why hasn't Oz come to rescue her yet? Crocodile, haven't you figured it out yet? Joining the 7 warlords of the sea. Chapter 175. Flamingo has no face, but Hawkeye can. Marine Admiral Sengoku felt helpless when seeing Crocodile's stubborn attitude. Marine has tried to persuade him many times, but this guy is even more stubborn than a tough guy and always refuses directly. Has she made up her mind that Oz will rescue her sooner or later? Yes, if this continues, we will have to let this guy go sooner or later. For the sake of his own political achievements, Sengoku had no choice but to come and persuade him in person. 7 Warlords of the Sea is an organization created by the world government to stand on equal footing with the Marine and the Sea Emperor. You only need to obey their orders occasionally. Such a generous offer, why would you refuse it? In Sengoku's opinion, This is already a very tolerant policy towards pirates, which not only allows them to legally plunder, but also allows them to gain a lot of fame. For most pirates except a small number, it is a very cost-effective choice. If it was the original crocodile, he might have agreed to it in order to achieve some purpose. But now she obviously doesn't think so. During the time she followed Oz, she had seen too many corners of the Heavenly Palace and the daily interactions of the world's top big shots. This made her a little swell up, so much so that she was almost about to activate Conqueror's Haki. World government. They're just a bunch of useless people who are being held back by Oz. What qualifications does he have to make Crocodile surrender? Not even in name. Even after being beaten by Sakazuki, it is clear that Xiaoxia has not yet fully realized his own strength. Still using the Oz analogy, so, has Oz joined the 7 warlords of the sea? Sengoku also had a headache when he saw Crocodile's gloomy eyes, who obviously didn't want to agree. No, but, then Laozi won't join, Sengoku. He was patient and prepared to fight in a roundabout way. Oz's situation is special. You should understand this, Crocodile. Don't say such unrealistic things anymore. Advertisement, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who is also close to Oz, has also agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea. You don't have to be so resistant. Sengoku also wanted to use the story of the flamingo to persuade Crocodile to calm down, thinking that since others can join, there is nothing wrong with you joining too. Little did they know, this happened to hit Crocodile's sore spot. Veins popped out on his forehead, and his face looked so gloomy that it seemed like water was about to drip. You must be kidding me, Sengoku. Don't compare Laozi to guys like Doflamingo. Laozi won't agree with that B****************. It can be seen that Crocodile looked down on Doflamingo, the sea scoundrel, from the bottom of her heart, so much so that Sengoku comparing him to her made her vaguely furious. What about Dracul Mihawk? As Oz's deputy, he also agreed to join the 7 warlords of the sea. This is supported by Oz. Maybe there was no other way. In fact, Sengoku did not want to use the name of Oz. After all, the relationship between naval headquarters and the other party was very awkward. Being in a situation where you are both an enemy and a friend, sometimes you want to be an enemy but have to be a friend. At first, I wanted to tempt Crocodile to agree with benefits, just to prevent naval headquarters from taking advantage of OS's prestige, but now it seems there is no way. Even Sengoku had to admit, Oz's name works well in most cases. Hearing this, Crocodile's face froze, and then he looked at Sengoku in disbelief. You mean, did Mihawk agree to join, or did Oz support it? Did he say anything about me? Zanguo nodded and had to admit. Oz did say that he would maintain a supportive attitude in this matter. Otherwise, why do you think he didn't come to you for so long? Although this may not sound nice, if Oz wants to come, an impelled down will not be able to trap him. Hearing this, Crocodile seemed to have lost all his strength, and his expression was no longer as resolute as before. Apparently, persuading them to surrender worked. Doflamingo's joining is not convincing, but Mihawk's is. What's more, Oz obviously had no intention of caring about her, he was probably just waiting for her consent before leaving. Crocodile gradually regained consciousness and finally realized his current situation. Agree and follow Oz's wishes, and you can go out now. Advertisement she refuses, she will continue to be locked up. Maybe one day Oz will remember her and come to rescue her. If he doesn't remember her, she will remain locked up and will not be able to eat or sleep well. Considering the premise that Hawkeye had already agreed, T2 Xiaoxia finally gave in. I don't know what Oz's intention is, but since Mihawk has joined, Laozi will just be a Shichibukai. Not stubborn anymore. You are really stubborn, Moria. Looking at the countless zombies around him, as well as the strange-looking things that were stitched together, Oz was too lazy to waste time. Just pass by them slowly and freeze them all in place. In the Black Castle, a tall figure looked through the window and stared at the figure in the distance. That is. His eyes were bloodshot, his sharp teeth were clenched tightly together, and Moria, who had not yet gained weight, had his eyes wide open. How did that guy get here? I'm here, and you don't even say you're welcome? We've even met once before. Hey, Moria. Oz greeted casually, his tall figure strolling through the gloomy environment without feeling scared at all. Perhaps it was because Oz, strolling in the back garden, was too arrogant. Moria gritted her teeth and turned into a shadow, appearing in front of the castle in an instant. Hey, Black Emperor. Why? What are you doing in my territory? His spirit was now mostly gone, so he just gritted his teeth and spoke. If I met him in Logue Town, I would probably come up and stab Oz first, and then talk about anything after the fight. But facing Oz, who had suppressed Kaido before, Moria still started with a mouth cannon. Are you finally willing to show up? Oz put his hands in his pockets and had a smile on his face, but he didn't look arrogant or like he was looking for trouble. You should have received the news. The world government is about to invite you to join the 7 warlords of the sea. I came here just to ask if you want to join us, or in other words. Do you want to bear my name and take revenge on Kaido in the future? Chapter 176. Moria, the despicable Oz, just as Oz had expected. After he expressed his intention to conquer her, Moria's eyes instantly became bloodshot and his face became ferocious. What a joke. He just fought with Kaido, how could he make Laozi surrender? All his companions were killed by Kaido, which was the pain of Moria's life. But even so, he still had no intention of surrendering. Instead, he returned to his hometown and stayed at home, using stupid methods to accumulate strength. Such people are far more rebellious than other Shichibukai. In the moment of rage, Moria could no longer control himself, and shadow power surged all over his body. An expression that began to explode, large tracts of shadows began to transform into corpses and bats filling the sky. Oh, the range is really large. Looking up, Oz smiled helplessly at the shadows that seemed to be a group of real bats flapping their wings and flying towards him. It just so happens that I have made a little tentative breakthrough in awakening the fruit ability. Mihawk watched the battle coldly from the side. Seeing Oz's leisurely attitude, he seemed to be oblivious to the huge swarm of bats and just folded his hands indifferently. Oz slowly raised his hand. At this moment, I remembered the relevant knowledge about fruit awakening. Zone awakens with smoke and clouds, and his vitality and defense are greatly enhanced, which can be regarded as a wave of beast transformation enhancement. As for paramecia, it homogenizes or influences the surrounding environment. Oz wanted to develop the teleportation fruit to the space aspect, but he couldn't transform into a spaceman. After all, what he ate was not chop fruit, so it was impossible for his body to teleport away while his head remained in the same place, so he had to find another way. I wonder, if I eat the space fruit, what abilities can I use? Oz slowly stretched out his hand, concentrating on a certain point in the palm. Xian planetary devastation. After the unobservable point escaped from Oz's palm, it slowly began to shrink in space, or in other words, the surrounding space teleported towards a singularity. This is not gravity, but the space is constantly moving towards a center point, with a subtle tendency to shatter the space. Sweat broke out on Oz's forehead. This move is theoretically feasible, but the consumption of physical strength is particularly terrible. The physical energy consumption is even comparable to that of teleport recovery in a seriously injured state. Under the effect of the spatial collapse of the singularity, countless shadows formed into insubstantial bats that could not escape at all, and the space they were in was compressed into a point. What the hell is this? Advertisement. Moria's eyes were filled with horror. Looking at the black sphere that was slowly rising into the air and whose absorption range was getting larger, Moria felt a sense of life and death crisis. His intuition told him, if you touch this little ball, you will die. He stepped back. Fortunately, Oz had no intention of killing him, otherwise he wouldn't have wasted so much time talking. With a wave of his hand, the black ball returned to Oz's hand. He stroked his chin and looked at it. The density of the sphere compressed to the ultimate level by space is probably terrifyingly high, which is similar to the bear's compressed airball. He stretched out his hand and threw it into the sea far away. At the moment of space release, countless spaces and masses were liberated, instantly blasting a huge pit with a radius of 1 kilometer on the sea surface. Fortunately, Oz threw it far enough, otherwise the tsunami would be enough to submerge the sailboat under his feet. It's really spectacular. This was Oz's first use and the effect was obviously excellent. They can even be used as mushrooms in the future. If there are more of them, it will be comparable to the trick used by IM to destroy the island. Oz was in a good mood, but Moria next to him just felt his head buzzing. Such power. It is even more spectacular than the giant dragon at that time. Am I going to die here today? He actually understood the huge gap between himself and the top monsters in the sea. But as a hero on the sea, he does not want to live on his knees. Maybe dying in battle like this would be a good thing. Alright, Black Emperor, it's time for this kind of prank to end. My life is on the line, take it away, Moria roared. Oz was not in a hurry. After looking at the huge crater in the distance and Moria's dying look, he shrugged. What's wrong? Why don't you try again? My shadow is right here, you can try to cut it. Oz wanted to temper Moria's temper, so he was not in a hurry to kill him. Advertisement. But Moria only felt a rush of blood on his head. He was originally a man with a lot of pride and temper. When he saw Oz's appearance, he was instantly ignited. If you wanted to piss me off, you succeeded, Black Emperor. The original desire to die faded a lot under the rage. At least before dying, he must injure Oz and see how miserable he looks. This was Moria's last thought. Giant Shadow Horn Gun. He gathered all the strength he could muster, and waves of shadows detached from the zombies and gathered and expanded in Moria's body. A huge shadow arrow slowly emerged, pointing directly in the direction of Oz. Go to hell. Oh my, where did this cute little loli come from? Just a few seconds before the Shadowhorn gun was about to hit Oz, the latter smiled slowly, as if waiting for Moria's inner collapse. Then he waved his hand and a little guy holding a doll appeared in his hand. Quiet, the huge Shadowhorn gun suddenly stopped in midair, and Moria's pupils instantly shrank into needle shapes as his body absorbed the shadows and turned into a shadow mage. Platform. That's right, what appeared in Oz's hands at this moment was the little Perona who was holding Kumasi and sleeping soundly. I have to say that Oz's move was indeed despicable. One could even say it's insidious. But he had no choice, because Moria was a tough guy who was fearless, except for the one trait that he cared about the people around him. Only by using this method can Moria be less stressed and have a good talk with him. What's more, Oz was just trying to trick him. If it didn't work, he would still put the little Perona back. It seems to be working, but using children as threats really makes you look more and more like a villain. With a group of villains under his command, who bewitched the main characters, Oz unknowingly went further and further down the villain path. This kind of thing really isn't for me. Now, you should take care of the child, Xiaoying. Oz snapped his fingers, and the sleeping figure of little Perona appeared in Mihawk's arms, which startled him instantly. Fortunately, he didn't save her. Hey, why would I do this? Using a child to threaten an old father is something that Mihawk, a cool and straightforward swordsman, would never do. What does it matter? I think this child has a lot in common with you. Chapter 177 Young Mihawk, Inferiority Version, Tisk, times 2. In the dark castle, countless zombies were hiding in the distance, peeking at the people sitting inside. However, at this moment, Mihawk and Moriya's faces were not looking good. The former was because he had to take care of the little kid sleeping in his arms, and the latter was because he hated Osa's shamelessness. Black Emperor Oz, what on earth do you want to do? Lie. Oz crossed his legs, made a gesture to keep quiet, and signaled to Perona, who was still sleeping with his eyes. Moriya's face froze, but she still glared at Oz, waiting for his next words. I know, Moriya. People like you will not be content to be inferior to others, and I want to bring all the 7 warlords of the sea under my command. Of course, it would be easy to kill you and replace you with a Shichibukai, but I think that would be too boring. Oz shook his hand. I prefer spiritual victory to physical victory, otherwise I would have killed all those who didn't submit to me in the sea. Oz is not bloodthirsty, especially now that there are few people on the sea who dare to provoke him, and the number of times he attacks has decreased a lot compared to before. If you are determined not to surrender, that's fine. As long as you give me face in the future, I can also guarantee the safety of your subordinates. As long as they don't mess with me. Moriya was about to get angry after hearing the first half of the sentence, but after hearing the second half of Osa's sentence, his angry shout was stuck in his throat. His face was grim, with dark lines all over it. No one can hurt them except you. The men here only include little Perona, because Hogbark, Absalom and others have not yet joined Moriya's army. Really? Oz showed a sarcastic smile, as if he wanted to provoke Moriya. You keep saying you want revenge on Kaido, but what about little Perona? Can you protect little Perona from Kaido and his monsters while keeping her safe? Moriya was speechless, because what Oz said was true. He is no match for Kaido, not to mention Jin, Quinn and the rest of the Beast Army. Although Perona was adopted by him, he still treated her as his own daughter. You mean you will protect Perona for her whole life and never let her get hurt, Dotal Oz? Moriya looked at Oz seriously. Advertisement because he had to admit that if Oz alone wanted to hurt Perona, he would be completely unable to stop him. Oz meant that he should give Perona face in the future in exchange for Perona's life insurance. 100% safe for life. Moriya's character is that of a hero who is willing to risk his life for his subordinates. Yeah, Oz knows everyone's personality traits. With a god's perspective, he is like a succubus on the sea. Accurately grasp the psychological weaknesses of every strong person. It's a good deal, right? I won't ask you to do anything excessive, just keep your actions consistent in Shichibukai and give me some face. Give face? This statement instantly made Moriya's acceptance soar. Submitting to Oz or bearing his name would be more painful to him than killing him. But it is much easier to accept if you give the other person some face for the sake of your adopted daughter. Moriya hesitated for a moment, then nodded and agreed. I understand. I will give you the Black Emperor the greatest respect in matters related to Shichibukai. I hope you can keep your word. Hearing these words, Oz smiled happily. In his opinion, it was just freeloading. Perona is Hawkeye's best friend, and he really likes this lovely girl. Even without Moriya telling him, he will help Hawkeye keep an eye on this young wife on the sea. This way, I can earn Moriya's respect and favor for free. Xiaoying, from now on, if anything happens, you will be responsible for taking care of little Perona. Huh? Why would I do something like this? Mihawk was very puzzled, frowning and obviously unwilling. But the recovery speed was also very fast, only a few seconds. Don't cry. Perhaps the relationship had become more relaxed, and Moriya next to him wanted to remind him, but it seemed a little too late. The cute little curly-haired girl in his arms slowly opened her eyes, as if she was woken up by Mihawk. As the words fell, translucent ghosts emerged from his body. They were small and looked like mini-ghosts. As the closest to little Perona, Mihawk was naturally the first place that these swarming mini-ghosts passed through. Advertisement: this pair of bickering lovers met for the first time nearly 20 years in advance, and the scene was unexpectedly like this. Until little Perona let out a loud cry, his figure flashed and appeared next to Moriya. What are you doing? Mihawk panicked for a moment. Mihawk was sweating and frowning, as if he was worried that Perona would cry, and his eyes no longer had the usual calmness. Although it had been in a bad mood for a while because Mihawk used it to peel fruit, it still opened its eyes and showed concern when it noticed that something was wrong with Mihawk. She looked flustered and didn't seem to know how to coax a child at all. Xiaoying watched Oz suddenly run away and looked at him with gloating. He felt something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't tell why. He was seen mumbling, P.S. Please give me 5 stars, Godfather. Oz teleported Perona into Moriya's arms, and then took out a camera phone from his pocket. In terms of Kendo will, Zoro, who is not inferior to Hawkeye, will be hit if he is not careful, and Mihawk is caught off guard and naturally cannot escape. At this time, delete, oh no, if Perona cries. It was because he spoke a little louder just now. Moment. The little eagle was seen lying on the ground with his hands on the ground, looking depressed. Even at this moment, he opened his eyes and looked at his master. Mihawk heard this and suddenly lowered his head to see Lil Perona staring at him with big eyes. After realizing that Mihawk was a stranger, layers of mist instantly appeared in his eyes. It's really embarrassing for you to travel with me, Oz. I'm sorry, I'm just a lung fog. Oh no, you woke me up, little eagle. Oz reminded him as if he was watching a joke. But Oz knew that if Haki didn't use it to resist, this thing would just be a conceptual item, unless he was as miserable as Usopp. The first thing he did after coming to his senses was to glare at Oz, who was taking the photo. An extremely strong feeling of inferiority and discouragement swept over my whole body. Don't want. The moment he heard the reminder, a red light flashed in Oz's eyes, as if he saw something. Chapter 178 Young Crocodile, Defense Break version. Deleted. Don't want. Xiaoying's face was grim. He stared at the innocent Denden Mushi in Oz's hand with gritted teeth. Os. You be asterisk 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 D. Mihawk had no choice but to walk to Os as if nothing had happened, and suddenly stretched out his hand. The result was naturally empty-handed. The Denden Mushi appeared in Oz's other hand the moment before he touched it. Okay, let's play sneak attack, eh? Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Gao Lang Xiaoying's face became even uglier, and he wanted to snatch it back directly. But all of this is useless under the power of Oz's teleportation fruit. Finally, when Os promised not to spread this thing, Mihawk reluctantly gave up, folded his hands and kept quiet. On the other side, Perona, who was as pretty as a little doll, was nestling in Moria's arms. She also poked her head out. She looked curiously at the handsome young man with black hair and a long sword on his back who had just hugged her. Mihawk noticed the look, but just closed his eyes unhappily. Little devil or something, he just couldn't cope with it. At the same time, Sabody Archipelago. Well, Crocodile, we'll have accomplished our mission by returning you here. Above the harbor, a warship slowly approached the shore. Teams of naval headquarters soldiers stood guard, watching a figure in a coat slowly walk down from the ship. It was Xiaoxia, who was finally released after studying in Impel Down for a long time. It's been a long time since I last saw this land. During this time, she stayed in the cold and damp Impel Down prison. She had poor food and sleep, and she didn't even smoke 2 cigars. She thought she was tough and refused to give in, but it turned out that Os and his gang had already surrendered to the enemy, causing her to suffer in vain for so many days. Now that she is back, she naturally wants to enjoy herself and get rid of the bad luck. She went straight to Sammy's office. People recognized her along the way, so there was no obstacle. Oh, isn't this Crocodile? When did you come back? Sammy was drinking afternoon tea, holding a small teacup in a very ladylike manner. Advertisement because not long ago, Big Mom, one of the kings of the sea, sent her a tea party invitation, saying that she was inviting her to attend the tea party she was hosting. After consulting Os, Sammy readily agreed that she would be present at the time. But because he was busy dealing with various affairs of Os's men on weekdays, Sammy had no time to drink tea or anything like that. So you need to understand the rules of attending a tea party. She was also surprised to see Crocodile coming back. Xiaoxia walked into the room, sat down on the sofa unhappily, found a cigar from the table and lit it. Call, she was suffocated to death. It looks like he was just released. The environment in Impel Down must be very harsh. Sammy took a sip of tea and chatted casually. It would be fine if he didn't say it, but when he mentioned this, Crocodile's face turned black. Oh, yes, if possible. Lousy never wants to go back to that damn place. Crocodile crossed his legs, smoked a cigar, and lay on a soft sofa in a cozy and warm room. This is the life people live. Yes, suddenly, as if remembering something, Crocodile raised his head and looked at Sammy, who was living a peaceful life. Did Os and Mihawk come back later? Those two guys haven't seen each other since they separated, and Xiaoxia rarely shows concern for them. Lord Oz and Mr. Mihawk? They came back 2 months ago, but they went out to sea together soon after. Oz's whereabouts were not a secret that needed to be hidden for Crocodile, so Sammy thought about it and happily told him. But this answer made Crocodile a little unbelievable. Veins popped out on his forehead and his eyes were scary. What? You mean, they hooked up with each other a long time ago and then went out to sea? It was 2 months ago. Caw. The cigar broke with a sound and slowly turned into wind and sand and disappeared. The two walked through the downtown area and went straight to the office building where Sammy was. Yes, let's revisit the old place to be one of the future candidates of Shichibukai. Oh, isn't this Xiaoxia? Sashi ignores Dana. Oz greeted him with a smile, seemingly completely ignoring the other person's ugly expression. You were in jail when we went to play? Advertisement. Os's expression became a little strange. He didn't understand why Crocodile looked so unhappy after not seeing her for a long time, but after hearing her words, he thought about it. Could it be that? Xiaoxia, you have been stubborn and refused to join Shichibukai? I'm finally back. I was out for quite a long time. She thought that these two guys were still wandering around the world and just didn't come to rescue her because they were too busy. As you wish. I always thought you were out of jail and going out to hang out. A pair of gloomy eyes. It turned out that the two of them seemed to have known about it for a long time, and after saying hello to Sammy, they went out to the sea arm in arm. Even when going to the casino owner would accompany them cautiously and arrange some agents to deliberately lose to the other party, for fear that the owner would destroy the casino with a sandstorm. Os put his hands in his pockets, escaped from the hands of a bunch of crazy fans, and chatted with Mihawk. Mihawk was watching the show from the side. Although he also had a part in it, Xiaoxia's focus was obviously on Oz. Beautiful fish lady, beautiful buildings, fun sea kings. You went out to sea with Mihawk and completely forgot about Lousy. Xiaoxia was not fooled by Oz's smile at all. Instead, he walked over with long legs, biting his cigar with a face full of anger. There are also a bunch of fishman version of the spirit guys. Mihawk didn't care. Even though there were no fishmen among the Shichibukai candidates, he knew, as long as Oz decided, it would be fine. Then he suddenly realized. Over the years, every time Oz traveled between New World and Paradise, he flew over the Red Line. It has been a long time since I went to the Fishman Island. Next, let's go to the Fishman Island. As soon as he entered the door, Osa's two little maids came to greet him. They happily hugged Osa's waist and then went to prepare massage and food. He grabbed Os by the collar and said angrily, seeing Crocodile's ugly face, 2 drops of cold sweat appeared on Sammy's forehead. It is still a place that Os is very interested in. This situation continued until Oz and the other man returned. The Fishman Island. Os touched their heads, then looked at the other people in the room, and then his eyes met a pair of eyes. For several days, Xiaoxia was in a bad mood. What the hell are you doing? You be asterisk 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 D. Did she just say something wrong? Chapter 179 Bullets News. Don't be angry, Xiaoxia. Os spread his hands and smiled at Crocodile who had a gloomy face. Whispering sound, Lousy doesn't have time to be angry with you. Crocodile crossed his arms, and after being fooled by Os, he successfully attributed the culprit of everything to Marine. If Marine hadn't told her about Os and Mihawk earlier, she wouldn't have stayed in Impel Down for so long. Damn Marine. Xiaoxia took note of this account and prepared to pay it back sooner or later. Lord Oz, your cold drink. At this time, the two maids Xiaoliu and Xiaoqi came over, served the prepared drinks, and then began to massage Os with both hands. That look in Lassie's eyes made Os unable to bear it. I could only whisper a few words in their ears, and the two little girls calmed down with rosy faces. There should be many powerful swordsmen in Impel Down. On the other hand, Kitty was obviously interested in Crocodile's Impel Down trip and took the initiative to ask him. It's not because of anything else, it's simply because all the powerful swordsmen on the sea have been challenged by Mihawk. If there are more great swordsmen, then I can only think of that place where countless legendary figures have been imprisoned. Impel Down the 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Crocodile's face didn't look good when he mentioned this, but he still recalled those days. A powerful swordsman? I didn't recognize this one. After all, most of the guys imprisoned there had their swords taken away. There is a guy who I have some impression of. He is an old rival of mine. This person should have some connection with you, Os. Crocodile looked at Os, causing him to raise his eyebrows and think for a while. Douglas Bullet. Os said frankly that if he had any connection with the people in Eternal Hell, he could only think of his former companion on the ship, Devil's Heir, Bullet. Yes. Crocodile talked about the scene at that time. A guy like you was actually caught here, Crocodile. Advertisement in the dark cell, a figure with a burly figure and a terrifying aura sat cross-legged. Hearing this, Crocodile, who was trapped by Seastone and being escorted here, paused and looked in that direction. Hey, you are not allowed to stop. One of the guards was about to curse and even wanted to fight, but another well-informed guard beside him quickly stopped him and forcibly turned off his microphone. What is this guy doing? The man in front of me is different from ordinary prisoners. He is a relative and may be released at any time. If they offend a big shot, it will not be easy to deal with these small jailers. So Crocodile stopped halfway, looked into the cage with a pair of gloomy eyes, and immediately recognized it. It's you. Crocodile looked at him. His aura was no less than his. Bullet. Next, Crocodile chose the cell next to Bullet, and the jailers had no choice but to lock her in. A wall separates us. The two former big shots were now sitting here in shackles. It's been many years since we last met. How did you get locked up? Attack Marine. Life in the cell was very boring. Crocodile had nothing to do except reading newspapers. Two bored prisoners, chatting from time to time. Look at those jailers. They seem to treat you very differently, Crocodile. Bullet doesn't like to get close to people, but Crocodile is an opponent he recognizes, so they can still chat. The same is true for Crocodile. That's because Lousy will be released after a while. What? Bullet was doing push-ups while glancing sideways towards the cell next to him. Come to think of it, you should know him. Oz will come to rescue me. Crocodile said casually, in a light tone, but when Bullet heard this, his eyes sparkled and his expression became unusually serious. The Oz you just mentioned is that, Dotal Oz? When the name was mentioned, Bullet's mind immediately flashed back to the monster he encountered on Roger's ship when he was young, who was a few years younger than himself. Advertisement, yes, there is no other like him in this ocean. I subconsciously overlooked that Bullet had been locked up for too long and was already out of touch with the outside world, so he lacked intelligence. After Crocodile reacted, he still gave Bullet a brief account. Bullet listened carefully and learned from Crocodile about the rise of Os over the years. The more he listened, the more excited he became. Hahahaha, I really wasn't seeing things. That guy Os. Bullet laughed, seeming to be very interested. As expected, he has the potential to rival Roger. Is he the strongest in the world? It seems I won't feel lonely anymore in this world after Roger's death. For Bullet, there is really no better news than this. Before getting off the ship, he was certain that with Os's talent and courage, he would be one of the strongest people in the world after Roger. Now, after the verification of time, it is proven that there is nothing wrong. Lousy finally has a target again. Hearing Bullet's bold words, Crocodile next door was also ashamed. Is Bullet so brave now? She had indeed been defeated by Oz. After all, the gap between them was so big that she could not win at all. But Bullet obviously maintained her fighting spirit. Until she was released from prison, she still couldn't figure out why Bullet was so much more confident than her. Oz can understand this, but understanding is one thing. Bullet. After all these years, it's amazing that he still remembers me. Oz shook his head helplessly and said he had a headache for this battle maniac who was obsessed with becoming the strongest in the world. What's wrong with that expression on your face? There's no way Bullet can come out of impelled down. In Crocodile's opinion, with no background, it was already the best that a golden lion could come out. Bullet has been locked up for so many years, and it is estimated that he will be locked up until he dies. That's not necessarily true. In the new era, any kind of shit can happen. Oz crossed his legs. It's coming soon. Chapter 180. Let's go to the Fishman Island and have some fun. After returning to Sabody Archipelago, Oz stayed here for a long time. He took on the responsibility of boss for the first time in a long time, presided over the wedding of Tezulo and Stella, and checked the development of various forces under his control. He approved a huge amount of funds for Tezuro's application to build the golden ship. Oz visited Umit's shipping fleet and gave important guidance. Doflamingo's family development, Stussy's red light district staff quality, Field's capital chain, Gibberson's warehouse, Piercrow's killer team. Of course, there are also the Morgaux's newspaper gulls, who especially commend the King's seagull. Oz tried it, and for some reason, Conquerors really couldn't be stunned by the shock. The main reason is that he never stays long every time he comes back, but this time he has stayed for a long time, which can be regarded as a way to comfort the lonely hearts of the young girls and young women under him. Mihawk lives an aristocratic life and practices swordsmanship every day, while Crocodile also goes to the casino to play after training. Oz is about the same. He just came back from patrol today. I was bored, so I came to Sammy's office. Speaking of which, Sammy, does my business sell mermaids? Oz stood in front of the French window, looking down at the island and the sea in the distance, especially the ships that were coated and slowly sinking to the bottom of the sea. Mermaid. Sammy was writing a document. When she heard what Oz said, she thought about it seriously. Of course there are, and the scale will be huge. After all, most of the underground world is included in the scope, and there will inevitably be people who will do this dirty work. The gray industries under Oz include human trafficking. It's not that Oz is so crazy that he wants to be a human trafficker. It's just that before he took over the underground world, the situation was more than 10 times worse than it is now. After all, slave traders are endless, and wherever there is profit, there are people. All Oz can do is to standardize this industry and minimize the impact. The same goes for Sammy. Many poor girls who were originally going to be captured and tortured as slaves were bought by Sammy, who found them jobs in the red light district that allowed them to survive. Oz and his men cannot be considered good people. After all, the underground world is dark and impossible to disappear. But being able to make evil and darkness controllable is already his greatest achievement. Then, let's prepare some countermeasures. The mermaid trading industry will probably face a downturn in the future. After listening to Sammy's words, Oz nodded and gave instructions. The human trafficking on the Fishman Island is too rampant. It is not just the people in the underground world who are doing it. There are many pirates on the sea and slave ships of the world government. If nothing unexpected happens, the world's strongest man Whitebeard will soon take action, plant the pirate's flag, and bring the Fishman Island into his sphere of influence. Advertisement. The geographical location of the Fishman Island is right under the nose of Sabody Archipelago. Although Oz has no interest in ruling the Fishman Island, whether friction breaks out or not. Even if there is a conflict with Whitebeard, if either party wins. In the end, the Fishman Island will become someone's own land. The price of mermaids will soar, and the mermaid trading business will shrink in the future. Now it's just a reminder in advance. Are you going to see, Lord Oz? Sammy is a smart man and knows Oz well enough. From Oz's tone, it seemed like something was going to happen on the sea. And every time there is a big event, Oz is bound to be there to join in the fun. Yeah, it's already Sea Circle calendar year 1505, time flies so fast. It's time to go play on the sea, Sabody Archipelago. Shaki's rip-off bar. There isn't much business here, at least every time Oz comes, it's always deserted. It's probably because of its bad reputation that no one dares to consume. In other words, this place is more like a place that relies partly on intelligence business and partly on support from Oz, which is why it exists. I said a long time ago that I would go to the Fishman Island, but it has been delayed until now? Mihawk looked at Oz and complained. Since you're here, why are you running? Am I some scary person? Suddenly, footsteps were heard outside the store. Oz is really, hey, isn't this Boss Oz? Are you here for a drink? There's no rush anyway. Every time Xiao Ba comes to the store, if he meets Oz, he will scare him, causing the other party to have psychological trauma. I'm going to go to the Fishman Island next. I think you have a lot of friends there. Shaki chuckled and brought a glass of juice to Zauba. Advertisement. When he saw Oz and the others coming in, he immediately smiled. But Oz knew his limits. After all, he was Rayleigh's savior, so he didn't do anything excessive. Only when he approached the store entrance did he suddenly stop, as if his body was fixed in place. Xiao Ba is still a teenager, but it's really unfortunate. Rayleigh should still be at work at this hour. He probably won't be back for a while. Although the wine here is expensive and dark, she knows that Oz, who has lost the concept of money, will not care about these. And Oz also lived up to everyone's expectations and ordered a glass of extremely expensive fruit wine, as well as red wine and wine. Yes. But Oz still can't figure out how a monster like Rayleigh, who can swim across the calm belt, needs to be rescued by a little fishman in the sea. Oh dear, a few people were not in a hurry, so they just sat here and chatted. It's weird looking, like an octopus, but that's just right, Hachi. A few people walked into the store, and at first glance, only Shaki was wiping cups at the bar. Shaki made a joke and then lit a lady's cigarette. Oz slowly turned around and looked at the guy with 6 hands. Then I wanted to slowly retreat. Oz took a sip and said. Xiao Ba walked into the store with a stealthy pace, staring at Mihawk and Crocodile with oppressive eyes, sweat on his head. Crocodile doesn't matter. After all, we have been playing in Sabody Archipelago for so long, it would be nice to go outside and get some fresh air. Today I came to see Mr. Rayleigh and asked him to coat the Oro Jackson. We plan to go out to sea and take a look. Oz lifted the boy Zalba's collar and smiled knowingly, ignoring the boy's frightened eyes and the 6 arms that were waving around. The 3 of them sat at the bar. When Shaki heard this, he held his chin with one hand and raised his mouth. Since you are here, come in and sit down. Is the Black Emperor going to sail again? This is really great information. It will surely sell for a lot of money. Just be our tour guide, it should be fine. Chapter 181. The indignant Xiaosha encounters Whitebeard. I understand. Xiao Ba didn't have the courage to refuse, because he knew that. If I make Oz angry, there will be nothing I can do if Rayleigh is not around. Fortunately, Rayleigh came back soon. Oz, why are you here? There was a disturbance at the auction house just now. Rayleigh had just come back after settling the situation, but he saw Oz and the others sitting here. I felt curious and asked directly. When Oz told her the whole story, Rayleigh immediately said it was okay. If it's coating, it can be done quickly. I coated the Oro Jackson with Roger and the others at the Fishman Island. Perhaps it was the sight that brought back memories for Rayleigh. Oz was also once a member of that ship. I still trust Mr. Rayleigh's skills. If all else fails, I can isolate the ship from the seawater for a while, and the Oro Jackson will be fine. Rayleigh shook his head with a relaxed look on his face. He was not too worried about whether the Oro Jackson would be in trouble. I am assured of this. After all, a man like you will never end up in the sea halfway. Of course. Oz drank the wine in the cup. The time is getting closer and closer, I can't bear to leave now. Rayleigh smiled knowingly when he heard this. He looked at Oz's tall figure and his reliable companions beside him, as if thinking of the boy who carried Roger's body away on the high platform. I'm so sorry, Oz. We are so selfish to exclude you from the new era, when you are the one who has the greatest hope of becoming the pirate's king. Rayleigh's tone was calm, but his words carried a lot of weight. When Mihawk and Crocodile heard this, there was a strange look in their eyes. Especially Crocodile. She once set her goal to become the pirate's king, but she gradually gave up this idea until she met Oz. She had originally wondered why a guy as ridiculously strong as Oz didn't move towards the position of king like the other pirates. But now, Oz, the man she recognized, couldn't become the pirate's king because of this bullshit reason, and instead had to wait for someone who met the requirements. In that case, what are the people who set out to sea with the dream of becoming the pirate king? A clown running with me? Advertisement? At this point, there's no need to bring up the past, Captain Rayleigh. Crocodile's gloomy face froze, and he looked at Oz who was speaking next to him. Oz looked normal. I am a man who aspires to surpass Captain Roger and reach the pinnacle of pirates. I will let others be the pirate king. Oz's words were extremely arrogant, but upon closer thought they seemed normal. Rayleigh didn't say anything, just clinked glasses with Oz. A man who surpasses Roger, what a remarkable spirit. The 3 of them then left, waiting for the coating to be completed. Crocodile's face looked a little strange. She glanced at Oz and finally couldn't help herself. Hey, Oz, what did Rayleigh mean when he said you couldn't become the king of pirates? Pause. Oz looked back at Crocodile. Her expression was very serious. What it means is that I am not the inheritor of Captain Roger's will, and I do not meet the requirements to obtain the great secret treasure. Besides, that's not my ambition. Crocodile frowned. His gloomy expression slightly lessened, but his tone was still not very good. Lousy doesn't recognize anyone else except you. The title of Pirate's King should be held by the most powerful and influential person. Oz didn't expect Crocodile's reaction to be so intense, and he said a few words to comfort her. On the contrary, Mihawk, who was standing beside him, lowered his head and thought for a moment. If we follow Crocodile's standards for the Pirate's King, does Buggy, who was once invited by Oz to compete for the Pirate's King, meet the standards? If we only consider it by itself, it is definitely not in line with the requirements. Whether it's strength, power, or courage, that clown is just a small fry. But then again, if Buggy really gets the support of Oz, the humanoid self-propelled One Piece, then he really has everything. Whether it is power, influence, or fame, it will be elevated to an unimaginable height. Even including the most difficult to improve spirit. With the support of the most powerful people in the world, as long as you are not a loser among losers, your courage will naturally increase as your status rises. But will Crocodile, a proud guy like him, be unable to accept this news? Advertisement, I guess he would want to kill Buggy. Instead, it was Mihawk himself. If that's what Oz meant, he'd give Buggy a chance. If he could get Mihawk's approval, it is not impossible for him and Oz to help him to a high position. On the other hand, with Oz's consolation, Crocodile gradually let go of the injustice in his heart. However, after the example of Oz, the title of Pirate King lost a lot of charm in her eyes, and the desire to obtain it also disappeared. But she was still unhappy. Well, future Pirate's King, if you disappoint Lousy, just kill him. So big, this body type. As the Oro Jackson slowly entered the sea and dived deeper and deeper, some supergiant sea kings appeared among them. Mihawk and Crocodile were observing their surroundings nervously. The Sea Kings looked all kinds of strange, but for some reason none of them came up to attack. Don't worry, these giant Sea Kings are intelligent and will not attack us. Os was quite relaxed, not worrying about the coating being damaged. If some Sea Kings that are tens or hundreds of meters away get close, they can be repelled with a simple Conqueror's move. Even more, Os could easily speed up the Oro Jackson. Soon, a huge bubble and a beautiful island appeared in front of them. Is this the Fishmen Island? Sure enough, there are many mermaids and fishmen. Crocodile stood by the boat, looking at this place that still existed safely at the bottom of the deep sea. Yeah, not only these, but also your old enemy, Os kindly reminded. What? Crocodile didn't understand, but soon, a very familiar huge ship appeared in her sight. Instantly, countless bloodshot eyes appeared in Crocodile's face. Even Mihawk looked solemn. Only Os looked calm, looking at the figure in the distance. As the intelligence said, you have arrived at the Fishmen Island from New World, Whitebeard? Seeing the familiar Oro Jackson, the tall and majestic figure in the distance also shrank his pupils, and then narrowed them slightly. You are the kid on Roger's ship? Chapter 182 Black Emperor? Lousy as Whitebeard? Before Os arrived at the Fishmen Island, New World, Moby DK. Dad, please allow me to leave temporarily, the Fishmen Island needs me. On the deck, a figure was kneeling, crying bitterly with his head lowered, facing the tall man sitting on the chair in front of him. My friends on the Fishmen Island have told me that with the advent of a new era, the number of pirates has skyrocketed. Many mermaids and fishmen have been captured, tortured, and sold as slaves. How can I just sit back and watch? Hearing the painful plea of Captain Namur of the 8th Division, the eyes of the world's strongest man Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, were shocked. Marco and the others clenched their fists as they watched this scene, unable to bear seeing their brother in such pain. They have lived in New World for many years and really didn't know that the Fishmen Island had encountered such a disaster. Ever since Roger started the Age of Discovery, there have indeed been many more newcomers challenging Whitebeard, but they didn't expect that they were not the only ones affected. Even though the strength of fishmen is generally more than 5 times that of humans. But without the top strongmen, the Fishmen Island still seems a little weak in the hands of the pirates who are capable of exploring the New World, especially the beautiful mermaids whose strength is no different from that of ordinary humans. As long as you catch one, you can sell it for a sky-high price of hundreds of millions, and the more beautiful it is, the more valuable it is. As a result, the Fishmen Island suffered. Neptune was once a good friend of Whitebeard and provided him with a lot of help in his youth. It is also the hometown of his son Namur. Whitebeard made up his mind at this moment. Silly son. He stretched out his big hand and held Mur in his arms, like a kind old father. How can I sit back and watch Neptune's country suffer misfortune? Let Lousy go. Although he has begun to decline from his peak, Whitebeard is still the strongest man in the world. At this time, Haki's declaration shakes the soul of every child. Old Dad. Namur couldn't believe it, tears welled up in his eyes, and he was so moved that he couldn't express it in words. Oh. Dad's orders are absolute, and this is the consensus of every son. They cheered and boosted the morale of the upcoming battle. This time, we must let those kidnapping bastards know how powerful we are. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates are invincible. Advertisement, that's great. That Muir, everyone was cheering. Joes raised his fist and roared loudly. His body was faintly like a hard diamond. Wajan Bista stroked his mustache with a confident smile on his face. There were only 2 people. They were not as excited as their peers. Instead, they frowned and thought about something. One is Marco, who is standing in front of the captain. The other is a fat black man who is hidden among the crew members and is not noticed at all. What's wrong? Marco, why do you look a little strange? Is there something wrong? The companion next to him noticed something was wrong and asked. Nothing. I was just thinking that our opponents this time might not just be the human traffickers, the pirates. Marco said solemnly. When the companions around heard this, the lively atmosphere suddenly stagnated and they all looked towards him. Even Whitebeard lowered his head and looked at his eldest son who was usually the most stable. What do you mean, Marco, Dad, and you guys, think about where is the closest place to the Fishmen Island on the seabed? Closest to the Fishmen Island? Thinking of the location of the Fishmen Island, located deep under the Red Line, many people's first thought is Mariajoy. Located at the top of the Red Line. But Mariajoy is far from the sea level. Those celestial dragons who are high above usually don't set their sights on the seabed, and the next place after excluding it is. Some people looked horrified. Some people also opened their mouths wide at this time. They seemed to have come up with an incredible answer. In the end, it was Whitebeard who narrowed his eyes and answered Marco's question in a deep voice. Is it Sabody Archipelago? That's right. Sabody Archipelago, as the front station to the Fishmen Island from the park, is also the facade island of New World. It is impossible that no one in this ocean does not know what this island symbolizes now. What you are talking about, could it be that? Open black lens bracket Black Emperor close black lens bracket Doter O's. Advertisement. When this name was mentioned, some of the old sailors who had been with Whitebeard for many years all looked solemn. It's not like they haven't fought against the guy on the ship of the former pirate's king before. The most memorable one was the battle in the Wano Sea. Only a few years later, that monster has grown to an extremely exaggerated size. Marco was shot down by a single gunshot, and no one among the crew except Oden could survive his defeat. Especially Teach in the crowd, his eyes flashing at this moment, and the scar on his shoulder near his neck was still very conspicuous. Not only that, as the controller of the underground world, the Black Emperor might be part of the trafficking business, or even a large part of it. If you want to take action, you must be prepared for a full-scale war with Oz. Today's Oz is no longer the intern kid he used to be. Instead, he grew into a giant that even an emperor on the sea would think twice before facing. It is no exaggeration to say that if the Whitebeard pirates really have to go up against Oz and his forces, the pressure they will face will be no less than that in the Summit War. After all, the opponent's lineup is, open black lens bracket Black Emperor close black lens bracket Doder Oz. Open black lens bracket Hawkeye close black lens bracket Dracula Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Crocodile open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket Enel, a rising star who has recently shown Kamui everywhere on the sea. Open black lens bracket Heavenly Yaksha close black lens bracket Doflamingo, Pluton. Rayleigh is unsure whether she will participate. The 6 giants of the underground world, with countless basic forces and fleets. But Whitebeard, who was still in his prime, obviously couldn't be scared by the name of an imp in Oz. Don't worry, Namir. Even though Whitebeard now wears a turban, it doesn't mean that he is old now. He is still the strongest man in the world who can compete with Roger and others. I'm Whitebeard. Bang, Kurogiri thrust the hilt of his sword against the deck, his white cape fluttering fiercely. The aura of the strongest man in the world would not allow him to surrender to a little devil. Just like when he was old, he didn't allow Shanks to tell him what to do during his heyday. Let's go. Head to the Fishman Island. Chapter 183. The world's strongest man versus the king of the next generation. Hahahaha, great harvest. Although it was under the sea, the Fishman Island was burning with flames and billowing smoke. Countless pirates gathered here. They used cages to capture the beautiful fishmen, but because there were too many of them, some strong men even used their hands to capture them. He took a bag, put it on the fishtail, and carried it directly on his shoulder. Some frightened little fishmen lay on the coral reefs, looking at the rampant human traffickers and pirates in horror. They pounced on the mermaids recklessly, and at this moment, an extremely huge fist swung over and knocked them all away. It was a tall figure against the light, making it difficult to see its appearance. Who is it? The pirate's leader glared, but soon the anger turned into horror and then into pleading. Because this figure is the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, please spare me. I will never dare to sell mermaids and murlocs again. Everyone fled in all directions, fearing that they would be caught up by the terrifying figure and killed with one punch. Don't destroy my friend's country. Get out of here. Immediately afterwards, countless Whitebeard pirates crew members landed, including Marco, Joes, Vista, and even Teach with the hook. Looking at that majestic figure, many fishermen who had risen up in resistance seemed to see hope. Even the usually arrogant thugs from Urin Street dared not breathe a single breath in front of this legendary figure. Jinbei, who was still a nobody at the time, was looking at Whitebeard in amazement. Because this man is really Haki and powerful, under the name of this man, all the pirates fled, and the murlocs and mermen were saved. Kulalalala, this island is my territory, oh. The crew of the Whitebeard pirates looked relaxed, and they all smiled as they watched the fleeing pirates. Even the residents of the Fishman Island hugged each other and cheered, as if they were celebrating the arrival of peace and tranquility. But it was at this time, a coated ship slowly emerged from the depths of the seabed. Going against the fleeing ships, we headed towards the Fishman Island. As the ship got closer, someone with sharp eyes soon discovered this scene. Look, there's a boat coming. Are they the pirates who are ill-informed? They're so blind. Yes, we have the protection of the Whitebeard pirates. The Whitebeard pirates and the residents of the Fishman Island all had smiles on their faces, but what they didn't notice was that. At this time, the cadres of the Whitebeard pirates, and even Whitebeard himself, were staring at the ship coming from the distance. Because they were so familiar with that ship, the golden spiked bow, with beautiful mermaid statues on both sides, and the golden and red color scheme made the whole ship look very gorgeous. Although there was no skull logo on the sails at this time, it was not difficult to conceal the magnificence and superiority of the ship. That's the Oro Jackson, Roger Pirate's ship? So, the person above should be. Marco and others gritted their teeth and stared at the ship coming from afar with serious expressions. Whitebeard held Kusagawa Kiri tightly and stood there in a state of confusion. When he saw the Oro Jackson, his eyes narrowed slightly. This is, a relaxed voice came from the deep sea. Sazabuladana, Whitebeard. Buzz. As the words fell, a terrifying aura as deep as the abyss and as hell raged over from across the deep sea, sweeping across with its violent might, radiating towards everyone on the Fishman Island. Crack, crack, crack. The black and red thunderstorm, like a natural disaster, raged fiercely and violently on the land of the Fishman Island. Countless giant sea kings were affected, and their 1,000-meter bodies instantly turned over. The deep sea current began to surge. The land of the Fishman Island was shattered. Countless fishmen and mermen, as well as the minions and some captains of the Whitebeard pirates, fell to the ground under this momentum. All the captains who were still standing at this time were horrified, with beads of cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. Especially Teach in the crowd, with his toothless mouth wide open, his eyes full of fear and panic. Not only because of the terrifying strength of conquerors, but also because they knew who the owner of this momentum was. That was the enemy who once brought them shadows and was dubbed the strongest monster. Advertisement, hey, the worst situation has happened. I actually encountered it. Teach clenched the hook on his hand, quietly blended in behind the captains, and stared at the approaching pirate ship seriously. The little devil on Roger's boat. Don't be so arrogant in front of Lousy. Whitebeard cut Kong Yun to the ground, with no fear in his eyes. Conqueror's Haki instantly emerged from his body and collided with the opponent's thunderstorm. Under the collision of the two forces, the earth cracked, undercurrents appeared in the sea, and a devastating aura enveloped the entire Fishman Island, as if it was about to be completely shattered. Jinbei, the leader of the Fishman Kingdom's army, was watching all this with horror, feeling completely powerless. How could he be able to rival that Whitebeard? As the Oro Jackson instantly appeared next to the Fishman Island, the true identities of the people on the ship were revealed. Open black lens bracket Black Emperor close black lens bracket Ows. The only two conscious fishmen, Jinbei and Tiger in the distance, recognized this figure and their pupils shrank instantly. Living on the Fishman Island, under the nose of the Ows forces, they know more about what this name means. That is the absolute control over the next generation. Now, the world's strongest man, and the king of the next generation, meet on the Fishman Island. Whitebeard, it's really rude of you to show up next to my forces without saying hello. Os stood at the bow, his black coat fluttering slowly behind him. Next to him stood Mihawk with a cold face and Crocodile with a hateful look on his face. The raging black and red thunderstorm collided with Whitebeard's momentum, and at least in the short term, it was not at a disadvantage at all. His expression was calm, but his eyes were emitting a frightening red light as he stared at Whitebeard on the ground. Kulala, lousy is Whitebeard. Why does he need to greet a brat like you? Whitebeard spoke in a tough tone, and also responded sharply. Shockwave and a trace of Haki were condensed on the Kusagawa Kirei in his hand. A powerful air shock and slash was launched towards the Oro Jackson. Osa's expression remained unchanged. Slowly pulling out Ace, a black and red thunderstorm condensed on the blade. Wherever the blade passed, the space seemed to begin to shrink and collapse. He swung his sword and cut straight towards Kong Yun. Skyfall God Avoid. Chapter 184. Equally matched, the issue of the ownership of the Fishman Island. Buzz. Before they collided, the terrifying Haki collided first, and the vibration interacted with the space. Crack, 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 out of thin air, white cracks spread out, as if the space was about to break apart, and countless pieces of ground overturned. What? If the stalemate continues, the Fishman Island will definitely break apart. This is really nonsense. Staring at the huge aftermath of the collision, Crocodile looked solemn. He stretched out his hand and summoned a sandstorm to reduce the remaining power and stabilize the ground. This was something Oz had told her a long time ago. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates seemed to realize this as well, and they all used their own methods to consume as much of the aftermath of the collision as possible. Only Mihawk was standing at the bow of the Oro Jackson, his arms folded across his chest, his sharp eyes fixed on the collision in midair. Is this the clash between the world's top powers? I really want to give it a try. The gap between me and the best in the world. The knight was also trembling slightly at this moment, as if responding to Mihawk's mood, wanting to swing his sword at the highest throne in the world. Os was on top, Whitebeard was on the bottom, Ace and Kusukio were colliding in midair. The situation was deadlocked for a while. It is very similar to the devastating collision between Roger and Whitebeard in the Wano Kuni Sea. But at that time, Os could only hold on to the tree trunk to avoid being blown away by the aftermath, but now he has become the protagonist in the collision. Are you getting old, Whitebeard? You're actually at a stalemate with the little brat you once were. Os holds Ace in both hands, with terrifying strength, ultimate conqueror's Haki, emission, the power of space annihilation. He put almost all his strength into it, and it was just enough to compete with Whitebeard's top-notch sword. He said with a smile, seemingly teasing Whitebeard. Kulala, stop bragging, kid. Even Roger has no right to say that. Perhaps angered by Os, Whitebeard's muscles instantly bulge, and Conqueror's full strength wrapped around Kusukumikiri's blade, exerting the same strange power as Os. Click, 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 the space instantly spread out like shards of glass. Advertisement O's narrowed his eyes slightly and instantly felt a great pressure. Is this the strongest man in the world? In terms of hard power, Os was still at a disadvantage due to his age, and he moved back a little in this clash of swords. But after the awakening of the teleportation fruit, which became similar to the space fruit, Os's strength was not much different from those of the world's top fighters. At most the difference is 198, one strike completed. The two of them retreated together in the face of this power. Theoretically, Oz was at a slight disadvantage and should have retreated more steps, but he instantly used the ability of the fruit to offset the kinetic energy. Both he and Whitebeard took 3 steps back and then stopped retreating. Oz himself felt a little disappointed, because he originally thought that at the age of 22, he was already strong enough to compete with Whitebeard, Captain Roger and others, but he didn't expect that his hard power was still a little lacking. But this seemingly evenly matched scene looked like a ghost to the Whitebeard pirates' crew. Are you kidding me? That Oz actually fought a draw with his dad? He is obviously a kid younger than them, even younger than the so-called supernova in the sea. Before deciding to march to the Fishman Island, the Whitebeard pirates were afraid of Oz, in addition to his rumored powerful strength. In fact, it is more about Oz's huge influence on the world. They were worried that if they angered Oz, the territories and islands they protected would be persecuted by the huge underground world. And the other party's ability to appear and disappear at will may threaten everyone except my father. But they never imagined that Oz actually has the strength to fight against my dad without losing a single blow. He was the strongest man of that era, Whitebeard, the overlord of the sea. The two men fought against each other, staring at each other, and they could see the fighting spirit in each other's eyes. Whitebeard would not allow anyone to challenge his authority or threaten his son and the island. As for Oz, he simply wanted to hone his skills and see the gap between himself and Captain Roger and the others. After the first strike, the two wanted to strike again. But at this moment, he was interrupted by a sudden voice. "You two, please wait a moment, advertisement." The sound is so strong that it can be heard from a long distance away. The strange thing is that upon hearing this voice, both Oz and Whitebeard paused and looked into the distance. King Neptune. Oz's observation haki spread out, and instantly captured the source of the sound. One hand stretched out, the index finger slightly raised upwards, and an extremely huge figure instantly appeared between the two of them. At a glance, it was at least 10 meters up, with a mermaid tail, a shaggy beard and a golden crown. It was Neptune, the king of the Fishmen Island. Newgate, Oz, please give me some face here and don't start a war on the Fishmen Island. Although he didn't know why he suddenly appeared here, the other party still looked at the two of them anxiously, his eyes full of worry. The reason why he called the two people by their names was because Neptune did have friendships with both Whitebeard and Oz. Needless to say, I was good friends with Whitebeard when we were young. As for Oz, it was because of the Roger Pirates. The Roger Pirates once passed by the Fishmen Island and asked Lil Shirley for divination. Roger and King Neptune were good friends. At that time, Oz was just a small intern on the ship, following Roger and had some friendship with Neptune. "Hey, Neptune, we haven't cleared out all the pirates that are endangering the Fishmen Island yet." When Whitebeard saw Neptune stopping him, he spoke up, hinting that Oz was also among them. "I think some pirates came uninvited and threatened my territory. I just came to send the Black Moon flag to the Fishmen Island." Oz was not at all inferior in verbal attacks and responded with reason and evidence. This gave Neptune a headache. In fact, whether it is the Black Moon flag of Oz or the pirate's flag of the Whitebeard pirates, they all have a deterrent effect. Just like the kingdom of Dermoz and the islands within Whitebeard's territory, they will all be fully protected. But here's the thing, looking at the crack on the Fishmen Island that almost runs through half of the island. Two big pirates both want to take over the Fishmen Island, that will be a difficult situation. Please calm down, both of you, but the Fishmen Island cannot withstand the residual power of such force. If it continues to fight, I am afraid that the Fishmen Island will be directly shattered, and then the sea will rush in and completely destroy it. Chapter 185. The Strongest Paramecia Ability Competition, Space vs. Shock. King Neptune's almost pleading cry caused the battle to fall into a brief silence. Whitebeard had a very good relationship with him and could understand his friend's feelings very well. Oz considered more. One is the relationship between the late Captain Roger and the other party, and the other is the thoughts of Rayleigh and others. If I insist on fighting and destroy the Fishmen Island, and let the former crew members of Roger Pirates know about it, they will probably blame themselves, especially Uncle Sunbell. There's really nothing I can do. Oz shook his head helplessly, brushed back the loose hair on his forehead, slowly opened his eyes, and looked at Whitebeard seriously. Then, let's go to the sea and have a fight. The winner owns the Fishmen Island. How's it going, Whitebeard? Hearing this arrogant declaration of war, Whitebeard raised his lips, his eyes full of fighting spirit. Cool-la-la-la-la, this is exactly what Lousy wants. So, under the watchful eyes of Neptune and his soldiers from the Dragon Palace Kingdom, the two huge ships slowly sailed away from the Fishmen Island and headed towards the sea. Neptune. King Neptune held the trident tightly in his hand, and was watching the two familiar ships sailing away with complicated eyes. One was the Oro Jackson, and the other was the Moby DK. Then a voice pulled his thoughts back. Odahime. Next to him was Queen Odahime of the Fishmen Island, the great queen who was committed to the peaceful coexistence of the Fishmen Island and humans. Odahime, you often pay attention to the human world. Who do you think is better to protect the Fishmen Island? Neptune seemed to have some thoughts in his mind and asked his wife beside him. He asked this question, but in fact, he already had the answer in his heart. He still prefers the veteran strongman on the sea, the world's strongest man who was very familiar to him, Whitebeard. Odahime's observation haki sensed Neptune's emotions and probably guessed who he favored more, but she still spoke. If I were to say, I would rather the asylum seekers of the Fishmen Island were actually Black Emperor, Oz. What? Neptune frowned, not understanding why Odahime thought so. But it was obvious that Neptune was not as knowledgeable about the human world as his wife. Neptune, I admit that Whitebeard's power and reputation play an important role in the world, but the question is. Oz is younger. As soon as these words came out, Neptune's pupils suddenly shrank and beads of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. Yes, advertisement, he hadn't even thought of such an important factor. More than that, according to newspapers and intelligence, Oz has a very close connection with the world government. There are even rumors that Oz himself is a celestial dragon. For those who want to live in peace with humans and leave the seabed, the protection of Oz is undoubtedly much more suitable. Not to mention, those who threaten the safety of the Fishmen Island may be deterred by the name of Whitebeard, but this is only a temporary solution. It is far less thorough than the reputation of Oz. This is the other party's control over the sea. Odahime analyzed the pros and cons of the two people protecting the Fishmen Island, but she didn't say. If she could meet Oz in person, she would like to ask him to use the power under Oz to promote the atmosphere and concept that mermen and mermaids are no longer discriminated against. This is the fundamental measure to save the Fishmen Island. But unfortunately, the Fishman Island King and Queen have good visions, but the final decision is not theirs. But it is the battlefield above the sea. Big news, big news. In a newspaper office with a secret location, papers were flying all over the sky. Morgause in human beast form was waving his hands and informing his subordinates. Where's King Seagull? What, going for breeding? Stop breeding. Tell it to take the camera and go to the deserted island next to the red line. The coordinates are Holy Land Mariajoy, between powers. What's going on? This momentum. The Fishman Island was originally located directly below the red line. The two extremely powerful conquerors Haki that emerged from the sea and came to the foot of the red line were naturally captured by the five elders. But after CP0 brought back the information, the five elders relaxed their frowns. I see, Os and Whitebeard, do you need our help? Forget it. If Oz needs anything, he will definitely tell us. Taking the initiative to disrupt the situation is likely to cause dissatisfaction on both sides. Second, this deserted island is big enough, it should be unsinkable. Both sides soon found a deserted island large enough, and the ship slowly dropped anchor on the shore. Advertisement looking at Osden Island's back, both of them looked somewhat unwilling. They also want to fight Whitebeard. Crocodile had one hand cut off by Whitebeard because of an old grudge. Mihawk wanted to challenge the strongest. Even though Whitebeard was not a swordsman, he was holding a supreme sword. It's a pity that they are not the protagonists of this battle. On the hillside in the distance, the momentum was just like when he once fought with Roger. Whitebeard held up the Kusukumokiri with a fully charged Haki, and used a sky-splitting move to strike at Osa's head. Although Os could dodge, but at his current level, he didn't want to be a low-level pirate. Although I said I would not call out the names of the moves anymore, there are only a few moves that I feel uncomfortable with if I don't call out the names. Os looked at Whitebeard, who was much bigger than him, and his blood was boiling with excitement. The ace in his hand gently tilted back, and a black and red conqueror's thunderstorm instantly exploded on his body, and the pitch-black blade instantly slashed forward. God avoid. The earth was cracking, the clouds were rolling and breaking, and even though Crocodile was watching the battle from a distance, his coat was still blown by the aftermath. Strong versus strong, conquerors versus conquerors? Squinting their eyes, the crew members on the two ships watched the duel on the island seriously. The two men were fighting with the most primitive strength and dominance. Osa's conquerors is slightly inferior, but his supernatural power shows signs of suppressing Whitebeard. The two sides were deadlocked for a while. The blow separated them, and Whitebeard instantly stabilized his body, wielding Kusagawa Kirei with both hands, and slashing towards Osa's figure with great force and power. All of this could not escape Osa's eyes that were glowing scarlet light. Bang, ping-pong. Os took every blow from Whitebeard accurately, and looked at Whitebeard in front of him with solemn eyes. He clenched his fist and slowly stretched it toward his back. White shock waves gathered on his fist. Os's mouth curled up, his eyes full of excitement. Well done. He also clenched his fist with one hand, and the force of space distortion covered it, and went straight towards the empty fist. The force of space and vibration collides, even if the target is not the earth. Click, 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 the sky shook and the earth trembled. The aftermath of the earthquake spread to the sea, shaking as violently as a tsunami. It's like the sky is falling. This is the clash of the strongest paramecia fruit abilities. Chapter 186, This Knife, and Captain Rogers kneeling. What an exaggerated power! Is this going to destroy the world? At this time, above the giant deserted island, a seagull wearing a bow tie was flying with two instruments hanging on its body. One for recording and one for live broadcast. At this time in the Morgan's base camp, a screen was showing the scene of the battle between Oz and Whitebeard. Looking at the fists colliding, the mountains shattering into pieces, and the huge tsunami caused by the aftermath. The surrounding sea area centered on the giant deserted island has completely begun to collapse at this time, and even the sea surface has miraculously shattered into pieces. So, Lord Morgause, should we broadcast this live to the whole world? Some of the men swallowed their saliva, watching the apocalyptic showdown, their eyes aroused by the desire for news reports. If it could be broadcast live, this world showdown would definitely shock the entire ocean. He looked at the birdman next to him with burning eyes. Similarly, Morgan's eyes were full of passion at this moment. As a journalist, nothing can make him feel more excited and satisfied than sparking a huge wave of public opinion. Although he had the urge to broadcast the video live to the whole world, he suppressed the idea after he regained consciousness. There's no rush for this matter, let's record it first. Why? The newspaper staff next to him looked at him with a strange expression. Given President Morgan's personality, when has there ever been big news that he has not published? You know, even if the world government sometimes asks Morgans to conceal some information, the president will not give them face. But Morgans ignored his men's thoughts and just stared at the screen. He has decided that if Lord Os gains the upper hand next, the live broadcast will be directed to the whole world. But if Whitebeard has a greater chance of winning, then this live broadcast must be stopped and pretend nothing happened. That's right. He, Morgause, likes big news, but you can't miss out on countless big news in the future just because of one big news. He doesn't want to die yet, on a huge desert island. On the shattered land, two figures stood proudly. The battle had already entered a fierce stage. Advertisement Whitebeard was panting heavily, his cloak had disappeared without a trace, and his body was covered with wounds of varying sizes. The most important thing is that half of the iconic white crescent beard on his face has disappeared. On the other side, Osa's shirt had disappeared, and he was now shirtless, with the wounds on his body constantly healing, and holding Ace in his hand. At least on the surface, the situation on Osa's side is much better. Nice job, Os. Makes me feel like I'm fighting Roger. At this time, Whitebeard has recognized Osa's strength and no longer calls him a little devil on Roger's ship. But it is a name that truly represents an era. It seems you are not too old to move, Whitebeard. Os felt his energy being rapidly consumed, secretly slowed down his breathing, and responded with a smile. Although both sides have suffered heavy losses, the battle is far from over. Take up your weapons. The two extremely tall figures collided with each other again at this time. Armament Haki and Conqueror's Haki collided wildly, causing a black and red thunderstorm to rise into the sky. After releasing all their strength, the two of them have been fighting to the point of madness. Running around like a loach. Looking at Oz, who suddenly disappeared, Whitebeard held Kusagawa Kirei tightly with both hands, and used his Observation Haki to warn the surrounding environment. Maybe it's intuition, or maybe it's the peak Whitebeard's Observation Haki, and the ability to see the future. A sharp cold light flashed in his eyes, and Whitebeard slashed angrily, heading straight to the left side of his body. It's useless, it's too ugly, Whitebeard. The next moment, Oz figure flashed and appeared behind Whitebeard. There was a scarlet glow in his eyes, like a demon king emerging from hell, with black and red flames all over his body. Staring at Whitebeard with murderous intent, Oz's voice was extremely cold and deep. The future I see is much farther away than yours. Feeling the powerful aura behind him, Whitebeard, whose new strength was gone and whose old strength was not yet out, was instantly horrified. He gritted his teeth and tried to turn around. But his speed was too slow in Osa's eyes. This kind of observation color. Dad. Puff. The Whitebeard pirates crew members who were watching the battle from afar opened their mouths wide when they saw this scene, their pupils trembling in disbelief. Whitebeard's mouth was bleeding. He raised his hand to signal Marco and the others to stay calm. At the same time, he turned his head and used his Observation Haki to feel the depth of the wound on his back. Advertisement: if Whitebeard hadn't used Haki to protect himself from this terrifying blow, it would have been much more than that. Whitebeard still has an indelible scar on his back, which was tattooed with the pirate's logo. Don't be so arrogant. A flash of black and red light passed by, and the ground instantly shattered into pieces, as if it could not bear this force. Turning back, Oz curled his lips as he looked at Whitebeard, who was still standing firmly and didn't seem to be seriously injured. I'm afraid it was the time when Kozuki Oden boarded Roger's ship. I'm fine. Blocked the kick and pushed Oz into the air. Then he called out to Whitebeard, his worry evident in his eyes. But even with defense, this knife is a repayment for Captain Roger's kneeling. Puff, click, click, click. The kick with huge kinetic energy was blocked by Whitebeard's sword, and a 100-meter wide pit sank under his feet instantly. He thought he had seen Osa's trace, but unexpectedly. As Oz turned around, a very exaggerated slash wound instantly exploded on Whitebeard's back, and a huge blood flower spurted out. Is it really that the average person has a lot of blood? The knife flashed, and Oz appeared on the other side of the battlefield, and the black and red lightning on his hand slowly disappeared. And he also knew what Roger's kneeling was that Oz was talking about. Bang! From bottom to top, the scar divides the skull logo into two parts. Lousy is Whitebeard. The other party's Observation Haki was so exaggerated that what he saw was so far away that it even included all his reactions and responses. But Oz was not prepared to use the power of the fruit to kill Whitebeard all the time. After all, it was not a life and death battle. Oz was more for courage and rich experience. A teleportation appeared in front of Whitebeard, with the power of space and conquerors wrapped around his feet. He quickly twisted his body and kicked at Whitebeard's head with one foot. The handle of the knife was instantly covered with shockwaves, and it was thrust upward towards the opponent's body. The atmosphere shattered, and Oz took the blow to the abdomen. Even with the defense of Haki in his body, the shock still penetrated deep into his bones. Click, 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 a mouthful of blood spurted out instantly, and under the effect of this attack, Osa's body continued to rise higher into the sky. What a horrible body, Whitebeard. Chapter 187. The public opinion that shocked the world ends here. Under the full force of Whitebeard's shockwave, the atmosphere cracked. Under the influence of the terrifying power, Oz flew into the sky at a speed that broke the sound barrier. Oz's body kept tumbling, and he soon reached the height of the clouds. Just when it reached the highest point, the corners of Oz's bleeding mouth suddenly curled up, revealing a ferocious smile. Then he turned around and his body began to fall to the ground. That really hurts, Whitebeard. I'll punch you back, too. At this time, on the deserted island, Whitebeard was panting heavily, holding Kongyunki on the ground with one hand, recovering his strength. But soon, he sensed a dangerous aura, a hole. Looking up at the sky, the tingling feeling on his scalp reminded him of an iron fist B************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e. I saw a large cross-shaped sun slowly emerging from the clouds and slowly taking shape in the hands of the young man who descended from the sky. Times have changed. Oz grinned, with scarlet light flashing in his pupils. Whitebeard. This era is called the Black Emperor. As time goes by, the new king ascends the throne. The old generation of overlords began to withdraw. Boom, above the huge cross-light source, layers of space began to collapse, as if the sun that never sets was pressing down on the ground. Fistbone, galaxy fall. When Whitebeard heard Oz's arrogant words, he was stunned for a moment, then he clenched his teeth, his arm muscles swelled, and he clenched his fists to launch a vibration wave. Stop talking big. The era of lousy is not over yet. Conquerors combined with vibration, a fist raised to the sky swung out. Buzz, crack, 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 are you kidding me? Hold the ship. This power, this island is going to sink. The huge light and the shattered island debris completely covered the center of the scene. But the aftermath was so great that the Oro Jackson and the Moby DK were almost destroyed. Whoosh! Advertisement at the critical moment, a giant emerald green slash swept across, chopping all the oncoming island debris into pieces. At this moment, the huge phoenix spread its wings and used its body to block one flying rock and tree trunk after another. The sea water poured back, and the giant deserted island was completely shattered under this blow, and countless lands were submerged by the sea. Only in the most central area is the energy so huge that even the residual seawater cannot flow in and evaporates instantly. Amid this huge aftermath, Mihawk held his hat down with his hand and stared at the center of the island with a serious look. He could feel that this battle would not end so easily. Not only that, even the seagulls in the sky were moving left and right, relying on their powerful talents to avoid the flying pieces of island debris. The camera remained steadily focused on the center of the island. Many people stared at the center of the battlefield. The smoke and dust slowly dissipated, and two proudly standing figures appeared in the camera. Morgan supported himself on the table with both hands, staring at the center of the picture with his bird eyes. When he saw the figures of both parties clearly, clusters of blood instantly filled its pupils, and the corners of its mouth curled upwards. Grabbing the collar of his subordinate next to him, this guy who was extremely obsessed with news shouted in an almost roaring manner. Now, immediately, broadcast it to the whole world. The title is, The Strongest Man in the World Competes, Black Emperor vs Whitebeard. Yes, he was so excited that he couldn't control himself, he could finally broadcast it. As his subordinates quickly connected to the square Den Den Mushi, the report Den Den Mushi, and the private Den Den Mushi of fans of the world economic news around the world. A curtain of light suddenly appeared all over the world without any warning. The four seas, Paradise, New World, even the Fishmen Island and Mariajoy. Whether in public areas or private screens, Morgan's loyal customers were everywhere and saw the broadcast content. Hey, look, it was reported all of a sudden, is it some urgent news? It looks like there are strong people fighting. In a special room, a CP0 was debugging a Den Den Mushi, and even the 5 elders were sitting on the sofa watching this unprecedented live broadcast. That guy Morgoz is actually broadcasting this battle live? Could it be? Looking at the two figures in the picture after the smoke and dust dissipated, even the 5 elders' pupils shrank instantly, their faces full of surprise. Ostha. They actually got the upper hand. For a while, as the live broadcast spread more and more widely, countless people were watching this battle. Advertisement and now it looks intact, which was obtained by a lot of physical strength. Is this true? That was a battle between the Black Emperor and Whitebeard, the difference was so huge? And when they saw that at this moment, in the center of the battlefield, Os was standing intact on the right, with his long hair fluttering in the wind. The two stood opposite each other, the sea began to boil. After a brief thought, I actually made a decision in my heart. Let's stop here. ×2 Os was a little helpless in trying to isolate the turbulent seawater from the field. My friends, let's celebrate my friend Os's magnificent victory, let's have a party. How could such a huge island be so difficult to build? Gudong. You beat Captain Whitebeard like this, you are really capable, you little brat. All entertainment in Golden City is free today. Pure hard power is a little bit lacking, but if you don't use martial ethics, you can still win. Os took a slight breath and had already made some considerations in his heart. If we say that the title of Black Emperor is higher than that of Sea Emperor, some people will still not accept it and think that Kaido and Big Mom are not as strong as Whitebeard. So, on the other side, Whitebeard was covered in blood, with wounds and scars all over his chest and back. Even half of his iconic Whitebeard was knocked off. P.S. I want a gift. From now on, no one will dare to call themselves a monster in front of the Black Emperor. Theoretically, the difference between his injury and Whitebeard's is not that big. The public opinion on the sea completely exploded. Whitebeard on the opposite side also seemed to be in a very bad condition at this time, but his strong will and hard power prevented him from falling. Now, the title of Black Emperor will become a unique one. Everyone related to Os had already started opening champagne at halftime and didn't notice Os's pale face at all. It looks like there's no winner today, Whitebeard. Really, this era. Hey, this is too much. How can we be unscathed by Whitebeard? And he also realized that there was no way he could take down this former brat. It takes a lot of physical energy. Some strong men swallowed their saliva and watched the live broadcast with cold sweat, and they had to admit in their hearts. Maybe he is really called the Black Emperor. Whitebeard supported Kusanagi with one hand and looked at the isolated tsunami floods around him. He didn't want to fight with those distracted. Not only would it be dishonorable to win. Chapter 188 The Strongest Name in the World, Cheer. Shock the world. The world's strongest battle comes to an end. Open double angle bracket. The collision between the new and old eras. Close double angle bracket. Teleport fruit vs shock fruit. Who is the strongest paramecia fruit? Open double angle bracket. It is foreseeable that the next era will be called the Black Emperor. Close double angle bracket. As the newspaper delivering seagulls flew across the sea, public opinion and heat exploded instantly. Although the news mentioned that the final result of the battle was that the giant deserted island was turned into an archipelago, the two ended in a draw. But the huge, bright picture on the cover of the newspaper clearly gave people a feeling that means the Black Emperor clearly has the upper hand. That handsome, majestic, terrifying figure and eyes, compared with Whitebeard on the other side who was covered in blood and had half of his beard gone, could easily give people a cognitive error. That means the actual combat power should not be a draw. In the Dressrosa Palace, a figure wearing a pink cloak and with an evil smile on his face was sitting with his legs crossed. He was holding a glass of red wine in one hand and a newspaper in the other, reading it carefully. It was Doflamingo who had succeeded in usurping the throne and had become the king of Dressrosa. Hey, as expected of Lord Oz, he beat up the Sea Emperor Whitebeard like this. Foo ha 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 ha. The irrepressible laughter echoed in the palace, which was enough to show how excited Doflamingo was right now. He admitted that when he was forced to submit to Oz for the first time, Doflamingo, who was born with a rebellious nature and a kingly spirit, felt that he was only temporarily inferior to others. However, with the increasingly exaggerated gap in strength between Oz and him, and the powerful tactics of the Black Emperor to use both kindness and force on his subordinates, he no longer dared to have any small thoughts now, and only wanted to work hard to perform in the hope that one day Oz would ask for the identity of a celestial dragon from the Holy Land. Dover, with the support of Lord Oz, I am sure that there will be no more forces on the sea that dare to be our enemy. Torpal was also very excited. He was now a regular soldier and no longer the stray dog who escaped from the New World. At this moment, he was full of security and pride. The same was true for Diamante and Pika next to them, who would occasionally let out strange laughs. Even the little baby Five smiled in this cheerful atmosphere. There was only a figure in the corner, sitting on the sofa, with his head down, not saying a word, and showing no joy at all. Advertisement noticing his abnormality, Doflamingo, who had a hedgehog-haired look, was not too surprised. After all, his younger brother seemed to have been stimulated by something. Now I can neither speak nor feel mentally normal. Doflamingo walked over and patted the shoulder of the young man wearing a black cloak and also had blonde hair. He smiled. Hey, Corazon, my good brother. You must believe me, right? When my power and value are enough to attract Lord Oz's attention, I will definitely be able to regain that status. Of course, and you, my family, we'll go back together. Doflamingo was delighted. It was a congratulation for Oz's rising reputation, and also a relief for finding his brother again. Gulp gulp, when the red wine goes down your throat, life is full of joy and pleasure. But he didn't notice. At this time, Rozinante was not surprised by his brother's words. He just lowered his head silently like an autistic person. There was struggle, reminiscence, and a hint of reluctance in his eyes. It was Rozinante's mission to infiltrate Doflamingo, his own brother, under the orders of Marshal Sengoku. Logically speaking, such huge interests will definitely be coveted by various forces on the sea. Black Moon Flag. A tall figure was snapping his fingers and walking up to the platform step by step. Diamante nodded, then took out a list and handed it to Doflamingo. Everyone was cheering, as if they were celebrating. Pa, by the way, notify the family forces in North Blue and ask them to move to New World as soon as possible. This will be our headquarters from now on. Pa, as the soon-to-be-appointed Marine Marshal, this resourceful general is obviously not a completely moderate dove, but has his own plans and courage. The acquiescence of the world government is because advertisement, a bustling atmosphere has become the norm here. The complete facilities and diverse entertainments once made this giant golden ship the largest gold-spending den on the sea. Therefore, even if something happened, the naval headquarters and the world government would have valid motives and reasons to face Oz. The man was wearing a luxurious suit, gold sunglasses, carved gold earrings, and a gorgeous gold ring on his ring finger. This is a land of bliss. With money as the driving force, Oz's image and name have become the most powerful top streamer in the world, with countless fans. But this ship can still roam the seas and reach any sea area to do business at will, all thanks to the flag at the top. Doflamingo usurped the country and used Oz's name to expand his business with unscrupulous means. In fact, this has caused dissatisfaction in the world government, but it did not show it openly for the sake of Oz's face. A certain sea area on the Grand Line, then bring them all here. We are indeed short of manpower right now. Then everyone, let us spread the name of Lord Oz here. The Guren Tesoro. Supergiant ship, Dover. These are some children recruited by North Blue. They're used to train future cadres. Do you want to? He turned around and started discussing family affairs with other members. The invisible change of the title of the world's strongest. This is not directed against Oz, but rather out of the naval headquarters' vigilance against the expansion of Doflamingo's power. With a smile on his face, he walked up to the stage and danced with the beautiful blonde beside him amid the attention and cheers of the crowd. Sengoku has been committed to ensuring that Marine's influence on the ocean is not completely overshadowed by Oz. The name of Dr. Oz is enough to make any force on the sea pause, especially now that the strongest man in the world is tied with him in a one-on-one duel, and even seems to be at a disadvantage, which further establishes its transcendent status. Doflamingo took it and glanced at it. He remembered some of them, especially Trafalgar Law, the world-weary and stubborn kid who had once attracted his attention. He just ordered. Gold is flowing, lights are shining. Holding the microphone, Tesoro's eyes were full of admiration. But Doflamingo doted on his brother and had no doubts. Snapping his fingers, tens of thousands of spectators cheered and entertained, right in the center of the crowd. Chapter 189. Strangely, the sea situation rebalanced again. After a dance, holding Stella in his arms, Tezulo walked into the luxurious room. At this time, the big-headed doll Mr. Tanaka emerged from the ground. Following behind Tezulo looked back at him, then patted Stella's shoulder and smiled gently. "You go back and rest first, I have something to deal with." Stella was also sensible and knew who Tezulo was working for now, and that person was also his benefactor, so she didn't say much. After just hugging Tessero, he went back to his residence alone. "Tell me, what's going on?" In the early stages of the construction of the Golden City, there were still many things that needed to be done by this Golden Brother, after all, although he was nominally the master of Gulen Tesoro. But in reality, he is just an alternative high-level worker, but Os will not take away their property easily. It's some celestial dragons, ready to shoot their opponents after losing money in the casino. After being intercepted by us, he threatened to summon the Marine Admiral. Mr. Tanaka recounted the whole story with helplessness in his tone. After all, encountering so many big guys, it would be difficult to have a perfect ending no matter how he handled it. But when Tezulo heard this, he didn't react much. He just crossed his legs and casually summoned a golden tentacle to hand over the wine glass. He took it slowly and drank it all. Celestial dragons? Marine Admiral? With a disdainful smile on his face, Tezulo raised his golden sunglasses to the top of his head, his eyes full of calmness. Then let them come. It is a good opportunity to solve this problem from the root starting today, so that our business will not be hindered by those celestial dragons in the future. The hand with the golden ring stretched forward, bursts of blue lightning flashed, and the golden tentacles sent a gorgeously shaped Den Mushi over. But I didn't dial it. Go tell the celestial dragons, let them make trouble if they want. Whose power do they think this is? This is the ship that Lord Oz likes to visit the most, the Grand Tesoro, where he even stays from time to time. Tesoro's face was gloomy, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and his arms were spread out to both sides. It was obvious that his heart was also inflated. Send a Marine Admiral to destroy this place? If you have the guts, just give it a try. If they are prepared to endure Lord Osa's wrath. Advertisement next to him, a tall and graceful red-haired beauty smiled softly. How could a mere Marine have the guts to challenge Lord Osa's authority? Bakara gently touched her red hair and spoke with confidence. Mr. Tanaka nodded after hearing what the two said. His expression was no longer tense. After all, he also felt that what the two said did make sense. Celestial dragons, just spend it well. If you dare to cause trouble, you won't be able to cause any trouble in the Golden City. Obviously, everything going smoothly has made Tesoro extremely happy. In the Golden City, apart from Oz, he is the king who can decide everything, second only to one person and above all others. When Oz was not around, the entire Golden City and the countless wealth made him feel satisfied, and he naturally developed a feeling that he could have everything if he had money. Even who laughs first and what can be laughed at in this Golden City are all decided by him, Tesoro. The idea that money is everything, instilled in him by Oz, has penetrated into his bones. Perhaps only his love for Stella can make him show his gentle side. Don't worry about the celestial dragons, just arrange the task I instructed you to do as soon as possible. At the entrance of the Grand Tesoro, place gold powder that is so fine that it can penetrate the human body, and combine it with the ability of Bakara's fruit. Tezulo opened his mouth and laughed, as if he saw some wonderful vision. In this way, I will become the richest man in the world sooner or later. Not only Doflamingo and Tezulo, but almost all of Oz's men thought at this moment. Lord Oz has officially possessed the world's strongest military force. From now on, the sky is high and the birds fly freely. They will also officially step onto the world stage. The news instantly attracted countless eyes on the sea. It seems that some plans should be brought forward. How dare you stir up such chaos in the ocean? Even Osborne has to give face to the world government. Holy Land Mariajoy, the 7 warlords of the sea system was announced on the sea, with the help of the deterrent power of the great pirates, and also represented the world government. When people discovered that more than half of the Shichibukai were subordinates of the Black Emperor, Dodor Os, they immediately began to speculate. That's right, the last title, world government, finally gave up the fantasy and no longer hoped that Os would join. Instead, it considered Enel, whose strength was equally worthy of the title. Advertisement open black lens bracket Hawkeye close black lens bracket Dracula Mihawk open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket Enel. They are, the series of changes on the sea forced even the 5 elders to deal with them urgently. P.S. The number of chapters has finally reached the average height of the readers, godfathers and male gods. They aim for the great secret treasure and take Oz as their role model, hoping to become famous in the sea and dominate the world. Yes, after all, Osming's identity is that of a sea overlord with a very high bounty, which has triggered a very high pirate's craze. In this regard, the situation in the sea centered on Os. Then let's also use the power of Os to cool down this raging sea, these ignorant guys. There is also the rise of young people led by Oz, which has inspired countless pirates to go to sea in pursuit of their dreams. With Os's tacit consent, the vacancy was temporarily filled. The establishment of the 7 warlords of the sea system will give a powerful sedative to the panicked member states and maritime forces. Between powers. With this, the 7 warlords of the sea, which is nominally one of the 3 major forces along with the Sea Emperor and Marine, stepped onto the world stage ahead of schedule. The 5 elders discussed with each other about the various rampages on the sea. The next day, that is, Oz has a mysterious relationship with the world government that is unknown to the public, and even sent his own strong men to support him. Miraculously, it regained its balance. Crocodile. Open black lens bracket tyrant close black lens bracket bear because Enel expressed no interest. The world government said that once a more suitable candidate is found, Enel can be replaced. In fact, the purpose of world government has indeed been achieved. Open black lens bracket heavenly yaksha close black lens bracket Doflamingo open black lens bracket moonlight close black lens bracket Moria, lizard king, Hanafuda. This battle is not just about the division of the Fishman Island, but also represents the rapid changes in the world pattern. The 5 elders who represented the highest power in the world showed the fastest response to the situation in the sea. Advertisement Chapter 190 Shyly, who will be the future pirate's king? It seems that this battle is over. Looking at the 2 ships that were wrapped in the power of space and dived into the seabed and entered the Fishman Island, many fishmen couldn't help swallowing and stared at them nervously. The moment that determines the fate of the Fishman Island. Arrive. The aftermath of the previous huge battle was so strong that even though the Fishman Island was in the deep sea, it could still feel a slight vibration. Not to mention the countless sea kings fleeing frantically, their panicked expressions were witnessed by many fishmen. Are we going to be protected by the Black Emperor? It looks like Whitebeard was beaten badly, but it seems like neither of them fell down. The fishmen soldiers who were watching the live broadcast were talking to each other in low voices. Quiet. Coming in front of the many fishmen, the king of the Fishman Island looked at the chattering guards and shouted angrily. The scene suddenly became quiet because they saw that King Neptune's face was now very serious. Beside him, Princess Odahime also clasped her hands in front of her stomach, quietly waiting for the arrival of the 2 sea overlords. The result is obvious, King Neptune. From a distance, Oz raised his finger upwards, and 2 huge ships instantly appeared inside the Fishman Island. Oz put his hands in his pockets and walked towards Neptune step by step with a carefree smile on his face. The result was quite satisfactory and Oz felt quite relaxed. I'm sorry, Neptune. Holding Kurigane Kiri, Whitebeard, with bandages wrapped around his body, came to Neptune with an apologetic look on his face, under the strong persuasion of his sons. The result of this fight is a draw, so, Oz spoke slowly, and in full view of everyone, he stretched out a finger and drew a line on the ground. Whoosh! In an instant, a huge line appeared on the ground with the center line of the red line as the standard. Then, I will protect half of the Sabody archipelago near Paradise. The other half will be given to Whitebeard. Upon hearing this, everyone except Whitebeard was shocked and looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Isn't this divisive? Advertisement Southeast Peninsula and Northwest Peninsula? But they had no choice, because this was the final decision reached by the 2 sea emperors. It's just the Fishman Island, I don't have the face to veto it. I am lucky to have been given asylum. Or to think about it from another perspective, with the protection of 2 sea overlords, the safety of the Fishman Island will be further enhanced. Both the Whitebeard Pirates flag and the Dark Knight Blood Moon flag are available, the flag has just been changed. After finishing the work on the Fishman Island, Whitebeard did not stay for long. After all, it was at the bottom of Mariajoy, not far from the naval headquarters, and Whitebeard was still injured, and his recovery speed was far slower than Oz's. But Oz stayed. Obviously, after not seeing him for many years, Neptune had heard of Oz's fierce reputation, now facing this, world's strongest. Even if there is a friendship, there is still some tension. Don't be nervous, King Neptune, I just want to have some fun on the Fishman Island, and by the way, you should still remember Shyly's prophecy. Hearing Oz's words, Neptune, who was originally a little nervous, suddenly changed his expression. Oz, these words cannot be made public. With his heart pounding, Neptune interrupted Oz's next speech. Because once this news is exposed, he doesn't know whether Oz is okay or not, but the Fishman Island will definitely become the target of public criticism. After all, it is one of the ancient weapons, news from Poseidon. That is to say, in recent years, the 10 years since the arrival of Roger Pirates will soon be up, and Poseidon is about to be born. As a normal human being, Oz also likes Shirahoshi very much. At least he must kill that fishman named Fan. So, when Oz expressed his desire to go for a stroll on his own and Neptune said goodbye to him, Jinbei, who was still serving as a guard in the Dragon Palace, was kept by him. Oz is a big sister. At this moment, Jinbei was not the heroic hero that he would be many years later, the guy whose strength was as stable as a meat shield. The young man Jinbei was standing in front of the Black Emperor, Aosi at this time, standing like a minion, just nervously waiting for orders. You have to be nervous. This is the protector of the Fishman Island and an absolute big shot on the sea. Advertisement, don't be nervous, Jinbei. Oz looked at the fat fishman in front of him and had an urge to punch him. See if this blocking dog can block his fist and reduce the damage to 1/10. But considering that one punch would probably pierce the fish's belly, Oz finally retracted his dangerous gaze. Jinbei couldn't help but sweat on his back. Come with Zauba and take me to visit the Fishman Island. Xiaoying and Xiaoxia followed behind. Jinbei and Zauba led the way in front, and Oz played in the streets of the Fishman Island. The beautiful mermaid lady would give some benefits from time to time to thank Oz, the hero who saved the Fishman Island. How passionate! Oz stroked the fin of a mermaid with one hand, with an interested look in his eyes. No wonder it is sold at such a high price, it is indeed beautiful and novel. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Shiarl for a long time. Let's go have some fortune telling. Forehead, Hearing this, Jinbei did not dare to refute Os, who was in high spirits, so he took him to the mermaid cafe that Shiley had just opened. Walking in slowly, I saw a shark mermaid girl, who was obviously a size bigger, sitting there. Shiley was obviously not particularly surprised to see the person coming in. Jinbei. And Shiley, who was still a little girl who could not speak complete sentences back then, recognized Os the moment she saw him. Sashibuli Dana, Shiley, the little girl who couldn't even count numbers back then, has now become a beauty. Mr. Os. Black hair covered the right side of his face. Shiley was already a teenager, gradually mature, and realized that the person in front of him was no longer the young man he had been in his childhood. Although I had predicted that I would meet you, I didn't expect it to be so soon. As if he had anticipated his arrival, Os showed an interested look in his eyes and simply sat down opposite Shiley. Really? Then can you predict what question I want to ask? Shiley said nothing, just staring at the transparent crystal ball. What you want to ask is who will be the future king of pirates, right? Os's eyes widened, but he calmed down after a moment. It's really a concept type, much better than Observation Haki. Chapter 191 Arlong, if you have the guts, say it again in front of me. No wonder future Shiley once said, it's better not to know about the future. If you know everything, it would be too boring. At least now, no matter whether Shiley said the name King Luffy, Buggy or some other messed up name. Os wouldn't be happy to hear that. He would just feel bored, a fate that had already been determined. Even rebellious psychology will arise. For example, if Shiley was talking about King Luffy, then he would try to do his best to prevent King Luffy from becoming the king of pirates, and see if he can do it. For example, desperately trying to kill the young King Luffy or something. How boring. Os sat on the sofa, looking at Shiley, who was almost the same size as him. He couldn't help but want to ask some irrelevant questions. After all, we're here. Hey, Shiarl, will my future self die? Hearing Os's words, Shiley slowly exhaled a breath of smoke, with a hint of helplessness in his eyes. But he still looked at the crystal ball in front of him. At least in the future that I can see, you are alive and well. After a while, Shiley gave this answer. Os was not surprised. After all, there were very few things that could threaten him now. Moreover, he would not, out of rebelliousness, do something like Teacher Guy, who insisted on committing suicide in order to break the divination. Will the Fishman Island be destroyed? After thinking for a while, Os asked another question. But after hearing this, whether it was Shiley, Jinbei or Zalba, their expressions were stern. That Os actually asked this question, is that possible? Frowning, to be honest, Shiley had never divined on this matter before. Now, under Os's questioning, he also began to explore the future. How could it be? The Fishman Island was almost destroyed by a guy wearing a straw hat, but was saved in the end. The blurry clips made Shiley unable to see clearly, which was not a common occurrence. Really, he didn't have too many questions about the future. After all, he traveled through time with his memories, and he had even seen the most mysterious treasure. There are few secrets in the world that can escape Os's eyes. He looked at his companions beside him, and put his arms around Mihawk and Crocodile's shoulders. Hey, you two, don't you have anything you want to ask? Advertisement, especially you, Mihawk. Don't you want to know if you will become the world's greatest swordsman in the future? Who would have thought that these two aloof guys would not react much to this, and Xiaoying was even more outspoken. So what if you know? If the divination says I am, then I will not be lazy. If the divination says that I am not the one, I will not believe it and will just swing a more powerful sword. Confident and sharp, worthy of being a little eagle. As for Xiaoxia, it is even simpler. Lousy doesn't have so many stupid questions to ask. With a cigar in his mouth, Crocodile showed his bossy style. It's more interesting to see things like the future yourself. No one who can become a big shot has a bad state of mind, and the reactions of the two were within Os's expectations. Although he did not believe in fatalism, Os was still very interested in conceptual abilities such as divination. Hey, Shiley. Looking at the beautiful and delicate Shiley in front of him, who looked like a queen even though she was a girl, Os smiled. If you want, you can come to the sea to play later. I'll leave you a Den Den Mushi so you can contact me anytime. The girl Shiley took the Den Den Mushi, and she knew in her heart how much importance it represented. Os didn't ask much, just a few questions on a whim, then patted Shiarl on the shoulder and said goodbye with a smile. So what's next? After walking out of the Mermaid Cafe, Os stroked his chin and then looked at Xiao Ba. Hey, let's go check out Fishman Street. I have some people there who are of interest. Os's light words instantly made Jinbei and Zalba tremble all over. Did they hear it right? Fishman Street? That little gangster street? Jinbei didn't react yet, but Zalba took a step forward, his voice trembling. Because he knew best what kind of people the fishmen there were. It can be said that he is extremely hostile to humans and has no idea of his own limitations. Any offensive words would probably provoke Osa's anger. By then, I guess there won't be a single fish left alive in Mermaid Street. That place is just a bunch of small-time hooligans. There's nothing to see there, Mr. Os. Xiao Ba wanted to step forward to persuade him, but a cold light stopped him from moving forward. If Os hadn't given the order, she would have gone there with a desert knife. Advertisement at the last moment, Jinbei still saw the situation clearly, because Os's eyes were always firm, and he named some of them and said that he was very interested in them. Bang, I am Captain Arlong of the Arlong Gang. Xiaoxia has the worst temper. After accepting O's, he can't stand people who can't figure themselves out. He dares to offend O's just because he is easy to talk to. Staring at him with cold eyes, Arlong was very arrogant at this time, thinking that he was invincible in the Fishman Street. Repeat it again. When he looked closely at the person in front of him, his previously arrogant expression froze on his face, and his pupils kept trembling. I want you. Os put his hands in his pockets and stared at Arlong, who was sweating profusely, with a cold look. Oh, really? Do you dare to say it again? All human beings are inferior creatures? Hey, Fishman, am I to understand that you intend to disobey us? A voice sounded from the end of the street at this moment, instantly attracting Arlong's attention. Even without using Conqueror's Haki, the sense of oppression from biological instinct instantly swept through Arlong's body. Wish yourself the best. Is that the monster that nearly shattered the entire Fishman Island with one blow? In the distance, there was a group of little fishmen watching excitedly with admiring eyes. Standing behind Arlong, he couldn't see his specific appearance against the light, so he turned around with difficulty. Gudong. But at some point, a tall figure appeared behind him, looking down at him with his hands in his pockets. As a shark man, a natural predator in the ocean, he is most sensitive to this kind of smell. A young shark man knocked a Neptune soldier to the ground with one punch. He was extremely arrogant, and the younger brothers next to him applauded. Okay, Zalba, lead the way. P.S. Thanks to my godfather for sending me the razor blades. They're delicious and crunchy. Except for Tiger and Jinbei, no one can be his opponent. Xiao Ba was stunned and looked down. He saw a golden hook reflecting cold light. Didn't you hear what I said? Who is it? How is it possible? I really don't understand what the point of Princess Odahime making such a signature is. They're just a bunch of low-level creatures. Xiao Ba didn't dare to act rashly. Chapter 192 The Black Emperor's Imperial Guard Chief. The situation fell silent for a moment. The mermaid hooligans who used to be so arrogant and threatened to trample humans under their feet are now like the boastful brother who met the real brother. Everyone was silent and trembling, not daring to say a word. Including Arlong, who was being targeted at this time, no longer had that arrogant, ha laughter, but cold sweat kept flowing down his forehead. Oz narrowed his eyes slightly and looked down at the shark man in front of him. Again, the Fishman Island does not allow such awesome people to exist. Os's pressure has reached a terrifying level. In front of him, Arlong couldn't even speak. He could only watch with rage as Os raised his foot and kicked at his head at a seemingly slow speed. His eyes were bloodshot and he felt like he was on the verge of death. But just before Os's unhurried kick, Arlong had difficulty moving until a figure appeared. Bang, pua, as if his internal organs were about to shatter, a red fishman appeared in front of Arlong and was instantly kicked away. Arlong was also sent flying with him, smashing 3 or 4 houses before stopping. Seeing that figure clearly, all the fishmen were startled and opened their mouths wide. That's Boss Tiger, Brother Tiger. Falling in the ruins of the house, the future liberation hero, the spiritual leader of the fishmen, the adventurer Fisher Tiger fell to the ground in pain, blood oozing from the corners of his mouth. The injured man next to him was not seriously injured. Arlong, who was full of energy, stood up with tears in his eyes and quickly helped the man up. Big Brother Tiger. Tiger covered his chest and was supported by Arlong's shoulders. He was barely able to stand up, but he looked seriously injured. Finally showing up, Fisher Tiger. Os looked at him with great interest. This important supporting character in the Pirates King's world, if nothing unexpected happened, he would soon go to liberate the Holy Land. And his few lil maids were also about to be let go by this guy. While Os was looking at him, Tiger was also observing Os. He spoke slowly. Please forgive the fishman's offense, Oscars. Advertisement. Even though he extremely hated the celestial dragons, the special group of people who had forced him into slavery, Tiger was not blinded by anger at this moment. Instead, he spoke respectfully and humbly, just like the slave he once was. Because he knew that the Fishman Island needed Oz right now and couldn't afford to offend Oz. You actually know this identity? Os put his hands in his pockets and walked in front of Tiger. Tiger slowly half knelt down. Arlong, who was standing next to him, saw this and also lowered his body unwillingly. You must hate celestial dragons. With just a glance, Arlong's eyes that revealed his unwillingness were instantly closed by a mysterious force, and he fell in front of Os and was stepped on by him. But seeing this scene, Tiger did not dare to make any move. He just lowered his head subconsciously, speaking in a calm and composed voice. No, I have spent a lot of time in the holy land of Mariajoy, and you are not the same celestial dragons I have seen, wise, powerful. You are the benefactor of the Fishman Island and the patron saint of all the people. With all due respect, the rest of the celestial dragons are totally unqualified to compare with you. Tiger seems to be speaking from the heart, and a person of his stature would hardly change his beliefs just to please others. It is precisely because of this that the fishmen in the distance were shocked and their eyes widened. Brother Tiger actually has such a high opinion of a human being. Really? Os's mouth corners slightly raised, and he kicked Arlong aside, thus sparing his life. He has heard too much flattery, not that he is tired of it, but he is also indifferent to it. But the flattery from upright people and strong people, and the affirmation that came from the heart, still made Os feel very useful. He raised his finger slightly and helped Tiger, who was kneeling on one knee, up. Os was quite interested in the guy in front of him. Let's talk. It's my great honor. Although Tiger didn't know what Os wanted to talk to him about, he still agreed. Tiger followed Os's team and finally stopped briefly in a tavern. Fisher Tiger, you came back this time to prepare for a big fuss in Mariajoy, right? This totally unfounded sentence, spoken from Osa's mouth, made everyone look at him sideways. If others were just surprised, then Tiger's scalp was tingling. He hadn't even had the chance to tell anyone about this. How is it possible? There's no need to avoid it now, since you dare to say so, I must be sure of it. Advertisement. Seeing Tiger's mouth open with a look of disbelief, Os didn't talk about Observation Haki because he didn't need any explanation. After a brief shock, Tiger gradually calmed down. There's no need to panic. If Oz wanted to kill him because of this, there would be no need to waste so much time talking to him, so there is no danger for the time being. After a moment of silence, Fisher Tiger raised his head and looked at Oz calmly. Yes, Lord Oz, that is exactly what I am prepared for. I am going to climb the Red Line and free all the slaves in the Holy Land of Mariajoy. How crazy. What a feat. Even Mihawk and Crocodile thought this plan was crazy. How dare you attack Mariajoy directly? Never heard of such a thing. And then again, Os is a celestial dragon, saying he wants to attack Mariajoy in front of a celestial dragon powerhouse. Hey, don't look at me like that. Facing so many looks, Os looked relaxed. What Mariajoy is like doesn't really affect me, as I don't live there for long. Anyway, his only property in the Holy Land, the three Snake Sisters, could not escape from Osa's hand no matter what. The Holy Land was attacked, but Os could still watch the fun. But you should also be aware that once you do this, you will be subjected to endless revenge from the Holy Land. Even if the Fishman Island is safe because of my name, you will definitely die. Os quite admired this Fishman. After all, he was a heroic figure who was not offensive to others, and his combat potential was even greater than Jinbei's. I can recommend other Murlocs to be unaffected, and even recommend Jinbei to join the 7 Warlords of the Sea. In exchange, I am still short of manpower. You can come and help me with my work under an assumed name from now on. Well, are you willing? Os extended an olive branch. After all, the Fishman's advantage in the sea can be said to be unique. And according to the information given by Sammy, his subordinates have become more and more arrogant recently. The Black Emperor needs the Jinyi Guards, Chapter 193, Princess Odahime's kindness and the Black Emperor's cruelty. Enel is now flying all over the world, mostly dealing with external threats. For example, there are some blind supernovas who think they can punch the 4 emperors, kick the Black Emperor, or have some powerful devil fruit or special abilities, just like a touch. Sometimes, when subordinates encounter this kind of guy, they really can't beat him, just like the 4th Desert Star under Big Mom who was beaten by a supernova in the future. Enel was flying all over the world, but after getting the map and the list, he was struck by lightning. What Os was going to let Tiger take charge of were some internal issues. For example, Sammy once reported that informants told her that Doflamingo, Tezulo and others were not satisfied with the normal development. They have even begun to expand secretly by relying on the fruit of childishness, the fruit of luck, etc. Perhaps part of the reason is that these heroes think these are trivial matters and there is no need to report them to Os. But Os is troubled by these guys' ability to stir up trouble, especially Ming, the devil fruit wholesaler. Many big names in the underworld have reported that Doflamingo is secretly squeezing out their market space by relying on the grace of God. He even used Os's face to usurp the country, making the world government tied up and unable to take action. So is Tezulo. He was not satisfied with the golden city that Oz had built for him, and even misinterpreted Os's intentions, which led to his excessive desire for money. He began to exploit and make money. Many guests who entered the golden city disappeared there inexplicably. Os felt that Tiger, the powerful fishman, could be useful with a little guidance. At least he is better than Jinbei, who will become a vice admiral in the future. Maybe he can even reach the threshold of admiral. Combined with the Murloc's natural physical talents and expertise in water battles, it would be enough for them to replace Os and occasionally discipline these subordinates. You want to form the Sun Pirates. I won't stop you, but after you send the slaves back, you have to work for me. When Tiger heard this, he was stunned at first, then he stared at the ground and began to ponder. Os didn't rush him because he believed Tiger would figure it out soon. And it happened just as Os expected. Tiger had no reason to refuse, and the conditions given by Os were already extremely lenient. As the protector of the Fishman Island and the benefactor who promised to protect all his brothers, a hero like Tiger must repay the favor no matter what. What's more, he is just working for Oz, and the rest of the time will not restrict Tiger from fulfilling his ideals. So, once again, I am very grateful for your kindness. If I can survive this operation, then. Lord Oz, my life, Tiger, is yours, Boss Tiger. Big Brother Tiger. Advertisement. Jinbei and Arlong didn't know what to say. They just looked at their brother with great emotion, and tears flowed uncontrollably from their eyes. They had promised Tiger long ago that when he came back, they would form the Sun Pirates and go around the world to rescue slaves and sail for freedom. But now Brother Tiger has taken all the consequences upon himself. Okay, don't look so depressed. This isn't a life and death separation. Os was too lazy to watch the Brotherhood of the Fishmen, and just asked Tiger a question. By the way, is there anyone here named Fan? Something called the 9th generation? You mean, Vanderdecken IX? Tiger was impressed by this special name and asked proactively. Oh yes, that's his name. Do you know where he is? Tiger knew the approximate location, but he was worried that Os didn't know the way to the Fishman Island, so he wanted to lead the way himself. But Os waved his hand. Just tell me the approximate direction and distance. Then, in the general direction and distance that Tiger mentioned, Oz disappeared instantly. Just a few seconds later, it returned to the original place. Tiger couldn't understand Oz's actions. He only saw that Oz disappeared for a while and didn't know where he went. Oh, nothing, just twisted Vanderdecken's head off. Everyone present was ashamed and didn't know what to say. I just felt a cold sweat running down my back. Is it so scary? Just knowing the approximate location, it took only a few seconds to kill. Little did they know that this ability was the fundamental guarantee for Oz to be able to dominate the sea and maintain his position as unshakable as a mountain with just the strength of the Emperor. This is also the reason why the world government fears it the most, even more than ancient weapons. I don't know how Vanderdecken offended this person. The fish people don't know, but they don't want to know. Oz didn't ask Tiger to accompany him anymore, but instead suggested to go for a walk. He looked around and actually had a target in mind, but at this moment an unexpected person came up to him. Advertisement, Princess Odahime. The merpeople knelt on one knee, and except for Oz and others who stood there steadily, all the merpeople and mermaids were respectful. No need to be so polite. Princess Odahime looked very anxious, as if she couldn't wait to find Oz about something, which surprised the other party. Mr. Oz. I have something important to ask of you. Forehead, Oz rubbed his chin. Looking at this gentle and kind mermaid princess, even though Oz didn't have any observation haki that could see through people's hearts, he could imagine what was going on. Princess, if you want me to help you with the relationship between humans and mermen, or between mermen and mermen, I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Yiji's face froze. She didn't expect Oz to be so accurate and decisive. Indeed, Oz thought he had some respect on the sea, but he had no good way to realize Odahime's wish for the two races to coexist peacefully and love each other. Using force to force everyone to get along well is a feasible method for Oz, but Princess Odahime obviously would not agree to it. The ideas in people's minds cannot be changed by just a few words. How could that be? Yiji could sense Oz's cold attitude, and she felt sad at the moment. She had previously thought that a great man like Oz would be able to make humans accept them. In this way, she only needs to do psychological work on the mermaids and fish people. Why? Looking at this kind-hearted princess, Oz was helpless and made a move. A great white shark-like imp suddenly appeared in his hand. Don't you understand yet, Princess Odahime? Once the seeds of hatred are planted, there is no room for easing, and the final outcome can only be resolved with violence. Oz looked at the fishman imp named Hody Jones in his hand, with its fierce eyes and exposed fangs, and exerted a little force in his hand. This scene made Princess Odahime's pupils tremble. At least when you have the courage to do so, come and talk to me about this matter. Chapter 194. Divide the Oz family property? Xiaoxia wants to go solo. I left these words to Princess Odahime. Oz looked indifferent. He placed the body of Hody Jones, the murderer who would kill her in the future, in Odahime's arms and patted her shoulder. Then he left. It was just a matter of crushing a little fishman to death, and no one dared to say a word. Mihawk and Crocodile didn't even glance at Oz and followed him towards the Oro Jackson. Jinbei and Zalba looked at the princess who was standing there in a daze, and Oz who seemed to be preparing to leave, with panic expressions, not knowing which one they should take care of first. Oz didn't bother to pay attention to them. They disappeared instantly and appeared on the deck of the Oro Jackson. The ship slowly left the seabed. The force of space resisted the seawater, and the Oro Jackson headed towards the deep sea like a submarine. Woo, watching Oz and his gang leaving in the distance, Princess Odahime held Hody Jones' body and stood there blankly for a long time. She was a kind-hearted girl, so she finally cried out of grievance in her teeth. Relying on violence to bring peace. Is this the only way we have to go? People with pure goodness in their hearts are most likely to be indecisive. With his arms folded, Mihawk sat on a chair at the stern, his eyes slowly revealed from under his hat, staring at the Fishman Island that was getting farther and farther away. Perhaps he was speaking out of inspiration, so he said it lightly. Yes, next to him, Crocodile came over with a bottle of red wine and placed it on the table in front of Mihawk. He poured 2 glasses of wine for himself and Mihawk respectively. Mihawk raised his head and looked at her, then took the glass and took a sip. With just one bite, his eyes widened instantly. What a rich taste. Right, this was developed by the fine wine kingdom to please Oz. The price tag is 999,990,000 Baileys, but I snatched 2 bottles of it halfway through. Xiaoxia smiled complacently and filled his own glass without hesitation. While tasting the special wine, Crocodile lit a cigar for himself and glanced at the Fishman Island in the distance. If it were me, I would definitely make good use of the unique grassroots combat power of the Murlocs. They are soldiers whose strength is 5 times that of humans. Combined with the financial support Oz gave me, I can definitely build the world's leading military country. Advertisement Crocodile has always been ambitious. Although he lives under Oz, he can still be rich and not be threatened by any country or force. But from her desire to establish an absolutely safe and powerful military state in the future, it can be seen that her inner pursuit is definitely not to just have fun. Her dream is beautiful, but the prerequisite is that Oz is willing to fund her dream and let her go out to fly solo. Hey, when did I say I would support you? Don't act like my money is your money. Oz walked over from the bow with a smile on his face, sat down next to Mihawk, and poured himself a glass of wine. Xiaoxia. She clenched her fists, with black lines on her forehead, as if she didn't expect Oz to say that. Hey, Oz. Mihawk told me everything. You would rather help that clown Buggy with a 9 million bounty to become the pirate's king than support your companion who has been with you for many years to fulfill her ambitions and goals. Grabbing Oz by the collar, Xiaoxia glared and pointed his teeth, which made Oz feel helpless. I had no choice but to raise my hand and press down lightly, smiling. Okay, I'll support you in a few years. It's rare that you're so determined. Originally, Oz thought that Crocodile, who was eating and drinking like a baby and enjoying endless wealth and glory, would not have any excessive ambitions. But unexpectedly, she still has the idea of forming her own power. Shouldn't it be said that the hearts of strong people are unwilling to be lonely? Now it seems that Oz must also buy a stake in the Baroque works. But now is still a long way from the real big era, so there is no need to rush to start your own business. When the time comes, I will release you, and the little eagle too. Mihawk. What is release? Glancing at Oz silently, the three of them sat on the deck drinking and chatting while moving forward in the deep sea. But not long after, a huge figure rushed over from the other side of the deep sea. It's a strange-looking, somewhat humanoid, sea monster. What is that? Big buns. The sea monster was seen coming towards Oz and the others, shouting. I want revenge for Captain Van der Decken, advertisement. Oz had some impression of this sea monster. It seemed to be a subordinate of Fan somewhere Ix. You've come just in time. It's quite tiring to use your observation haki to navigate the road. Let's use it to pull the boat. The Oro Jackson slowly stopped, and the three of them calmly looked at the bald sea monster Dairudo rushing towards them. Oz raised his hand slightly. The Dairudo, who was running forward, suddenly felt as if his stomach had been hit hard, and his angry eyes suddenly became clear. In the end, he was slapped dozens of times in the face from a distance, and he finally became completely obedient. Go pull the boat and head to the sea. Yes. The frightened Darudo, wearing a pig's head, pulled a rope and started pulling the boat. It was not until they reached the surface of the sea that Oz waved his hand and let him go. Arriving at the sea, what you can see head on is a newspaper delivery seagull about to fly over the red line. Oz didn't alarm it, but just teleported to a newspaper in his hand and started reading. As a top boss, he certainly wouldn't care about the trivial matter that the number of newspapers delivered by the newspaper delivery seagull and the money received did not match. At this moment, he was more concerned about whether Morgans had fabricated information about him in the newspaper. You won't know until you see it. There has been a lot of news on the sea in the past 2 days. The battle between Whitebeard and the Black Emperor has come to an end, and it seems that the Black Emperor has the upper hand, leaving the title of the world's strongest man in doubt. Chaos broke out on the sea and the number of pirates increased sharply. World government announced that the 7 warlords of the sea system has been formally formed. The list is as follows. Everything else was as expected, except for the early appearance of the Shichibukai system. Beru. Moses, this is Oz. While flipping through the newspaper, Oz made a phone call directly to the Holy Land of Mariajoy. Soon a dedicated CP0 answered the phone and reported to the 5 elders. Oz, it seems that you have dealt with the incident on the Fishman Island. The 5 elders answered the phone, and looked at the Den Mushi on the table with calm faces. In fact, they had already anticipated that after Austin made his move, he would call them and inquire about the formal establishment of Shichibukai. Chapter 195 Marineford, preparing to welcome Austin's visit. I'm sorry that I didn't inform you before the announcement. We also wanted to calm the public opinion on the sea immediately. The 5 elders thought that it was necessary to communicate with Oz. After all, most of the people inside were from the other side. Even though Oz had promised them that he would agree to this matter. But if this kind of thing is announced 1 day later, public opinion and the number of pirates going overseas will increase exponentially, and a response must be made as soon as possible, so they did not wait for news from Oz. In fact, Oz didn't care about this little detail. What he cares more about is the specific implementation of the Shichibukai system. No need to be polite, everyone. I'm not someone who cares about this. But, if I remember correctly, the Shichibukai confirmation ceremony will be held at Marineford. When Oz suddenly mentioned this, the 5 elders looked a little strange and looked at each other. Indeed, the naval headquarters has a reception room specially prepared for this purpose. Just like the Shichibukai gathered at Marineford and had a meal together before the Summit War. Often, things that are inconvenient for Mariajoy to organize will be handed over to Marineford. After all, the manpower and territory are ready, the Marine Admiral is stationed at any time, and there is no need to worry about causing trouble. Well, I want to go for a visit, that should be okay. Oz pinched his chin, he was feeling bored. The 5 elders obviously had no objection to this, and were happy to see such a scene, as long as Oz did not cause trouble for the Marine. The arrival of the other party might even help boost the 7 warlords of the sea's power. Then, we will inform Naval Headquarters of Austin's arrival. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. In fact, the Marine officers were also preparing for the establishment of the Shichibukai system at this time. After all, there were several important pirates. Sengoku was now presiding over the meeting. So, we, the Marines, must be rigorous this time. After all, the eyes of the whole world will be on us. But looking around, no one seems to really care. First, we looked at Zephyr. He was obviously extremely dissatisfied with this system. After all, his family had just been destroyed by the pirates. Crane was quite serious. Garp, just skip this. Sakazuki had a serious look on his face, with murderous intent that he could hardly suppress. It was obviously not realistic to let this guy who hated evil so much take responsibility. Borsellino is too lazy and will probably leave everything to his subordinates. Kuzan. No, most of the people here are Black Gun's men, and letting Kuzan be in charge is like lighting a match on a powder keg. Advertisement. After much thought, he decided that only by doing it himself could he ensure everything would be safe. After the meeting ended, Sengoku sat in a chair with a tired look on his face. The voices of the people below still linger in my ears. What? We're hosting pirates. There's nothing we can do. This is what the world government wants. I don't think we will have to face a group of uncles. We won't be able to take action then. In particular, several senior military officers expressed dissatisfaction. Pirates should be killed. It's better if they don't cause any trouble this time. Oh, how scary. They're Osa's men. Ka. The last person didn't say anything, but his body kept freezing. People don't understand, but Sengoku, who has justice over the world, knows the meaning behind it. The world government wants to use Osa's power to deal a heavy blow to all pirates in terms of reputation. Thank you for your hard work, Sengoku. Suru stayed in the office, drinking tea while speaking to Sengoku, who was still getting ready. They don't understand this, but they will understand it sooner or later. I know, Xiaohei. Sengoku waved his hand, indicating that he didn't care. At a time when pirates are becoming increasingly rampant, the urgent introduction of 7 famous pirates is a way to prove to the sea the strength of the world government and the marine. As long as the world can see that even Osa's subordinates are under the control of the world government and that they are closely connected with each other. His eyes were filled with solemnity. I just hope that nothing goes wrong. As long as I can successfully establish the Shichibukai, my achievements will be enough to fully qualify me for the position of marshal. Crane nodded. In his opinion, Sengoku was indeed the best and only candidate to take over as marshal. Sengoku rubbed his temple. In addition to arranging the reception work of the headquarters, it is also necessary to coordinate and notify the various Shichibukai candidates. Taking out Den Mushi, Sengoku called each Shichibukai, the first one being a flamingo wearing sunglasses. Hey, I know, Marineford in 3 days, right? Hee. I'll get there. Don't worry, as long as I have a map, it will only take me a dozen minutes to reach Marineford. Advertisement. After notifying the pirates one by one, Sengoku hesitated and was about to call Crocodile and Mihawk. The Den Mushi suddenly rang. Sengoku was shocked, because this Den Mushi was of great significance. It was given to him by the 5 elders for communication not long ago. 5 elders. Sengoku. Regarding the preparations for the ceremony to formally establish the 7 warlords of the sea system, how are things going so far? Saint Satan spoke first, asking the routine question. Everything is normal. Naval headquarters is notifying the Shichibukai one by one to arrive on time. The 5 elders listened to Sengoku's report and nodded in satisfaction. Sengoku took over Sora's position as the marshal. Overall, they were very satisfied with him. By the way, there is one more thing we need to inform you. Please give me your orders. O's will also appear at the Shichibukai establishment ceremony in 3 days, so you should pay attention then. Hearing this, Sengoku was stunned for a moment, with a hint of disbelief in his eyes. It turns out, no matter how many thoughts he had in his mind, Sengoku could only nod and agree respectfully at this time. After all, this was not something he could decide. After hanging up the Den Mushi, Sengoku's face didn't look very good. The crane next to them also heard the conversation. It can't be helped, Sengoku. He was open-minded about it. After all, she had expected this day to come. Oz is a celestial dragon after all, and the leader of most of the 7 warlords of the sea. Sooner or later, both for public and private reasons, we will have to visit Marineford, and we cannot avoid it. Sengoku heard Crane's persuasion, and after a long silence, he nodded helplessly. I am just a little dazed and emotional. I still remember that many years ago, Oz came to Marineford and was repelled by me and others. But in a few years, we will welcome Saint Oz to visit the Holy Land. What is this? Chapter 196 Xiao Ming. Hee right pointing arrow no hee. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Marineford is particularly lively today. Not only were there countless newspaper reporters waiting here, but there were also rows of elite soldiers from the naval headquarters stationed there, as if they were waiting for something. Even Admiral Sengoku, who was about to take up the position of marshal, was waiting here with many marine generals, looking seriously at the sea level in the distance. This scene immediately attracted the attention of many Marineford residents and newspaper reporters. Seeing such an exaggerated formation, they couldn't help but whisper to each other. That's too much. Although 7 warlords of the sea is a system announced and implemented by the world government, the admiral of headquarters and a group of generals lined up to welcome us. That's a bit too much. Yeah, after all, they are just a group of pirates. The chief of the marine staff and a few monster vice admirals are also here. If you don't know, you might think they're about to start a huge war. Everyone was whispering, and of course they didn't forget to take pictures. Some of the more well-informed people looked at their colleagues with disdain. People from small places are just unsophisticated and cannot compare with our world economic news. We have first-hand information. How could the Shichibukai, who were just ordinary people, be received with such fanfare by the naval headquarters? The reason is, or maybe it's because there are some real big shots coming this time. From far away on the sea level, a shadow of a ship appeared in the distance. Everyone was immediately perked up. Sengoku's eyes were also stern, and he frowned and looked into the distance. Even the messenger who had been prepared in advance walked up to Sengoku and waited for instructions. Is it coming soon? As the silhouette of the ship gradually became clear, when he saw the specific appearance of the ship, the corners of his mouth twitched, and he waved his hand to let the messenger return to his position and wait. It was little Karami who came. There is no need for etiquette team. That's right, the first ship to arrive at Marineford was a medium-sized ship with a flamingo head carved on its bow. Hey, such a big fuss, isn't it a bit too enthusiastic, Marine? Standing at the bow, a young man in a suit, a pink cloak, and sunglasses, with golden hair standing up like a hedgehog, was sitting with his legs crossed and looking out at the bow. Except for the reporter from the World Economic News, other tabloid reporters were all very excited when they saw Shichibukai appear and raised their cameras, taking pictures one after another. Seeing their unsophisticated appearance, the reporter from the World Economic News looked at them with disdain and was instead attracted by a seagull in the sky. Advertisement? Oh, isn't this Lord Seagull? I saw a seagull with very sharp eyes circling down from the sky, and then it stood steadily on my shoulder. You know, in the World Economic News, besides Morgan's, the one with the most say and status is the seagull who has been awarded the title of king. Traveling across the ocean, collecting countless news that shocked the world. He is simply the idol of every journalist. The Seagull King ignored the younger brother's admiring gaze, but just patted his face with his wings and gestured twice on the notebook in his hand with his claws. I looked at it roughly and saw a few words, 30 minutes to show up. The person who could make the Seagull King personally remind him and wait for his appearance. I understand. Thank you, Lord Seagull. With a nod, King Seagull flew away with the camera. That is, while reporters from other newspapers were shooting materials, the World Economic News's little brothers had already gathered their energy and were ready to shoot real big shots. What is this called? This is called inside information. Hiya, Admiral Sengoku, and the respected Ms. Suru, there's no need for you to come so early just to greet us. With his hands in his pockets, Doflamingo had a wicked smile on his face. Especially in front of Vice Admiral he deliberately stayed a little longer. After all, this old woman was the one who once threatened his life. Now that he finally had legal status, he couldn't help but want to make some fun of it. But unexpectedly, Sengoku and Suru didn't even bother to glance at him. But seeing Doflamingo was still dawdling, Vice Admiral narrowed his eyes at him unhappily. Now that you're here, go to the conference room and don't get in the way here. What? Hearing these impolite words, Xiao Ming's smile froze and a few veins popped out on his forehead. Even though he is not the strongest among the Shichibukai, now that he has mastered emission, he should be among the top. Apart from Hawkeye, who dares to say that he can definitely beat him, he actually let himself go aside. Advertisement: which Shichibukai dares to be more arrogant and presentable than him? Doflamingo's fingers were slightly twisted and his face looked a little ugly, with a flash of red light above his sunglasses. Then, an absurd scene appeared. The Marine team, which had been arranged in an orderly manner, suddenly had their faces change. They looked at themselves in surprise, raised their weapons, and started fighting each other. Jung. The sound of metal clashing could be heard, and the footsteps became chaotic. What's going on? How did my hand lift up by itself? No. Stop it now. There were even several soldiers who opened their mouths wide and started attacking the officers around them, and the scene became noisy for a while. Foo. It's so lively today, Naval Headquarters, Marineford, hee. With every beat of the fingertips, a Marine would raise his sword and start fighting with his companions. Seeing the commotion, the other officers also looked unhappy, and Sengoku was instantly filled with anger. You be ******************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** The Marines who were not controlled, upon hearing Sengoku's angry shout, all raised their guns and aimed at the tall blonde figure. But they did not fire, as Sengoku Admiral raised his hand to repel them. Hey, it was just a little joke. I don't think you'll do anything because of it, Admiral Sengoku in charge of ceremonies at the naval headquarters. Gecko Moria, Hanafuda and others who arrived right after Doflamingo also witnessed this farce from afar. Sengoku knew that he couldn't let Doflamingo continue to make trouble, so he threatened with a grim look. I won't do it, but are you sure you want to do it, Doflamingo? Hey, why not? Doflamingo raised his lips, not afraid at all, but approached arrogantly, put his head close to Sengoku's ear and provoked. Because at this juncture, Sengoku couldn't dare to attack him. But then, Sengoku whispered something in his ear, which froze his smile on his face. What if I say that the atmosphere and formation of soldiers you just destroyed were used to welcome O's? Chapter 197 Naval Headquarters, Welcome to Asen Xiaoming couldn't laugh anymore. After a long silence, his fingers, which had been twisted and hooked, slowly calmed down. The Marines who were originally terrified and fighting each other suddenly felt their bodies lighten and regained the initiative. Not fun, leaving. Facing Admiral Sengoku's gloomy gaze, Doflamingo no longer cared about his face and immediately headed to the reception room. But then I thought, even Marine was weighing and welcoming us, but he ran to the reception room to rest in a swaggering manner. If this were known. Doflamingo paused, and after hesitating for a moment, with a wave of his pink cloak, he chose to stand next to the Marines and wait together. For the sake of progress. No chills. Hee. Doflamingo, you really have become a good dog for Marine. As the ship approached the shore, Moria, who had witnessed everything, grinned and laughed. Although he didn't know what Doflamingo and Sengoku had just said to each other, it didn't stop him from looking down on others arrogantly. At least he wouldn't stand with the Marines and give in so easily. That's Moonlight, Moria, another 7 warlords of the sea has arrived. And the Lizard King, I didn't expect them to arrive at the same time. Hanafuda was not as arrogant as Moria, but instead watched everything in silence. Doflamingo, who was standing next to Marine, felt veins pop up on his forehead when he heard Moria's harsh laughter and insults in his words. Forget about Lord Os, but it's not like Marine can stand it. But who are you, Moria? How dare you say such rude words to Lousy? The recent rapid expansion of power has made Doflamingo somewhat arrogant. He doesn't want to give any face to Moria, a mere defeated opponent of Kaido. So he glanced at Moria, who was about to evolve into a fat otaku, and responded pointedly. Sometimes, when facing a strong person, it is necessary to give face. Otherwise, if you are beaten and run away in disgrace, it will be a huge loss of face. You be asterisk 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 d. How could Moria not hear the irony in this statement? When he was defeated by Kaido, all his men died in Wano Kuni. This is the eternal pain in Moria's heart. Advertisement Doflamingo's words can be said to have accurately grasped the point where Moria's defense could be broken. A wave of black bats suddenly appeared, flapping their wings, and their shadows covered the sky and moved towards Doflamingo. Seeing this scene, Doflamingo was not panicked at all, and the corners of his mouth slightly raised. Just by moving the fingers, a thin line of red Armament Haki was drawn in the palm of the hand. It looked like he was preparing to finish off Moria with one strike. For a guy like this who doesn't belong to Lord Osa's camp, it doesn't matter if he dies here. Just as the war was about to break out, suddenly, a dark cloud appeared in the sky, and the sound of lightning and thunder resounded through it. As if it was the eve of a storm, a feeling of oppression swept through the hearts of everyone present. Following closely was a calm yet grand voice, thunder. The world suddenly fell silent, and then countless thunderbolts fell vertically from the sky, under the horrified gazes of countless people. The shadow bats that covered the sky like a tide were blasted to the point where not even a trace of them remained. The power of this natural element was so great that even the 3 marine monsters, the vice-admirals, could not help but stare in awe. How terrifying. Is this the power of thunder and lightning? Here comes a truly incredible guy. Logia Thunderfruit. Sakazuki gently raised the front of his hat and looked up at the sky with a stern gaze. This kind of power is in no way inferior to that of the 3 of them. Gritting his teeth, Moria looked up at the sky, his pupils trembling slightly and his eyes full of bloodshot. Damn. Is that the guy? Seeing that the conflict that was about to break out was interrupted, the thread in Doflamingo's hand slowly disappeared at this moment, and he sensed the breath in the clouds with his observation haki. Is this the new person around Lord O's? This person was appointed by Os and commanded by Sammy. He swept through all the resistance forces and supernovas on the sea and was given the title of God, which was originally only for celestial dragons. This is enough to show the world government's consideration of its threat level. You, stop being so arrogant in front of me. That is, even Tyrant Bear is here. If he had interfered, Doflamingo would have had a hard time saying anything. The voice was neither humble nor arrogant but powerful, and seemed to have a hint of awkwardness. Advertisement as if they had realized something terrible, everyone looked towards the port. Among all the people present, the only ones who didn't react were probably the 2 old guys Sengoku and Suru. After all, they were veterans who had experienced many ups and downs. Open black lens bracket Thor close black lens bracket Enel. A long-eared man with a thunder drum on his back was floating in the air. One of the strongest Logias in the legend is the Raiden man who ate the thunder fruit. There's also a crocodile next to it. The sudden appearance of this huge ship made Doflamingo, Enel, Moria, and even the entire marine and the people stand there in a daze. After scolding Kuzan who was spreading ice on the ground, Sengoku adjusted his expression and prepared himself mentally before walking forward on behalf of Marine. Enel looked at everyone present with arrogance, especially Moria. At some point, a huge red ship appeared at the port, and several figures slowly appeared at the bow. Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku, on behalf of all Marines. Welcome Dotal Lawson to Marineford. The world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, Mihawk. Lousy hasn't used his full strength yet, calm down, Kuzan. Pirates King Roger's vehicle, the Oro Jackson. This voice. Even Admiral of Headquarters Sengoku seemed a little dazed at this moment. A flash of lightning tore through the sky and instantly arrived at the port of Marineford. The smoke and dust dissipated. Although he was afraid of the combined strength of Enel and Doflamingo, Moria's main point was that he was not afraid of death. But it was at this tense moment. How dare this guy who doesn't belong to us be so arrogant? I don't want the meeting that man is going to attend to be a sea of fire and chaos. P.S. Old rules, Godfathers know, hint, something? It's really lively, Marineford. A voice suddenly rang out on the field. The voice was not loud, but it made every big shot who heard it tremble in their hearts. The next second, he felt a chill spreading around him. Dark shadows gathered all over his body. Moria's eyes were bloodshot, his fangs were clenched tightly, and he looked ready to kill at any time. As everyone stared in amazement, Sengoku walked ahead of everyone, his eyes fixed on the huge ship in front of him. Chapter 198 Take care of yourself, Dover. Hey, did you hear clearly what Admiral Sengoku just said? Hearing this, everyone present had a buzzing feeling in their heads. One reporter even suspected that he had heard it wrongly, and turned to ask his colleague next to him. The other party also looked incredulous, but still responded word by word. He He just said, Dr. Osen, you must be kidding. After a brief silence, a huge commotion instantly swept across the entire port square, and people were talking about it. The reporters from the World Economic News took the opportunity to take photos of the arrival of the Oro Jackson. You idiots, we already have the inside information about Lord Os being a celestial dragon. It's just that Lord Os didn't allow it, so President Morgans didn't dare to promote it rashly. With the camera recording and broadcasting, it is conceivable that the news that Os is a celestial dragon will spread all over the sea in a very short time. He owns half of the ocean, is the emperor of the underground world, is the overlord of the sea, is a legendary pirate, and is the king who dominates an era. Dr. Os, it turned out to be a celestial dragon's. I believe that once this news spreads, it will definitely cause great changes in the world structure, in more serious cases. Even the enthusiasm of the great pirates era may be cooled down by half because of this. What a scheming person, Sengoku, or rather, the Five Elders. Under the focus of countless cameras and eyes, in the center of Mihawk and others, a figure wearing a black and purple dress and a gray cloak slowly appeared at the bow. His long hair was casually scattered behind his head, and there was a helpless smile on his handsome face. Anime close-up, large gilded characters at the bottom, Dotal Os. Celestial Dragons, Legendary Pirates, Reward, 4.49 billion Baileys. It seems that the world government thinks that we, the 7 warlords of the sea, are not important enough. The real highlight today is you, the king. Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, and his gloomy eyes swept over the cameras and Den Mushi, seeing them very clearly. They manipulated public opinion to make people believe that the legendary Black Emperor had actually become part of the world government and the Marines. This seems like something politicians would do. Advertisement. Mihawk crossed his arms and teased at this moment. It was obvious that the two of them were very disdainful of this strategy. It's harmless. The world government has given us face so many times, so it's no big deal if I give it once. Os didn't take this too seriously. After all, his identity didn't constitute any constraint or influence on him at this moment. Take a step forward slowly. The next moment, 4 figures appeared at the naval headquarters port square. Crack, crack, countless camera flashes lit up, capturing everyone including Os. In the camera, Os stood in front of Sengoku, looking at the Marine Admiral who had once forced him to retreat and escape with injuries. Os didn't say anything sarcastic. After all, his tolerance and vision were growing with the passage of time. Finally, I just patted his shoulder. Thank you for your help this time, Admiral Sengoku. Os crossed Sengoku and walked straight into the square, but he saw rows of soldiers surrounding a road. Like the guards protecting the Emperor. I'm just here for a visit, why is there such a big fuss? It seems that in order to tie Os to the ship, the Marine, or the world government, is really willing to go to great lengths. Marine's face must give way to Os's way. At this time, a man wearing a pink feather cloak, only a head shorter than O's, named Doflamingo, walked out of the queue with a smile on his face. How is it possible? Because he realized something very scary. Welcome, Lord Os. Lord Os, this is so bad. Oh, isn't this Dover, the king of Dressrosa, the Joker of the underground world? He admitted that he was scared. His mind raced, but Doflamingo turned around immediately, followed Os's steps, and headed towards the living room together. Advertisement, please give me a chance to make amends. In other words, even if it was Mihawk or Crocodile who was affected by the childlike fruit, Os would not be able to know. Crocodile, on the other hand, glanced at this spirited young man at sea with disdain. The tone was also indifferent, not to mention, the method that only Os can do, to restore the celestial dragon's identity. But Os's reaction made him feel cold. Patting Doflamingo on the shoulder, Os said nothing more and led Mihawk, Crocodile, Shang and others to the reception room. Could it be that there is a traitor in the family? Facing Crocodile's provocation, Doflamingo looked unhappy, but he had no intention of arguing anymore. Without Os's protection, his peers and the big pirates alone would be enough to erode his strength. For a moment, Doflamingo froze in place, sweat pouring down his face. Without any trace of arrogance or stubbornness, Heavenly Yaksha's face was covered with cold sweat, and he asked in a respectful and trembling voice. What a joke. Doflamingo's current size is completely incommensurate with his own strength. It's okay to usurp a country, but the huge underground world under his command. Through the red evil sunglasses, Doflamingo observed that Os's expression, which had been good just now, suddenly became indifferent. His pupils shrank instantly, narrowing into a needle-like shape. If there weren't so many people around him, he would have almost knelt down. Kaido, Charlotte Linlin, and even many of Os's strong men, I believe, would be very willing to help him take down Doflamingo, the discarded pawn. I don't know what you've done, but it looks like you're in big trouble, Doflamingo. I beg you, Lord Os. Passing by him, Mihawk showed no expression. Take care of yourself, Dover. I heard recently that you have a lot of influence in the underground world. All your competitors have disappeared without a trace, and no one remembers them. Doflamingo was very excited and seemed to be eager to show his presence in front of Oz, so he jumped out first. It seems like she's already dissatisfied with him. He had never told anyone about the ability of the childlike fruit. The only people who knew about it were his most trusted family members. So, before reaching the reception room, he quickly walked behind Os, almost walking side by side with Crocodile. The more he listened, the more cold sweat broke out on Mingji's face. He even shivered when he heard the last sentence. Chapter 199. Os Reservation, Dressrosa Trip, give you a chance? Os put his hands in his pockets and led Mihawk, Crocodile, Bear, Enel, and Doflamingo forward. Hanafuda and Moria hesitated for a moment, but still gritted their teeth and walked forward. It's not that they want to follow, but this is the only way to the reception room. Os stretched out his hand. Doflamingo was stunned for a moment, then he reacted and wanted to take out a cigar from his suit pocket. But Crocodile next to him was quicker than him. He just took out one from his pocket and handed it to Oz. Then he glanced at him, as if expressing provocation and disdain. Doflamingo gritted his teeth. This crocodile be ******* D. But then he remembered he needed a lighter, and he happened to have one in his other pocket. But then, before he could take it out, a spark of electricity exploded in the air. Enel just snapped his fingers and a discharge of just a few hundred volts was enough to light the cigar. Flamingo. Call, exhaling a puff of smoke slowly, Oz turned to look at Doflamingo, whose face was cautious and grim. Hey, Dover, as my first Shichibukai, I think I've treated you well. It's not that Os was disappointed, but Doflamingo had a twisted mentality since he was a child, and he often did things dishonestly. Although his use of the childlike fruit went a little too far, and he didn't like to report his actions to his superiors, he didn't do anything out of line. The several underground giants who disappeared were all those who had conflicts with Doflamingo in business in the past. Os had no objection to the business competition between them. But this shady method of making the other party disappear directly without even leaving a trace really made him, the big boss, dislike it. He just hated the feeling of being kept in the dark by his subordinates. Yes. I will never be able to repay you for your help in my lifetime. Doflamingo didn't dare to disobey and lowered his head to respond. Whatever. After the meeting, I will go to Dressrosa and try to please me, Dover. Under the light and shadow, Doflamingo couldn't see Os's expression, but the relaxed tone in his voice really surprised him. After all, you made me feel bad. If I can't save the relationship, then you should commit suicide to apologize. Please don't worry. Seeing Doflamingo lower his head, Os said nothing more. His mood was not actually affected too much. After all, if he was really upset, Doflamingo, who was born to be a king, would probably have been half dead. To put it more seriously, it is essentially to warn these subordinates. Advertisement for Doflamingo, the crisis has been temporarily resolved, but he is not completely safe yet. He was walking at the end of the team behind Oz, and at this time he quietly took out a Den Den Mushi from his arms. At the same time, Dressrosa, inside the palace. Hey, Luo, your eyes are too scary, shut up. Woo woo woo, several little kids were playing together at this time. As reserve cadres of the Don Quixote family, they had to receive various training since childhood. The training was very hard, and he had to endure beatings and bullying from Corazon from time to time. The family cadres nearby didn't care either, they just watched the farce as if it was a joke. It was at this time that, Beru Beru Beru. The Den Den Mushi on the table started to ring at this moment. It instantly attracted the attention of the cadres. Nani? Is that Dover calling? Diamante was stunned, looking at the exclusive Den Den Mushi, frowning. Did you run into any trouble? You've only been on the journey for a few days? I don't know. You guys, be quiet. Trable scolded the kids and then picked up the Den Den Mushi. There appeared a figure wearing red sunglasses and a pink feather cloak. Most importantly, the corners of your mouth should be facing downwards. Every time Doflamingo faced this group of family members, his expression was either calm or smiling. Whenever his mouth corners turned downward, it meant nothing good. Moses, Dover, what happened? Walking at the end of the team, Doflamingo spoke in a bad mood. It happened suddenly, you guys hurry up and get ready. Lord Oz will be heading to Dressrosa in the near future. Isn't this a good thing? When Torbull heard that the boss's boss was coming, he was quite happy. He thought Doflamingo looked so serious because he attached too much importance to the arrival of Lord Oz. No. Torbull, this is a matter of great importance to whether our Don Quixote family can survive. You must pay more attention to me, advertisement. These words were indeed very serious, after a brief moment of indifference. Why? When all the cadres heard this, they panicked for a moment, cold sweat broke out on their heads, and Torbull, who was holding the Den Den Mushi, was shaking even more. Why? Aren't we the subordinates with the highest share of Lord Oz's business? It would be fine if we didn't mention this, but once this was mentioned, Doflamingo was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. Belch, veins popped up on his forehead. If he hadn't been in the team behind Marineford, he would have roared. That's because Lord Oz was very unhappy that we used the childlike fruit without telling him. You didn't even know there was a ghost in your house. Gulp. After swallowing their saliva, several people looked at each other sideways. Is there a ghost in the house? How is it possible? We are the only core members who know about Xiao Shitang's existence. But since Doflamingo has given the order, all family members dare not slack off and all express that they will definitely give Lord Oz a perfect travel experience. In the distance, a shadowy figure among the ghosts frowned because he didn't hear clearly. He quietly asked Baby 5 beside him, who is coming? Why are all the cadres so scared? At this time, Luo, who is still mentally ill, has the same morbid mentality as Ming Jie when he was a child, wanting to destroy everything. So I am very curious about this kind of person who can scare everyone. You were just mean to me, I don't want to tell you. Little lowly Baby 5 is also arrogant and is still holding a grudge against Luo for the look he just gave her. There was no other way, Luo had to follow the example of others. Please tell me. As expected, this trick works every time. I'm needed again. Well, let me tell you, that's the boss of Master Doflamingo, the real controller of this sea. Lord Oz. Lord? Is this the person that the Don Quixote family has to bow down to? It was also at this moment that the name Oz took root deeply in Luo's heart for the first time. Chapter 200 Sengoku, You Owe Me a Favor Naval Headquarters, Marineford. This was a ceremony held by the world government to celebrate the establishment of the new violent organization, 7 Warlords of the Sea. At this moment, everyone was tightly surrounding one person. That man with a calm face and a natural kingly temperament, who made all the heroes on the sea bow down to him just by standing there. At this moment, he was sitting on one of the short sides of the rectangular conference table, with a seagull standing across his arm. Seeing him sitting down, Mihawk, Crocodile, Doflamingo and other Shichibukai slowly sat down on both sides of him. Admiral Sengoku, who entered the living room last, sat on the other short side of the long table opposite Oz. There were so many important people gathered together, but in Oz's eyes, it was just an ordinary party. It was even less interesting than the seagull he had just met on the road. It actually attracted his attention more. Sassy ignores me, King Seagull. Oz looked at the newspaper delivery seagull standing on his arm, standing at a military posture meticulously and with sharp eyes, and he felt it was really interesting. He just teleported a blueberry from the table and fed it into its mouth. Maybe it's because I rarely interact with small animals, so I got excited. Do you want to learn Haki? This little episode didn't last long. Noticing the overly quiet meeting place, Oz raised his eyebrows. Don't worry about me, just keep the process as it is. Perhaps realizing that he shouldn't waste any more time, after Oz said this, Sengoku cleared his throat with a cough, then looked at the 7 big pirates present. Then I'll make it short. The world government established the 7 warlords of the sea, with the original intention of recruiting several great pirates on the condition of granting them the legal right to plunder, so that they could face this increasingly turbulent era. That is to say, if a major battle or conflict breaks out in the Marines in the future, you must intervene as an ally. Do you all agree? Facing Sengoku Admiral's serious question, the Shichibukai had different expressions. The only outsider, Hanafuda, wanted to speak. But seeing that no one on the field said anything, even Moria rarely maintained tacit understanding, and remained silent after thinking it over again and again. Because they were all looking in the same direction. Oz saw the looks of his younger brothers, then he reacted and smiled helplessly. I'll just answer for them directly. Advertisement. Of course. These restless guys are most interested in war. Hearing that it was Oz who answered, Sengoku opened his mouth, but in the end didn't say much. After all, this answer can indeed represent the attitude of almost all Shichibukai. After a brief conversation, the news was announced, marking Shichibukai's official entry into the world stage. Since everyone has no objection, today's meeting and conversation ends here. Next, please go ahead. After looking at Oz and making sure that he had no other objections, Sengoku Admiral announced. A simple banquet began. It was a pretty hearty lunch, and the Shichibukai enjoyed it at their leisure. But there was a brief pause at the banquet as a figure stood up. Oz calmed them down and told them to relax, then he carried the Seagull King on his shoulders and went for a stroll. Looking at Sengoku standing on the balcony of the living room, overlooking the sea, Oz put his hands in his pockets and slowly walked to his side. Sengoku noticed someone coming over and turned around. Seeing that it was Oz, he was about to say something. Oz saint. But he was interrupted by Oz first. There's no need to get too carried away when we're just chatting privately, Sengoku. After a moment of silence, Sengoku did not look at him again, and also cast his gaze towards the sea in the distance. So, Oz, what do you want from me? Oz shrugged his shoulders and looked towards the sea calmly and indifferently. Nothing, I just think you're really willing to let Rosinante join Dover's men. Aren't you afraid that he will be killed? But after listening to it, Sengoku didn't have any doubts. Speaking of which, where did that Kuzan guy go? That's right. Be at ease. You have a bad personality. No wonder Kuzan keeps saying that. After dealing with you in person today. You really hold a grudge. Oz felt that Zephyr did hate the pirates, but Kuzan was probably unhappy because the Shichibukai were all related to him. Advertisement. You owe me one, Sengoku. Looking at the Seagull King on his shoulder, who was now glaring at the seagull above Sengoku's head, Oz smiled. Sengoku's eyes were filled with solemnity, because in his opinion, Rosinante's life was now in Osa's hands. What? It seems that after leaving the port square, I can no longer see that guy. Even few people in the Marines knew that Rosinante was his adopted son. Osa's mouth corners slightly raised. We are old friends. Oz, this is an action taken by the Marines and the world government against Doflamingo because they are going too far. They have absolutely no intention of interfering with the underground world. This is shocking. With just one sentence, Sengoku's eyes suddenly became red and his pupils trembled slightly. You know, Dover killed his own father when he was a child. If he knew about Rosinante's betrayal, he would have shown no mercy. But Oz just continued on his own. Kuzan, it's just a favor. I guess he went to drink with Zephyr. After all, the two of them have always been dissatisfied with the establishment of 7 warlords of the sea. How could Oz know? I find that Kuzan is right. All along, he was the only undercover superior of the other party. But, hearing Oz's words, Sengoku was stunned for a moment, and then a look of, as expected, appeared on his face. Although he was certain that he was hiding from him, Oz still couldn't help but be curious. He looked at Oz beside him in disbelief, as if he didn't understand why he knew that. Sengoku's reaction actually aroused Osa's curiosity. If I really cared, do you think he would still be alive today? Facing Sengoku's anxious look, Oz patted his shoulder and asked him to calm down again. Moreover, if Oz knew about this little action, then Razanante would be. It's okay for me to turn a blind eye, Sengoku. But it's impossible. Chapter 201, Rich and Unkind Osen. After having a good fight with Sengoku, Oz was in a pretty good mood. Leaving the living room, Oz said he was going to get some fresh air. Avoiding the reporters who gathered outside the reception room, trying to catch some news about the Black Emperor, 7 warlords of the sea. Oz took off his cloak, took a few steps, and instantly appeared inside Marineford. With clear skies, the orderly Marineford still has a lively feel. Apparently, the so-called Shichibukai meeting did not disrupt the rhythm of this semi-militarized island. On the street, the tall Oz, wearing a suit, strolled leisurely with a glass of orange juice in his hand. His handsome face and unique temperament attracted the attention of many girls, but he also quickly caught the attention of the patrolling marine. It's Black Gun Oz. Why, no, Admiral Sengoku has already informed us that this is Celestial Dragon's Osen. Oz wanted to revisit the old place, but this time he was no longer a pirate, so as soon as he showed up, he was instantly recognized by a group of marines. Just like when he dressed up as the rear admiral, all the marines who saw Oz had to salute him no matter how reluctant they were. That's very kind of you, soldiers. Oz nodded to them. Although he had seen this kind of respectful and odd look countless times, this was the first time Marine did this. There were Marines who saluted because of their identity as Celestial Dragons of Oz, but there were also some stubborn ones who were dismissive. At this moment, Oz's eyes were accurately locked on an outlier among the soldiers. Click. Oz stopped, turning his head to look at the figure standing at the back of the crowd. It was a very beautiful Marine, with exquisite short black hair and blue eyes, a hot body, and a slender waist that Oz could hold in one hand, but the waves were very turbulent. The spiked collar around her neck allowed Oz to recognize her identity immediately. Hello, Marine over there. Seeing Oz stop, all the Marines were shocked, especially when they saw Oz pointed out a Marine by name. They all looked behind them. That is, Dole Commodore. Wearing a short black vest, leather pants and long boots that show off his long legs, he is a Marine officer cadet who is being trained as a future Marine general. One of the Marine, Supernovas, advertisement Dor. Facing Oz's gaze, the young Dor, as the big sister of the Marine of the same period, was obviously not afraid. She was just a pirate's, and even if she added the identity of Celestial Dragons, it would only make her more annoying. Because in Dole's opinion, neither of these two identities is a good thing. And the fact is indeed so. Pirates and Celestial Dragons are the culprits that have brought this world into chaos, but Oz never presented himself as a good guy. Sometimes, they even do things that villains and bosses do just for fun. Is your name Dol? Facing Oz's question, Dor's face froze and he asked through gritted teeth. Yeah. What's the problem? Dor's words were neither soft nor harsh. Although she was a little unhappy with Oz, she did not dare to do anything too offensive. Because her attitude was just a little bad, in his opinion, the admirals of the Marines could still keep her safe. But if she did something offensive, if one of the Celestial Dragons vented their anger on her, not even Marshal Kong would be able to stop her too much. But unlike what she expected, Oz's vicious attitude to embarrass her was different. Unexpectedly, Oz showed some interest in his eyes. Then you will take me around Marineford, tour guide? Dor subconsciously wanted to refuse, because he saw the amusement in Oz's eyes, and it was very likely that he was going to trip her up. But Oz seemed to see through people's hearts and spoke first. Are you going to refuse, Marine, deny a Celestial Dragon's request for help? Joke. If you become Celestial Dragons and don't take advantage of the Marine, can you still be called Celestial Dragons? Although Oz is not that dirty, but he still remains interested in interacting with the characters that appeared in the original work. Looking at the prettier and younger Commodore Dor in front of him, Oz's expression was similar to. Hearing that this girl was complaining to him, Oz curled his lips. For the pirates, Oz is a member of the Pirate King's crew and one of the overlords of the sea. This identity gives him face and status in front of any pirates. Commodore, 500,000 Baileys, advertisement. Along the way, Oz also expressed some curiosity about the Marine profession. After all, it is also considered a civil servant in the Pirates King world. Marine raised his cloak and Commodore Dor took the lead and walked in front, with those following behind him, as if he were really a tourist. No. It will happen. Let's go to the top of the gift list with the dream shared by all pirates. Perhaps part of the reason was that Oz seemed easy to talk to. Then you really are generating electricity for justice. I don't bother to take care of these little things. After all, the money I earn in a month is enough to pay all the Marines in your naval headquarters a lifetime salary. He has no control over the real affairs of the world government, although the world government's cuts in military spending may be related to him. Give up. No one will give you gifts, leader, I see. Yes. It turns out that there is still 1,000,000 Baileys. In recent years, the world government has always cut military spending. Whispering sound, as for Marine, as a Celestial Dragon, it is impossible for them to regard Oz as their mortal enemy. On call around the clock. No matter who it is, you have to give face. Seeing Oz's expression and his irresistible tone, Dor gritted his teeth, but still could do nothing. I like the way you are, you can't stand me but still listen to my orders. Then all the Marines he was interested in would definitely want to kill Pirates O's the first moment they saw him, and would fight to the death even if they were defeated. But if you were facing O's Saint, you have to be much calmer. You are celestial dragons, right? Give Marine a raise. Isn't this the reason why he lent his reputation to the world government and allowed it to use some of Osa's terrifying influence to suppress the sea? Well, take me to some place like the tavern where Marine admirals hang out, Marine. So, what about working hours? By the way, how much do you Marines get paid a month? Especially to amuse them, but for young people, it's just for fun. For example, if Os is a simple pirates, it would have been fine if Os hadn't mentioned it, but once he did, even though he didn't like the person in front of him, Duer couldn't help but complain. You are such a rich and unkind guy. When facing Sengoku and others, Os disdains to use this style. Chapter 202 My words are justice. So much, are you sure you can finish it? Marineford, inside a restaurant of the highest standards. Os crossed his legs and leaned back in a leather chair, holding a list in his hand. Looking at the series of expensive dishes on it, Os tilted his head and looked at Dor who was eating heartily beside him. It's heaven-defying. Is it true that Marine would come to such a high-cost restaurant? I'm afraid that even with a marshal's salary, he can only order a few vegetarian dishes here. After all, most of the Marines in the naval headquarters seem to have a sense of justice and will not do anything corrupt. The purpose of this restaurant's existence is probably to provide consumption for dignitaries or people from the world government who come to Marineford. After all, if it is closed for 3 years, you can enjoy the food for 3 years after it is opened. An ordinary dish costs 8 figures. Perhaps only people like Os who have lost their concept of money, or those stupid celestial dragons, would spend money without blinking an eye. What does it matter? You're not that much of a difference anyway, slurp slurp. Dor, who was still a young girl, was still a young person who had no resistance to delicious food. Faced with a dazzling array of top-notch delicacies, a feast that she could not enjoy even if she did not eat or drink for 10 years, she could no longer control herself. Anyway, he is a big dog eater and will eat Os out of money. With this thought in mind, Dor did not feel any psychological burden at all. Unconsciously, her inner vigilance and prejudice against Os were slowly dissipating. After all, when Os was causing trouble in Marineford, she hadn't even joined the Marines yet. Now Os has become celestial dragons, which makes her half a friendly party. Although they still have the identity of pirates, they no longer need to go out to sea to plunder to make a living, and there is no functional conflict with the Marine. Os doesn't care about this little money. After all, strictly speaking, Dor was the first person in the Marine with whom he had a decent relationship. He has dealings with all the forces in the world, but he has no friends in the Marines. Dor, who meets Os's aesthetic standards in terms of appearance, fighting ability and temperament, is his first Marine friend. But I invited Dol to dinner because she was my tour guide, but what about you? Os looked dimly, and turned to another direction. Old man Garp, I never said I would treat you to a meal. On the other side of Os's seat, a big man with a scar on the corner of his eye was holding a big bone stick and gnawing on the meat on it wantonly, eating it with such relish. Advertisement when he proposed to treat Dol to a meal, this old guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere. After hearing Dol say that Os wanted to treat him to a meal, he shamelessly came over. Wahahahaha, don't be so stingy, O's, after all, we are old acquaintances. Old acquaintance. Os looked dim. I still vaguely remember that the old guy's cannonball with the color of armed left me helpless. Come on, I didn't kick you out because of Madame Rouge and Ace. How are they doing? How are they doing now? When talking about this, Garp still smiled happily. Oh, of course they are having a great time in Windmill Village and Ace will definitely become an excellent Marine just like me in the future. Duer, who was standing next to them, heard them talking about some unfamiliar names. Although he felt strange, he didn't think much about it. After trying the food in this restaurant, I can honestly say that it didn't impress Os that much. For example, the size of the shredded carrots, according to Os's microscopic observation, is much worse than Mihawk's amazing knife skills. It's barely enough to enter. By the way, do you know where Kuzan went? Oz teleported a few pieces of ice into the orange juice, stirred it with a thin spoon, and asked Garp beside him. But Garp knew how much his apprentice and Os did not get along, so he chewed a piece of expensive steak and said with an indifferent attitude. How does this old man know? Don't you know? Os looked helpless, took a sip of orange juice, held his chin with one hand and looked up at the sky. In that case, this meal can only be shared equally. Puff. Times 2. Cough cough cough. Before he could finish his words, 2 sounds of food choking the throat came from both sides of O's, followed by cough. Dor and Garp's faces turned green. Spread evenly? It was such an extravagant meal that they ordered almost everything they could, and some of their favorite dishes were even ordered several times. Advertisement now, we're talking about splitting the difference? Even if it's shared equally, each person would need hundreds of millions or even billions of Baileys. Right. I suddenly remembered that Kuzan seemed to have gone to the recruit officer training camp with Zephyr. Ahahahaha. Garp rubbed his head and laughed heartlessly. Duer, who was standing next to him, wiped the corner of his mouth unhappily and echoed the words. Yes, that's why I came to naval headquarters. As a new generation of generals, Duer came to the naval headquarters to receive training from Zephyr and other instructors and learn Haki. In the hope of becoming the backbone of the future Marine. Admiral may be difficult, but there is still great hope to become Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters and become one of the solid fighting forces in the future. Well, as one of the Celestial Dragons, can first inspect the Marine School? When Duer heard this, although she did not object to going with Oz, as a student, she had no right to decide anything. I don't mind. Garp is more straightforward. Don't look at me, you can go if you want, but don't say that I told you that Kuzan was there. When it comes to tricking his apprentices, Garp is not at all ambiguous. Okay, I understand. Hey, doll, have you thought about where you will be employed in the future? As they walked down the road, Oz suddenly asked, his tone sounding like pure curiosity. Hearing the question from the person beside him, Duer raised his eyebrows and really began to think carefully. Well, after receiving Haki's instruction, we will probably be assigned to different branches, but the details will be decided by the naval headquarters. Why not come to Sabody Archipelago? I've been annoyed with that old man, Vice Admiral, for a long time anyway. When Duer heard this, he hesitated and narrowed his eyes slightly. Are you asking me to abuse my power by asking you to let me go to your territory? I won't help you do anything that goes against justice? Os was amused by this reaction. Justice? I don't need you Marines to do justice for me. In Sabody Archipelago. No, in this ocean. My words are justice. Advertisement chapter 203. Oz holds the reins of the world? I won't allow it? Huh? You are so arrogant. The young doll did not quite understand Os's honest words at that time. Instead, she felt that Os was trampling on the justice she upheld. But Os was not in a hurry to defend himself against the little girl's indignation. Squeak. Silently lighting a cigar that cost as much as Door's 10-month salary, Os blew a puff of smoke onto her pretty face full of heroic spirit. Call, hey. You be *********** D. Dole was choked and stepped back repeatedly, staring at Oz with unfriendly eyes. You will understand later, doll. The name of the Black Emperor is no less important than your Marines. I can command the pirates that the Marine cannot command. Marine has no right to interfere in the internal affairs of the franchise, but I can. The name of Marine cannot be used as a bridle to restrain those ambitious people who pursue huge profits, but I can. The powerful Marine forces deter pirates all over the world and keep the area safe. But Oz's minions control the operation of the world's economy, and even in a fight of force, they may not be defeated by Marine. I didn't explain it to Door in too much detail, but just a few words had already stunned the young Marine duty commander. It was not until Oz walked several steps away and called her name that she reacted. But at this moment, she couldn't help but feel a little shaken. Marine's justice, is it really possible to calm this raging sea? Oh, isn't this Kuzan? Sashi ignores Dana? In the Marine officer training camp, Kuzan, one of the vice admirals, was pulled over to serve as an instructor because he had nothing to do. Hearing this voice that was so familiar that it couldn't be more familiar, as if it was engraved in my bones, my face suddenly turned from sunny to gloomy. A black shadow covered his face, making it difficult to see his expression. Doder Os. You know, I don't want to fight you now, if you keep provoking me. I'm not sure I can keep my sanity and remember that you're a celestial dragon. His face was as cold as ice, and a trace of cold air slowly drifted out of his mouth. That terrifying expression scared the newcomers in the training camp so much that their faces turned green. Even Door's eyes widened. Advertisement he quietly hid aside, fearing that the cold air would come and freeze him and Oz together. His face slowly turned around, and he saw Oz's smiling face which had not changed for 10,000 years. Kuzan followed closely, the ground covered with clumps of ice as he walked, and he was about the same height as Oz, and he came to him. How did you find me? 2 3-meter tall figures stood opposite each other, as if they were ready to give in to each other. The invisible aura spread out, pressing everyone to the point where they felt a little breathless. Well, of course it was my old acquaintance, Vice Admiral Garp, who told me. Otherwise, how would I have been able to find you? In the blink of an eye, Oz sold out Garp, the old fox, without any sense of contract at all. Joke. It's fine to invite Duer, the beautiful Marine who was his tour guide, to dinner. After all, she was a new friend. Garp? Not relevant. Do you think he is eating the Emperor's food for free? Although the world government was blamed in the end. One thing at a time. Hearing the name of Vice Admiral Garp, Kuzan frowned slightly. He didn't expect that it was the Vice Admiral Garp whom he admired the most. So, pirates and celestial dragons, what do you want to do at the Marine General Training Camp? Although you can't freeze your hands, but don't expect Kuzan to give you any good face. Not taking action is already the limit. But Oz didn't think the two were mortal enemies. He thought the relationship between him and Kuzan should be like that between Garp and Roger. Is it really that cold? Looking at the ice chips on Kuzan's face, Oz spread his hands. I admit that we may have had some grievances in the past, but that is in the past after all, Kuzan. Just like Captain Roger and old B*********** D Garp. They're enemies but also friends. I think we should be the same. Stop my dream. But Hai Bing in front of him obviously didn't appreciate it. He even grabbed Oz's collar with one hand. Yes. Kuzan is essentially a warm-hearted person, but at this moment his face was cold. Advertisement. That kind of thing is a cause, but it's not the fundamental rift between you and me. You won't forget it, perhaps Oz's words reminded him. After a moment of silence, Kuzan loosened his hand and let go of Oz's collar. And Ohara's punch, you won't forget it. If Kuzan had not decided to fight head-on and worked hard to learn Observation Haki in advance, the number would have been much greater than this. The two turned around and looked at each other. You can do whatever you want, you can be absolutely free, but I will stop your dream, Oz. Your capriciousness and moodiness will become the biggest potential crisis in this world. Do you still remember the dreams and ambitions you once talked about? Do you really think that my hostility towards you only stems from past grudges, Oz? Then he was ready to leave. Oz didn't stop him, but after taking a few steps, Kuzan paused. Even if I risk everything, I will stop you. P.S. It's the end of the month. Are there any celestial dragons who can give me some heavenly gold? Shaking the little broken bowl. The ice at Kuzan's feet slowly spread, even began to climb onto Osa's shoes, and grew up along his pants with a crackling sound. From this moment on, there will be no more Roger and Garp. If you want to do something extreme to this world, Oz. What else? Aren't you still holding a grudge against me for always targeting you? Since more than a decade ago, you have shot me 116 times, now I still have 6 bullet scars on my thighs. Osa's mouth curled up, as if he had heard something interesting. He turned around and met Kuzan's extremely serious gaze. Shut up. You hold the reins of the world in your hands and make the sea your playground, then I will be the supervisor. In the final analysis, it is because of your existence, Os. I admit that the order you established did prevent the sea from falling into an unbearable riot, but it is also because of this that... Os wanted to say something, but Kuzan interrupted him with a shout. Os scratched his head when he heard these old stories. The possibility of becoming each other's best friends. Os felt that he had been nice enough to Kuzan, but only to Kuzan. If any other marine dared to confront him like this, Os would have slapped him in the face. Os put his hands in his pockets, his dark pupils turned to the side, as if his attention was attracted by Kuzan's sudden words. I've already said that was in the past, and it was because you kept chasing me, but now we have no reason to be hostile. The two were not far apart, but facing opposite directions.